Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember?
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have reached a Friday here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire morning squad with you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt, getting you ready for the Raiders tomorrow night on this radio station, and Peyton Russell live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I think after 5 days, I finally hit my arrival time to the station correctly with morning traffic.
You were, because like the first 2 days of the week, you were struggling to get here.
Struggling.
The next 2 days, You beat everybody.
Too early.
You beat Peyton almost.
It's like porridge.
Right.
You know?
Too hot, too cold, and finally you get it on the final day.
Yeah. So I was like convinced I just have to take the back roads now with the new 6 a.m. start time. And I was like, okay. But then the last 2 days took me directly on the highways. I don't know whether Monday, Tuesday was an early school rush. I don't understand why, since kids are not in school at 6 a.m. But maybe it's just a matter of accidents out there on the road and delays. So I don't believe that this is the ultimate final solution. Every morning's going to be different.
I'm lucky I got here on time today.
Oh no.
What's that guy's name? Dom Irera, your hero?
Dom Herrera.
Yeah.
Wow.
Who's your actual hero?
Greca?
Dom Toretta or whatever.
Dominic Toretto? Yeah.
That's
Dom Herrera
not
is a
Comedy
comedian.
Store Dom Irera. No, I was driving like him out there trying to get in today because the alarm went off. And as I tend to do at 5 a.m., I wake up and I start rubbing my eyes, and then I go up front and I kind of flop down on the couch, went right back to sleep. And then I opened my eyes and looked and saw it's 5:22, and I need to get dressed and run out the door.
My son is totally destroying my sleep, as every night now he goes to sleep at around 10 p.m. Like, I can sit there and get away with it and going to sleep earlier, but he's not just going to his bed and going to sleep. I have to wait for him to pass out upstairs in the family room and then carry him on over, and that's why I'm taking Celebrex now for my back, carrying that kid. 877-881-1053.
What's he weigh now?
Oh, I want to say 40, 35, 40.
Okay.
I want to say something like that, but he thick. He thick.
There will come. There.
That's what the doctor says. This boy thick.
You
Two
will,
C's.
There's
He's a
a
Sharif.
you will pick him up for the last time at some point and not know it's the last time, and that will hit you.
Okay.
Does it hit you with the boy as much as it does with the girl typically?
See, I hate that. Don't start that.
I know Bobby the other day.
Bobby acts like the girls are the only kids.
Bobby tried
And
to
you
give me this.
just act like the boys are
No.
garbage.
The idea of carry. Generally, you stop carrying the boy in earlier than you would carry the girl in. Typically.
Okay, man, I could buy
Because
that.
they're going to weigh more, heavier.
Yeah, typically, yeah. The boy's going to
that's
be heavier,
fair.
and the boy's going to try and be more independent, whereas the girl's going to like lean a little bit
Yeah.
more. So that one is going to hit later and be a little more jarring.
Bobby tried to give me this talking to the other day. He's like, I think that being the boy to a daughter has already changed you. And I was
I'm
like,
seeing it.
And I was like, how so? And he couldn't really give me any
It's
hardcore concrete evidence. I mean, the listener's the one to decide.
That's
Am I
right.
nicer? Am I more pleasant? Am I
Well,
less
according to Reddit.
combative? Has my temper gone down? I think all those things have probably stayed the same.
I think the fact that two people emerged without any blood at 10:20 yesterday shows that you've been softened.
All right, so we have a lot to get to. Yesterday in Oxnard, Brandon Cooks leaves with some knee soreness. Is that CeeDee Lamb leverage? And Dak Prescott trying to come up with a Colin Cowherd-esque, because that's all Cowherd does is theories. A Colin Cowherd-esque theory on Dak. And one of my crazy, weird theories is fatherhood maybe giving him this release. Whereas if you're sitting here like us in a local market and you have a kid, you're probably going to be more tied down. I think the opposite is taking place for Dak Prescott, where he's like, you know what? There's more important things than being the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, and I can go anywhere as long as I have my daughter and my fiance. Are they engaged? I don't know if they're engaged. My girlfriend, my other half, and my daughter. I can go anywhere and do this. He's acting like it. He's talking like it. And that is my Dak theory, as yesterday he was talking about his money.
Yeah. I mean, well, when you think about that theory that you have there.
You'd think, sorry, Bobby, you'd think roots, right, would grow more into the ground when you have your child in the city you don't want to pick up and leave. But I feel like Dak, it has done kind of the opposite and let him see the rest of the NFL and the landscape as, hey, it's not the end-all, be-all to be the Cowboys quarterback.
Yeah,
That's just a theory.
No, I don't think it's a bad theory, because when you think about it, think about the individual who is so career focused and I'm gonna go work in New York City and I'm gonna do this, and then the kid pops up and they go, I gotta move to the suburbs. I gotta get out of here. This is not gonna. And it may just be, I got a family now. I can't just be worried about my dream of being the Cowboys quarterback. I gotta figure out what's actually right for me. But Dak Prescott was speaking with the media yesterday, and it's dangerous, I think, sometimes to, with stories like these, get hung up on a single word or a single sentence and take too much from that, because people just can speak a little freely and sometimes say things a little flippantly and not say what they mean. But Dak's quote yesterday about his contract negotiation, he said, good conversations are going on. I'll say that. A lot of confidence that something will get done. I'm not putting that much thought into hoping it gets done now, hoping it gets done in a couple weeks during the season or whenever it happens. I just know conversations are on the right way. The fact that he says during the season.
Wow.
And then he said something later to Jory Epstein in an interview where he said something similar to, if it gets done now, if it gets done during the season. That's the first time I've heard him say, I am open to talking. Like, I'm not going to table talks just because we're into the season.
Yeah.
And that's big for the Cowboys.
And then at the end of the interview, he said, whatever happens, I'll be good. I see all the coffee cups right now in the YouTube from Cam, Chris, Sports, JT the Piper, Pick and Pop, Jose, JT, Buddy, all doing the Friday morning coffee with each other. So that was Dak Prescott talking yesterday about the money.
The negotiating during the season is an interesting one, because I feel like that was one piece of leverage that he had in terms of getting a deal done. Like, it was one, you know what I mean? It was like it was another added piece. Hey, you guys, you got
a cutoff point.
2.5 weeks to get this thing done. The moment we get to install day, I'm done. I'm not talking anymore. And that puts that could put Jerry likes to have deadlines. This is like, Jerry loves working with a deadline. Now this doesn't give him a deadline. Now it's an open-ended deadline.
Or does it put more pressure on him? Because the quote he gave to Jory was to say I'm free, because he said, I'm free right now. He said to say I'm free means I'm in no rush, whether it happens before camp, during the season, or at the end of the season when other people have opportunities, which is obviously talking about, the rest of the league and everything else. My focus and mindset that allows me to be free is, hell, I'm getting paid a lot of money to play the game that I love right now, and I'm not going to cheat that for one bit. I'll give everything to my teammates and not stress about this, because I have to make sure I go home and give everything to these two, talking about his daughter and his girlfriend. And does that put more pressure on Jerry to basically where Dak's saying, I have no rush to get this done? Nothing. And so in order to make me get this done, whatever, it's got to be 100% what I want.
There's also a comfort with him that he knows he's going to get paid. He's good. He's good no matter what. Should we be worried about Brandon Cooks and the knee soreness? Or do I write this on my possible house of cards?
It needs to be monitored. Now, he left practice yesterday with a knee issue, with knee soreness, and it's one that they're saying, it's not serious right now, but, it bears monitoring. I think anytime you're talking about an aging player who his entire game is built on speed and, the ability to cut and those sort of things, if you're starting to tell me that aging player is dealing with random joint soreness or soreness in the lower body and is having to leave practice over it, that to me is a concern for, okay, is this some sort of beginning of a breakdown or some sort of hint that there is an issue that could get worse? That's a concern, and that would be as big as a boost to CeeDee Lamb's negotiations as anything.
And the other side could be did CD call him up and was like, hey,
Take a dive.
take a dive. Just get her. I'll get you a cut. I'll gas up your plane for you for the offseason.
And if something happens to Cooks, knock on wood, and Lamb isn't around, if I'm Dak, I might be signing that deal yesterday, real quick, rather than go through a season to show the rest of the NFL my passing attack with Jalen Tolbert and.
Or would that make him more money if he has a good year?
Oh, it would make
him $70 million.
Yeah, if he has a really, really good year, I'd be scared of that.
You know what the chatter is about CD, by the way, yesterday that everybody was going nuts about?
That he was doing push-ups off a medicine ball?
That he's 14 pounds heavier this year. He is. You want to talk about thick? Look at this is thick right here. Look at him. He looks built.
Wow,
Oh, yeah.
He's bigger. And so now are you going to take away some of his agility? Is he not going to be as quick, as nimble? But man, he's locked in terms of that workout stuff. That's why the Cowboys aren't concerned.
You know what it is? He saw the fan text all week saying we ain't paying a slot receiver $34 million, and he said I ain't no slot.
Micah Parsons
Slot shaming.
spending slot shaming. Micah Parsons spending some time after practice with extra conditioning for Mozzie Smith, who may have made a tremendous mistake by getting the Cowboy ink. He got the Dallas Cowboys star tattooed right there on the arm, and the internet was racking up the regret-o-meter.
Yeah, I mean, look, you may want to feel more on solid footing before you decide to do something like that, figuratively and literally. Like, you want to maybe make sure you don't get blown off the ball so much. You want to make sure that you have a sturdy base before you go get a Cowboys tattoo. But I definitely see what Micah's interest would be. Spend an extra time afterwards, because Micah's scouting reputation is on the line. This is like Broadus trying to make sure Joey Harrington hits. Because it's like, man, I've said a lot about this guy. Micah needs Mozzie to be good, because he's got receipts that he has to worry about now on the internet.
I stopped in my tracks last night as I read Bobby's email prep.
I know what you're going to say, Hard.
And it went right to, I love what Mike McCarthy did here. And I was waiting, next sentence, and waiting for the final sentence for the sarcasm and for the joke. And it did not come after Mike McCarthy chided their defensive lineman for shoving the assistant. Bobby saved all the chiding and all the sarcasm for Maggie Gray before our 5:30 snacks and what she had to say about it.
Dear God, by the way, Tolos, I'm very sorry for those of you that are up between 5 and 5:30 and have to listen to that woman. She's not very good at all. And blaming blaming that guy, the intern, for getting pushed down because you got to have your head on swivel. What are you doing there? Well, his job is to stand there and mimic being the quarterback. You idiot. But anyway, that aside, Albert Huggins, of course, shoving down that Rams assistant and drawing the ire of Rams coaches, Cowboys coaches getting kicked out of practice. And Mike McCarthy was asked about it later, said he's got to be smarter. He said, obviously, his behavior is unacceptable. It's something that's been addressed. He's apologized, and I'm comfortable with his apology. I was obviously on the offensive side of the field when it happened. I had a chance to talk to Mike Zimmer and Sean McVay. When it did happen, we removed him from practice. Frankly, when I saw the video a few hours later after the practice, I called Sean again. His response to me was, you'd have been proud the way your coach has reacted. I just want to make sure that behavior is unacceptable, emotional discipline in that moment. That's not what we're about, and he clearly understands that. So Mike McCarthy's reputation and one of his big check marks in his favor has always been the way players feel like he's their ally. Like he's not going to throw them under the bus. And it's a fine line to walk when you have to hold somebody publicly accountable. And so I think it was good the way that he, talked about, hey, Huggins understood this. I accept his apology, while also communicating how it was unacceptable. And I like that he drove home the point of it was unacceptable in the moment. And then I went home and I saw the video and I felt the need to call Sean McVay and say, hey, I need to talk to you about this again. I'm sorry, because that was awful.
The Atlanta Falcons making some more Dallas Cowboys jealous moves, at least through my lens. They add Justin Simmons. I didn't realize Justin Simmons was still out there.
The Bronco, huh?
And available. The Denver Bronco going with Matt Judon for some defensive pieces.
Dude, they are all in. They literally are all in.
The real all in.
Yeah, the real all in. Now we are at 9 straight years of a team selected in the top 8 that makes the playoffs.
Ooh,
okay,
interesting stat.
And I do believe we are going to make it to 10. I'm sorry, not even just make the playoffs. That wins our division.
We may have to add that in my Fave 5 stat.
So it's 9 straight years a team selected in the top 8 has won their division, and I think the easy ones are Atlanta and Chicago. Those are right. Those will be the ones.
I'm not saying right on Chicago yet,
but those are the easy. Those are the ones. The first two that would come to your mind.
Yeah,
probably.
Even though Chicago's in a better division because they got 2 teams better than them, but still, that's Atlanta is definitely a team that I think you have to worry about. Not worry about winning the title, but making the playoffs.
What does your sneaker game look like? How would the prenup look? And a Friday edition of The Payload, all on the way for the 6 a.m. Club. Glad you are waking up with us to get you to your weekend with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But I'm getting you to your new job. Open up that direct deposit. Look at that page.
It's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Funky Karam rolling along the wall towards center field, and Tavares boots it. Farmer around second, heads to third. Tommy Watkins waving him home. The relay throw from Smith hits the mound, and diving in safely is Farmer on what will likely be scored an extra base hit and probably an error as the ball got by Leody Tavares following a Funky Karam off the wall.
All these Ranger games are being decided at the very end. Last night did not turn out the best. They lose the opener against Minnesota 3-2 in Arlington on 105.3 The Fan, and Cody Bradford continuing a very nice month of August. He's given up 6 earned in 3 starts over 14 innings. So a very nice beginning of the season to Cody Bradford, and a nice August coming back from the injury.
Yep, kind of a bummer that he was, he got banged up and had to miss some time. Bassick, I thought, did a really nice job talking about how you could tell when he was starting to labor a little bit, getting a little tired. That inside the park home run, that was a disaster of a play. It's a little league home run. It really is. Now listen, these mistakes happen. Again, it's just ball caroms out there in the outfield, but there's no reason that somebody should get an inside the parker on that one. I mean, they probably shouldn't even get a triple on that play if you really want to go to it.
So the Astros are up 3 games in the AL West over the Seattle Mariners. Seattle, after going on a little bit of a run, has now lost 3 straight. The Astros have won 8 straight, and the Rangers are 10 back.
Yeah, and it's all the momentum killed, by the way, the other night from Boston.
I know. Thought I was going to set them off on this nice little run.
I half expected Bassick in here during crosstalk to tell us yesterday, like, maybe this is the game that sends this team on a run like he's done on Bally before. But, no, this is the way that they've lost games consistently all year, is that they do a good job, keeping things in check and giving the offense a chance, and then the offense just doesn't do anything to repay it and repay the opportunity.
My favorite baseball story comes out of Milwaukee. Did you see the Malibu Sand story?
This is the owner, Atanasio.
Yeah.
He apparently has been bulldozering sand off the beach in Malibu to put on his own private beach or whatever.
He's like stealing the sand.
He's literally
from Malibu.
Bringing sand to the beach.
Yeah, is it? Like we've been to the best
He's literally
beaches.
taking sand from the beach.
Yeah, we've been to the beaches in L.A., like in Oxnard. That is the thickest, fluffiest sand you're ever going to find. Is there no sand on his beach?
I don't know.
Does he want more sand? Is it a playpen? What is this for?
Apparently, neighbors are now suing him for using excavators for a public natural resource, and he's destroying the water and leaving gas and dirt and pollution.
I'm just picturing an excavator going and scooping up a bunch of sand and then just having to 5 miles per hour just truck it over somewhere else to dump
down
it.
the street.
What type of sicko is let's steal the sand?
It's my sand.
I'm a billionaire. I'm a professional sports team owner. I'm not paying for sand.
And
jacket.
You're in this $3 million house, but you're driving a Corolla because you can't afford anything else because all the money's in the house. And I'm just going to steal your sand.
Stealing the sand out of Milwaukee. That is the accusation. Travis Kelce is accusing the media in San Francisco of having terrible George Kittle. Sorry.
Yeah,
I was thinking of the best tight end, not Bobby's best tight end.
You got it right the second time.
George Kittle roasting San Francisco media for their shoe game.
I think before we begin, so you guys are out there at every practice. You guys watch us all the time, but there's a special teams period where I catch some footballs, and I like to observe you guys. And you guys really need to up your sneaker game. It's absolutely atrocious. I got some Vomeros. Those are fire. And Grant wears Vans every single day. New Balances, they look like Vans. Yeah, those are Vans. It's okay. But you wear those every day, so I need you to switch those up. But I observe all your guys' shoes, and I am disappointed in you guys as a community. So if we could up those, please. It's year 8, guys. Let's figure this out together. Okay, now it's all you guys.
Man, I'm trying to think of the combination from sports media of eating and shoe game is probably the ugliest sights of any group of workers in the entire country.
I do believe that the men in sports media The women are not like this. The men in sports media are the most socially awkward. It's the most socially awkward crop of employees, I think, of any genre.
Yeah.
Maybe with the exception of like scientists.
Yeah.
Like people who work for NASA.
Yes.
Or people who work on the alien people in Area 51 that we saw on Independence Day. Those
is that you thought that was a documentary?
Yeah, Independence Day. They were kind of socially awkward. But I think sports media is right there.
At what age on the fan text do you give up on your shoes? I have given up, and I gave up a long time ago. Sometimes I think to myself, all right, in order to look like I have some type of stylish shoe game, I'm just going to go to the mall one time and buy 7 pairs of shoes. I'm going to get out of the way with one big major purchase, and then I can come in with different shoes that I pick from the closet. But I love shoes when I was a kid, getting different shoes. I can name all the different ones and weird players I bought them after with Gary Payton and Antoine Walker, obviously Michael Jordan and the Reebok pumps. But I gave up a long, long time ago when it came to shoes.
24. When I got married. I stopped giving an S about buying. I used to spend a lot of money on sneakers. Like, I mean, I would go like it's those $220 releases, or it's like, all right, I'm gonna go get those. Or I'd spend like $120 on Air Maxes and get a bunch of different colorways and stuff like that. So yeah, I gave up when I was 24, but I used to care a lot.
Pepe?
It's gotten better as I've grown older, but as a kid and going through high school, I had the same pairs of shoes for like 2 years, then I get a new one. Like I just never cared that much about it. I mean, like I had like nice shoes here, some boots, but like as in tennis shoes, I just wore the same ones all the time.
So you go opposite. How many pairs of shoes do you have right now that you consider nice tennis shoes you could pick from?
I mean, I have 3 that I wear just like as like just running shoes or whatever, but like, and then I have like Cole Haan shoes that I can wear with like dress pants. So and then boots.
There's like a dress pair.
Okay.
Pair of dress shoes. My I just like I've worn one pair of shoes. I have one pair of sneakers, and then I wear them until they're dead, and then I buy a new one.
Yep.
I don't like have like 3 or 4, but I used to just go like whatever. There's a website like Joe's New Balance outlet. All these shoes like $30. I used to go there, but like that is more for comfort. Sarah's like she got me these. Now it's like whatever she wants me to have, like whatever she says to wear.
Yeah,
that's what I wear. So the shoes I have now are nice. Like they're cool. They're all white shoes, but I wear them every day, and that's a problem.
I find it funny, George Kittle crapping on everyone's shoe game. How many free pairs of shoes does he get?
Right.
When's the last time he walks in and pays anywhere? I would crap on George Kittle's hair game if I was in that media and talking about his WWE mullet.
Surprised Grant Cohn didn't. I'm surprised that George Kittle addressed Grant Cohn by name and even talked to him. But it was also
that's
to embarrass him.
Irritating reporter out there.
Yeah, that's the little troll man. Yeah. And but I mean, it was to also like kind of tell him like, oh, you got Vans on New Balances and Kittle, and they're Vans actually.
They're Vans.
Nice try.
The most likable man in the National Football League to me is not George Kittle. It is easily
Dak Prescott.
It is not Dak Prescott, especially after training camp with us. But it is Jameis Winston, who was mic'd up.
He's a content machine.
Yes. Get him his own damn radio show and podcast, please. That's the real bidding war. Not for Tom Brady.
No.
It's for Jameis when he's done.
Dude, can't wait. He is
he's Mike Leach. That's what he is to me.
That's a really good way to put it. He is Mike Leach. Here he is, mic'd up, because I love this, because you always have the game, and then like a few days later, you get the mic'd up portion. And you get the mic'd up portion of Jameis Winston before their preseason game.
Hello.
What's up, sir?
Good to see you.
I like your helmet look. That's a good look.
Thank
for
you. I'm into motorcycles, so I'm going for the biker look. Hey, Trey, welcome to the NFL, man. You got to love it, right? Let's just be right here where we at. The most important thing is your specific play. Be obsessed with the simplicity of the game. Welcome to the league, boy. Welcome. Let's go, baby. Let's be obsessed with greatness. Let's be obsessed with energy. Let's be obsessed with the execution of it. Yes, sir. Happy to be in your business, in your establishment. Now we teammates. Let's get it, boy. Dominate, boy. You look good, you play good, you feel good, all right? Together. The message is simple. Come on. Be obsessed with your opportunity. All of us that came from wherever we from. But we got it right here and we got it right now. So be obsessed with your opportunity. I got one thing for y'all, man. All right, I just want y'all to help me out because I know we're a team, all right? I had this in my dream, all right? All right, when I say where my dogs at, y'all say we ready, all right? Where my dogs at? We ready. Where my dogs at? We ready. Now I'm about to to spell the Browns out, and I know we one team, man, okay? I'm going to spell the Browns out. I'm going to go B-R-O-W-N, and you're going to say, let's get it. All right, with my B-R-O-W-N, that's it. Let's get it. Let's go. 3, family on me. 1, 2, 3, family.
Oh, my God. He's so golden. Here's a serious question, though. If you're interviewing Jameis before he was drafted and he showed even 50% of this, how could you have taken him number 1? There's no way you could have. I didn't hear any of this when he was coming out. I heard, I think he was good on the whiteboard with John Gruden. That's all I heard, like X's and O's. But if Jameis Winston interviewed like this as a prospect, what are you doing? I'm definitely not taking him number 1. I'm loving him, but I'm not taking him number 1.
I think when you factor in the other aspect of, stealing the crab legs and everything else that was going on, he probably was going to be on his I bet every recommendation was, you need to be buttoned up as possible.
Yeah.
And as you're sitting in front of the parole board basically right now trying to, am I rehabilitated? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm rehabilitated. That was where he was at. And so I think he's always kind of been this guy. And it's just, given the pre-draft process, he had to tighten up a little bit, and you got to be on your best behavior.
And I wonder, what do the teammates find this corny? Do they find this refreshing? And how does Deshaun Watson feel? Like the backup quarterback, I guess we should ask Tony Romo what it's like for the backup to be more popular than you in the locker room. But because
it happened to him, yeah.
Right. But the backup,
that was his point,
is absolutely more likable than the starter. It's not even close. Absolutely more likable, and it's got to feel. I guess it feels weird for Deshaun. Maybe he doesn't care.
It's more popular with fans. I don't think in the locker room it typically is an issue. But I mean, Jameis's whole. I don't think it comes off as corny because it's not Russell Wilson. It sounds like it's authentic. It's who he is, and so I don't think it rubs anybody the wrong way because he's being who he is. The problem with somebody like Russell Wilson is, you're a fraud. This is not you. You are not. This is not a real person I'm talking to.
Are cassettes coming back? Why didn't she spit on the ball last night? And Peyton Russell wants to spice up your wieners. It's a Friday edition of The Payload next on Sean and RJ. But let me spice up your weekend with a classic Hurtado barbecue.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is a special Friday edition of the Payload here. Thursday, we were postponed, but now we got it back on Friday. It's a payload on a payday, gentlemen. Check your bank accounts.
That's
it's
right.
payday, baby. It's payday. So we started off with this.
Congratulations, IRS.
Look, you know, Sean's big on the meats, right? He's a big grill guy. RJ eats the meats. Bobby doesn't let his meat touch each other, you know? So
mine is the best sounding of those three.
Hang on. What?
Bobby has the fun plates, you know? Whenever he eats, he doesn't let any food touch each other. That's what I'm getting at, Chop. Come on, it's 6:40. Let's go. So I've been up all night thinking about this.
This is a fascinating food take I've never heard before.
Look, so when you get meat together, chicken, pork, whatever it is, you know, brisket, ground beef, you season it, right?
Yes.
Why don't we season our hot dogs? I've never known that. Are we just satisfied with the taste of the hot dog, or what? Like we put condiments on it, we'll throw onions, relish, whatever. We don't season it though, or at least I don't. I've never seasoned. I've never known anyone to season their hot dogs. Do you season it?
No. What made you think of this, and what have you seasoned yours with, and what would you season it with?
I've never seasoned it. And you're gonna ask. You asked, why'd you think of this? I don't know. I was making dinner this week, and I was putting season. I was putting the meat church Blanco on the pork chops, you know, which was really good. And I was thinking, I was like, okay, I seasoned pork chops. And I was like, I don't season the hot dogs,
All right,
man.
Here's my answer. I have a couple answers. What?
No, go ahead.
Number one, when people talk about seasoning food, like 95% of the time they're talking about salt. A hot dog has plenty of salt.
That is what I was thinking.
Don't ever add salt on a hot dog. Just look at the back of the sodium content.
Oh, no, please don't. You ruin your day.
Number one. Number two, the seasoning of a hot dog that you're talking about comes with the toppings, sir.
Yeah.
It's the ketchup, it's the mustard, it's the relish, it's the onion.
But you can't do that with a burger, right? You wouldn't just throw a patty on the grill and not season it, right?
Well, if you get a package of ground beef, there's no salt in it, or there's no salt compared to a hot dog.
Right.
Like it needs some of that Blanco. It needs some of those seasonings. Now you want to pepper a hot dog? Go
never
for
seen
it.
that. Have you seen that?
No,
I've never seen
I haven't seen it.
No.
I'm just trying to think of different things for
Just a little
Peyton.
garlic powder, that's all. A little garlic dog.
Try it out. Put some of your truffle oil Truffle butter on it.
Yeah, put some truffle butter on it, absolutely. I think like a hot dog, like nobody eats. The hot dog already has the taste in it.
Yeah.
Right? It's, like you said, there's a lot of sodium in it for one. Also, it's not a cuisine. It's not a delicacy. You have it. You have it because it's easy to do. It's already pre-cooked.
It's like your deli meat. You're not seasoning your sliced turkey.
Sure.
By the way, adding to the air fryer chicken wing discussion, put your hot dogs in your air fryer.
Okay, I've not tried this.
Oh, man, yes.
If
you're not going to
this.
fire up the grill. You're not
Yeah.
going to go outside, put them in that. But you never salt a hot dog, obviously.
Yeah, that's it, because it's like half salt already. The entire thing is now. It did when he wrote it. I was like, I think I'm going to try it now. Maybe maybe a good dry rub my wiener is what I'll do. And
there's your National Tell a Joke Day.
That
RJ.
is.
Told you I'd come through.
August 16th, baby, National Tell a Joke Day.
Now, when you come up with these ideas, did you speak this out loud with Mackenzie?
I did, and she said, "Please don't talk about this. This is a weird topic." And I said, "That means it's perfect for the show, perfect for the payload."
That's why we love it.
This is an idea that somebody I would talk to who smokes a lot of weed would come up with.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes, Roy was listening yesterday.
Oh.
He texted me about the vasectomy.
But yeah, so I
His
just,
wiener.
text on 877-811-1053. Do you spice up your wieners? It's something that we got to try. Got to try it. Fire up the
You
grill.
try and tell us.
All right, I will. I'll make hot dogs for the show. How about that? I'll bring in some dogs.
All right.
Seasoned dogs. And you
great.
got to decide if, what seasoning's on it.
Can't wait for a 6 a.m. hot dog.
Yeah. No, you season it and bring them in.
Okay. All right. I'll do that. All right. So we talked about the wieners. Now we got to talk about the spit. This is I don't know why. I don't know why this girl's still relevant. Hawk Tua girl. And the Mets, shame on you. The New York Mets had Hawk Tua, Haley Welch, I believe her name is. They had her throw out the first pitch yesterday afternoon against the A's. And I don't know where they come up with these little gimmicks. If they think it's fun, they're giving her a platform that it's past. We talked about it months ago. How long will Hawk Tua girl be here? She's past her due.
I agree. It's done and over with, but RJ had the best take on this.
Oh, thank you.
The missed opportunities.
What a miss. What a miss by the New York Metropolitans and by her.
She doesn't want to embrace it like that. That's her problem.
She should have hawked to it all over the baseball before she threw it.
Yes.
Absolutely.
A spitball.
A spitball. It's a banned pitch.
Brilliant.
Created a firestorm. Instead, she throws out the first pitch like everybody else. Very, very basic. Machine Gun Kelly's was better.
Yeah.
At least Machine Gun Kelly threw it in the stands.
Yeah.
This was just a regular first pitch to the other girl in the video, right? Nobody knows
the
her.
other girl was the catcher?
That was the catcher. The Mets should have given out baseballs with fake loogies on them that said Hawk Tua on it.
Yes.
What a miss.
Yes.
How are we not in charge? We need to be in charge of every team's marketing. Major League Baseball would actually, this is a miss by Major League Baseball.
Yeah,
it would actually have some standing.
If you're going to lean into, if you're going to go with that bit, you're going to go after it and bring her in. You've got to actually lean into the bit. Did they introduce her as? I imagine they did not introduce her as Hawk to a girl over the PA.
Oh.
So did they say Haley Welch? And a lot of people are going, "Who is that?" I have no idea who this is because I don't imagine the PA guy would. Now coming up, Hawk Tua.
First 5,000 fans get the Hawk Tua 24 hat.
Did Crazy Plane Lady have longer staying power than Hawk Tua? Who had longer 5 minutes?
Oh, I think Plane Lady Tiffany. Because
we know her now.
We know her.
Tiffany
Tiffany Gomez. I think Crazy Plane Lady did because she. I thought it was brilliant. I don't know if it was planned or not, but she kept it the intrigue of what happened. We were still trying to find out what happened. We didn't know who she was for a month.
Yeah,
and we were still trying to find out what happened.
I don't think she kept the intrigue. She was embarrassed.
I'm for it.
Some type of breakdown.
Keep Haley Welch as relevant as we can for as long as we can.
No.
She is moving women's rights forward, and she needs
Tua.
to continue keeping this prominent. In
What are
the
the
headlines.
women's rights she's moving forward?
Hawk Tua.
Yeah. I have a right to Hawk Tua any way I want to.
So Mets media, they're up in arms about this. They hate this absolutely. This is Sal Licata of WFAN
What's
in
his
New
name?
York. Sal Licata.
Okay.
Did I say it wrong? Did I put an extra?
No. It's just
okay.
funny for you to say such a a soprano name.
Sal Licata.
It's like that lineup that one of y'all sent me the other day.
Oh,
of,
the Staten Island.
The Staten Island lineup. I'd like you to get this if you could, Peyton, and read it.
Oh man, good luck.
Maybe you do it, Choppy. I'm holding my Instagram story so it doesn't go anywhere.
I got it.
But go ahead, Pepe.
So this is Sal Licata of WFAN in New York. He's going off on this when he found out, does a radio show in New York, and he found out that the Mets were having Hawk Tua girl out there, and he was fed up with the franchise.
The Yankees have Aaron Judge and Juan Soto breaking records. Ruth, Mantle, Gehrig, and the Mets have Grimace and now Hawk Tua. Come on, bro. I can't take it. I cannot take it anymore. It's ridiculous. And then you wonder why fans get so ticked off and upset. It's embarrassing. Is it the biggest deal in the world? No, absolutely. Does it mean anything on the field? No. But that's the problem. The product on the field isn't good enough, and you're coming up with these silly gimmicks that are laughing stock. It's a joke. Hawk Tua.
So they're fed up with it, man.
What an idiot. I thought, don't even read this anymore. I'm not giving them any more time. What a moron. No one gives a crap about the first pitch. And you want to use this to draw a parallel between the Yankees and the Mets and the seriousness of the franchise. That's New York radio right there. What a joke. What a microcosm. What a microcosm it is. Idiot.
He doesn't care. He doesn't really care. It was like you see it on his face. It's performative. And that's what is so irritating to me when I hear New York or that stuff I sent you guys yesterday. Boston already asking, like, is Drake May a bust? Like, have we made the wrong decision? It's 113 days in. He's literally not taking the field yet. And you're saying, is he a bust? It's such a character, and that's what I despise. So, I can't stand it.
In 4 days, so like every team does these stupid giveaways or whatever. In 4 days, the Yankees have John Sterling T-shirt night. They complain about that. Like every team.
That's not a joke. That's a legend.
It's not a joke, but
he
it's like
became a joke.
It's like, but are you really gonna like worry like about what their giveaway is or who's throwing out the first pitch? Who cares?
I know.
I will say, he has a little bit of a point. They start out with Grimace. They went on like a 7-8 game win streak. I think it was over the Rangers as well, and they took Grimace there to the moon. But yeah, no, I understand. Stop giving Haley Welch her dues here. But it's a payload every Thursday, but now a Friday edition of the payload. We got one more story here, guys. You boomers out there who hate on Gen Z, they're back, baby. They might be on your side just for a little bit here. Gen Z wants to bring back cassette tapes. When was the last time you guys used a cassette tape? I don't think I've ever used one.
19. Let's see. No, it would have been. I haven't like listened to music on one in a long time, but when I was coming up in the biz, all of our demo tapes were on like cassettes for a little bit, like in like 2000.
2015
burner.
2015 was the last time I had to use it.
2015. That's actually late.
I had to pull something off of a cassette tape for work, and we had to dig it out of the archives, and I had to put it in one of the studio cassettes.
Now, Gen Z, they're struggling a little bit. They're going to figure it out, but they don't know how to use it just yet. Okay, so RJ, they might need your guidance here, but they're struggling to use it. But from flip phones to Y2K fashion, Gen Z, it's a circle of life. They're bringing everything back.
But why?
Right? Why? It's not like
fashion. It's got to be a fashion thing, right? The over the ear headphones.
This is when I watched that show I told you to watch. Well, you don't have Netflix, but the memorabilia show. And every time someone's like, "Oh, I have the first my first Nintendo or my first cell phone selling for $500,000, the first Apple," someone is going to get rich off of some cassette tapes that they kept.
Like in the 80s,
start with CDs, Gen Z. Go to CDs first before cassette.
Like you would buy when I was a kid, I would buy vinyl. You would buy like records because they sound like people would say they sounded more authentic. It was like the scratch. Cassette tapes don't sound better than CDs. Buy CDs. They don't. Do they sound better than MP3s on like Spotify?
It just depends. Peyton, I'm curious. Do you know, like, since you're so young, do you know how you would use a pencil to help you with a cassette tape?
Is it the no idea. I tried to figure it out, but I have no idea.
All right, it's how
is it the tape?
It's how you wind the tape up when it gets pulled out.
There you go. Guys, I got one last thing here. So football season is close. We've had a lot of bad songs out there, from fans. The Padres a couple years ago when they're running the National League Championship Series against the Phillies. And this is a Colts fan who might have by far one of the worst songs to pump up his team. He made this song on Twitter, put it out there. And this is him trying to pump up the Colts before their preseason game against the Broncos.
This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Broncos. Let's show them who the real horse is. This is our team. Go Colts.
I love the ending there. Love the ending. Go Colts, baby.
You guys are music guys. How do you evaluate, grade it?
It was awful.
I think he sounds.
AI's better.
I think he sounds like an off-key Stephen Jenkins.
I don't know who Stephen Jenkins is.
Third Eye Blind.
Oh, okay. No, that none of it rhymes. Like he's clearly going for the it's going to be so bad it's good angle, but it's just terrible.
Well done, Pepe. Even our power failure cannot stop the payload every single week here on Sean and RJ. Bobby, with everything you need to watch for tomorrow night. Cowboys Raiders preseason game number 2. What you should be rooting for and who you need to be watching next on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. But, we have a weekend upon us, and things get crazy out there on the roads with all the drama.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey Sports Station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Friday edition of The Fellas, all together live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. On DFW Sports Station, in case you did not know, we are your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys, who will play tomorrow night right here on this radio station. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Let's get the preview.
Yep, let's take a look at the 5 players who have the most on the line in Saturday's game. What?
As Bobby tries to down whatever he was eating in the commercial break.
I stopped eating a good minute ago.
We hear you.
We hear you.
Why would we just have looked at each other?
We did.
Because you saw me eating.
What are you eating?
Cardettos.
And what is that?
They're good. Here, try them.
No, what is it? Just say it.
They're like a snack mix, like Chex Mix.
All right.
Only saltier, seasoned, like Peyton's hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
All right, man, your junk food consumption. I've never seen this guy eat an actual meal. It's just it's hotel lobby, what bag of chips, what cookies, what this, what that.
I got to eat in pockets. That's how I do it. All right, the Cowboys take on the Raiders on Saturday night. The 5 players with the most on the line in Saturday's game. Number 1,
Hot Pockets.
Trey Lance. That is the number 1 guy. Because Trey Lance, I think you can make an argument, no player in the NFL has more future earnings on the line based on the preseason than Trey Lance.
Oh, I would totally agree. He needs to play the whole, every snap.
And look, you look at the fact that barring an injury to Dak, Trey Lance is not getting on the field again after the preseason. Not for meaningful snaps, not for extended looks. And so if you want to talk about whether he's going to be valued here or good tape for the rest of the 32 teams in the NFL or 31 teams in the NFL, then he's got to perform at a high level this week.
Right. Like the Patriots last night, I think made a mistake. Like they played Bailey Zappi and Jacoby Brissett for a couple series. Like your future's tied up in Drake May or Joe Milton because you don't know what those guys are. You know what Jacoby Brissett is. And you know what Bailey Zappi is.
But I also don't know if I want the kid whose confidence I need to grow playing in the third and especially fourth quarter with guys who are not going to make the team.
That's fair. Well, I get it. I mean, because what's going to happen is Trey Lance gets to the second half, and if he puts a ball on somebody, there's a much better chance that that's a drop in the fourth quarter than
it's like Caton Clark out there.
If he was in the first quarter of a regular season game.
Yeah, exactly. But right. I mean, it also. The coaches do a good job, I think, of
recognizing
going over the tape and then telling him in meeting rooms, like, hey, you put the ball right there. You got to be better. You got to catch it. Yeah. And, making sure he knows that what he did was the right thing. Number 2, cornerback Eric Scott Jr. Now, he was really not good in the preseason opener. He had the interception, but overall, he was not good. He was getting picked on a lot, and his sponsor is no longer in the building. Dan Quinn was the guy who was the big fan of Eric Scott when they drafted him. And so you're having to convince a coaching staff. You've got a lot of competition. When they went out and acquired Andrew Booth, that puts a lot more pressure on Eric Scott to show up now in games because Nashawn Wright was kind of already out of sight, out of mind, and halfway out the door. And so that wasn't considered real competition. Booth, they've traded for now. They're trying to get him some work in there. That's going to create more competition and going to put more pressure on Eric Scott then to perform at a high level, especially with, Trayvon Diggs and his knee issue coming off the knee injury, making sure that he's still the player that he was before he got hurt. Number 3, Cooper Beebe. So now that Cooper Beebe's been given the first team snaps at center, it felt like pressure was kind of off of him for the first few weeks of camp. Where it was like, Brock Hoffman's got the job. Just work your stuff out, buddy.
Yeah.
Now that he's gotten first team reps in practice, and during that scrimmage, I think it was the first play, the first snap of team period, Cooper Beebe had a missed snap and couldn't connect with Dak Prescott. And that wasn't even a shotgun snap. That was under center. And so those snap issues that have cropped up that have gotten better over the course of camp need to continue moving forward, needs to get sharper, needs to show up in games. And actually, with Trey Lance back there, working with a mobile quarterback actually has a tendency to be more difficult for offensive linemen. Offensive linemen generally don't like working with mobile quarterbacks as much as they do pocket guys because they feel like,
right,
I know my job, I know where I'm supposed to stand. Trey Lance could break the pocket at any time or try to freelance or do something different, and I think I've done my job and shifted somebody over here, and then Trey Lance walks right into him because he's not where he's supposed to be in the depth of the pocket. And so that can create more issues. Cooper Beebe's got to be aware of that, have that sort of recognition, and clean up some of the snap issues.
Mike McCarthy on BB. Zach Wilchuk's man crush, earning first-team reps at center.
Really like what Cooper did. Thought he had quality snaps, both at the center and guard. We're going to give Cooper some opportunities here with the ones, with the first group moving forward. So he'll start working in there. So he has earned that opportunity, and thought he did a nice job. But also he had some rookie things. I mean, technique and fundamentals. We looked like we played our first game, and and that's really reflected for most of the guys.
So he's somebody who I think has earned more reps in terms of the snapping has gotten better. He does show a lot of, positive traits, the way he's able to get up to the second level, the kind of power that he plays with. That's all good. That's the kind of stuff that you would want in a center, the high IQ, the mental processing, all that's great. He's got to be able to snap the ball, though. It's like if you can do everything else as a quarterback, but then you can't throw the football, it's like, well, okay, how much do you do for me other than win the MVP twice for Baltimore? Willie Harvey, number 4, a friend of the show here. Willie Harvey. Willie Harvey was a bubble guy coming into camp, but he's been pretty consistent during the practices and developed there's a strong sense from a lot of people based on the practices that Willie Harvey was now on the roster. He had a bad game on Sunday. It was not good. He went viral for running into the wrong gap, letting a play blow up. Just it wasn't good. The problem is he can't afford to develop a reputation as one of those guys who practice warrior, can't take it into the game. So this is a big game to continue that progression. Being that he was in the UFL for an entire season and then went into the playoffs for the UFL, it's kind of a double-edged sword. So he benefits from it in terms of he's in better playing shape than the other guys. He's at a level where I've been playing football. I walk in ready. I've got the advantage. And he worked at multiple positions. He played Will. He played strong side. He played Mike linebacker in the UFL. So he's dealt with a lot of these different things that the Cowboys are now asking him to do. But he is definitely... You're going to have to watch out for the fatigue factor with him because it hit Turpin his first year. It hits these guys who play all summer long and then walk into an NFL camp. It causes a problem.
Too.
Yeah, he's
him and Overshown. You look at them and you're not thinking NFL linebacker.
I would think if I just look at Overshown, I'm like, ooh, like tight end, wide out.
Well, and that's kind of becoming the new linebacker a little bit because they ask you to do so much coverage. Yeah. They've gotten smaller. That's why eventually they think. There's some people who believe we're going to go back to getting 330-pound offensive linemen to just run over you. Once the linebackers completely shift to being 210 pounds, we're going to go back to just running over them because they won't be able to get off of blocks.
When I was in college, the trend was over-recruit running backs and then move them to linebacker. If the depth chart at running back is just so big, just take that running back because they're fast, physical, usually like they're bowling balls, moving to linebacker. But now it's got it's the complete opposite. Just find safeties and move them to linebacker.
Or move Micah from linebacker to running back, like Mike McCarthy did at practice the other day, throwing him out there. And then McCarthy, they're like, McCarthy said he legitimately thinks Micah could play running back in the NFL. He said that the other day. He goes,
he probably could.
And he goes, but I'm not gonna hand him the ball and have him get hurt in practice. He said, if Micah Parsons got hurt playing running back in a practice I was running, he said, I would immediately walk off the field and just keep on walking.
Yeah.
All right, I know I'm done. This is over for me. And number 5.
Oh my God. Can you imagine that?
Holy cow. You can't.
Hamstring pop.
You can't even like think about it. It just hurts to think about. Imagine what would happen there.
Number 5, Jalen Cropper, the wide receiver. So Cropper's made a really strong push since we left Oxnard. It was all about Tyron Billy Johnson and Racey McMath while we were out there in Oxnard. But Cropper is the one who surpassed them, and now he's the one with the outside shot at actually making the 53-man roster. I know that being on the practice squad last year, there are a lot of people who believe Jalen Cropper can be on an NFL roster. Like, he can be an NFL receiver consistently. He can follow this Dennis Houston path of earning a spot on the 53 by showing consistency and being where he's supposed to be, every single time, and showing the same player at practice and then in the games, which he has shown. He's been that guy in the practices, and then last week against the Rams, he showed up in a similar way. So if he keeps that going, he can follow that Dennis Houston path.
I have to say, I'm pleasantly surprised by the wide receiver / offensive output at training camp without Lamb. We have not really had a ton of stories where we're like, offense is dead. The offense can't do anything. Second half against the Rams the other day, Broadus and others were talking about it. And, you'd have to look at that as a credit to Dak Prescott against a secondary group who did not have Diggs to start, but a nice secondary group that's out there. I was expecting to hear stories of the passing attack looking woeful without Lamb there.
Yeah, and I think early on they had their struggles in terms of just not like a bunch of turnovers, but just moving the ball efficiently in some of the team period. But they've cleaned it up, and you've seen, like we said, Tyron Billy Johnson, Racey McMath, Jalen Cropper, like they've made plays in these practices.
And did you notice the one thing? You're going to hate this, and I'm surprised you don't dislike Tyron Billy Johnson for this one reason. Did you see who his biggest influence is athletically?
No.
Angel Reese.
Why?
He rocks the single leg sleeve, and then he's got the short shorts on the other side. He cuts his pants, right? He cuts them super short like the kids do. So he shows a lot of thigh on the right, and then he's got the super long leg sleeve. He's a big WNBA fan, has to be. Big Angel Reese. He's modeling his style after Angel Reese.
Did he say Angel?
No, he didn't. I'm putting words in his mouth, but I'm really trying just to make Bobby discuss.
Jalen Tolbert has done that for 3 years before any of us knew who Angel Reese even was.
No,
so
absolutely not.
Yeah, he absolutely has. And so I think this is just another case of trying to give credit to the WNBA where they don't deserve it. But yeah, that was the 5 players in the Cowboys-Raiders game that have the most on the line in Saturday's game, whether it be because of future earnings or just flat-out roster spot.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. Choppy, what is happening with the Olympic controversy over the bronze medal? What is the update on this?
Well, the latest is that she was told to give it back, right? But she was told to give the medal back. But now the new thing is she put out this post, right? She put this long post out on social media, really kind of going at the whole process. The entire process sucks. Jordan Childs lost her appeal for getting this medal back. So the U.S. Olympic Committee was like, no, we have information that shows that we got this in 47 seconds, not 64 seconds.
All right.
They said, too bad. No, you're still to give the medal back. I don't think she's giving the medal back, though.
Jordan, listen up, Odyssey app. I know you're there. Give the damn medal back. You will win from a sympathetic PR standpoint. This is Sean Shreve, Sean and RJ, PR company, advising you. Give it back and you will win because everyone will feel a lot more sorry for you. And Bobby, finish it up with our hard, harsh take.
All right.
Don't be scared now.
I'm not. I just
don't be scared. You wrote it.
All right.
And I'm going to agree with you.
Fine. I'm over it. I've never seen somebody fight so hard to be recognized as a loser.
Not
honestly.
a loser?
As losing. Yeah. You were the silver medalist of the losers. You weren't even the top loser. You were
first
bronze.
or last.
You're not. It's just disgusting to me that somebody named Jordan would fight to be recognized as third.
Yeah, there's something LeBron Charles would do.
Never in my life would I ever expect somebody named Jordan to have that kind of a take. Is it like
This was at least over gold. I could see not keeping it in your house and burying it and putting it in a secret hiding spot. Just give it back, and you will win in terms of people wanting to give you.
You
stuff.
will win the PR battle if you give it back, but she genuinely did. It's like Paul Hamm.
She technically lost. She technically lost. It's like Dez.
But
it's
she
the
did
same.
win, yeah.
It's the same thing as Dez. We all saw it. We know. Technically, it was not a catch, and technically, she's not the bronze medal winner.
Technically, she scored better than the other lady, than the other gymnast.
But in reality,
but they because they screwed up the scoring and it was too late on the appeal. They didn't recognize it in the beginning. She didn't. So but this is different. Like Paul Hamm, he doesn't deserve the gold. The other guy actually did beat him.
Yeah,
I'd have a much harder time keeping that gold if I was him than I would her.
So you're saying that the judges admitted?
Yeah, everybody really knows that she did have a better event. But because the judges screwed up the scoring with the initial difficulty and the appeal was too late, so she genuinely is the bronze.
All right,
Paul Hamm's genuinely not the gold.
I'm changing my mind. Sorry, Bobby, you're the a-hole. You continue to hate women. The other girl involved in this, she needs to step forward and say, I know I didn't really win it.
Right.
And you keep the bronze.
None of them
She's
won.
the one who needs to step forward to make the public decision and the announcement.
None of them won, though. It was the bronze. What are we? I don't need a 5,000-word statement on a bronze medal.
I love it, Bobby.
Give back the bronze.
I love it, Bobby.
Give back the bronze and then go spend more time with Beacon. Beacon will make you feel better.
I love it, Bobby. Third place ratings, losers.
Beacon's the therapy dog for the gymnastics team.
Everything you need to know here. You do not need to know that.
Oh, my God.
Here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan, we may have a special NFL guest. We will have the junk drawer. Shots fired at the great state of Texas. And is this really the right guy to play Madden in the picture that's coming out? Commercial free right after this. But this first is GimmeTheVin.com. Now is the time to sell your car, your truck, or your exotic vehicle. Gimme the VIN is buying, and the car market is nuts. Trust me. I've been doing 2 weeks of nonstop homework on the car market. So if you're thinking of selling your vehicle, you better do it soon, as prices may never be the same. At GimmeTheVin.com, selling your vehicle is simple, fast, and easy. GimmeTheVin.com has thousands of top-rated Google and Facebook reviews. Just log on, put in your VIN number, a couple of pictures, that's it. Get ready to be blown away. Gimme the VIN is America's best car buyer, because if they can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100. GimmeTheVin.com. Offering amazing customer service and a hassle-free selling process. It's a 60-second bid, pressure-free, and free pickup. So click on GimmeTheVin.com and get your check on the spot, because selling your car, your truck, or your exotic has never been easier than at GimmeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
You're waking up with Sean and RJ. In just a few minutes, we go commercial free all the way up to 8. Right here on The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
O'Reilly. You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise. No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures. It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
RJ Choppy here. My good friends over at SotaWeightLoss.com, SOTA weightloss.com. When I first let go of all those pounds, all 30 of them, I was like, woo! Oh, baby. Now comes the hard part, keeping it off. It's really not that hard when you use Sota Weight Loss's structure, plan, diet, coaching, everything like that. They teach you how to eat again. Here's the best part. Here's the case in point right here. When we went to California for 10 days, it's easy when you're eating out every day to put on so much weight, 10, 15 pounds easy in those 2 weeks. Didn't happen on Sota Weight Loss because they showed me how to eat. They taught me what to do. So I was cognizant of what I was actually putting into my body. You're able to keep the weight off. It's the best part of the entire plan. Anybody can lose weight on any diet.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
WSecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Commercial free right here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys tomorrow night. They'll be taking on the Raiders, a team, an organization this man knows very well. Former NFL GM. He's got 2 books out, GM Shuffle, my favorite football podcast. Sorry, Bobby and Broadus. Although Broadus, I wouldn't have to apologize to Broadus because these guys are best friends. Yes. Michael Lombardi live on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. What's up, Mike?
How we doing, guys? Everything good?
Not really. We're missing our best receiver. We got contract drama nonstop, and you had a VSiN article that was entitled, "Will Jerry Jones go all in with these Dallas Cowboys?" What do you make of all the contract drama?
Well, I think when you go back and really watch that game against the Packers and you own a team and you see how disappointing the effort was, the fundamentals were, everything about that game was bad. I mean, look, Jerry's had a hard time getting to a Super Bowl, hasn't been to a conference championship game since 95. Here he has home field advantage playing against a Packer team that was, struggled to beat Carolina 33-30, lost to Tommy DeVito in the Meadowlands. I mean, they were getting better, but let's not put them out to be the 85 Bears here now. So I think when you watch that game and you see how poorly Dak played, you see how poorly all the players in the team played, the high pad level, nobody getting off blocks, Green Bay kind of doing what they wanted to do. I think you can't turn around and say, oh, I'm really happy. Let me give everybody big checks. I don't think you can do that.
Whoa, Mike, you're telling me you still don't think the day after, a week after, that you need to sign up CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons down the road?
They're going to sign CeeDee Lamb. They're going to sign Parsons down the road, and I'm sure they're going to do something with Dak. But I don't think they have to run to the window to do it. Look, here's the thing you all miss on this Dak thing, right? Where's Dak going? Where's he going?
Anywhere he wants.
Anywhere he wants. Okay, but you realize there's other quarterbacks somewhere? He's not taking somebody's job. You think he's going to go to Miami and take Tua's job?
No.
You think he's going to go to Jacksonville and take Lawrence's job? That's anywhere you want, right?
You're telling me next offseason Dak Prescott won't be able to pick between 3 to 5 teams where he wants to go and get paid $60 million plus?
I think he'll have every option if the Raiders need a quarterback. I think he'll certainly have an option there. I think he'll have options at another team. But let me ask you this question. Why would he leave Dallas? Jerry would match the deal. Jerry's not afraid of free agency. What does Jerry care about? You're going to leave being the head of the Dallas. Oh, he's going to go to New Orleans next year. Oh, he's going to go to New Orleans next year. He'll go right there. They're $90 million over the cap already for next year. Okay? He ain't going to New Orleans. Not at $60 million a year. Mm-hmm. So you can forget about that. He's not going to Atlanta. Maybe a Super Bowl winning GM Terry Fontenot will sign another quarterback, but he ain't going there. Where's he going to go? Okay, he's not going to Washington. Could he go to the New York Football Giants? Yeah. But the Giants have to pay a 12% increase just because of the state taxes in the Garden State where I live. So stop. Where's he going?
What about
Jerry's
Tampa?
Where's he going to go to Tampa? They just redid Mayfield's deal. They like Mayfield. Their defense is really good. They're just coming out of cap hell, right? They're just coming out of cap hell. Minnesota said we've had enough of cap hell. We're getting rid of Cousins. So, let's just, where's Dak going? You really think Dak's going to just leave for an extra $1 million to go play in Tampa?
So for you, it's not Dak's talent level standing in the league. It's more options, and he's not going to go to a worse situation.
You're the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. You wear a star. You're America's team. You're going to leave that to go be a Buck? That's like leaving the Yankees to go to the Mets.
Michael Lombardi here on The Fan. All right, you said there should be no rush from Jerry after the Green Bay embarrassment. What about the NFL payment principle of you pay more when you wait, that you're just costing yourself money with other contracts that you have to leapfrog?
Well, that's great in theory, and although the worldwide leader can't wait to spread that rhetoric out there. But, okay, but let's have a conversation here. When they all say that, how come guys are constantly want their contracts redone?
Guaranteed money?
Well, because the new deals come in and they want a new contract. They want a new deal. They're saying the market's not fair. The market just got blown out. So all this getting the contract done early. Eagles did A.J. Brown's deal early. What do they have to do? Had to come back and pay again. This is such – see, what happens is we got people on TV that have never done a contract in their life, and they start talking about crap. It's like this crap about – well, you got to have a young quarterback. You have to have a quarterback on a rookie contract to win a Super Bowl. Okay, great. We have one guy that's ever done it. His name's Patrick Mahomes. One guy. But you ask any fan at any Dallas bar, they're going to tell you, oh, you got to have a rookie quarterback to win a Super Bowl. It's bull. It's complete bull. It's just the rhetoric that gets spread out there by people that don't know what they're talking about. Jerry waiting. Okay, say Jerry does CeeDee Lamb's deal. Say he did it 4 months ago, and he got him for $28 million. You don't think CD's going to be saying, hey, Uncle Jerry, I want 32. You don't think by next year he's going to want more money?
Next year, you think he's going to redo? I mean, maybe we wait 2 years, maybe hopefully 3 years.
Whether you wait 2 or you wait 3, they all come back.
Yeah.
This is a grading scale. It's always that scale. You're not getting away cheap. These guys, look, they're sitting in. I mean, they're sitting in. The rules are so that it's set up so they shouldn't sit in, but they are. They're coming back at the table. You got to manage it. I think it's ridiculous to sit there and say, well, Jerry, by waiting, it's costing him so much money. That's just people that don't know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm. I'm talking with Michael Lombardi here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Michael, forgetting for a sec the cap implications or, the fact that people come back, they'll ask for more money anyway. When you have so many people, a coaching staff, players, everything else on 1-year deals, does it concern you at all about the uncertainty and how quickly you could see if struggles crop up this season that guys are saying, all right, I got to start looking out for me. I got to start looking out for my next job, and that can create a toxic culture?
Well, I think that's a hard thing, right? I do think that's hard. I think that coaches by nature are insecure. They're always worried about having security, as they should, because we're with such a transient position. But I think if you're the owner and you just watch that debacle, how do you give people job security? Are you sure? I mean, Mike's won 36 games in his career in Dallas. That's pretty damn good. But that loss offset those 36 wins. Mike's done an incredible job, and Dak's played better with Mike than anyone, and he's won 36 games. But he lost the confidence, I think, of the owner because that game was so poorly developed and coached, and the players. I mean, it almost looked like they were hanging out the night before. That game is bad. Yeah. It's bad. It's one of those bad games that, like I wrote about in the VEASAN column, it doesn't go away from you. It's your moment of truth, and you let it slip away. So, I mean, look, I know it's hard for Mike. I know that, and I think what Mike has to prove he's worthy this year. It isn't Mike's going to just automatically get it. I think Jerry's sitting back and saying, wait a minute, why am I going to reward a coach? I know he's won 36 games, but the games that matter, we can't win.
Michael, if it doesn't happen again and they lose, let's just say in the first round after 11 or 12 wins, and Mike McCarthy is not here, does he definitely get hired next year by someone else?
You never can say. I would have no idea. But, I mean, Mike's on track to accumulate a lot of wins, and people can make 1,000 excuses for him. But he's won a lot of games. His quarterback's played really well. There's a lot of things to like about it, and I think certainly if you're looking for somebody to steady the ship, maybe somebody would hire him. But we are in the league of right now, we want all these young guys that have never coached before, that the general manager can control. So it would be hard. Look, Bill Belichick didn't get a job. And Super Bowl winning general manager Terry Fontenot in Atlanta said he had 3 candidates better than Belichick. So, if Bill can't get in the top 3, how's Mike going to get in the top?
Yeah.
Michael Lombardi joined us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, speaking of Bill, do you think Bill would actually come work for Jerry?
I can't answer for Bill, but I know Bill has respect for the Jones family. I know he has respect for the star. He has respect for Parcells. So I think a lot of that would have to be over conversations about what they think, how it would work, the structure he would need, But look, Bill, I don't think Bill's of the nature to just say no to anything. I mean, he wants to coach, I'm sure. He should be coaching. It's ridiculous that he's not coaching. It's ridiculous to see some of these teams with coaches that the greatest coach of all time isn't coaching. So, yeah, I'm sure they'll have if that happens, I'm sure there's a conversation to be had.
Mike, can you make the argument that the Cowboys improved their team from last year?
I can't make that argument. I think, to me, Mike Zimmer's a really good coach. I think they'll be more physical. But it concerns you when you're trading for Jordan Phillips, who wasn't going to make the Giants team. You're signing Carl Lawson. See, that defensive line played bad. Maisie played bad last year. Those tackles got turned. Even Hankins, all those guys that are supposed to be great players, they've lost a lot of depth to their team because Dan took a lot of players with them. I think it's hard to make that case. They have question marks at left tackle. The rookie looks like he could be a good player, but he's a rookie. There's always pitfalls there. Who's the main runner? Zeke's more of a short yardage back, and they need the guy. I love it how they say, well, if they don't get CeeDee Lamb, they don't have another receiver in camp. I mean, Brandon Cooks is a first-round pick. They treat this guy like he's a nobody. Like, nobody even looks at the roster.
Who are the current NFL people on TV that drive you the craziest?
I don't watch them. I don't watch them. I really don't. I mean, I see Twitter where somebody says something completely stupid, and you're just like, I mean, really, you're getting paid for this? Because you have no idea.
Bobby's favorite is Dan Orlovsky. No.
Well, I mean, look, Dan will give money to everybody. I've said it on Pat McAfee's show. Dan's Will Rogers of just pay all the players. Just pay them all. Dan's never run a business. I love the fact that Dan thinks he could be an offensive coordinator. He's never coached before. Like, we're not playing Madden in the basement.
Oh, Kellen Moore's a coach.
Yeah, Kellen.
Joystick is going to be interesting here in Philadelphia because, when Joystick gets going and he doesn't run the ball with Saquon, Joystick better, this is not an easy town. This is not an easy town when it comes to football.
Is San Fran still the best team in the NFC, regardless of what happens with Ayuk?
I don't know. I think Philly's really improved this offseason. Look, Philly's a team that in the last 10 years, Dallas has won the NFC East 5 times. Philly's won it 3. The Washington teams have won it 2. All the Giant fans get mad at me. They haven't won it once in 10 years. How about this for a nugget? The Giants versus the Eagles and the Cowboys are 7-31. And Giant fans get mad at me for criticizing their team. Like, they shouldn't be mad at me. They should applaud me. Because if you're 7-31 against the teams you have to beat, you're in trouble. I think Philly's the best team. I think Detroit's really good. I think what Detroit can do more than anything is Detroit can block you. And for all the conversation about going for it on 4th down, for all the conversation about being offensive, to me it always comes down to who has the best defense. It's just time immemorial. Defense matters. The Miami Dolphins are 4-10 the last 7 games under Mike McDaniel. Nobody mentions that, naturally, because they just talk about the offense.
Yeah. I think the Giants fans may be a little worked up because of your glowing review of their front office on Hard Knocks.
Well, how would you like that? I mean, it's my profession. I had to work for Al Davis. If Al Davis would have been in that room, he would have killed. There would have been a massacre. You know what that Hard Knocks made me think of? I don't know what's the sports bar you guys go to, but it took the guy who stands in a sports bar. He made him look like he could be a GM. That's what it did.
Michael, we got we've been getting the reports out of New York that Aaron Rodgers, he's holding everybody accountable. He's having these really intense practices, going back and forth with Garrett Wilson. They obviously added the older offensive lineman, Morgan Moses, Tyron Smith. Are you buying in on the Jets right now?
I call the Jets the ifers, and if they stay healthy, I'd buy in on them. I love how Aaron Rodgers is doing all this. If they win 12 games, do you think Salah will get Coach of the Year? I mean, he can't even get to a press conference and say anything right. I mean, can you imagine he's a head coach and Bill Belichick's not?
How have you thought about all the rookie quarterback hype after the first 2 weeks of preseason?
I mean, look, I think it's good. I mean, I'm watching Drake May right now play on tape. I think everybody just needs to relax. I mean, if you don't play good, look, here's the reality. Preseason, it's cover 1, cover 3, cover 2. That's it. No match coverage, no overload pressures, no Mike Zimmer double A-gap blitzes. It's just very vanilla. And if you have any experience and you're playing with a good group of players, so you'll look good. If you don't look good, it's problematic. But the game's going to speed up. And when the game speeds up, that's when we'll find out. So I think it's good. I think the draft class, I think Caleb Williams was good. I think Jane Daniels. I think all the Bo Nix haters, all the draft Nix who didn't think Bo Nix, Sean Payton's a really good quarterback coach, okay? He took Tony Romo as a college free agent and is a good player. Like, just stop the nonsense. Bo Nix is going to be a good player because he's got a really good coach.
I know he's not going to play this year. That's not the plan. But what have you seen from Penix?
Who could tell? I mean, tell me how that works. Can somebody explain to me how that works? Let's take a look at this, okay? If Penix is really good and he plays, they wasted $100 million. If Cousins is really good for 3 years, they wasted the 8th pick overall in the draft. Yep. Now they're signing a bunch of old defensive players when they could have had Jalen Carter, they could have Byron Murphy, they could have had Latua. And, of course, naturally, everybody's going to applaud them for signing Justin Simmons. Everybody's going to applaud them for signing, for trading for Matthew Judon. But they're trading for older guys. Where are we going? Like, they're all in. And they don't. They're 7-10 the last 3 years. But of course, when you sign an older veteran like that, then it happens.
We'll let you go with this. Michael Lombardi, former NFL GM, spitting fire this morning here on 105.3 The Fan. What is the latest JFK information and intelligence that you've gathered?
Oh, I mean, I got so much. You don't even want to go in it. But if you don't read the book called Harvey and Lee, you're just really cheating yourself.
It's fantastic. I haven't read the book, but
but it's fantastic.
No. The conspiracy theory.
It's incredible. Yeah, it's incredible. The Harvey and Lee will blow your mind out the door. It's well researched. John Armstrong, his collection's down in Baylor.
Oh, it is?
Yep, sure is. He left it all there.
Michael, this was phenomenal. You've lit up the fan text and Twitter, which you'll be seeing in a second. Thank you so much for the time. Have a great weekend.
All right, guys. Talk soon. Bye-bye.
Michael Lombardi, GM Shuffle, The Daily Coach, 2 books, and VSiN as well. And that is why, agree or not.
Yeah.
And I disagree with a lot of that with that appearance. I love that man as a guest.
He's a great guest.
Destroys everybody.
He is. He's a blowtorch.
Is he your TNT curmudgeon?
There is some curmudgeon to him, no doubt, because he doesn't like the young. He's kind of gatekeepery.
Yeah,
but I don't think he's that off base with some of the stuff he said about the contracts.
Totally defending Jerry with the contract delays, as 537 are now on the YouTube tuning in for that. Bob
Lombardi, I mean, he's good. He's really good on the air. He's like brought us off the air. Like when Broadus is, because Broadus is a good teammate, and Broadus doesn't want to.
He'll snap on the air. He'll let it out.
Sure, but he doesn't want to consistently hurt people's feelings. Michael Lombardi gives no care in the world to am I hurting somebody's feelings, and he's just going, and that's brought us off the air when we're at dinner.
Where's he right or wrong about the contract stuff? Where he totally defended Jerry and said Dak can't go anywhere.
Well, look, I mean, he's got a point, because it's not that they wouldn't trade their player for Dak. He's got a point with the contracts. They're not going to go there. Even if Dak is better than Trevor Lawrence, Jacksonville's not going to take him.
And Miami just re-signed Tua, but I don't know what the situation is going to be with the Jets. The Giants are open. I don't know Raiders, Pittsburgh, Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay, they don't love Baker Mayfield. They give him a small deal.
I think what he's saying is yeah, they would take him, but would Dak bother going to the Raiders? Would he go to the Raiders?
It all depends on the disrespect question. Yes, trading the star for Arizona Cardinal doesn't make sense. But are you pissed off and disgusted with the people you work for, no matter who it is? You can work at the greatest company, but they don't value you. So I want to go somewhere else. You don't deserve to have me. And, yes, it is awesome. I thought it was a really interesting, for once, topic on ESPN, asking yesterday if Dak was a sympathetic figure. Now, I don't want you to cuss me out instantly on the fan text, because obviously an easy answer is, hell no. Oh, 50 years, sympathetic figure? Think about it with everything all-encompassing. You do deal with a lot of crap. You do deal with a lot of grief. And he may be sick of it. And if you work for an employer for almost a decade, and that employer is showing great hesitation in doubting who you are with this contract delay, you may not want to work for that person anymore, even if it comes with a star on the side of your helmet. That internal disrespect, anger, and chip on your shoulder, it's easy to say, what are you going to go to the Saints? What are you going to go somewhere else, a nothing franchise? Well, how disrespected do you feel? To me, that's a very real thing.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got they're going to be
Tennessee.
Places.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to go to the Titans. The Tennessee Titans, Dak Prescott can go there and make $60 million plus if he wants.
I don't know that Matthew Stafford's going to play past this year. Nobody does. Does Stafford walk away? Do the Rams look into there are plenty of. There are going to be plenty of things out there that
Seattle?
present an opportunity. Yeah, this is he will have opportunities. Now, what he'll have to weigh is when he says, "You think he's just going to go away because of $1 million more?" No, it wouldn't be just because of that. But if it's $1 million more, or it could be $2 million less than Dallas.
Yeah.
And if he thinks he can win a Super Bowl there, I think he'd leave. And that's going to be something that he'll have to answer and something that he'll have to wrestle with. But I disagree with the idea that he put out there where he says that Jerry will match it. It doesn't matter if he gets to free agency. If he gets to free agency, he's telling him jump in a lake, I'm leaving. They're not getting him back if he gets to free agency.
It's Friday. It's Expressway. We're commercial free. Let's check the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
John Madden played by Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. It was announced yesterday. David O. Russell, who is a great director, a fantastic director, is directing a Madden movie, and it's not going to follow his broadcast. It's going to be about the 70s Raiders.
But like a movie in theaters?
Yeah, it's going to be an actual feature film. And they announced yesterday that Nicolas Cage will be playing Madden. David O. Russell said, Nicolas Cage, one of our greatest and most original actors, will portray the best of the American spirit of originality, fun, and determination in which anything is possible as beloved national legend John Madden.
I don't know if I see this one.
I don't think Nicolas Cage can play anyone other than Nicolas Cage.
Well, he's in the horror movie of the year right now, Long Legs. Apparently, I actually do want to see this. I'm not a horror guy, but apparently he's fantastic in the limited time that he's in it.
Is he starring in it?
He's the star of it, or one of the two stars, but so he's like the villain. But his part is apparently he's not in it a ton. It's not like you would normally be the main character in a movie.
Yeah, this to me is especially if you're playing young Madden, this should be a role you give to some breakout up-and-coming actor who you're like, this guy fits. Because it's really hard whenever you're playing a famous person in a movie. I think it's really difficult to put somebody who's so high profile is another issue I have here, where they're so high profile that it's you have a hard time seeing them as anybody other than themselves.
Well, we got to get a fat suit, number one.
Got to.
And that's where it starts. I'm trying to think what famous person has been really, really dressed up to where it's worked or not worked of a character that was played.
Mike Myers in Austin Powers.
Leonardo.
Who was he emulating? He was emulating a fake character.
Fat Bastard. When he played Fat Bastard.
No, I mean imitating a celebrity.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Leonardo.
No, because I was thinking Gary Oldman and Leonardo DiCaprio. Gary Oldman dressed up to play Winston Churchill.
Yeah.
And then who did Leonardo DiCaprio play? J. Edgar Hoover. He did that. And so you've gotten that before. The one that was getting killed a little bit yesterday on social media was Bill Barnwell, because he had complained. He's like, boy, if Philip Seymour Hoffman was still alive, that's who you should get to play. And everybody's like, he's dead. He's been dead for it's so why are you even bringing up a dead guy? And that just kind of made everybody sad.
No sense.
Who was firing shots at Texas?
Let's see.
Everybody, because we're the top, baby.
Yeah. This is a study that was done about the most desirable, least desirable states, how people view their states and places to live throughout the country. So one of the criteria, not even one of the criteria, most Americans said 84% said they could be convinced to move to another state or city. 84%. That's
Dak
super
Prescott.
high. Yeah, Dak Prescott's one of them.
According to Michael Lombardi.
And some of the reasons why they want to live, or they like to live places, high taxes, cost of living, crime rate, all the things. But shots fired at Texas. And this goes to show you about these polls. Of the most desirable states to live, Florida comes in at number 1. Texas is at number 3. Okay, so that's very good. On the least desirable states to live, Texas comes in at number 5.
Does it say why?
Scenery. Very bad scenery. They said the heat and the scenery is just no good.
No hills.
There's no hills. There's no mountains.
Hate seeing that full bank account.
Yeah, California. I know, right? California is the least desirable state to live in and the second most desirable state to live in.
Okay.
Polarizing.
Because the scenery, some people are like, I'm rich, I get the scenery.
Yeah.
Some people are like, I'm poor, I need some cash. Nicest residence. Texas comes in at number 3. Rudest residence. Texas comes in at number 4.
Oh.
Very, very rude. Bobby's very, very rude. Most pretentious. Number 1, California. Very bad place. Number 2, New York. Number 3, Washington. Number 4, Florida. Number 5, Texas. We are pretentious about our state. It's
arrogant.
You go any overpass. There's no other state in America. We're on the overpass. The state is embedded in the overpass.
That's not pretentious. That's pride. That's pride in where you're from, Chops.
I think pride and pretentiousness is a very thin line. It's like love and hate.
No, they're not.
Or it's like love and like.
Those are two very different thoughts. Having pride and pretentious, those are not even close to. Those aren't even the same ballpark.
I think if you're an outsider, you would see the line be very, very blurred. Like love and like.
Yeah, if you grew up in Frank's Chicken House or whatever, getting lap dances from Susie, the daytime prostitute.
No, I don't think her name was Susie. Most annoying residents. Number 1, New York. Number 2, California. Very bad place. Number 3, New Jersey. Number 4, Texas.
Annoying.
Shots fired at states with the craziest residents. Number 4, Texas. Look, as long as we were behind Florida, that's all I cared about. Florida had to be number 1. They're not. They're number 3. California, number 1. New York, number 2. With the craziest. Worst scenery, Kansas 1, Iowa, Arkansas, Bama, New Jersey, Illinois, Indiana, New York, Oklahoma 10, Texas coming in at number 9.
Would you move? Would you ever move? Like he was talking about at the beginning?
I'm trying to see if my contract is set. Would I ever move? It would take a lot after just like getting a house. I wouldn't want to. I would not want to. Now, you asked me the first 5 years, and before I moved here, I mean, I moved everywhere. I mean, I don't care where it is. I'm going to move up the ladder. Now, I don't want to deal with it. After just moving right now and getting into new surroundings, and then you got to research everything. I over research. Yeah. Good gosh, I over research. I would drive myself crazy. Why are people not going to be drinking champagne this weekend, Bob?
Oh, champagne. Well, let me pull that up. I'm going to do an RJ Choppy thing right here where I pull up.
Stall and delay?
Yeah, this is what I have to do. Yeah, so LVMH.
LVMH.
What is that called? I don't know. It's a business. It's a wine business. They're one of the prominent ones, apparently.
MH, I think, is Moet Hennessy.
Is that what they are? Okay, I don't know anything about them. They are just one of these prominent wine companies, these snobby wine and champagne companies, and they say that champagne sales are suffering because people are just too sad to celebrate.
Louis Vuitton, Dior, Moet Hennessy.
Yeah, so sales of expensive champagne are down, and this company believes that it basically comes down to people being depressed losers who they just don't have anything to celebrate. When Chop was just saying a second ago, like either you're rich and you enjoy it or you're poor and you want to get out, they're saying that this is those poor people. Their sales are down 12%. And their champagne and wine sales generated $1.5 billion in revenue in the first half of the year, but that was a 12% decline from last year. And their explanation from their chief financial officer is they said, look, the current global situation, the election, economy's not so great. Yeah. People only buy this when they're celebrating. They want to feel good, and there's not a lot to feel good about. And so things going poorly is just making the wine champagne sector suffer a great deal.
So I was at Platinum Chevy yesterday in Terrell, courtesy of RJ Choppy, Justin Rudd, Juan, the great team over there. And I'm driving around a lot looking at some of these 6-figure SUVs, and I asked them, I'm like, are people buying these? Like, I can't go near this. I make a pretty good living. I have a very good job. I'm not going near this and sniffing it. And they're like, yeah, people are still buying. They just come in with 2 credit cards.
Yeah.
2 credit cards, but one of this and one of this. And I guess I have a very different opinion on debt than most other people. But I'm like, are you guys are these rusting out here? And they're like, no. People are buying Escalades. People are buying Tahoes. I can't go near it.
I don't know where they get. I don't know.
$120K for some of these.
I don't know where people get their money from. I have no idea.
I know. None. I tell Amanda all the time, like, I'm not managing things correctly. No wonder Trajan Wells said, hook me up, Eric and Zach.
Yeah, now there are like 8 million people here, right? So like all you gotta do is find a needle in a haystack.
Yeah.
And you can find it. But my gosh, it's like the price of vehicles is when I was in college, you could get a good car and your payments are $250 a month, $200 a month.
Yeah.
And now you can't touch anything for less than like $700-800.
I leased my wife's vehicle for the last 4 years with a payment in the 400s. I called around now to every dealer basically in the Metroplex. And I had to stop telling them that I was looking for a $400 payment because it was embarrassing the way I was getting laughed at. This was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, you're looking for a Corolla. You ain't looking for any family SUV like you're asking for.
These are my last 4 car payments over the last 13 years were $205, $311, $522, and the most recent one is $925.
I do want to give props. I'm not getting anything out of it. It's RJ's endorsement, for real. I didn't get any major, crazy, insane radio hookup for mentioning. At Platinum Chevy, I did get the best service in dealing. I'm not going to call them out, but there's a couple dealers around here. I was bothering them to call and go in. No return calls, no return emails.
Wow.
I'm like, do you guys want to sell a car or not?
Wow.
At Platinum Chevy with that team, I enjoyed talking with them.
Stephen
For real.
Gilchrist,
I get
man.
nothing out of it, for real,
Yep.
for a change. I get nothing out of it. That's Choppies.
The Gilchrist promise, man. They're tremendous. They really are.
All right, there it is. The junk drawer during the commercial-free expressway. What is your favorite NFL team ceiling and their floor for the season coming up? That's next.
Let's get you over to Johnson Fitness and Wellness. It is a great...
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Peyton Russell in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Happy Friday, y'all. Leading you into the weekend. And Raiders, Cowboys tomorrow on this radio station. Brian brought us with what he wants to see tomorrow night at 8:40 from Oxnard. But we have every NFL team's ceiling and floor for this year.
And this is one of the questions that I'm sure, I know I do, but I'm sure you guys get asked if you're ever on a radio station elsewhere, what's the Cowboys ceiling this year? Like what is their floor? So I wanted to, I love the fact that ESPN came out with this and was going through every team's ceiling and floor. And I assume that they're doing this and they're assuming full health for everybody on this.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like what is the maximum you're capable of in a perfect world,
right?
And what is the disaster?
So the disaster, even if Dak is healthy, what's the disaster? Because if Dak goes down, if Mahomes goes down, I mean, there is no floor. The floor is a bottomless pit.
Trey Lance, baby.
Trey Lance, right? So for the Cowboys, and I've given my ceiling, and I never had this ceiling. Their ceiling is 13-4. I think this is an 11-win team, so it shouldn't stun me that they get to 13 wins. But I never thought for a second that's their ceiling. I figured their ceiling, they would have said 12.
What's their playoff ceiling to you?
Their playoff ceiling.
Because that's where I'm taking my answer. The wins, I'm not going to kill you. 12 to 13. They're automatic for 12. What's their playoff ceiling to you? Because I have your answer. What you should say based upon our show.
Well, I would say matchups. What's the matchup? I think that they are clearly not as good as San Fran and Detroit.
Okay.
So I think second round would be their ceiling. Now, look, if they were to upset Detroit, it wouldn't surprise me.
No, they beat them last year.
They beat them last year.
With some controversy.
But I think they would be, I think it's pretty fair. They would be an underdog in Detroit in the playoffs.
Yes.
Yeah.
And obviously they'd be an underdog in San Francisco. So I think they're second round.
Second round is my answer for playoff ceiling.
Yeah.
They cannot get to the Super Bowl if everyone is healthy and San Francisco exists. They cannot beat the San Francisco 49ers.
What if they trade Ayuk? Would that change it?
No.
Okay.
Does not change it. They cannot beat San Francisco.
They're not.
They're not tough enough. They're not good enough. They're not scheming enough. It's not happening. So they cannot get to the Super Bowl with the San Francisco 49ers healthy and around.
Yeah, ceiling anything past the second round would have to be somebody takes care of San Francisco, like somebody takes care of Detroit for you, or like something.
They can beat Detroit.
Occurs.
The Packers are starting to worry me here as of late.
Last year's team could beat Detroit. I don't think this year's team can. I don't think this team's
physically
good enough.
Detroit's physical. They're tough. They're a tough team.
I just don't think this team's good enough past their top 22 players. We've talked about it. Their starters on both sides are some of the best in the league. When you get past that, they are a bottom third roster in the NFL. Like in terms of you talk about guy 23 through 53, they've been decimated on their depth. And I think the absolute ceiling here is probably second round. I think 13-4 even is maybe a little strong. But I mean it's not impossible. I think they're much closer. I think the reality is much closer to their floor than their ceiling.
Their floor, Sean Sharif.
And what did ESPN say for the ceiling?
13-4.
13-4. Did they give a playoff ceiling or no?
No, they did not. This is just regular season.
All right. This is each reporter. So this is Todd Archer saying their ceiling is 13-4.
The floor, 8-9. Biggest X factor is the lack of offseason additions. I'll give you the write-up. This year's inactivity has the Cowboys banking on a lot of improvement from within with their draft and development strategy. It's hard to say the team they'll field in September is better than the one they fielded in January. When you add in the uncertain futures of Dak and McCarthy and the rest of the staff, it leads to a tenuous feel for a team that has won 36 games over the past 3 seasons.
I wonder who else has as big of a gap from their ceiling to their floor. But I agree with that. And I know Bobby and some on G-Bag agree with that 8 and 9 could and may even happen. Do you just totally dismiss 8 and 9?
I don't dismiss it. I think 9 is their floor.
Okay.
Which, I mean, when you're talking about 8, 9, 9, and 8, it's no different. This team doesn't have losing records. Over the last 20 years, if their quarterback is healthy, they at least are 500. He can't be 500 anymore. So we're circumcising mosquitoes, like Jerry would say. I just think that their quarterback's too good.
If they're healthy, I disagree. I let the health jump into my mind. If they're healthy, it's 9. It's not 8.
Right. And 9 could get you in.
But they were healthy all of 2019. And
Dak wasn't the player he is now, though.
No, disagree. Dak's 2019 was one of his better years. That was just a toxic environment where their entire locker room culture was awful, and it's set up the exact same way this year.
That's true.
And so, I mean, there's too many factors here that if you look down the list of games, like I can come up with, I'm not saying it's likely, but you got the Browns on the road.
Yep.
The Ravens at home.
You're talking about possible losses?
Yeah, these are just like games you could lose. Browns on the road, Ravens at home, 49ers and Lions. That's 4 right there. We don't know what the Falcons will be, but that's on the road. That could be 5. You've got the Texans. That's 6. Are the Bengals good this year? That's 7. 2 losses in the division. You can come up with 9.
I come up with 9. Yeah, I mean, you can. I don't think they're going to lose 2 games in the division.
And
they
that
never do.
1 to Philly.
Yeah.
1 to Philly, and then you could.
You could.
They've lost 1 to Washington plenty of times in Washington. And then you've got Pittsburgh on the road in a Sunday night football game that you never know how that's going to. I think it's not likely, but you can come up with a scenario where they lose 9.
Okay, that's fair. Now, you asked, are other teams have as big of a gap? Well, let's go down them.
And what's Philly's, by the way?
Philadelphia is
same one.
Exactly the same.
Okay.
They are 13 and 4 as a ceiling, 8 and 9 as a floor. Their biggest X factor is Kellen Moore. Buffalo, 13 and 4 as their ceiling, 7 and 10 as their floor.
We're not talking enough about Josh Allen's receivers. I want to put that out there right now. I'm worried about my boy.
Because we don't know who they are.
Yeah.
How many receivers do they have that caught a pass last year?
I would hope 3.
What?
1.
Khalil Shakir is the only one who caught a pass last year.
Oh, man.
This is the biggest gap on the list, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
Between ceiling and floor. 6 games here.
Miami's 12 and 5. Their floor is 7 and 10. So their gap is the same as the Cowboys.
All right.
So there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, Cincinnati's floor is the same as the Cowboys, and their ceiling is the same.
All right. He may be your new favorite TV host over on FS1. Nick Wright is hating on the Philadelphia Eagles. He's been doing it. And the other day he made a point that I know RJ Choppy really agrees with. It's a very interesting theory. Like Jalen Hurts, right, is not throwing interceptions at Eagles camp.
None.
And Nick Wright, the newest Eagle hater, says it's a problem.
13 picks through 13 practices like Purdy had, too many. 0 picks through 20 practices, too few.
Nick, I 100% agree with you.
Thank you. I know it sounds absurd and it sounds like I'm just picking on guys. I don't mean it. It's too few. I need a little bit in training camp of like, oh, I took a chance there. Or it either means, in my opinion, that you are being a little too cautious. Or this horrendous back 7 from last year somehow has gotten worse. Like, there's you need a couple interceptions where it's mid-August in training camp. I am ready to be aggregated. I don't care. I know I'm right.
Why are you rolling your eyes? You don't.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a Jalen Hurts defender. You worked with this guy, right?
For 1 year.
Okay. In that year, did you find him to be a person who, like, does he just scan the sports landscape and go, what's like a thing I can say today? What's a thing that I can say that nobody's saying? Like what's an angle I can say that nobody has and that just sounds a little edgy and it's not anything that I'm actually even passionate about because that sounds like every effing thing that ever comes out of this idiot's mouth.
Look, absent of we haven't seen the practices, but if you just look at that and say he's got 0 interceptions through 20 practices, my first thought is, he's just checking it down. He's not
practice.
He's either
right.
being risk averse,
yes,
or
he's perfect,
or
the Eagles' secondary blows again. Those are the only 3 things. He's having the perfect training camp. He's checking it down, or they're horrible on the back end. Those are the only 3 things that can be possible.
Because this is
pick that apart. What I said of those 3 options.
I think that in a lot of instances, like for instance, Dak has thrown hardly any interceptions in these team periods. Also, I think this is only talking about team period. It's not even talking about some of the one-on-one stuff. I think it's talking about just team period throws that he's making.
I would assume.
And
because Elliott Short-Parks has been statting this.
You spend the least amount of time in practice doing the team period stuff. Like it's not
But still,
that
Dak has
absurd
thrown
to me.
a pick in team period.
Yeah, but I mean,
there's not one tip ball. There's nothing.
But it's not been like a ton. It's been and they very well could be in Philly where they're installing a new offense, going way more over like individual fundamentals than running stuff on the defense.
Look again without seeing the practices. We don't know what kind of throws they're trying. If you were to go and you were to look at a regular season and he went 20 regular season games without throwing an interception, you would probably assume because you're watching the game, you'd probably say, man, there's a lot of checkdowns.
Yeah,
he's not. I mean, not
like you'd have to have a Rodgers season. When Rodgers had those incredible years in Green Bay when he felt like he was throwing 2 picks a year and he's still making downfield throws, you have to be playing to that level.
And nobody really thinks that Jalen Hurts is going to be Aaron Rodgers.
No.
So I thought it's a well thought out point. I've always agreed with I don't care about interceptions. Because they don't tell the whole story. I think it's just good counterintuitive thought process, which is going to get him killed in Philadelphia because they can't even spell counterintuitive.
I believe his theory more than what you sent me about who's actually running the show in Philadelphia. I believe
this. I believe this one. Big Dom is running the show. JP,
great music, Peyton.
JP Finley over at NBC Sports Watch at 106.7 The Fan, our sister station, where I was on yesterday doing an interview talking about the Cowboys with B-Mitch. I actually I got a lot of Washington fans in my mention because they took some sarcastic quote I said about Zeke on there. They tweeted it, and then all the Washington fans were just trolling Zeke because of it.
What was it?
I said that I expect Zeke to average at least 2 yards a carry because he's 6 feet tall, and so falling forward should get him 2 yards.
Oh, maybe Zeke won't do a training camp interview with us next year.
Yeah, I called him Bam.
Whatever will we do?
I called him Bam Morris with a work ethic.
That's an ugly reference.
Bam Morris.
It's the same style of runner. Anyway, so JP Finley and 106.7 The Fan they're doing this NFC East run around where they're interviewing other people. So they were talking to Derek Gunn from Jacob Sports, who we've referenced before. It's that Philadelphia outlet. And he said Big Dom basically runs the show here in Philly. Big Dom has them all on the same page right now. I'm not joking. And when you consider, as soon as he got thrown off the sideline, things spiraled out of control. We hear that Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni, they need a mediator just to be able to coexist with each other.
Dom, baby.
And then somebody saying, well, now that he's back, he's running the show and they're all on the same page. I can buy this, and this is going to be something that, if this is accurate, that Nick Sirianni has this little control and this little respect, this will stick on his resume forever, and he will never get hired anywhere again after this.
But this also was a brilliant move by him because he definitely has seen the movie Casino. Because this is what he did, is just by changing his job title is exactly what they did to Ace. They said, you know what? You're no longer the game. You're now the food and beverage guy. So we don't need you to have a license. This is it. This is a loophole. He found a loophole. Bobby, you cannot hate. This is a great coaching maneuver.
Sure. Yeah. Delegating. That's what it is. Delegating. I think this is, if you're going to allow the Jersey club bouncer to run your culture, good luck.
All right, inside the star round, the NFC East here on Sean and RJ, Cowboys Raiders tomorrow night. You're not allowed to leave the mound. You're not allowed to leave. Is that going to be a new Major League Baseball rule and why you can't be raw on the plane this weekend, like RJ Choppy traveling to Michigan. Next, with Brian Broaddus from Cali as well on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak out.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the R8 Loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The pitch. Smith swings. It's a number. First base side. Off the mound is Duran. He throws to first, and he got him to win the ball game. Josh Smith takes his helmet and slams it down in frustration. As the game comes to an end, the Twins win it by the score of 3-2.
Rangers lose 10 games back, 3-7 in their last 10. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on 105.3 The Fan, and they're talking about another little alteration in Major League Baseball for the pitchers.
Yeah, so this is kind of
and
interesting.
Brian brought us 840 Oxnard to preview Cowboys Raiders tomorrow. Back to you.
This is a very interesting rule change that they are tinkering with the idea. It's in the very rudimentary stages of, is that the right word, Bobby?
I don't know.
Early stages?
I don't know.
All right, whatever.
I don't know that word.
It's in the early stages. But they're just talking about it. They're trying to find ways to make the game better. Though the rule changes from last year were great. What they're trying to do here is try to figure out how to bring back the importance of the starting pitcher. The starting pitcher is a dying breed. It's like the running back almost. It's like just get somebody to get you to the bullpen. So what they're considering and what they're throwing out there is an idea of a 6-inning minimum. Okay? Got to go 6. The primary goal would be to immediately restore the prestige of the starting pitcher. You're able to tune into a game knowing that the starting pitcher is going to be around. Now, there are some kind of exceptions. If he gets to 100 pitches, you can move him out. If he gives up 4 or more earned runs, not runs, earned runs, or if he gets hurt, right? And to avoid manipulation, they're going to require you to go on the IL.
Oh.
So you can't just say, he's hurt, we're going to take him out. No, you're going to have to miss him 2 starts.
Oh.
So that is another side to this.
So they couldn't have pulled Jack Leiter out of his dominant performance last night.
What did he do last night?
3 2/3 innings. He struck out 11 batters. Every single out he got was a strikeout last night.
And the miles per hour was 3 up?
He was up damn near 99 miles per hour on his fastball. His slider was up 4 miles per hour to 89.
Yikes. So that's an idea. And what they're trying to do is 2 things. Like I said, restore the prestige of the pitcher. But this would force teams and pitchers to change the way they pitch. Right now, I talked to a former Major League pitcher last night.
Whoa, what did Holland say?
It wasn't that one. It wasn't him, and it wasn't the one that works here. He said...
Love you, Mike Adams.
Not Mike either.
Drees.
Damn it.
I haven't got a
He said, one of the pitchers today tried to strike the batter out from an 0-0 count. Right? They try to strike you out before they've even thrown a pitch. And if you look at it, that causes your pitch counts to go up. And from a conditioning standpoint, you don't really want to throw more than 14 pitches per inning. We saw what happened with Bradford last night. He started getting a little tired. When you start throwing more than 14 in an inning, you're less efficient and you're throwing with your arms and not your legs. And then that is where an injury happens. And he's like, just ask any pitcher, ask Bassick, ask anyone. If you throw 100 pitches through 8 innings, the next day you're not sore. You're not tired. But if you throw 100 pitches through 4 innings, you are dead the next day. You feel so sore. They're stressful pitches. You're throwing more in a more condensed time, and it just makes you feel worse. And it makes sense. So what they want is they would love for them to pitch in a different way. So you're not just trying to strike everybody out, and you're throwing more to contact, which it gives you up runs, but it's going to allow you to go deeper in the games. So that's one thing that baseball might be trying to do. I actually think it's a good idea. I don't know that it would ever work. I don't know it would ever pass, and I don't know how it would play out in the actual field with injuries. But I think the idea of getting them to pitch in a different way, where they're not just trying to strike you out from the absolute first pitch of the at-bat, isn't a bad thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. We've had this rash of arm injuries. There was the complaint that at the beginning of the season, they're like, yeah, every prototypical ace is hurt to start this season. And you've had that issue at the start. So it just seems odd that it's like, oh, we're having issues with arm injuries. Let's make them throw 6 innings.
Yeah. What's the minimum bullpen rule again?
It's 3 batters. So there's another rule they were.
How has that worked out, you think? Because that's my mind immediately goes to how you're going to judge injury. And how has that worked out? Like, you have to stay out there.
Yeah, I think you have to stay out there through an end of an inning. That's what it is, something like that. But I don't even notice it anymore.
Right.
I don't even notice it. They're also saying one thing they could do to, instead of doing the 6th inning rule, is up that 3 batter rule to 5 batters. Yeah, I said there are 5 batters now, which would be like, all right, I'm going to leave my starter out. He's a better pitcher, theoretically.
All right, Rangers, Twins, do it again tonight, 6:30 pregame, first pitch, 7 o'clock on this radio station. If you're traveling this weekend or soon, like RJ Choppy, we have some things you need to know for the airplane.
Okay, so this is the first one. An American Airlines flight had to make an emergency landing recently. And you go, oh my gosh, what was wrong? Is there something wrong with the equipment? Something like that? Well, it was a Boeing. It was a Los Angeles to New York American Airlines flight. They had to make an emergency landing in Phoenix. For what reason? 2 passengers spotted lice on a woman's hair.
What?
Yep. Passengers spotted lice crawling on a woman's hair in midair. Passenger on the flight, Ethan Judelson, shared his experience with People magazine, describing the confusion and uncertainty among passengers. He said that the crew provided minimal information about the diversion, leaving passengers puzzled. This incident happened in June. It just came to light this week. He said, I look around, no one's on the ground, no one's freaking out. I'm like, it can't be that dire, but we land, and as soon as we land, the woman across the aisle from me shoots up and rushes to the front of the plane. After the plane made the landing, Mr. Judelson overheard hushed conversations among fellow passengers, and according to eyewitnesses, the issue was over lice, that when they'd informed the flight crew that there's lice here, they had to land the plane. They gave them vouchers for hotels that night, rebooking.
Can you see lice?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
that's why you got to comb and you got to look. But
so where are you and your wife going after she did this on the plane?
I'm saying Kristen would absolutely do this. Kristen,
you cannot land a plane for lice.
They jump, right? That they jump person to person. It spreads very, very fast. But my gosh, like I would be. How livid would you be that you miss your connecting flight?
Yes,
because somebody had lice in 17D.
If Noah Lyles is on this plane and then midair he goes, I have COVID, are they landing the plane for COVID and getting everybody off of the plane?
That's a really good question.
Is
COVID lice?
Which is
lice COVID?
Which do they consider
COVID? I would think they would freak out over more.
I would think so. Kristen would definitely freak out over the lice.
Would.
Kristen, every hotel I go in.
Maybe I'm underestimating how not contagious, but how fast lice spreads.
2 biggest ones Kristen cannot stand: lice and bed bugs. Every hotel I go into, she goes, hey, just please, would you check the mattress, make sure you're not bringing bed bugs home? Every single time. And so this would be one where she would be all for this. I wanted him to ground the plane for that guy's breath that was next to me on the way to Oxnard.
Was that bad?
It was that bad. It was just filling the air more than the lice were.
All right, so another plane thing is, and we've talked about this one before, I don't like the term, so I won't even use it, but it's when you're all by yourself on the airplane, and you do nothing. You do nothing on the airplane. It's a raw experience.
Yeah, I don't even know if we can say this term.
Yeah, I was just calling it travel. I would call that travel.
Travel.
Not doing anything.
So obviously this trend, and we talked about this trend before, where
They're calling it raw and an animal that barks.
Bow wow. Raw Pero. That's it. So the trend is you do nothing, right? You don't have anything to read. You don't watch a video. You don't listen to music. You don't drink. And you don't eat. And you don't get up and use the bathroom, right? You are stationary. There is no movement at all. So that is the trend. Well, experts are now seeing
that I feel like I was put in prison. You may as well throw me in the hole.
It sounds like something Aaron Rodgers would do. Yeah, on the team flights, I don't do anything.
Be
I
with
just
myself.
sit there. I'm there.
Be with my thoughts.
Yeah, they call it a digital detox.
Meanwhile, he's probably tripping balls.
Yeah. Yeah, they call it digital detox. And look, if you want to take the time and just be in your own thoughts, great.
Yeah.
But the experts are saying that when you do this, if you really want to do this the way it's intended, you don't drink water, you don't eat, and you don't get up and use the bathroom. You are stationary. And they are seeing a rise in blood clots and dehydration issues because you get dehydrated on an airplane very, very easily. And if you are on a 7-hour flight and you don't move, you run a major risk of blood clots. And they say it could kill you. So if you're going to do this, just at least drink some water and get up and go to the bathroom. You want to sit there in your thoughts and not have a movie or something to read, and you just want to read the
magazine,
the back of the escape calendar, of the escape pamphlet that they have on how to get out on a water landing. Great, just get up and use the bathroom like every couple hours.
Yeah,
I had to
or get up and join the Mile High Club.
I had to. Is that your segue?
That is my segue.
Well done.
Sorry about that. All right, Chop. Have you ever engaged in the Mile High Club? Anybody here?
Would you?
Have you tried?
I never would. I cannot. I'm terrified to use an airplane bathroom. I go in there. I could win. I'd put Simone Biles out of business with my balance in an airplane bathroom.
Especially 4 years ago.
Yeah. I'm not touching the sides. I'm standing there with supreme balance because I'm terrified of touching anything in there. I don't even want to take Ollie to Disney World because of the day when he may need to use the airplane bathroom, and I would have to take him in there with him. If he ever sat down, I can't. I have a phobia.
Yeah.
And even using the airport bathroom, I'm terrified of. That's the worst smelling bathroom that there is, the airport. I gag.
There is no bathroom smell worse. Not even close.
It's musty, dusty,
awful.
rank.
It's awful. And it's like you hear like music in the background.
Yeah. I'm seeing newspapers being read.
It's the only place people still read newspapers.
That's the only place people read newspapers.
It's supposed to be a detox, a digital detox in there. So if you want to if you want to get busy in an airplane bathroom, to paraphrase old Shock G, or on the Humpty Dance, or in the air, I guess, you're going to need to be a lesbian, apparently. A 24-year-old woman, a TikToker in the U.S., shared, because this is from the U.K., this story, shared a bizarre travel ordeal that she had with American Airlines recently. American Airlines had permanently banned her from flying due to an alleged inappropriate behavior, despite her assertion that there was nothing to it. Erin Wright said she was trying to board a plane to New Orleans for her sister's bachelorette party. The gate agent looked nervous and said, "Ma'am, I'm really sorry to tell you this, but you've actually been banned from flying American Airlines." Shocked by the news, Wright insisted she had done nothing wrong.
Tiffany Gomez.
Despite her efforts to understand the situation, the gate agent remained tight-lipped, citing internal security issues. "I was confused, frustrated, overwhelmed, but I was determined to make it to my sister's celebration." Well, 12 days later, she received an email revealing the reason for her ban: alleged sexual activities with a man in the airplane's bathroom on a previous flight. The accusation left her baffled. She said, "I'm 24 years old, a lesbian. You see me? Am I having sexual relations with any man? No." So after calling American Airlines and disputing it with her mother, they finally removed her from their no-fly list when they're like, "All right, fine, you're a lesbian. You probably weren't having sex with a man on the flight."
That's shit. Gold star.
That's how she got off the no-fly list.
That was the investigation.
That's it. She held up her gold star, like Chop just said, and
that's a lawsuit. That's a lawsuit.
That is a lawsuit. That is a lawsuit. My question is, was she never in the bathroom with a man?
She doesn't even know what they're referencing. She said, like, I have no idea what instance they would be referencing. She thinks it's a case of mistaken identity.
By the way, are there cameras watching us? Has anyone?
I don't think it's allowed to have a camera in the bathroom.
No. In the aisle? Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. Do they have?
Have we never talked about that?
We've
are there
never
security cameras on an airplane?
Right. There should be.
There should be.
I don't know. It's a good question. Let's look it up right now.
Never talked about that ever before. What is Brian Broaddus looking for in tomorrow's game against the Raiders? That's next. You got the answer?
They do have them.
They do have them.
Yep.
Broaddus from Oxnard. Below the belt after this.
Let's get you over to SotaWeightLoss.com, SOTA.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
What does Brian Broaddus want to see from the Dallas Cowboys this Saturday? Brian Broaddus joins us live from the tennis courts in Oxnard, California, to preview this weekend's game and talk about maybe what he's seen out in practice recently. Brian Broaddus, how are you this morning?
Doing well, Bobby. How about yourself?
I'm great.
Brian, I need to interrupt here and ask a question.
Sure.
Doing G-Bag on the road, I know that they say you're just like a guest, a contributor.
I am a guest there, yeah.
The pros and cons of not doing it in person. Would you miss anything about like watching any of their mannerisms, dealing with them in the commercial breaks, or is it so awesome like Peyton feels it is when we're out of the room?
I kind of feel like that. I love being with the guys. I missed today. I know they're going to be at the ballpark today. I love that part of it. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because when we do our pre-show meeting, we don't talk to each other. So, I mean, yeah, but with, the interaction, I mean, Eric, it's funny. Eric will go talk to his kids. Zach will look up stuff, on the internet. Dawson will kind of he's always doing a read. Then I'll go sit on the couch. So yeah, I mean it's not the thing that's hard is when you have guests, and we had when we have Chris Young on, or then you have the Ranger player guest, that could be a little bit different or a little bit challenging. But we did that pandemic radio for 2 years, I felt like, and we kind of got used to, when somebody needed to jump in, or those are the kinds of things you deal with. But yeah, it's. I really enjoy being out here. I really enjoy.
So you're not fed up yet?
No, hell no. If they said you could do another month of this, I'd absolutely do it.
When is the last time that you thought about going back to scouting? How many years ago?
It's been a long time.
It has.
Yeah, when Bennett got into college, and he's now a junior at Texas, I thought about, okay, he really doesn't need me around anymore. But I was at that point, I was in my late 50s, so late 50s. So yeah, they're really not interested in hiring older guys now for scouting. They really like the young information gatherers and stuff. They don't like the guys that would probably have an opinion. A lot of scouting departments don't do that anymore. Like they're really? Main guys. Yeah, they're main guys. The general manager, the directors of pro personnel, college scouting, those are your primary decision makers with the coach.
But you have to have an opinion though.
You
as a scout,
it's changed a lot.
Rams,
so what would you do?
Rams don't do that. Rams use all their area scouts as basically private investigators.
There you go.
Oh,
a lot of teams,
just finding dirt on guys.
Basically, just finding out info, info about character, but they don't ask them to make scouting evaluations.
No, they don't. They
what?
Just yeah.
So not like talk to me about hand placement, moving horizontally.
Nope.
You're telling me a lot of scouts don't do that?
No. They've got guys that they now pay, like $50,000 to these young kids, and they just go out and they get the information. They talk to the trainers, or if they can, they talk to the football ops guys or gals. They talk to the equipment people. They just get information, and they provide the information. And then there's primary, like I say, there might be 3 or 4 guys or gals in a front office that'll end up making the final decision and putting together the board. Yeah, they look at the players and stuff and write stuff down and things, but it's really about when they sit there those 4 months, they guys and gals put together their board, and it's a lot of it is done without scouts' input.
All right, so that might be fine today in 2024, but my assumption is that all those guys from the director of player personnel and scouting come from scouting as in their youth. So how are you going to get those guys in 20 years when they retire?
That's why a lot of teams are jacked up, because the young guys and gals really don't have the experience. Now, they have the experience of going on the road, but you get, to me, Will McClay's expertise is actually pro personnel. He was not a road scout at any time in his career. He sat in an office and evaluated. There's a lot of guys that are general managers. I think the good ones are the ones that know the league. They know who's playing for the Eagles and the Commanders and the Giants. They know the rosters, and they know who they have to compete against, and what types of schemes and stuff they're dealing with. The college scout guy you'd be amazed the number of times that a college scout guy gets his 500 names, evaluates them, and then when the draft's over, completely forgets. Then it's on to the next 500 players. Then it's on to the next 500 players. You would be surprised that when they come back and they try and talk about, well, so-and-so, they'll bring it up in a meeting. They'll say, well, so-and-so is doing this nickel corner for the Rams.
Yeah.
And I remember a couple times in meetings, I'm like, when's the last time you watched this kid play? And they go, well, I was kind of, and I'm like, no, he's not playing nickel corner. He's an outside corner, and he's actually not playing as much. He's been active the last, they try and bring up examples. So again, that's why people hate me, because I check them in a meeting, and so, but, I also don't believe in having BS meetings where, guys or gals are just throwing stuff out there that's not factual.
Brian brought us from Oxnard, presented by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Brian, so last hour, I was going through the 5 players that I felt like had the most on the line this week in this game, like the most to gain or lose.
What do you got?
So the guys I threw out there, I said Trey Lance.
Yeah, they need Trey Lance not to throw the ball 40 times this game.
Yeah, or if he's going to throw it 40 times, actually connect on some of them.
No, I mean, seriously, they don't need him to throw the ball 40 times this game. But you're right. I think Trey Lance, I think they understand what they have in Trey Lance. I really do. I think they understand that they're going to have to work with him, and it's going to continually have to work with him.
I've got Eric Scott Jr. just with poor performance. They've brought in Andrew Booth, needs to show up a little bit more, lost his sponsor.
Sure.
Cooper Beebe, who now is getting an opportunity to actually fight for the center role when we felt like it had kind of been Brock Hoffman's.
Yeah, the Brock Hoffman was running with the ones yesterday.
I got Willie Harvey, who didn't play as well as he's been practicing, so you don't want to develop the reputation as the guy who doesn't carry over his practices. And then the last guy I had was Jalen Cropper, who's played really well, and you got to continue your kind of Dennis Houston path if you want a shot at making this roster. Anybody else that heading into this game you feel like, hey, this is a big game for them?
Yeah, take any running back you want to, I think this is a game, and I think Mike McCarthy, and yesterday, once again, he talked about that Malik Davis is having a really good camp. I know, we were sitting here listening, and I'm like, okay, I trust you here, Coach. But they've got finally all these running backs are healthy. So you have Deuce Vaughn, you have Pete, you have Connor, Freeman. They're all healthy. They need to kind of figure this thing out, and this is why, Bobby, when I was talking about with Trey Lance, they don't need to throw the ball 40 times this game. If they ran the ball 40 times, I would be more happy than watching Trey Lance throw the ball 40 times. They got to figure out some things up front. I know it's not their starting offensive line, and it's a lot of their backup guys, and I know Cooper Beebe's going to be out there. I mean, he's going to, you can maybe show a little bit of what he can do in the running game, but they've got to figure out something with this running back room. The 3 positions we kind of talked about that they needed to address, they've addressed 2 of them. The defensive tackle spot, the edge spot, and then the running back spot was one that we were thinking about. They need to figure that out right now.
in terms of playing time and getting starters some burn and letting them out there, I mean, we've kind of lost the traditional dress rehearsal game, quote unquote.
Yeah,
where
that's what these scrimmages have been.
Yeah, and so knowing we may not be getting that, is there anybody in particular like, hey, I'd really like it if Tolbert was actually out here in some of these games so we can see some of it carrying over? Is there anybody that you'd really like to see spend maybe a half out there or a full quarter or a few drives? Is there anybody in this game that you're looking for from that respect?
Yeah, if Overshone was completely healthy, that was a guy I would like to really, really see get some burn there. You could take any one of these defensive tackles, like a Mozzie Smith. You could take him and play him quite a bit, and I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. I think you would actually get something out of this. I'm kind of interested in Chauncey Golston as an edge now. They've moved him from playing from tackle. I'm kind of looking for some backup edges as well. So those would be a couple of guys. What I really like what I've seen from Bell. Wilson got banged up yesterday with his knee, but he's okay. They've got to figure out some things, like I say, with these corners. But this Julius Wood that made the interception the other day, I'm kind of interested in him just because the fact that he's, you might look at a situation where Wilson could this safety room be the one that could have the surplus that maybe you can make a trade with. Maybe you could take one of these safeties. If a guy like Julius Wood can cover and be as effective as he is playing against the run, does that allow you to move on from a guy like Wilson? And then Bell be the star. You're just kind of playing those games in your head. I wouldn't mind for these, like the guys like Carson and those guys, even though Carson, he had his wisdom teeth removed the other day, so I don't know how his availability will be for this game. But I'm kind of interested in the secondary, especially at the safety. If there's a surplus there, that maybe you can move one of those guys and pick up a guy that you might need, or pick up a draft pick from moving on from one of these guys.
If I know you're doing 14 jobs out there. If you get a free 5 minutes, check out your boy Lombardi from this morning.
What did he do?
He was spitting fire. We got him riled up. He was defending.
Who was he mad at today?
Us.
Sean got him going a little. He kept poking him a little. It was trying to get him going on Dak.
He was defending Jerry. He's like, stop criticizing Jerry for waiting too long on these contracts or not paying these contracts. And he was fired up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll go back and give it a listen.
Who do you think was right, probably? Without hearing it, who do you anticipate was right?
No, Mike's never right. Don't. Mike's never right.
Thank you so much for another incredible week, and enjoy this weekend.
Hey, appreciate you, boys. Take care.
You the real MVP. That's why he's got a sponsor. Brian brought us, presented by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey during Below the Belt from training camp. The hardest working man in this building. Sorry, Bobby. I took that mantle from you. Yeah. All right. It's RJ Choppy's last segment to own for a week. You can eat like a Longhorn. You can speak like Lou Holtz and say goodbye to RG3. College football kegger on a Friday is next.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on a Friday. Everyone in court, almost everyone, except for the attention whore over here.
This is my fist pump.
This is my fist pump.
I fist pump like this all the time.
Sean and RJ, the way it should have stayed here on DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan. Just got that. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Back out to Nick Eatman in California to preview Cowboys Raiders at 9:20. And Mike Bassick leads Crosstalk at 9:40. And I'm not taking Crosstalk back over today, but I am a little bitter that I'm not running it because, dang, I had a shot return fired for Kevin Hagelin. Oh, it was a 34-second shot return fired for Kevin Hagelin. But Mike's running it, so Mike will decide what to do and
very
where
nice.
to go. Couple of notes before we have the college football kegger. Jim Harbaugh's such a damn tease. I'm getting tired of him. He teased that he was going to go be the honorary captain to start off Michigan's season after the 4-year show cause ban. And the whole Colin Kaepernick coaching staff thing, that's a tease as well, as Harbaugh came out and said, nope, he's not going to be on the coaching staff, and he's not going to be playing on the roster either. So 2 teases, not happening.
2 teases. 2 teases. Yeah, I mean, playing on the roster was never going to happen. Mainly because he wasn't very good the last time he played football anyway, and it's 7 years later.
RG3 and Sam Ponder out at ESPN.
Yes, this was a pretty big shakeup. Some cost-cutting moves. This is from Andrew Marchand, who is now at The Athletic. But ESPN has fired Sam Ponder, who is the host of Sunday NFL Countdown, and Robert Griffin III, RG3.
RG3 tweeted out the Friday thing of like how you can get fired on your day off.
Yes.
It's self-deprecating. Good.
Yeah. Now, so they made these moves. Both made seven figures. We are in the wrong industry, man.
We are.
So,
and you TV executives are morons. And part of the reason why I'm never going to be in TV, I've insulted every single executive, especially whoever over at ESPN. Whoever is at ESPN, I don't know who's worse. Mike Greenberg's sponsor or the Skip Bayless FS1 sponsor. Both of you bosses, you suck. Both of you suck. Finally, they got rid of Bayless, but now Mike Greenberg is maybe going to take over another hosting job.
Another host. So they
the golden child.
They are.
I knew
pushing.
my instinct on him was so right when I went and toured Bristol and ESPN. I didn't like him from the jump.
From the jump.
I love Mike Golick, not Greenberg like everyone else.
They are pushing potentially.
What are you laughing at?
I'm just thinking of, when you said just like everybody else, I was thinking of how Golick doesn't like Greenberg either at this point.
They are pushing Greeny potentially to take over the NFL Countdown job as if he needs another role there.
Does this guy not have any kids? I love his family. I don't want to say anything insensitive, like if something happened devastating from the family. But he's never at home.
Yeah, one thing that always bugged me about ESPN is they were obsessed with big names and their refusal to try to like grow any of their own, boost anybody up. Like,
is he even that big of a name?
I mean, I guess at the network he is, right?
They treat him like Chris Berman.
I think they're trying to make him the new Chris Berman.
I really liked.
Good luck.
I really liked Green early on, like during the Mike and Mike days. Like I thought he was really good. But yeah, ESPN is guilty of this all the time. Of just the like, here is the next one, and you will accept. that this is a superstar here. By the way, he does have 2 children and a spouse. None of them dead, so you don't have to worry about insensitivity, Sean.
So. Why is the question? Why did they move on from these two? Because RG3 was like the up and coming at one point. He was like the up and coming guy a couple years when he first got on the scene.
It's like his football career.
So one of the reasons is
that's why Jerry Jones called me an idiot that time.
They believe that RG3 took a subtle shot at Paul Feinbaum, the official college football voice, on this Twitter post, which RG3 definitely subscribes to Twitter Blue, or whatever it is called, because he's got the ability to have like a 5,000-word essay here.
He may not subscribe anymore.
Maybe not.
ESPN and all those outlets, they generally pay for you to have it.
Oh, really? Okay. He said anyone who's throwing shade at, because Paul Feinbaum said that Florida State is not only going to not make the playoff, but they're going to be outside the top 25 at the end of the year.
Dude, Feinbaum is lethal with his 1 or 2 liners.
Yes.
He said something like drying up all their tears, and they're drowning in their tears too much to succeed or swim uphill. He just thinks of these shots.
He just sits around and thinks of them. That's all he does. He said, and RG3 said, anyone's throwing shade at or trying to take cheap shots at Florida State for being left out of the playoff last year must be out of touch with reality. There wasn't a team that was kept out because they lost a game down the stretch. They're a team that were kept out because their starting quarterback fractured his ankle. That's not something to make light of. The players, the coaches, the families, the fans were crying tears for one of the most beloved players in all of college football. Then they scraped their way to an undefeated regular season with a 2nd and 3rd string quarterback. They should be celebrated, not mocked.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing even remotely close to being
absolutely
wrong with that towards going. Is Paul Feinbaum that protected that if someone said something towards him, they'd be fired?
Right.
He's pretty protected,
Still,
I feel like.
That's a very fair... That's not taking a shot.
There's nothing wrong with that.
It's fair. It's a fair...
Now, they're saying it's budget cuts.
They're saying it's budget cuts.
End of year.
Their fiscal is September. It either ends at the start of September or ends at the end of September. You know, and Sam Ponder's the other one they let go. And,
of course, all the right-wingers are saying...
Oh, is there something there?
The Sam Ponder was the last one to be speaking out against athletes competing against people. I think Outkick and Clay Travis is trying to take up the cause that ESPN is getting rid of Sam Ponder for being like kind of political.
Gotcha.
I'm just hoping she gets the gig over here on MLB Network during the morning. That's what I'm hoping.
Over Lauren Shahadi, I like Lauren.
Just shut up, Bobby. Shut up. It's 9:07 on a Friday. Don't cause me a headache. Don't cause me a headache. Just shut up. So,
right.
look, RG3, he was corny. He was cheesy.
Dude, he tried to lean way too hard into I'm going to take the Acho path, and I checked out on it.
I'm not going to admit. Now, you thought it was because of the croissant.
Well, I think Peyton thought that one, right?
Oh.
Yeah, because he had the
You
photo
and Payne
of
should
him.
reenact that croissant with maybe.
You want to?
Windex.
Let's do it.
Come in here.
I
Hurry
get
up.
the left side.
Come on.
Come in here now.
You want to do it with your water bottle, or you want to do it with? Yeah, the water bottle's probably it.
Fine. Yeah.
Now, this was a humongous croissant. Did this blow up? Become viral?
It did blow up. Yeah, it was a big croissant. He
Carter, make sure we get this proper shot. RJ's microphone.
He really
Call
took
it
it
the money
down.
shot.
Yeah, the money shot.
All right, Peyton, get over here.
So describe what happened, Bobby.
All right, so this was he was on, in this instance, Choppy is being RG3's significant other. Peyton is being RG3. Peyton, put your hand under there. You got to work that part.
Hang on. We're getting it. There it is.
There we go. Right there. Just perfect.
All right.
And they were doing that with the croissant.
You guys are good.
They were doing Lady and the Tramp with the croissant.
Hey, someone,
Got to have the eyes closed and everything.
someone
I like eye contact.
screen grab that, please, at 877-881-1053 and send it out on all the socials. So, but RG3, whatever. Good enthusiasm. Otherwise, I'm fine. Fine with it.
He followed the same path they all do over there, which is a lot of them are good early on, and then they hot take it and lean into a bit.
For the rest of college football, we hit this.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win.
Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Did you ever think to yourself, man, that kicker is a unit? Well, the University of Texas has that guy. They have that guy. So their kicker is Will Stone. What a name.
Good name.
Will Stone. He has a really strict diet. He's a workout freak. He eats 4,500 calories a day. That is about what offensive linemen eat.
Wow.
That's like Michael Phelps's. So he broke down his daily food habits for the day. How much time on their hands do you have to eat this? First of all, he has vitamins. Then he has breakfast. Cheesy eggs with salsa, hash brown, cinnamon roll, and protein.
Okay.
825 calories. Then he has a shake, 420 calories after his workout. Lunch, chicken, asparagus, pasta, and watermelon.
Okay.
Then a snack, a Gatorade protein bar, and a muscle milk protein shake. And then this is the one that...
Nothing unusual so far.
No, nothing unusual. Then this is the one that threw me for a loop because I read it and I was like, what? It says first dinner.
Oh, like the Hobbits in Lord of the Rings. Second breakfast, first breakfast, and second breakfast.
So obviously if there's a first dinner, that means there has to be a second dinner somewhere around there.
Wow.
And I got like, okay, all right, first dinner, ground beef taco bowl. Post-practice snack is protein balls. Okay, and then second dinner, 2 large tacos.
Does it
with
say
guacamole.
what time the first dinner is?
It doesn't. It doesn't say what time these things are. He also drinks a gallon of water throughout the day, which is tremendous. I think I've been missing out on this 2 dinner thing all the time.
So a taco bowl and then tacos.
Right. So back-to-back tacos. And I think I've been missing out. I really do want to have 2 dinners now. I think I'm going to start eating at 5 p.m. and then 8 p.m.
And this is how many calories?
4,500.
It didn't sound like anything too crazy.
No, it's not crazy.
That's still a lot of eating, though. But, that's where I marvel at. How the hell was Phelps eating as much as he was? Because Phelps was 10,000 a day.
Well, swimming.
But
I know you know nothing about that because you won't get in a pool.
But I'll outswim your ass. I know that. That's what I'll do.
Is that the latest thing that you make yourself look like a dumbass
I've just decided right now. Look, I'm taller than you. I got the frame for it. I got the
listen. If you outswim me in your hoodie, I'll give you $1,000.
I swim in the hoodie?
You have to swim in the hoodie.
All right.
Oh my God, this is great.
I'm gonna do it.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
Yeah, if you can outswim me in your hoodie.
Boy, that's a lot of resistance.
It's a lot of resistance.
We're going to a lake,
It's a
too.
lot
I'm
of
still going to do it.
Wow.
I'm going to start eating 10,000 calories a day now.
So 4,500 calories a day for this guy. That's monster. I'm doing 2 dinners from now on, though, 100%. Let's do this, the top 100 list for college football. Quinn Ewers comes in at number 23 overall, the quarterback of the University of Texas.
Surprising after you guys told me
Jordan
he's going to be
Year.
a top 3 pick?
No.
No
not.
what?
He's not going to be a top 3 pick.
Oh, okay.
At least right now. Maybe that changes, but NFL teams don't think that's even a first-round quarterback.
He
right
is one spot ahead.
Whoa. Say that one more time.
now. NFL teams don't think he's a first-round quarterback right now.
Wow. So if that's the case, if this list is to be believed, there's only one first-round quarterback this year, and it is Carson Beck. He comes in. He's the top-rated quarterback here. He's coming in at number 7. Quinn Ewers at 23. Dylan Gabriel's at 16. Quinn Ewers at 23 is one spot ahead of Shedeur Sanders. And one spot behind Bobby's favorite quarterback, Jalen Milroe.
Oh, gross. That dude's... And no, my favorite quarterback is Spencer Rattler, but he's in the NFL now.
He's
That's
in the NFL
problem.
now.
But
He's in the NFL now.
Jalen Milroe, like, he has to show he can actually throw a damn football before somebody can put him that high.
Travis Hunter is third. The top Texas player is the offensive lineman Kelvin Banks.
Yep.
He comes in at number 9. Number 1 is James Pierce from your Tennessee Volunteers, edge rusher. So he's number 1. So that's that. Arch Manning is the backup quarterback at Texas. His recruiting process you would describe as what?
Not madness, but hype.
Hype. But also quiet, because he never talked.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a dangerous trend, I think. Not that the fact that he's not talking is dangerous, but children of legends are making this dangerous. So Arch already is there. Now Phillip Rivers' kid, one of his 78 kids, Gunner, is a super hot commodity. Like one of the top-rated recruits that are coming out. And everybody's talking up his recruitment, how it's just going to be like Arch. He has no social media. He has no interest in talking. Everything is being very tight-lipped. But the dangerous trend, and we already see this with youth baseball, is the richest of kids get the best coaching, and they're the ones that make the pros. And it seems like quarterbacking is trending that way. How much do these Elite 11 camps cost? How much does the Manning Academy cost? Right? And you got to go to these things to get in front of scouts. And this is really dangerous. Like you're seeing, we are seeing so many Shedeur Sanders, child of wealth. Quinn Ewers, it comes from Southlake, right? It's like we're seeing that it's really the rich kids that are making it at the quarterbacking. Now, the other positions, not so much yet, but
during that process, yes, but you do still have the stories of Baker Mayfield is the walk-on who has to transfer a bunch of different places. You get Josh Allen, who was a 0-star recruit. You still get some of those guys that are overlooked.
Absolutely.
College football kegger with RJ Choppy. Final hour Friday edition before he takes off to Gaylord, Michigan, the Gaylord Golf Mecca. Nick Eatman. Do we need to worry about Brandon Cooks and Donovan Wilson leaving practice yesterday? And who does he need to see shine tomorrow night against the Raiders? Heard right here on this station. Nick Eatman from California, DallasCowboys.com is next. But
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Cowboys, Raiders, tomorrow night on this radio station. It's 105.3 The Fan with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Crosstalk led by Mikey Bassick. At 9:40, let's preview with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly, and I'm understanding this is your last radio appearance with us from California, Nick?
Yes, yay. Pop up the little cheering sound over there, yes.
All right, studio starting next week.
We'll see about that.
So you're opposite of Broadus. Like, Broadus sounds like he wants to buy property out there and just stay forever.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a great place to do that. But no, I got the little ones at home, and I'm ready to be back.
If they made the announcement that training camp moving forward would only be in Frisco, how would you, A, and B, the rest of the media react?
I would not love that at all. I would like it. Now, the rest of the media, it depends on what their budget is. See, like if there's a lot of people that don't get to go to a lot of stuff, so they may like it. But since I've been able to come out here for a while, and most of the time from start to finish, I'll take that. I'll take California.
Oh, the rest of the media out there would revolt.
Yeah.
They'd have a meltdown. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Should we be worried at all? What's the update on Brandon Cooks leaving practice?
Yeah, he had, I think he just banged his knee against another player or maybe a helmet or whatever. I think it was just it was some soreness. I saw him getting lunch like maybe 30 minutes after practice there, and he was fine. I mean, he was, talking and joking around a little bit. So I don't really think it was a serious thing at all.
Because we are in such a different NFL than we were when you and I came up. Like, now when you see a guy leaving practice, is it still a big deal, or it's like, all right, they're just being precautious?
Well, it's a big deal for everyone, because everyone's got a video of anything, you know what I mean? So you do that, and yeah, I mean, there's times out here we've had a guy leave the field or carted off, and he's out for the season. I mean, that's happened twice already since we've been here. Happened just this week, but so anytime that happens, yeah, your alert goes up, and then when they come out of the tent, then what happens? Do they go back to the huddle? Do they go back to the field? Do they go back to the locker room? And and Cooks, he went back to the sideline for a little bit, and then he walked in. And it's also, how are you getting back in? Are you getting carted in? Are you walking in on your own power? So I think all those signs kind of led to the point of, he'll be fine. And this is the time of year where hangnails are going to keep you out. Bloody nose, you're out. It just because they, it's that time of season where you're not going to press the issue.
We got Dak Prescott media availability yesterday, talking about his contract situation a little bit more. What did you think about what he had to say? And should we take anything from him saying, I'm not worried about it getting done, in a couple weeks or that, or during the season? And then he says to Jory Epstein something about if it gets done during the season. Should we take that to mean he's not going to table talks once the season begins?
I don't think they'll table the talks. I really don't. I think maybe there's both sides of this that want to see how the season goes a little bit, or not the whole way into this, the entire season, but just see how things are going or how they're progressing. I just do not see a scenario where he's not the quarterback next year. And I know I should think that way. Sounds like Dak's preparing himself to at least for that possibility. Fans are as well. I just feel like at the end of the day they'll get this thing done. And so and I would imagine it could happen in the middle of the season. That's not, the Cowboys aren't foreign to that. And that's just, I know that Dak's saying the right things about, I don't want to focus on that, but I mean, he doesn't. I don't think he has to do a lot. I mean, they know where they stand, and it'll be a quick conversation. I would imagine, like, all right, this is the latest offer. This is what this means. Do you want to do this? Let's do it. There's a press conference. Let's go. I don't think that would really deter things if it happened in the middle of the season.
If it does happen during the middle of the season, in order for Dak to have a lot of success, the offensive line cohesion probably needs to be a little bit better this year. With Tyler Guyton stepping in at left tackle, we've seen Cooper Beebe working in now a little bit at center, rotating with Brock Hoffman. How are things looking from the line cohesion standpoint these last few practices?
Really like what Guyton's going to bring at left tackle. I think he's got a lot to his game. I think mentally he's there as well. He's going to have some problems, and he's going to have problems with some of the bull rusher types. He's got that length and that quick feet that I think he'll be really good against some of those speed rushers. But when you have speed and power, and I believe the guy in Cleveland does, that's going to be, that's going to be a tough matchup. But it's just like with a boxer, you got the reach and length. You can stay in the fight a lot longer with those long arms, and I think that'll really help him. Beebe, it does seem like this is what the Cowboys had in mind all along. Guyton would start. Beebe getting himself in there as well. This will be a huge game for him. Saturday night in Vegas.
Who's your camp MVP?
What a great question.
Thank you.
And it's one that I usually have answered by now. The best
usually
player,
a wide receiver crushing like Desert Lamb.
Right. It's always that. You're right. I mean, the best player out there is it's always Micah to me, and he's not been blocked very easily, and but then that happens a lot out here. He is standing there by the quarterback on a lot of plays, disrupting. I should have been better prepared. I mean, Kalen Carson has been really good. I don't know, not MVP, not the most valuable player is your fifth-round rookie. I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about guys that have been really good, standouts. Before the injury, Cooks has been really good. It's always, I'll take the high road there. It's always Parsons. They can't block him, and I think if he really, if they weren't wearing red jerseys, it would be a problem out there for the quarterbacks.
A smart or a little bit of a short-sighted move for Mozzie Smith to debut a Dallas Cowboys tattoo on his arm yesterday?
I've learned a long time ago that you don't mess with other people's ink. So it's just a rule. I mean, I just no one talks about my tattoos. I don't talk about other tattoos.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have any.
Where's that Razorback?
Yeah. It's funny. That question got asked to me. Nick Harris asked me that question. You have any tattoos? And I said, nothing defines me like that, to go through the pain. I don't have anything. I guess a Razorback would. But then again, then I would get the whole, you didn't go there. So I don't care about that.
Brought us.
Yeah. No, I think Broadus respects my Razorbackness. I mean, it's different. If you did that whole thing about a team that was winning all the time, that might be different. But,
Where did you go?
Midwestern State. That's how I got here. I was a Midwestern State.
Wichita Falls. That's
Wichita
right.
Falls. That's how I got here. 25 years ago, that's how I got here in 1999. I signed my papers in the back of a golf cart out there in the heat at Wichita Falls, middle of training camp.
Nick Eatman.
Rest is history.
Nick Eatman.
Hey, Jordan Phillips. I saw Jordan Phillips. I've met him twice already. He's been here 24 hours. I've met him twice. Met him yesterday. He's got like the biggest Def Leppard T-shirt ever. And he walks out to practice. It was like a walkthrough with a Def Leppard shirt. Met Micah Parsons, Tank Lawrence. I talked to him for a little bit. I'm gonna get a story up on the site. He's just like, I'm just happy to be with some team that's ready to win.
Does the Def Leppard shirt only have one sleeve?
I'll say this. No, I don't even know what that means. But I'll say this. I think it had more than 4 holes. I think the bottom, the top, the arms. It might have had more. He was like, it's been worn a few times. It was cool though. It was a good touch.
Nick Eatman on the D&M Leasing Hotline from Training Camp 105.3 The Fan. Who or what else is on your watch list for tomorrow against the Raiders?
I want to see the running backs. I want to see. I've been hearing a lot about Malik Davis. I said to y'all the other day, I was like, I'm not seeing it. I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
Royce Freeman, Deuce Vaughn. Hey, this will be a good opportunity for Deuce Vaughn. He's looked pretty good in practice the last couple of days coming back. This is his time to shine, of course. I think Royce Freeman's a big wild card in this running back room because of his special teams value. I think it'll be fun to see what he does. So the running backs is what I'm really going to be looking at.
You mentioned Jordan Phillips there and the fact that he's here. And when we're talking about the Mozzie Smith Dallas tattoo, do you think that's just bringing Jordan Phillips in that say, hey, we got to address something, or do you think that's any sort of an indictment specifically on, hey, Mozzie, if you would have had a better camp, we wouldn't have felt the need to go get this?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't. I think, last year they got Hankins in here, then they drafted Mozzie Smith. I think they need multiple guys. I mean, because you think about it, who else? Like, you need a one technique. It can't just be Mozzie. Behind him was Carl Davis. He didn't make a play. Huggins has only really made one play, and it wasn't a good one at all. And the rookie Rodgers, I haven't seen much from him yet. Daxon, they need depth. They need depth. I think this is a good move that I think it'll be good for both of them. Tyler Smith, I talked to Tyler Smith as well.
Yeah.
He remembers the game against the Bills last year. He said this guy's heavy. He's heavy in the middle and really going to be good to work with in practice when you have a guy that's just hard to move.
This ties into what you'll be doing tomorrow night, Nicholas. Vegas police say NFL access policy compromises officers' privacy. This is the whole facial recognition thing. And this is kind of a story for tomorrow. Vegas police said they object to the policies, and the union has urged its officers to not work Raider home games after this weekend if the new arrangement remains in place. That the facial recognition, with the backing of the department, they're concerned that the technology compromises the privacy of officers. Police have asked the NFL to let officers wear wristbands, and they're going to wear the wristbands tomorrow night in the game in which you'll be covering.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this: that was very iffy when I was there at SoFi. First of all, my face never, ever registered. Not one time. Not one time.
Really?
Everybody else's did. No, there was about, I'll say that, there was probably like 5 or 6 of us. Every single time you went up to it. And we're talking like, think about how it is at our place. You know, you're in the press box. You go out to the elevator. And then you're like, wait, I forgot something. I got to go back to the press box. Again, facial recognition.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, every single time. And it doesn't seem like it seems like it would not speed up the process at all. Just because, you know, you're talking about 15 people. Let's say they're all together walking to the field. Show them your wristband or show them your pass. Pass, wristband. Cool. Now it's face. Hold up. Face. Hold up. I mean, and then it doesn't work. And then you're like, oh, that doesn't work. Well, show them your pass. And then it's like, oh, okay, so like we've done the last 30 years.
How much does it suck for you to travel and fly regularly versus Cowboys travel and flight?
Well, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Are you talking about this weekend?
No, just in general.
In general.
Like when you take a flight for, personal matters.
Yeah.
Or flying back home versus like the Cowboys.
Right.
Because Bobby would like come with us at the airport and he's like, oh, this and oh, that. And I'm like,
you peasants standing in this TSA line. We do this at the stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I just think about points that you're getting and points that you're not getting, if you're on the – so there's good and bad, but you do walk in sometimes to a flight. I'll be doing that, I guess, this weekend, Sunday, and I'll be like, where's the TV screen? Where's the screen? Where's my screen? I don't have a screen on the back of this one. Where's my snack bag? I don't have one.
Exactly. All right, safe travels. Enjoy the game. We'll recap it on Monday.
All right, sounds good. See ya.
The great Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Mike Bassick leads Crosstalk with KMC next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
2-2. And there's a high drive hit to left center field. Jankowski back, he turns, he looks, and that one's off the wall. It takes a funky carom rolling along the wall towards center field, and Taveras boots it. Farmer around second, heads to third. Tommy Watkins waving him home. The relay throw from Smith hits the mound, and diving in safely is Farmer on what will likely be scored an extra base hit and probably an error as the ball got by Leody Taveras following a funky carom off the wall.
But how about Cody Bradford?
Yes.
Yeah.
Future,
look good. An old
future-
valley spin.
Future lefty in the rotation in 25. Don't have to worry about that spot. He's got it.
Do you remember who you compared Cody Bradford to after his first start?
Mike Bassett.
Clayton Kershaw.
He compared him to Mike Bassett. He said Cody Bradford's Mike Bassett. He doesn't have enough on it.
He's developed a better
He's a surgeon.
curveball.
He's a surgeon.
But his curveball wasn't good yesterday, and the thing that impressed me, if he did make major adjustments after that second inning and having kind of a below average breaking ball and went with fastball location changeup and battled his butt off in the 6th inning. But ultimately,
he would be able to pitch next year because he went 6 innings, and that's the
you mean the next start?
No, like
Total.
yeah.
Like
the new rule, right?
Yeah.
If you don't get to 6 innings,
Even though it's not a new rule
no,
yet.
but it should be.
Hey, Mike, I heard this morning on Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton that if
We
you
really
throw,
need a new show
and
name.
I think it was Dries that said this. That if you
Well
throw
done,
100
Corey.
pitches over 8 innings versus throwing 100 pitches over 5 innings, 4 or 5 innings, your body feels worse the next day after the 4 or 5 innings, even though it's the same amount of pitches. Is that
yes?
Okay.
Why is it just
legitimacy to Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton show?
And Carter.
so if you throw 100 pitches over 8 innings, the next day you feel it, but you don't feel that bad. But if you throw 100 over 4 innings,
I would say you feel worse that you are throwing the ball without like you're averaging 25 pitches an inning, and you do that in 4 innings. I would say you're going to be a little bit more sore than if you're throwing, I don't know, the math man here.
14.
Yeah, 14 per inning if you're at 8 innings.
12 and a half.
12 and a half. I mean, not that you're going to feel great the next day, but you're going to feel it. But I would think that throwing 25 per inning over 4 innings, you're going to feel maybe a hair more sore. Not a lot. It's not a big difference. It's percent. Like
12 and a half seems like you don't even break a sweat.
That's Greg Maddox-ish.
Yeah. All right, so I heard at 9 a.m.
Oh, my God, you were listening.
Now, I wasn't completely listening.
Oh.
You guys said you had something on Kevin for 34 seconds.
Yeah. I've been saving this for you.
Oh, no.
Kevin Hagelin.
I'll give you the floor for whatever this
1
is.
minute. That's all I need.
All right.
Kevin Hagelin.
This could be too long of a tease.
Attacked me in Oxnard.
Fair.
Mocked me.
Fair.
Made fun of me.
This is very fair.
Diarrhea of the mouth with all my teases, which is why Mike Bassett is doing our tease for Monday. Spittle, apologies right now. And then I got the word from Peyton Russell.
This is fair.
That Kevin Hagelin pulled an Eric Chiafalo for y'all's tease.
Coming up today on the KNC Masterpiece, it is Reggie's last show with the Fan at 11 o'clock. Darby Allen will join the show in studio, probably to say goodbye to Reggie and also talk about AEW All in Texas, plus special guests all day long.
Yep, all day.
Join the show. I like it. Say goodbye to Reggie.
Yeah, you
10 to
should
2
wrap
on the
up
Fan.
already.
So as soon as we finish that, we're like, man, that's long. And Reggie goes, we can redo it in the next break if you want. And I go, nah.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Tomorrow's Friday.
Kill our clock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Be a tease hypocrite.
How long is a tease supposed to be on our station?
15
10 to
seconds?
15.
10 seconds.
Like they clock 10
10
seconds?
10 seconds. All you need.
There you go.
Yeah, I got it.
We just got to be like Dawson coming up tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sports. See ya.
Coming up
It's a
tomorrow,
Friday.
Brian Broaddus joins us from Oxnard.
It's a Friday.
It's a Friday.
We have Broaddus.
I love that part. Because sometimes I do go, oh, yeah, today is Friday.
Because you got to
Thanks,
tease the
Dawson.
day.
Yeah.
You have to tease the day.
Do you?
Yeah.
So everybody knows.
Coming up Friday. It's
like
Friday.
what kind of mindset the show's going to be in.
Should we get rid of teases on the station? Is that what we're suggesting? I don't think so, because if you have a big guest, that's still cool to kind of
Yeah.
I'm in favor of teasing a little bit.
Oh my
All right, Mike.
Not funny.
I didn't say
it
was.
really-
I just said
it
we're in
really
favor.
wasn't.
I just
It
said we're
really
in favor.
wasn't.
Fair critique, though.
He's
Very
usually
fair.
funny, I think, but I love calling out when the joke didn't land.
I'm
It
always
wasn't that
funny.
funny. No, you're not.
All right, so Sean, RJ, Bobby, in that order. Will you be watching the preseason game live?
We're listening to it right here on the fan.
What time does it start?
9 o'clock.
The game's at 9?
Yes.
Yeah.
What, tomorrow?
Right here on the fan.
Yeah.
We discussed this yesterday, Mike.
I will be listening to it on the fan and watching it because I'll be sitting right here during the game.
Are you doing the post-game show?
I'm watching I'm doing pre and post, and so I'm just sitting here to watch it and take notes.
Why do you come here to watch it?
I do the pre and post game hits. And
Yeah,
so-
but one hit.
yeah. And
So why do you
instead-
come
well,
here to do one hit?
Oh, dear.
Because I'm on here for like a half hour both times.
So you think you should drive? Mike was doing World Series post game.
Well, yeah, he's
from home.
he's getting mad at dude because Tim walked into our meeting on Monday and said, "Thank you so much, Bobby, for staying for pre and post." I said, "No problem. I'm a team player here. I'm not doing 34-second teases like Hagelin and Sean. I'm telling with actual content."
Hold on. Did you think I was going to be on your side after you dragged me into this?
Yeah.
I'm on Sean's side now. Quit being such a kiss ass.
9 o'clock. I might watch the first quarter live, but I'll probably watch it Sunday morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you
Choppy?
will watch it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm with the Cowboys, man.
That's true.
Live?
Thanks, Rangers.
I'll be in Gaylord, so I don't know if I'll watch
Choppy
it live or
won't
not.
watch the game, period, because he's about to go on vacation.
Are you going all next week?
That's fair.
Yeah, so if I don't have to, so
You don't have to talk about it.
yeah, so I'll talk about it. But I won't
Good.
watch it. I don't know, maybe I'll watch it. If it's on, is it
Yeah,
on
watch
NFL?
it. I wouldn't watch it if I was going on vacation. The second preseason game.
Is it on NFL Network?
What didn't you watch while you were on vacation? You didn't watch the NBA Finals or something. What didn't you
I didn't
watch?
watch the West Finals or I didn't know.
But you might watch the Cowboys
hang on.
preseason game?
We were in
not
we were in
watching.
Mexico. We were in Mexico, and
Well,
I go into this bar at like 11 o'clock at night, and it said Mavericks 105, Timberwolves like 99. I was like, wait a second, game one already happened? I thought it was next week.
you too can work in sports broadcasting.
Dude, you get lost in Mexico, though. It's okay.
I mean,
You don't get
kidnapped.
lost in Mexico.
You get kidnapped.
You
in
can
Mexico.
barely call. You can barely call anybody
Yeah,
or keep up with
I
your
didn't
phone.
know,
Just
yeah.
put your phone away and enjoy.
Should
the
we
beach.
ask you how you're going to be absorbing and watching it and taking it all in?
I will record it. And so what I do is when I have time, I watch a play, hit the 30-second button, watch the next play. If I
Yeah.
missed it and
Oh my
it looks
God.
like it was like a 3-yard play, don't care.
So you are going to watch it
Not
in
the whole
some-
game. I only watched the first half
Yeah.
of the first game, but I cannot watch this live. I will turn it off in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I was looking yesterday for a video on YouTube, an old fan video, and whatever I was searching, somehow it was the right mixture of words that the top result was an old Super Bowl Radio Row recap from G-Bag, and there's Mike Bassick wearing a Cowboys hat with a Cowboys shirt, and I was like, oh, man, how long ago was this?
Before I knew what was going on and all around the country.
Oh, my gosh.
So
it's not necessarily the losing that bothers you the most, it's the other stuff?
it's all of it combined. I don't want to. It ticks off Cowboy fans. Like there's, I know more than they know, and I don't want to. I don't want to say what I know. It's not fun.
You could work somewhere where you never write anything negative. That'd be neat.
Did you get a World Series ring?
No.
And
I wish.
Shippy did? Shippy got one for being
Yeah.
Is he even a Rangers DJ?
He's a DJ. I don't know if he's.
He got the $15,000 ring. Like
I don't know what he
He
Sandler
posted
got.
something in a
Is that how
fancy
much Sandler-
box.
It wasn't the Evaldi one that they gave out last night.
the giveaway one?
It's not a giveaway.
I got the Nathan Evaldi ring from last night. I didn't get that one.
Am I crazy?
No, it looked like a real ring to me.
He got. I think he did get the one they were giving out to staff.
That's awesome. I guess if he's a full-time employee there.
I don't know if he was. We'll
Yeah, I don't know
confirm.
either.
But did you think you were getting one?
No, I was 99.9% sure.
I'm sure the Mavericks one is just it'll get there.
Oh
It's
my
still
God,
coming.
that's all I cared about this morning is waking up, see that Shippy got one, and I sent it right to RJ and said,
So yours is on the way?
I'm sure my Mavericks World Championship ring
Hey.
from being on the network broadcast the entire year until the playoffs. I'm sure she's got lost. I'm sure I'll get one.
Do you blame Mark Cuban for that, Tradema Ussery. Who are you upset with on that one?
Let's see. I think Cuban. Yeah, he's in charge. He's in charge. I mean, that's what the complaints go.
You and Elon blaming Cuban.
Yep, the complaints go there.
He gave your ring to Wally. That's where it is.
Wally's doing good things with it.
If you got that ring, would you immediately, how fast for the turnaround on selling it?
I knew that was going to be a question.
How much are they worth?
That one, I believe the value of it. Now, it doesn't mean you can sell it for this. I believe the value of it is $15,000 for the one like that Shippy got or Sandler
15?
got. Yeah.
Okay, so Sandler got a lesser
No,
one?
he got a 50. The players got, I think it was $85,000.
Oh.
So the players' ring is approximately $85,000 a ring.
Okay.
And the people like Dave Raymond, Jared Sandler, Eric Nadel, I guess Shippy.
Do you not want to sell it now? You're like,
they
that's
got a ring that's about
$85. I'm definitely selling it.
They did have to. I mean, they did have to pay insurance on that. Like you couldn't get that ring without. They weren't giving it to you for free.
Yeah.
But it's also kind of like an insurance policy.
I was going to say, are we making budget cuts with the roster so Sandler and Shippy can have $15,000 rings?
Yeah,
that's
a good point.
Matter of fact, they are.
Oh,
Now,
man.
Major League Baseball, I don't know the budget they give you. Major League Baseball does give the organization, like, I don't know. I'm going to
send you that sheet from Jostens.
$10 million. Like Major League Baseball gives you $10 million for the ring.
Sandler cost us.
So the team doesn't have to pay for it?
They might have to pay a little bit for it.
They want to go extra.
But like the Cincinnati Reds owner back
Marge
in
Schott.
Marge Schott, when they won in 1990, she got rings that were worth like $1,000 and pocketed the money from Major League Baseball. And Major League Baseball is like, no, that money was for rings. You can exceed it, but you have to spend all of that money on rings. You can't pocket that money.
Since you said that Cowboy fans react a certain way towards your takes, should we redo our tease that you did for us Monday?
Probably. No, I was optimistic about it, man.
Okay.
All the you're gonna bring it all on Monday.
I like it. With
Break it down, man. First play. You think we're gonna run for 9 yards on the first play again?
Hell yeah.
Did they run for the 9 yards?
I believe so. First play was like a 9 yard run.
You're gonna watch any of the second preseason game?
I watched Trey Lance as the wide receiver's getting close to the sideline. You're like, you probably need to throw it by now. And then the guy starts chopping his steps, going, "I'm out of room," and then he'll throw it. Coming up next, it's the Reggie Atatula Show on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up today.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick. And for the final time with 105.3 The Fan, Mr. Reginald Atatula. Welcome to the program, especially you, Reggie.
One more time and with gusto.
One last time. That's from Hamilton.
Yeah,
My
it's like,
first
what
guess-
song are you singing?
My first guess is late, so that's probably not. That's off to a bad start.
You said
right?
guess?
Guest.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? Guess of what?
Oh, well.
First,
Did you get a run sheet? Did
Yes.
you give him the run sheet you gave
Nope.
us? So you gave him a different run sheet.
I gave him no run sheet. He's flying blind today.
We got a run sheet.
I'm always flying blind if we're
And
blind.
at some point today, should we roll out the joke guaranteed to make Reggie leave the fan forever?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe you should.
Is it a dad joke thing?
I might leave too. I'm just saying. I might go with Reggie.
You will. I think, Mike, you will also hate it and then oddly maybe like it at the end.
Will Jess love it?
No, she hates it.
Okay.
She also hates
that's
it.
weird.
It's crass.
But it's not crass, but it is also a shout out Friday, 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line from the 817. It's the Reggie Show from the 214. Reggie, please don't go. Though, interestingly enough, the follow-up text is a continuation of that just says go.
Uh-huh.
So I feel like that undercuts the message just a little bit.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense there.
From the 972, gonna miss you, Reggie. I'll try to tune in and hear you where you go sometime.
Don't do that.
Will you tell everybody where they can find you again?
I'll be in Houston, Sports Radio 610.
What time?
10 to 2.
What's the name of the show?
So
In the Loop.
Oh.
What is it called?
In the Loop.
Oh, good. Better than what I heard.
I thought it should be. I still think it should be Atatula adjustment.
I thought he said
not
in
gonna
the
happen.
loo, which I thought was like British bathroom,
Yes, Mike.
but the P
That is
makes a big difference on
Which-
that show.
Again, that would be topical if we're talking about the Lou.
all right.
This is how you plan on starting the show, right?
Yes, pretty much. Let's start with the Dallas Cowboys.
All right. What about him?
Thank you. The defensive disguises of Mike Zimmer. That's specifically what I want to go through because you guys played the audio yesterday of Greg Maddux and Barry Bonds talking about the same at bat and the adjustments they made along the way, which ones were successful, which ones weren't. So I was really intrigued by that concept, and I thought we could probably dive into this as well. And there is an interesting article, I believe it's in the Dallas Morning News, that talks more about this. And you see some of the quotes from the players. Their disguise now, this is from Jalen Brooks. So he's talking about like what he sees. Their disguise now is insane. Quinn had some disguises, but Zimmer's are pretty good. I got to give him full credit. It's really good. It's a lot of little things. And so I wanted to start by talking about Micah Parsons in terms of the disguises. You can see him happening at a couple of different places, but there are disguises at all three levels of the defense. But Brian Schottenheimer, the offensive coordinator for the Cowboys, he jumped in there as well. Because remember, they're like the ones who have mostly seen this so far, except for, I guess, the Rams some. The disguise is real. It really is. They mask things well. There are defensive fronts where they show you something to draw your attention, and then pressure comes from someplace else. I think Dan Quinn, I think most people really agree that Dan Quinn did a good job here. I know it didn't end well, but are you excited when you hear other coordinators from on the team, other players talking about these disguises are really hard to figure out, and that's who they see every day? That is an intriguing aspect that you might add to the defense that I don't know if we felt like Dan Quinn was best known for.
Yeah, the line from Schottenheimer that I really liked a lot was, it's been great work for us because last year it was blocking up all 5 down speed rushers, and this year it's more challenged to block up all the different overload blitzes that they have. And like that's something I don't think a lot of teams have what the Cowboys had last year in all 5 down speed rushers, where it was just like, all right, we're going to do that. Most teams kind of have what's going on now, and I think that's going to help Dak for one, But I think it's a unique style defense that will not only help Micah, but it's going to help more guys across the board. It's going to help DeMarcus Lawrence a little more because the quarterback's going to be sitting back there going, okay, I got this that I have to look at, and DeMarcus Lawrence might have a one-on-one that he can absolutely take advantage of. So I do like this. I don't want to get too really far into Mike Zimmer has just changed and revolutionized football because Mike McCarthy said he was going to do that. And we were like, okay, what's new? And he's like, same old stuff. But I do like that over time, Mike Zimmer, when he was with Parcells, went from a 4-3 to a 3-4. He said, I've never coached this before, but I'll call it and let me learn it. And so he learns it, and he does a really good job of incorporating and implementing both. So it's a very adaptable type of defense to what the opponent is, whereas I felt last year with Dan Quinn in the last couple of years, it was we're going to overwhelm you with our pass rush, but if you got anything that combats that or counters that, like a counter run, we're screwed. And I don't think that's going to be the case with Mike Zimmer.
And then you hear from Zimmer himself, who, in the nicest possible way, it seems like he's kind of like, oh, you just wait. We're going to do more. Because he said, once I start feeling comfortable about where I think they understand where they're going to be, then I'll start with some of the disguises. So I appreciate that, and that feels like a fundamental of coaching. Hey, I'm not going to show you the tricked up part of what you're supposed to be learning until you learn, show me that you can do it. Yes, the actual part of what you're supposed to be doing.
And that does go to one of my favorite things that we've talked about with George Teague and Darren Woodson is once you trust somebody, Mike was talking about this in pitching. You trust Greg Maddux to walk up onto the mound and know what he's supposed to do and then go, you know what, I'm going to challenge on this one. I'm not going to do it every pitch, but I'm going to challenge on this pitch. And that's where the Darren Woodson and George Teague would drop the, hey, I'm going to go make a play. You do this because you know what the defense is supposed to be doing in this situation, and I have just enough bend in it to allow me to go do something that I know the rules, but I'm going to do something that's a little out of the box that they're not going to expect. And coach is probably going to be like, you know what? That was a great call on that. So once they learn that, understand why. Mike has been talking about that all camp. I didn't know why we were shifting this way so that I could do this. Now we're doing a lot more of that, and I'm learning a lot more at the linebacker spot.
And even after the joint practices, Sean McVay jumped in there and said Zimmer was doing a great job of mixing things up, and it looked different than what he had seen in the past, but maybe more similar to what Zimmer did as a head coach in Minnesota.
And here's what I like. When stuff like this happens, I think it's exciting and it's fun for a team at first. Then a team gets used to something and is like, that's how we do things.
Yeah.
He's got to keep developing and changing through the season. He's got to keep evolving this defense throughout the entire season. It can't be something where it's predictable by the end of the year.
So it's different, if I'm understanding this, for 21 to 28-year-olds on the Dallas Cowboys. It's very different. Like, oh, I've only had one coordinator. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Is this going to be amazing to all the teams that have been coaching against Mike Zimmer for 40 years?
I don't think so, because Sean McVay said it is more of a similar style than what he saw in Minnesota. He said similar, but not the same.
I'm sure there's nuances. You got to mix it up a little bit. He doesn't have the same schemes like he did with Bill Parcells or 5 years or 6 years ago, but it's so that's the only thing that
you don't have the same talent sometimes that you had whenever you were at a different place.
I just want to be careful on building up something that I'm like, yeah, it'll be a little bit different maybe for Cowboy fans. It's very different for the Cowboys players right now.
Yes.
But I don't think it's going to be a shock to the NFL that Mike Zimmer's running defenses.
No, not at all. And doing defensive switches. I don't think anybody said that either. I think what the point is, I'm encouraged that it seems like he adjusts better on the fly than perhaps your previous defensive coach as well. At least I hope that's the case.
And my understanding was that the defense last year was based a lot on your talents and what you can do, and we're gonna maximize that. And you should maximize everybody's usefulness for whatever business you're running, whatever defense you're running, whatever team game you're playing. You should maximize that. But that was kind of the basis of it. The design, the layout, what the combating something that we know is coming at us, or they're doing this to us right now, and we can't stop it. How do we stop it? I trust Mike Zimmer can do that.
Sure.
Over his history, over his career. Now, the other side of it is I hope that the offense is explosive enough to set those two things apart. And we're looking at 34-14 type games because I would love that. In Minnesota, it often felt like you were in this battle offensively to get anything going because they like to run the football with Dalvin Cook up there and Adrian Peterson. So like I am hoping that that this Cowboys offense can be just as explosive to combat what you're hoping is holding teams under 17 points most games.
Now, we're the home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers, and there was, well, the actual big club game was less encouraging. But let's go to cut number 7. Those Vandy boys are back at it again.
The 1-2 from Leiter. Off speed, got him, looking. 2-2, swung on and missed. The wind up, the pitch, swing and a miss. Quick wind up, the pitch, swing and a miss. His 62nd pitch of the night. Swing and a miss. Jack Leiter, 11 straight strikeouts to start this ball game.
Now, I'm not saying that anybody else has to be in the same mindset that I am, but I started to look for things to be excited about the Rangers in the future. Whether it's Cody Bradford, Jack Leiter, Kamar Rocker, whatever it is that you think you look forward to in the future with this team. And so it's just one night. But I thought it was an encouraging bounce back after a lengthy layoff for Jack Leiter.
Pretty much my baseball nuggets the rest of the way. What's today, the 16th of August?
Yes.
They're just going to be about the future of the Rangers. It's just going to be about 2025 through 2029. 2024, the competitive part of it, to me, has passed.
Yeah.
They had their chance. They were 3.5 games back at the trade deadline, and that is dead and gone. The Astros have taken off. You've gone in the totally opposite direction. So now I do think it's fun that we are going to follow. I'm not saying like it's super fun. I'd rather be in a playoff race.
Sure.
But we're going to follow Walter Pennington. We're going to follow Cody Bradford, the Vandy boys, Teodo. I'm going to talk about those guys because that's the future of the Rangers. If 2025 through 2027 is going to be different than 2024, it's going to be Jack Leiter and Kamar Rocker. It's going to be Wyatt Langford getting better in the outfield as a hitter. Like, those are the things that are going to happen for the Texas Rangers. So it's time to concentrate on those guys.
What about Section 133? How are we going to...
They did a great job.
You liked it?
Yesterday. They did a great job yesterday. They brought energy and life to the stadium. Great job, Section 133. You'd love to see that because I don't think it ever will.
You don't think it's ever going to become an everyday thing?
No, what I'm saying is that like it would start bleeding into the whole audience.
Okay. Gotcha.
They do a phenomenal job. It is awesome. But Texas fans, Ranger fans, Cowboy fans for the most part, the people that go to the games, they've only gone to games in Arlington or Dallas. They've never been to a Boston Red Sox game in Boston, or they've never been to a game. They don't know what real those crazy places. They have no clue what it's like to go to a Chiefs game or to go to a Seattle game. So they don't know what they can only compare it to. So like Stars hockey playoff is no. All right, go to a Boston Bruins or go to a Buffalo Sabres playoff hockey game and then compare it to a Stars playoff game. And you tell me we have the same environment. Who was it that we lost to this year in playoffs in hockey? It was up north, Edmonton.
I've quit on it. Yeah.
Okay, they blew us out of the water with their fans because it was Edmonton because it was Connor McDavid. Yeah. So you're watching that, you're like, oh my gosh.
And then I think about being at a Red Sox game, like something happens in the bottom of the third, and your people are freaking out, and here you just be like, oh well, it's a third inning.
Yeah,
like we'll be okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola live from Oxnard on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That Soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How's it going?
Good. Now, we didn't get an opportunity to talk about this a couple days ago, and I've been meaning to bring this up with you. What do you think about Gerard Mayo's policy of if you get in a fight, then during a training camp practice, then if you're a starter, you have to play a whole preseason game, and if you're not, you don't get to play in the game at all. What do you think that would be a good motivation for people?
I don't think guys would think about that in the heat of the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to process that, right?
That's true. That is a good point.
And if you're, very emotional and it's like, okay, should I do this or not? Right? Oh, these are the consequences. So, I mean, McCarthy basically pointed out if guys, get in a fight, you're taken out of the practice. So I don't know if that's a deterrent or what, but for young guys, trying to make the team, I think that you probably would keep that in mind, right?
I'm thinking about it before every single snap. I'm like, I do not want to play in this game. If I'm a vet, I'm like, I do not want to play in this preseason game every snap. I'm probably telling my vet neighbors next to me too. Hey, don't do anything dumb, you dummy.
I don't know if I've told you this story, but I think it was 86. So it was after the Bears won. No, maybe 85. Anyway, the Cowboys were playing preseason game at Texas Stadium, and it's hot as hell, as we know. And Randy White got in a fight, and he ripped off one of their offensive linemen's helmet and bonked him on the head with it, right? And got thrown out of the game. And when you asked Randy about it, he goes, well, it was preseason. It was hot. I didn't even want to play in that game.
Exactly. Move on. Let's get on.
Let me get out of here.
Mickey, I'm kind of curious how if you got a chance to talk with Mozzie yesterday, knowing that Jordan Phillips is coming into the fold, and did he there's no way that guy's taking my job or anything like? Was there anything like that? What was his
I
take
think
on
he recognized bringing in a veteran presence. I mean, they didn't really have any veteran presence at the nose tackle. And I think, he used the old cliche, iron sharpens iron, and it'd be good to have a veteran guy in there. But it's like, he intimated during the interview that, in no way am I surrendering being a starter. So he's got to continue to play, and he's got to continue to improve. And maybe watching a veteran will help him out. At least last year he had Jonathan Hankins here, right?
Yeah.
And, they don't have that. And they brought in a guy, let's face it, 6'6", 341. He'd be the biggest guy on the defense. And they needed some bulk in the middle. So if it threatens him, maybe it pushes him. And that would be a good thing.
I know Donovan Wilson bounced out and then back into practice, and Brandon Cooks might have had he
had some knee soreness.
Yeah.
And they were being very cautious.
Okay.
It was like, okay, you're out. You're not playing on, Friday, so it's just a walkthrough practice, right? You're not playing on Saturday. Sunday's a day off. Monday's a day off. So before they do anything, it'll be Tuesday. So I'm thinking that they just said, okay, let's just rest this week. We sort of need him, right, without CD around?
Yes. But you also think CD will, without question, will be back for the regular season.
I just can't imagine he's forfeiting $1 million by missing that first game. $1 million.
Yeah.
We toss that around like it's 1,000, right?
Can I throw this back at you?
Yes.
Do you think Jerry's willing to go 0-2 like 1993 to prove his point?
Yeah, and they didn't go 0-2 because Emmitt Smith wasn't there. The whole team did not play well in those first two games
because Emmitt wasn't there.
They weren't motivated. Please,
They didn't have Emmitt there to be like,
you guys. But it was good though, And Charles Haley puts his helmet through the wall in the locker room, and it's like, okay, we better sign him. But again, I think they had some other some Super Bowl hangover going on those first two games.
What is the plan at the moment with with Phillips Lawson this weekend? Do we have a good layout?
Well,
on
they hadn't arrived yet, so I assume they're getting here today. Yeah,
Kevin's like, you've been signed, you should be there.
Right.
I agree.
Traded for and signed, right? And I was when I was writing about it, and it was like I just assumed they were going to be here today, but for what? Because this afternoon they're leaving for Vegas.
Oh,
so, and they're not going to play in the game. So do you bring them here and have them working out with some of the trainers that are left behind, and start ramping them up so they can get in pads and practice next week? But again, they're not going to do anything probably today, and if they're here, it's a walkthrough, so they're watching. They're not playing on Saturday. Sunday and Monday are days off, so I think it would be more about seeing what kind of shape they're in. Now, at least Phillips was in training camp, right, with the Giants.
Yeah.
Lawson was here the first time, and I think he might have overstretched his ask for what he was going to make. And then I think the second time around, it was like, okay, I'll take that. It's August 15th, and I don't have a job. So we'll see how that one works out.
You said ask with a K, right?
What's axe?
No, I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly.
I've been around the players too long.
I mean, I don't hate it. I really don't.
The Dak Prescott contract. I know he talked a lot about it.
He was asked about it.
Yeah,
it's not like he brought it up.
You don't think he goes up to the podium and goes, guys?
Let's talk about this contract.
Here's
stuff.
where we are.
Does he seem a little looser than in past years to you?
I think he's very comfortable. I don't know if it's looser. But yeah, he seems at ease with himself. It's not like he's sitting there, putting all this pressure on himself or worrying about that, at least outwardly worrying about the contract. He just seems normal. He seems Dak Prescott. I mean, after he did his deal, he was walking to do something else, and I was walking with him, and I just wanted to ask him what he thought about all these young guys that they have to rely on if they're going to get better this year. And he said, that's funny you ask, because we were just talking about that. And he said, I was telling these guys, make sure you get every rep you can get. Make sure you steal reps, and don't have it in mind that just because somebody's missing, I'm getting this opportunity. He said, make sure you're practicing so when those guys come back, you're not just saying, okay, it's your job. You make them earn it back. And I thought that was very interesting. And, he went through that, right? His rookie year. I mean, all of a sudden 2 quarterbacks get hurt, and he's the starting quarterback. And, he said in my mind was that when Tony gets back, I want to not say, hey, good job, Dak. You went 4-4. He goes, no, I wanted to win. And I wanted to win the job. And he said that's what these young guys should be thinking at this point. And, we're going to see a bunch of them again tomorrow night. It's going to be a young guys deal while the Raiders looks like they're going to play all their starters that are healthy, because they got to figure out their quarterback situation.
Ooh.
Aiden O'Connell.
Neil
Sorry.
O'Donnell.
Yeah, and Gardner Minshew.
Let's go.
And that hasn't been decided yet.
Yeah, that's a pretty terrible quarterback competition. But then again, Sam Darnold is now in the driver's seat to be a starting quarterback. So maybe it could be worse. If you get a chance when you talk with Dak again, will you ask him if it's true that Jordan Lewis crossed him up and dropped him in a pickup basketball game?
Like recently?
Yeah, that's what Jordan told us.
When we had Jordan Lewis on while we were out there at camp, Jordan Lewis was like, Dak will never admit it, but I did cross him up and drop him in a game, and so in a pickup game. So we want to know if Dak will actually admit it or not.
Not here.
I don't
sure
know
where
when
it
it
took
was.
place.
Yeah, he
Oh,
didn't explain exactly when it happened.
Okay.
But it could be a fun, different kind of question that nobody asked him. So hopefully we're helping out. All right.
I might get that sideways look,
You know, I think everyone gets it at one point or another from him. Thank
you. Want me
you.
to take one for the team, right?
There you go.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mick. Appreciate the time. We'll catch up with you next week.
On Monday, I guess.
That's right, yes.
All right. See you guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. It is also a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved. Also can hit us up on the Twitch and the YouTube from the 214. This is Kyle from Dallas. I want to shout out my girl and me. She's pregnant for the first time. She's the love of my life, and we are so excited. That is outstanding.
What about this option today, Kevin? As we do have the Odyssey app, you can go push the little button and you can leave a message to Reggie. You can give your Reggie shout outs today.
Does it work?
And we'll listen to all of them and then we'll play them. Yes, it works, Mike, but we'll listen to them and we'll get those out there. And Reggie will hear every single message.
You're such a jerk.
For all the Tolos out there that want to tell you how much they love you, Reggie.
Do they just want to hear the message? Do you think Reggie wants them to sing to him like happy birthday?
Sing, you can do. I want creativity. This is a time that radio needs creativity.
Hey, did you guys hear what I heard during that interview?
What'd you hear?
Emmitt Smith was overrated in 1993.
He said they would have lost those games even with Emmitt Smith, which I'm going to have to go back and revisit. That is
I
not
think they
the
lost
way
13-10 to the Buffalo Bills in week 2. Now, I know that they were going to play them again in the Super Bowl, but Emmitt Smith that year played in 14 games.
Yeah.
Started 13 because the first game that he came back week 3, he didn't start. Led the league in rushing, led the league in yards per attempt, led the league in yards per game, led the league in yards per scrimmage, and he only started 13 of the 16 games. He also was the MVP of the NFL.
Look, I wouldn't say that. I'm going to have to go back and look at this. But the way I remember it, I was a kid.
I was a kid.
I feel like Mickey's looking at this only one way and one way only, through the eyes of, I can't believe you'd give up $1 million. Wait a second. Does anybody believe the Cowboys have a chance if CeeDee Lamb doesn't play against the Cleveland Browns?
A lot tougher. It's a lot tougher.
A chance? Maybe.
I give everybody a chance all the time.
Yeah.
Nah,
but you're in deep doo-doo.
Yes. No, yeah, it's an arduous road.
That's the other side, like that Mickey won't look at. That's the agent's thing. Are you willing to automatically lose the first game?
Yeah.
Are you willing to automatically lose the second game? Are you willing to almost automatically go 1-3 to start the year because over 4 weeks you're like, you won't forfeit $1 million. You forfeit the season if we're not there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Hey, I loved what Cody Bradford did. Me too. And a few other guys next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The pitch. Smith swings. It's a number. First base side. Off the mound is Duran. He throws to first, and he got him to win the ball game. Josh Smith takes his helmet and slams it down in frustration. As the game comes to an end, the Twins win it by the score of 3-2.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so I'm going to give a little excuse for last night, but it doesn't matter because you're 10 games under 500.
Yeah.
So those are sometimes, you know how in the NBA you have scheduled losses?
Yeah.
Sometimes because of the trip coming home, most of the guys got home around 3 to 4 a.m. And you could tell there was a little bit of fatigue. And then Corey Seager had the day off because of the fatigue issue, because of being tired. Well, that'll happen in a season. That's why right now the Cleveland Guardians have 49 losses and the Orioles and the Yankees each have 50 losses. Now, they're all three going to make the playoffs pretty easily. Sure. But there's games where you just have a beat-up bullpen. Your team is super tired from travel, and that's why most teams are going to lose approximately 60 games. Not all of them are scheduled losses, but you're not going to play well, and then there's time. But the tough thing is like you just don't have any time for that anymore. Yeah. But last night, Kirby Yates, I felt like didn't have his good stuff, but that was his third game to pitch in 4 nights, and the first game he pitched on Monday, he threw an inning in 2/3. Because of kind of lack of bullpen. Starting pitchers are not going deep in games. I thought this was amazing last night. Cody Bradford, before I get to how good he was, that was the third time a starting pitcher has gotten out in the 6th inning in the last 19 games.
What?
So that's why when we're watching possibly David Robertson or Kirby Yates, sometimes not pitch their best right now is they're being asked to pitch multiple innings at times in games, and then they get a day off, and it's like pitch again. And it's like people don't realize how much that takes out of you. Then you give them the lack of sleep and stuff like that, and they also are 36 and 39, if I have their ages right. I believe Yates is 36. And
yeah, older players.
Yeah, so they're not – you can kind of bounce back from lack of sleep a little bit better in your, let's say, 20s than in your mid to late 30s. So excuses. Shut up, Bassick. I get it.
Shut up, Bassick.
But
all these excuses.
Now I'm going to go to the positive. Yes, they lost again. I get it. They have a 0.6% chance of making the playoffs. So it's down from 1.
Doesn't even that feel high?
Honestly, yes. But Cody Bradford coming back from the injured list, and yesterday not having a good curveball. His curveball has been so good for him this year. He didn't even throw it last year. So that's the new pitch that when he was 3-0 to start the year, fastball location, changeup, that was there. It even improved from last year. But then he added that pitch, and that became the pitch that you're like, wait a second. This is changing things here because it's not just a get-me-over breaking ball that he had in 2023. This is I won't say swing and miss, but get me out. Yeah. And so yesterday it was crappy. He had no breaking ball at all.
Is that ever? I feel like this is the direction you're kind of going. Is that the most impressive performances from you from pitchers, not just Bradford, but pitchers in general? When you're like, you can see at least one of their pitches is not working. But they're still effective.
Yeah. When you are like, I don't have that today. Yeah. It's gone. Well, okay, are you going to now give up 6 or 7 runs in 3 innings? Are you going to figure out a way how to fight and battle? And he fought and he battled. That second inning wasn't a good inning. Now, probably would have scored anyways, but Leody Taveras didn't help out the situation by missing the ball in the outfield when it would have been – it was a crazy bounce. There's nothing he could have done about that. But then it would have been a triple, and then he turned it into a triple error / little league home run. But from that point on, the 3rd inning through the 6th inning, Cody Bradford kind of said, I'm not really going to throw my breaking ball anymore. I got to work on great fastball location because I'm not going to be able to fool him with a 3rd pitch. I'm going to go fastball changeup. And he was able, and the Minnesota Twins are a solid team. They're 68 and 53. Now they're missing Carlos Correa. They're always missing Byron Buxton. I don't even count him as a major league player pretty much because of how much he misses. So yes, he's very good. He never plays. So I can't say, and they were missing this person. Well, it would be like, man, and the Rangers are missing Jacob deGrom this year. Yeah, we all know. Like, he's going to miss most of the season. And hopefully Jacob deGrom pitching well. Saturday, I think he throws the live hitters. Hopefully we see him.
It might be today, right?
Oh, is it today? For some reason, I thought it was Saturday.
Maybe it got moved
it's
back,
today.
but I think Boch had said today.
Okay, so now we're looking at Jacob deGrom pitching in September, which could be fun to watch. I get. We're going to move on to college football. We're going to obviously move on to Dallas Cowboys football. Most likely, by the way, this Friday, there ain't many Fridays left, Ranger fans, of baseball nuggets, because once that they're out of a playoff race and doing what they're doing, we understand Cowboys Monday and Cowboys Friday and NFL Monday and NFL Friday. It'll be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday when it comes to really talking baseball. Coming up soon, probably once we get to September, is when that will change. But Cody Bradford was great yesterday. And then when he had nothing left, he had nothing in the sixth inning, but he still figured out a way. He figured out a way how to get 3 outs. He had runners at first and second in the inning, and he got out of it, tied it 2 against Ober, who I'll give him credit. That's a really good pitcher. Like, playing fantasy baseball and stuff, I'm going to remember him next year, because sometimes...
Not just because he's super tall.
Yeah, but because he's super good. Like, he's one of these guys that I think is now going to be... If the All-Star game was September 1st, he would 100% be on the All-Star team. But the All-Star game was in mid-July, and his numbers since that point, he has an ERA, I think for 2 months now, under 2. Like, he is dominating right now, and he dominated the Texas Rangers for the most part, except that first inning. So now, you guys mentioned it, Cody Bradford, and then you mentioned the farm guys, and you mentioned what Vanderbilt boys did. And this is really important now. Cody Bradford is probably going to be your number 3 starter next year. It will probably be Jacob deGrom as your number 1, because he should be completely and fully healthy, ready to go for 2025. Tyler Mahle, who I asked a couple people about Mahle yesterday before the game when I get there a little bit early, and they said, look, we're really impressed with what he's doing, but we know, and they said we know, not think, they said we know he's going to throw 2 to 3 miles an hour harder next year.
Okay.
That this is still kind of part of rehab. He's not completely back. You're seeing, they think 80% of what Mahle's going to be like when 2025 happens. So that's a positive thing to hear. We'll see when we see. But they're saying, hey, there's more to him than what you're seeing right now. And right now, what we are seeing and what you're seeing is pretty good. I think Cody Bradford, there's still more time. I think he's pitching himself into the number 3 starting pitcher. Now, people will ask me about Nathan Eovaldi. People will ask me about John Gray. Eovaldi has that kind of player option, which I don't think he's going to opt into. I don't think. He has to first get to 156 innings pitch for that to be available at $20 million. But I don't even think he would opt into that, because I think he would get a multi-year contract from somebody, a 2 or 3 year deal. I'm not saying a 5-year deal, but would you take 1 for 20, or would you take 2 for 36, or would you take 3 for 52? Most likely we would rather take, and he'll probably be the same way, I'd rather take 2 for 36, or I'd take 3 for 52 rather than 1 for 20, especially at where his age is and then his somewhat injury history. So I don't know if Nathan Eovaldi's going to be back. And this is the scary thing. Now that they're 10 games back of the Astros, and they're pretty much completely out of a playoff position, even when it comes to wild card, you'd have to pass up almost all of the American League to get into the situation. So this does keep bringing up the situation of, in late August, will the Rangers start waiving players for free pickups for other teams so they can save money for...
Okay. I don't feel like you only have 3 guaranteed starters next year right now.
Well, I would say that they're banking on or thinking about Teodo, even though he's still having major command issues. He's walking way too many people in the minor leagues.
Sounds like 3 that you feel like are guarantees.
But Jack Leiter, possibly Dane Dunning. Urania might be I'm not saying easy, but he could be. You could sign him back and have him as a swing
Still
guy
some question
again.
mark there. Okay.
But
All
I
right.
think they're going to be banking on those last two spots being either cheap replacements or being your Jack Leiter, Kamar Rocker, Teodo type of guys.
We'll probably talk about this next week or whenever the heck you want. If you just start releasing players to save money and Chris Young's not under contract and Bruce Bochy doesn't have to put up with any nonsense, like, what is the front office and the management going to look like?
I don't know. Those are good questions that obviously I have zero answers to. But now that we're at August 16th, we are approximately 2 weeks away or less from finding out if the rumors from, was it John Paul Morosi? I will say from multiple people. This is not from just one person. If they become true, we will find out, not next Friday, but the next Friday, we will find out if the Rangers, and I'm really hoping they don't do this. I'm going to give you my opinion. I can't imagine this would send a good message to Seager and his agent, to Simeon and his agent, I know Josh Young's not close to free agency or anything, but kind of maybe what you still think is a core that could do some damage in 25 and hopefully 26. I don't think for veteran guys, if they were to waive, let's just say Andrew Heaney and other guys, if that would be a message that you want to give your players and agents in the offseason.
I'm with you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with AEW superstar Darby Allin and just might have another special guest rolling in. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else. Get your fix with Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Southpaw Mike Bassett. Weekdays at 10:40, right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Football icon John Madden is getting the Hollywood treatment. Yes, a new movie about the coach, broadcaster, and video game mogul is in development, and playing the legend is Nicolas Cage. To be honest, I could see Cage playing Raiders owner Al Davis more than Madden. Either way, I'll be buying a ticket. I'm Maggie Gray.
Lowe's knows our great paint savings mean you can get the colors you want at prices you'll love. Right now, get 20% off 1-gallon cans and 5-gallon pails of Valspar Defense paint or Cabot Stain. Shop now because it's the perfect time to maintain your deck and paint your outdoor spaces. Visit us in-store or online today because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/21. Selection varies by location. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Pneumatic freight in South Texas and Oklahoma is blowing up, and we want you to join the pack at Sisu Energy. Must have PEC, Safe Land, and A2S certifications. Our drivers at Sisu Energy are grossing over $15,000 each week. Need a trailer? We can help you get one. No down payments, no escrow, lowest insurance cost in the country, and huge fuel discounts through our pilot partnership. Sisu Energy can have you on the road in 3 days from initial application. Visit SISUEnergyLLC.com to apply today. That's SISUEnergyLLC.com to apply today.
Stuck in a rut? Want a career change? Dallas College can help. Tomorrow, August 17th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., Dallas College is hosting its Super Saturday registration event at all 7 campuses. Super Saturday is your chance to get registered for fall semester classes. Meet with success coaches to find the perfect program for you. Get help with financial aid. Whether you're looking for a certificate program or an associate's degree, Dallas College has something for you. Visit dallascollege.edu/Saturday for more details.
Hi, Babe Loffenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Brad, how you doing?
Doing great, Babe. We're rolling out model year and savings early to sell down excess 2024 models. It's a great time to get a great deal.
As the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, do you have a bunch to choose from?
Sure do. We have hundreds of work-ready vehicles on the ground, box trucks, flatbeds, cargo vans, service body trucks, all priced to sell with early model year-end savings.
Everybody knows model year-end is the best time to buy. So what does a business owner do with their old vehicles?
They sell them to me. 2 or 200. We'll buy them all for top.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 817. I want to do a shout-out for Reggie for being the Swiss Army knife at the show late nights on the Get Right and producing KNC. Reggie, you've become a very friendly and comforting voice in your time spent here. You will be missed. That is delightful.
It is. And I have actually been listening to the voice messages. I don't think that we're going to turn them around to air, but know that I'm listening to your voice message if you send it in on the Odyssey app.
That's very, very nice. See, you gave him extra work to do, Corey, and
buddy,
are
already
you turning those around? Are we going to be able to, the radio's going to hear them? But we're all listening.
They'll be just for me, and I appreciate it.
How will we all listen if we don't play them?
You won't.
What I'm asking right now.
You're just going to have to take his word
How
for
will we
it,
all hear them, Reggie?
I guess.
I thought you said that we all listen to it.
Well, that's what I was saying. Is that's when we hear them. Is when you play
Sounds
them.
like you need to get on earlier in the process.
I do. I will try.
All right.
Not really.
We've got Darby Allin coming up in just a second, and hopefully another one of my special guests will show up. We'll see how that's going so far. Not so well, but the most hyped teams.
You get mad.
I am mad. The most hyped teams.
If you're listening, he's furious at you.
He is ticked off at you.
The most hyped teams going.
Hope you're wearing a cup
into the NFL. I'm not going to kick anyone in the nuts.
Why not?
It's a fair counterpoint.
How long, Mike? Hold on, Kevin. I know you want to do something and stuff, but I'm going to take this.
That's what
I'm gonna
Darby
take this
Allin
over
does
just a little bit.
sometimes.
That sometimes that does happen.
How long do you think Michael or Kevin will hold on to this grudge?
Maybe the rest of his life.
So is it?
Could be.
Do you think a favor would even change that, or
No.
would it? It's just going to always be there.
It'll always be underlying. It would take a long time. It will not be like, oh, here's, I don't know, here's a gift card or something. I don't think. Like,
So Kevin, you don't think Kevin's a quid pro quo guy where it's like you scratch my back, I scratch yours. It's you've wronged me once. Now you owe me 2.
I don't even know if it's wrong to me.
yeah.
I think for Kevin, like he's just such a meticulous planner that if you mess up his plan, you're dead
is
to him
exactly
forever.
right.
And what's
Reggie.
funny is like the person who I assume he's doing it for, because I imagine this is for me. It doesn't matter that much. It's cool. We chilling, man. I'm having a blast.
Okay.
But like with when the Mavericks lost to the Heat in the first finals, and then they won the second one, I was happy they won one, but we should have had 2. And so that's where I think Kevin is most of the time is you owe me 2 now, and you're never going to be able to catch up because you messed up the first one.
No, I will
that.
I will take Reggie's advice and just move on. All right. The NFL's.
That didn't sound like you moved
I'm going
on.
to try, Mike. I can't just automatically turn it off.
It's more fun.
I
when-
wish I could. I
Well,
would be a better person
Choppy
if
would
I
suggest
could.
a Blue Chew if that's the case.
That's not what I meant. I would be a better person if I could just turn it off. All right. So, the most hyped teams going into the NFL season, are you jumping on any of these bandwagons? 877-881-1053. Yeah, come on in. Outstanding. And one of Mike's questions has already been answered. Does somebody want to help set him up there? One of Mike's questions has already been answered. If Darby Allin would come in with his face painted, and he has.
Well, I saw Darby Allin yesterday on the mound at the Rangers game, and he looked exactly the same right now. I didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't shower last night. I just kept the face on. Let's just keep it on. Maybe everyone would ask me, like, you should just get your face tattooed like this.
Oh, my gosh.
Just commit to it.
I
you
don't
never have to paint your face.
Do you have sons or daughters?
No.
Because that might be a little bit scary if you do, and then they are like, Daddy kind of looks skeleton-y on one
Or
side of his
maybe
face.
they just grow up thinking that's the normal, and they're okay with it.
And they're
you know?
scared of us.
Yeah, they're scared of us.
Oh, I would like that. It's like, where's your skeleton part of your face? That is a great point. Now, you were in town, obviously, yesterday. Big announcement about All In Texas next year at Globe Life Field, home of for now, the defending world champion Texas Rangers. I know it's been in London, and y'all still have the event coming up in London really quick, but how cool is it to be able to have All In here in America, and specifically here in Texas?
It's surreal, like, because I've been with the company since day one, and the company's been around for like 6 years. So be there on the ground level. This wasn't established. Nothing was guaranteed with AEW. We fought for this.
Yeah.
And to be there at Globe Life, July 12th, 2025, like, it's wild.
Yeah.
It's so wild. I don't think about it, like last year, all-time attendance record for a pro wrestling event.
Yep.
5 years in, AEW, like, that's what we do. We put our souls and everything out there, and I think the fans really see what we fight for. And then they're just as much of it as we are. Like, this is a
Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
amazing partnership that we have with the city and with the fans. Like what we've been doing with the residency lately. Like
At the esports arena?
You feel the energy in that place.
And by the way, tomorrow, one more at the esports arena in Arlington, AEWTix.com, if you want to go to Collision tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been amazing. It's been an amazing run, and like I cannot wait for the energy of what's going to happen on July 12th, 2025.
Now, this is probably self-explanatory, but I would still like you to explain it nonetheless. At this All In, you have a coffin match coming up for the TNT title. People might think I made that up. Will you explain to them what exactly that will look like?
So a coffin match essentially only ends when you put your opponent in the coffin and you close the lid, which is very fitting, very, very fitting for what kind of match I'm going to have this year against who I'm having it against. So Jack Perry is a guy who's been with AEW since the beginning, just like me, but his road there was so much easier than mine. He's been friends with the Elite, which run the company, and they were only, like with Jack, it was only a speed dial call away from getting hired here. He didn't really have to sacrifice anything. He was in wrestling for, maybe like 5 years, but he's only done like a few independents in California. Like, didn't really have to fight for much to get here. And like, we're a guy like me, like I didn't even know if I was gonna make it to AEW.
Yeah.
I was begging to make it to AEW, and I finally got here, and I'm like, dude, it was hard. It was hard. It was hard. So like, somebody who like got here so easy and didn't really have to sacrifice much is like, that's what I think Wembley this year. It's like fighting like someone who puts in the work against someone who's complacent and lazy. That's like what I'm fighting for.
We've had Jack Perry on the show, but you're here now.
Did you have him as Jack Perry, or did you have him as Jungle Boy?
That was when he was Jungle Boy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing I always saw. Like, because AEW is like, you can be yourself. Like, AEW is a place where you can be yourself. And I said, in pro wrestling, I'm either gonna make it as Darby, or I'm gonna fail as Darby, but I'm not changing a thing. And then I hear like AEW signed Jungle Boy. I'm like, who the hell is Jungle Boy? Like, that's what you do with your creative freedom, is your Tarzan? Like, what is this? Like, come on, no one buys that. So, he's actually Jack Perry now, which I've said before is pro wrestlers they're like the best when they're themselves turned up to 10.
Yep.
And now he's himself, which is a child. Like, because he takes everything for granted. Like, think of it, dude. He like never shows up to work. He's the TNT champion.
Yeah.
Think about it. He's the TNT champion, and how often has he been at the residency? He hasn't.
Yeah.
He hasn't.
Yeah.
Like, that's what a champion does? Like, come on, man. Like, let's put this whole thing, the coffin match. Like, and everybody's like, why is it a coffin match? Well, why so extreme? I set the guy on fire.
Yeah.
We've already.
There's no turning back.
Yeah, come on, man. What are we gonna
go with this?
We're gonna go to Wembley and we're gonna lock up and have a good old match? No, man. I've already set the guy on fire. We've had this bloody cage match. Like, there's only one place to go from there, and that's a coffin match. Like, that's the end all be all. I don't want a whole year feud with Jack. I want to end it at Wembley.
Am I allowed to joke but don't use real glass? Right? Like, am I allowed to make that joke since y'all are going back?
Oh, I used real glass in the Sting. In the Sting match.
Yeah.
In the Sting match, I used real glass.
Okay.
Like, that was real glass. I got the gnarly scar to prove it. Looks like Harry Potter's forehead scar.
But that's one you love. That's a scar you love, right?
Oh,
for that match.
Yeah. No, man. Sting's last match. You can't be playing with fake glass. Like, come on.
And Punk's not there to yell at you about it.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's good. That's good. Can you tell us about that experience of not just that last match, but rolling down the road with Sting? Because Sting's from around, or he lives around here, and he's been on our show before.
Waxahachie native.
Yes, that's right. He's awesome. What was that experience?
So easy to talk to, man.
He
so
really
awesome
is.
So you say that.
For us, whenever we got a chance.
You say that, and that's why I love the guy so much.
Okay,
yeah.
Is like, outside of the ring, he's the most humble, chill dude ever. Everybody asked me, like, what's the one thing you've taken away from your time with Sting? And I was like, to stay grounded and humble, and don't let this wrestling 15-minute fame ride. Because like once it's all over, you have to like look at yourself in the mirror and like know who you are. And a lot of people let it consume them, and then they like the wrestling world like chews them up and spits them out, and they look in the mirror like, I don't even know who I am anymore. Yeah. I have no idea. He can look at himself and be like, I know exactly who I am. He's so humble and chill and just grateful for everything. So to be there with that energy and like to be a part of the last match of this guy's iconic career, it was insane. That's why I was like, we need to pull out all the stops. Like, we gotta pull out glass. we gotta do something gnarly.
Okay. All right.
Like,
so our producer Reggie in there right now. Today's his last show. He's heading down to Houston. He's going down to Houston to host his own midday show. Should we pull the glass out or Viking funeral? How should we do this for him today?
I think he needs to take a shot.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Reggie, would you like to take a chop?
Would I like to? Probably not. If we're being honest.
But will you take a chop? I guess then the question becomes, that feels like that'd be a tough sell.
Okay, all right.
You should just say you want Corey to take the chop for you then.
Yeah, that sounds excellent.
Oh, all right.
All right, let's do it. Yeah, you just let me know when.
All right, excellent.
Or don't.
Yeah, like no, but it's always cool when you get to be a part of somebody's like finale, because his career started before I was born.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Like, this is wild, dude. It's like
he used to team with the Ultimate Warrior and all kinds of crazy stuff going.
Yeah, he's
going
literally
back in
done
the
it
day.
all in pro wrestling, like everything.
Yeah,
Is that the biggest pop you've experienced? Can you describe the biggest pop that you've experienced when you get into the ring, when you walk out, that you're like, oh man, I can almost taste it right now?
That was it.
That is?
With Sting's like retirement match, because I made my entrance first and I sat at the bottom of the ramp and we watched his video package, kind of telling the fans, reminding them of how iconic of a career he's had. This video package plays, then his music hits. And then like just to feel that, like I was just like taking it all in. I was like, oh man, this is insane. It was incredible. Like, I don't know, just that whole day was surreal. Like, I'm normally like really like calm and cool throughout the day, and Sting like asked me, he's like, man, you seem like really like uptight today. Like, you don't seem like yourself. I'm like, I wonder why. It's your last match.
Yeah.
You only get one shot at this, and if we go out there and like we crap the bed, everybody's gonna be like, yeah, he had a nice career and everything, but that last match is like, we have to fire on all cylinders here. We have to hit a home run. That's why I jumped off the ladder through the glass. Like, you have to put everything out there. And that's like, and he, at the end of the night, he comes up to me. He's like, Darby, that was easily the top 3 favorite matches I've had my whole career.
Wow.
And I'm like, that's what we do it for, man. So he doesn't have to live with, that last match. Oh, it was a nice career and everything, but that was kind of.
What's the worst last match you feel like from like a legend? Because he's a super huge wrestling fan. So is there one where you're like, I love this guy, but the last match wasn't my favorite?
I mean, there's an entire documentary about The Undertaker chasing another last match because his WrestleMania match against Roman Reigns did not go the way that he wanted, and he stuck around for 3 more years trying to correct that. So I would make that argument. I know. Competition. Just mentioning that's what pops into
competition.
That's what pops into my mind. Now, I know this happened a long time ago. I'm going to say I only know about this though because you just brought it up again, so I apologize for asking about it. Can you please explain to everyone how you ended up on the show? Sex sent me to the ER.
So I was going to film school in Arizona. It was a I don't even know if it's around anymore, the show.
I'm not sure.
It was a TLC show about people like getting injured and having to go to the hospital while having sex. So I was going to film school at the time, and I'm literally broke. Like, I'm talking broke, where like I'm spending $5 a week on food. Ooh. I'm working at the 99-cent store. I'm like secretly eating all the food in the back at the 99-cent store because I don't have any money for food.
Wow.
Like, it's crazy. And then I hear the show. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Like, that sounds funny. Like, why don't we like create a funny like a fake story to go on it? And then I create this story, but I don't have a lady to be on the show with me. So we go on Craigslist and we find aspiring actresses in Los Angeles because that's where it was shot. And then I meet up with the lady the day of the shoot, and we're like, we got to get our story straight because the show thinks it's real.
Yeah.
They asked me for an actual doctor's note.
Shut up.
So I made this fake doctor's note going to the show, and we do it, and like it was so funny. Like it was like such a good time, like just like telling the story, because essentially the story was like I was in the wilderness and we were making love and I roll over on a bee's nest that was like on the ground, and I was like,
that was you. Okay, I've seen that episode.
You have?
Yes.
I looked totally different back then. But the thing is, like, we roll over on a bee's nest, and I'm like, there's no bees in there. You don't have to worry about anything. And all of a sudden it comes so it's like, it's so funny shooting this and like telling this story. Because have you guys seen the movie My Girl with Macaulay Culkin?
Yes.
You know how he like dies in the end of the bees? So I'm like sitting there I'm sitting there and we're filming it with like TLC, and I start crying like on the thing, and I like it's like obviously the fake tears. I'm just like, when this was happening, there's only one thing I could think about is Macaulay Culkin, my girl. I was gonna die, and like, and then they're all like, we can't use this. Cut. And I was like, it was just so fun. I don't know. It was, and they flew you out there. I was going to film school in Arizona. They flew me out to Los Angeles. Put me in a hotel, gave me like $800, and it was just like, it was fun. And that $800 went so far. I was like, I'm rich. I can get anything I want at Walmart.
Spending $5 on food every week.
That's a good point.
Gonna work out.
Did you upgrade your food budget after that? You're like, I got to be smart about this.
I upgraded it. Like, it was funny because I used to eat it at like buffets.
Yeah.
And I would secretly have a Ziploc bag that I would fill up. And like, there was so much crazy stuff I would do, like when I was like broke just to get by. So I was working at the 99-cent store, and it was a grand opening, and they had like everybody that it's like, okay, the first 30 people get a flat screen TV that's in line, because they wanted to build like anticipation for the store opening up. And I'm working there, and then I get in line and I sleep there outside before the doors open. And I'm sleeping on the concrete with my hood on. And then they're like, all right, you want a TV? You want a TV? And they get to me, and they're like, sir, you just want a TV? And I took off my hood, like, wait, you work here. You don't get the TV. And I was like, come on, man, I slept out here.
Really use this.
I was camping out. I was trying to get that TV. But like, it's just like funny things like that. That's why it's like so cool. Just like this whole like staying grounded and everything, and getting to wrestle like places like Globe Life Field, like, because I never thought any of this was possible. And like being homeless and doing everything that I've done in the last few years, it's like, it's surreal, and I don't take any of it for granted. That's why every single night I go out there and I perform as if it's my first time and my last time in AEW. Like we just go crazy every night. So it's a really awesome energy. And the fact that AEW, like, all right, just do you.
Yeah.
Do you. Like, so you can't ask for more in life.
How much do you like the travel aspect of it? Because like you come out here to Arlington, participate first pitch for the Rangers. The last collision of this stay is tomorrow, and then a week from that you're going to be in England, and I know it just keeps moving. How much do you like that travel aspect?
I love it, because when I was in high school in Seattle, I would stare at the wall and be like, there's a whole world out there. I don't know how to get to it, because like I have nothing, like no money, nothing, like no connections. I'm like, there's a whole world out there. And if I get a taste of it, I'm never going to stop. And that's like the thing is, like every week I'm like, put me somewhere. I'll do any media. I'll do any shows you guys want. Like I'm down for it all, because I never thought this was possible. So I'm like, just let's go.
Collision.
Ton of respect for that, man.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
I will tell you a story off air in just a second. Collision tomorrow in Arlington at the eSports Arena, AEWTix.com if you want to check that out. A week from Sunday, All In on pay-per-view. That's the one in London. And then next summer, All In Texas is going to be happening at Globe Life Field. Keep your eyes out for the pre-sale and the tickets. We will be sure to share that message as well. Man, I really appreciate you jumping on. Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Darby Allin coming up next. Baseball interrupting geese, Notre Dame swimming, and maybe Reggie. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. For those that are asking, if you want to go to Collision tomorrow in Arlington, AEWTix.com is how it goes, and then we'll let you know when tickets for All In at Globe Life Field go on sale. Now, Reggie, this is an interesting question from the 214. I think I know the answer, but let's give it a shot. Since it's Reggie's last day, can he tell us about his love life?
I mean, what's there to tell?
What's going on?
Yeah, what's up?
Is this from Jess?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's
not her phone. That is not her phone number.
Jess would not necessarily ask that. She'd be like, so would you possibly be interested in this person that I know?
Are you taking a lover to Houston with you?
No, I mean, there's lovers down there. Why bring a lover down there?
Are you leaving many lovers behind here?
I wouldn't say many.
A few?
Sure.
All right, there you go.
Wow. That is infinitely
That's the
more.
most you've ever given us. So, yeah, I'll take that.
By far the
if
most.
y'all have any more questions about Reggie's love
we're going to
life,
turn this into an AMA? All right.
text in.
I like that.
And ask questions, because that was as far as, I mean, that's the most we've ever gotten. Most of the time, we get shut down pretty quickly.
That is true.
But that's what happens, Kevin, whenever you leave something behind. You feel very open to telling them things.
Oh, okay. I like that.
That's why, like, you break up with somebody, you'll tell them, like, how you feel about them and stuff. You'll be like, look, you have smelly feet, and that's why we can't do this anymore.
Who was that with?
The suggestion, like this, sometimes people don't like the way people's feet smell.
Okay. It's time for Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody else need to ask you for forgiveness? Or are you geese holding up a baseball game? Let's go to cut number 4. And this is announcer Trevor Curl, who tell me if he does or does not seem agitated about the birds on the field.
Oh, we're going to wait for the birds, eh? Well, I guess we're going to wait for them, huh? We're going to wait for the birds? Really? We're going to wait for the birds to get off the playing surface, huh? All right.
He is the announcer for the Winnipeg Gold Eyes, as you might have guessed from the A.
So he thinks just play through it? Play through the geese? Is that what
I
he's
guess
saying?
the worst that could happen.
Yeah. Seriously.
And geese are violent too, right?
Yeah, they are.
They have teeth.
Oh, is that right?
I think they have I think they do.
Oh, yeah, geese are problems because not only are, like, they might be able to bite you or what have you, but, like, they're just real ornery. They're a real ornery animal.
That's a geese teeth.
Oh,
right
my
there.
gosh.
Yeah.
There are a lot of those little teeth.
I was hoping that a goldeye would be some type of goose, and that'd be hilarious, but unfortunately, a goldeye is a fish, freshwater fish.
Photoshop, Kevin.
From the 817, this is Jess. Would Reggie be interested in this girl I know? Okay.
Hi, Jess.
That is not her phone number.
How do you know?
Because I know what her phone number is, but I can tell you, she is very upfront when she's like, oh, I think there's this girl that Reggie would like. I had to stop her on one of them, and I'm like, I don't know if their belief system is anywhere near in the same universe.
Because she believes birds are real.
And that's, you know what, maybe that's
I'm just trying to do bits right now, baby.
Maybe that is.
How many phone numbers do you know? Because you just said you know Jess's phone number.
I think 4.
All right. I think
Yeah.
I know about 3. I
Okay.
think that's about all I got right now. 877-881-1053 is one of them. I know that one.
Okay, 5.
Oh,
there you
we
go.
I think I only know one. My wife's. That's it.
Do you
Do you know
yours?
your phone number?
Oh, 2.
Nice.
You know any of your kids' phone numbers?
No.
I don't know
Okay.
my kids' numbers either.
Okay, I don't think I do either.
Yeah, no, that's bad.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. All right. This is a weird story to me. Do you remember last year, Michigan State put that quiz up before one of their football games, and they had a question?
Oh, on the Jumbotron.
Yes, and they had a question about Hitler on there, and people
I don't remember this.
People were displeased.
Yeah.
So there's now a lawsuit in place. The lawsuit is essentially over copyright infringement, and they argued that their company got a lot of blowback because of that question, and they're like, this quiz was not created for a mass market use at an American college football game. So they're like, hey, don't blame the question. You weren't supposed to use that at your football game.
How do they know that? That's ridiculous on both sides. First off, be smart enough not to use it.
Don't use a Hitler question.
But what? But
feels like a fair at your football game. At your football game, there might be some sort of like historical thing where you need to talk about it.
What's a fair Hitler question?
I don't.
Who was the most evil person that you can think?
Ooh,
of?
yeah.
I think if you are in a history class, like a world history class, you're going to have a lot of questions
and
about.
that's fair. At a football game, maybe not.
What was the question again?
It was like some historical question. I don't remember.
All right, I'm gonna go find it. You can do your thing.
Okay, but it involved Hitler, and now they're suing because they're like, you should not have used our quiz. Not our quiz should not have had the Hitler question. Now, Reggie,
it was where he was born.
Okay,
that was the question.
But still,
I don't even know the answer.
Yeah, the more important question is why.
Yeah, did he fail out of art school?
Why was Hitler born?
No, just why did you feel the need to have him
that
be
question there.
There's
I
a
don't
lot of
know.
people that are from various
'Cause
places
they
that you
did
could
not
ask about.
They didn't. They just threw it up there.
Now, I'm intrigued because of something you said about this off air yesterday.
Oh boy.
Because my Forgiveness Friday item was going to be Ray Gun Haters, the breakdancer from Australia. She went on Instagram and said, I really appreciate the positivity. I'm glad I was able to bring some joy into your lives. I didn't realize that would also open the door to so much hate, which has frankly been pretty devastating. And I felt bad for her. It was a touching moment. I was going to say Ray Gun Haters should stop. However, Reggie, do you have an alternate point of view about how maybe Ray Gun knows more than she's letting on?
All right, so this, I have to make sure to couch this in the understanding that this has become a viral like TikTok accusation, and I have not necessarily seen it substantiated. No, I have not been on TikTok. It's just been so big that you can find out about it outside of TikTok, right? Wipe that smug look off your face. But yeah, supposedly the allegations go that Rachel Gunn is her name, the Australian breaker in the Olympics. She qualified in the Olympics through subterfuge and malfeasance because her husband was the judge of the breaking, apparatus or whatever. Whoever
was
decides,
the judge of the breakdance competition,
and who made it to the Olympics, and also her coach and choreographer. So the thought being that she, having an PhD and all these things, set up this situation in Australia and maybe basically selected herself to be the Olympic representative in breaking over other people that probably were more suited to do it.
So then the question becomes, is it the Ray Gun haters or is it Ray Gun that needs to ask for forgiveness for trying to cheat the system?
Ray Gun needs to ask for forgiveness, and her husband.
Okay.
I mean, like, it sounds like they were in on it together. They were in bed together on this. Get it? Because they were in bed because they're lovers. From James, from DMavs 4131 on YouTube, the term lover is so uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
I don't understand.
Agreed.
Doesn't make any sense.
But do you not love them?
I mean, I do, but I still don't want that as their qualifier. I really don't.
All right.
Now, this one, I guess probably won't be forgiven. Amina Abakarova is a chess coach from Russia who has been accused of poisoning an opponent with mercury.
What?
All right.
I saw this
thermometer, the thermometer stuff. No,
not the planet. Yes, the thermometer stuff. If that helps you
Is
out.
it from the planet? Is that where mercury comes from?
You do not know that whatsoever.
We didn't know what the temperature was on Earth until we went to Mercury.
There is.
Brought some back and started putting it in thermometers, I think. Right?
I can see how you get there.
Oh. Now, at the Dagestan, I do not believe any of that is factually accurate. At the Dagestan Chess Championship.
Whales were fish at one point.
I'm not saying I'm always right either. I definitely am not. She was filmed appearing to smear, and this is not going to help the story, mercury from a thermometer on a chair before her match, and then her opponent sat on that chair, started to feel ill, had an emergency needed emergency medical assistance, and said still she feels bad and has a lack of air, tastes iron, all these other side effects.
I like sound effects
from this mercury poisoning.
I had no clue that it was that poisonous. That if it gets on your skin, it's that poisonous. I thought like poison, like, hey, don't drink this.
Yeah.
But you're saying if you broke a thermometer and poured it on your skin, you would be in deep trouble?
I think that would be very bad.
My sister was
Nobody warned me about this my whole life. I'm 46
now you don't want to
and now I know about thermometers.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Now
I'll just guess the temperature.
I do appreciate the motive for why she did it. Abrakova, while talking to the police, reportedly said that it was personal hostility that led to this. So I
don't
somebody
like her, so
who's
I
not
shattered
like,
the thermometer.
I don't know what you're talking about. She's like, oh yeah, I don't like her. So I broke a thermometer and put mercury on her seat.
There was when my sister was like about three. She came out of the bathroom once, and we had the little latches. You remember the little latches that kept cabinets closed?
Yes, we have those all around her
We
house.
had those. I don't know how she opened it, but she opened the cabinet, broke a thermometer, and she's sitting there chugging a bottle of rubbing alcohol with a broken thermometer in her hand. And I was like, the hell is going on right now? This is why you don't leave the older brothers around to watch the little sister.
Man, there are some horrifying mercury stories already coming
From the
in here.
817 when I was a
honestly
kid.
had no clue about this.
When I was a kid, I put a thermometer up to my light bulb, and it burst, and the little mercury balls went flying out.
What?
That is...
It's not liquid?
I mean, it can be liquid.
It kind of balls up into little, like, have you ever seen Terminator 2? Whenever he shatters, he's ice, and then he shatters his little balls that all come back together.
Yeah.
It's like that. It's like water when it balls up.
Got that?
No, not really.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, but also this time I'm serious. One of my special guests who's actually here for Reggie is
passive
here.
Aggressive. Be passive aggressive.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Guy.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And they'll go fast, but we'll have one-of-a-kind Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour flasks to give to you. Plus, we're feeding you courtesy of Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp.
Also, thanks to Firehouse Heating and Air, we'll see you in Saxe Friday, August 23rd in Saxe from 6 to 10 with The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 214. Shout out to my wife, Judy. Since Corey threatened her, she has stayed with me, and tomorrow we celebrate my birthday.
You're damn right. You see how threats work?
Good.
And I don't make threats. I don't make threats. I give warnings. All right.
Okay.
Holy moly.
Is that not?
Okay. Well,
it's worked so far. Like, what am I supposed to do? Back off now?
I guess not. And it is Reggie's last day with the Fan, so we have a special guest just for him. Well, I think we're also all happy to see him. We bring to you Mr. Kevin Gray so we can reunite the Get Right.
Hi, fellas. How are you?
How the heck's it going?
Hi, Reg.
Corey's doing the lock-in motion?
Oh, damn. The whole lock. Yeah. Doom. Yeah.
What's up, man? How you living?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing okay.
You good?
Dealing with emotions as best as I can.
Are you still uncomfortably taking all the compliments that people are showering you on the text line?
You know it. I wouldn't be me if that wasn't how I handled it. But one of the things I always appreciate, everybody is so unreasonably kind, is the way I would say it, with your words and your sentiments. So I appreciate you all so much.
I think it's with all the reason in the world, Rez, that they're showering you with all of this love because you have been a staple for this station for so long, and now you're abandoning these fellas in here for
That's
something.
a good way to put it.
Leaving us behind. Yeah,
They
leaving
want
them
me
behind.
gone. Don't let them fool you.
He's been the longest board-op producer in y'all's history.
It's got to be, right?
It's between him and Parker, and I think that he's got Parker beat.
I think I got Parker.
Yeah.
And Kevin Gray is on to something. Kevin Gray would never leave the station.
At least that's what I thought. No, wait a minute. Wait.
I
Just
believe
wait
you.
just a
I
second.
feel like I
here.
haven't heard you in a while. I don't know.
You're right now. What are you talking about?
Okay, can you say what you want?
I can say.
Okay.
I see what you're doing, Kevin. I see what you're doing.
What's your deal?
That's not okay.
Really?
Hey, I've been in a bad mood
10
all
a.m.
morning. Aren't you happy I'm not in a bad mood?
You got to talk to a whole
You're
pro
taking it out
wrestler
on
and you're in a
Kevin
bad
Gray.
mood.
You're taking it out on Kevin Gray. and
Kevin
he's
is supposed to
here.
stick together.
And you know what's going to
Kevin,
happen?
jeez.
People are going to think I said that and then never talk to me again.
Just teasing, having some fun. All right. So how the heck have you been?
I've been great. It's been a hell of a ride since I last set foot in. This is my first time actually being back in the studio since I left in mid-November. And people were asking me, it was like, how did you go from the one place that you were at to the other place, like within 2 days? And that's another story for another day. But I'm good. I'm glad to be back.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. I got 3 days, buddy.
That's right. Exactly. You don't have much time at all. But no, I've been good, man. It was an amazing year, obviously, for the Mavericks who went to the NBA Finals. Shout out to them, and it was a lot of fun. So I appreciate everyone who has supported me throughout the way and continue to follow me on social media. So I'm just excited to be able to celebrate Reginald Adesanya on his final day, and of course everything that was the Get Right that we were able to create in this space and following the nighttime show legacy that whether it was you fellas or G-Bag and everyone else that's come through these parts, man, it's good to be back. I would like to say home. This is where it all started for me. So this will always be home for me for sure.
Do you want to take some credit for Reggie getting his own show in Houston since you helped propel him at the Get Right?
Well, once he told me, Kevin, get the hell out of here so I can kind of do my own thing so that I can get to where I need to go. I was like, you know what, Reg?
Conversation, but close.
I mean, pretty close. So I was like, you know what? I'll move on so you can do your thing here so that you can go get what you need to do in Houston eventually. And I'm glad it worked out for him. He has deserved this opportunity for a long time. And I'm glad that this is the moment for him to be able to utilize his God-given talents in this space and do so for a Houston area that needs someone like Reg down there. For sure.
Did y'all ever argue when y'all were working on the night show together?
Did we ever argue? Did we actually ever argue?
I mean, not anything like Kevin. I mean, Kevin blows up.
Yeah.
Me and KG, I think we were pretty good. Like we've had things that we've disagreed
Arguing
about,
is a
for sure.
difficult word to describe.
Like Reg and I, one of the things I loved about the show was that the two of us saw and talk about sports in similar ways. And, one of our collective favorites is Bomani Jones. And we would always, every time I would call him, say, hey, did you hear this thing that Bomani said? He was like, I already listened to it. You late already. Like, I've already heard about it and seen it already. So we kind of talked about sports and thought about sports on the same wavelength. So I don't think there was much, arguing. It was more so about, him trying to plan this or that or never planning it. And then, but it always worked out, though. It always worked out.
That's the thing. I fly by the seat of my pants. It's the way that I live. And it probably shouldn't be, but it's worked out. Like you were saying, Corey, it's worked out. So why not? Why change it? But no, I think honestly, more often than not, I think we both come from, and I think you guys have this for the most part, except for Kevin, and I know you're working on, and I appreciate that about you. It's like, look, man, we know that sports can be kind of silly ultimately. So let's take this, let's have fun with it. And if there's something that we disagree on, cool, but ultimately we can come back to that same, baseline of we know what this is. We know what we're having fun with this. We know what we're doing. It'll be cool.
Now, I don't want to take away the audience's opportunity to get this at least one more time.
Oh, buddy.
So let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Woo! Baby, that was amazing.
Tea kettle, teapot right there.
That is a good description.
That was good.
Thanks, friends. Thanks.
By the way, I'm sorry, real quick. Did I see Nicolas Cage and John Madden next to each other and like on a screen?
I'm glad that you brought that up because Will Ferrell is out. Nicolas Cage is in to play John Madden in the Amazon biopic that they're coming out with. How do you think Nick Cage will do at playing John Madden?
I don't think Will Ferrell was the right person.
I'm about to say,
like that was.
First of all, I didn't know Will Ferrell was actually the one originally screened, to play him. I didn't know that.
I think Nicolas Cage, if he doesn't go Nick Cage, because Nick Cage is a different dude.
That's
Nick
an alter
Cage
ego, yeah.
is Con Air.
Yeah.
He's like the Wind Talkers. He's Nick Cage, where he runs up a hill and just takes his Uzi and knocks out 28 dudes. Nicolas Cage, I think, can do this. I think he will work hard to get the. He did a whole bunch of crap movies because he had to, because he had debts, right? Like that was a big
Don't talk
deal.
about National Treasure like that.
I didn't say that. I love that movie.
Oh, okay.
I love the whole series. I didn't even watch the Disney show of it. But I think
He wasn't in that, though.
No,
right?
he was. Well.
No. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
But I think he will do a good job because I think he'll really work on the craft of trying to be John Madden. I really think he'll do an all right job.
We couldn't get like Daniel Day-Lewis or something to do this, like
that would be awesome. Did he retire from acting?
Did he really? Oh wow.
Or maybe he just said that.
That's who you've always said you would have be in your movie.
Because he could do anything.
He could do anything. I'm still creeped out by his whole Lincoln performance. Like he literally looked like Abe Lincoln.
You need to go watch that. I still haven't seen it.
Did Nicolas Cage get his face back? Or is he still John Travolta?
No, he
did
got.
we ever look into that?
He got.
That wasn't
he
a
got
real
his
thing.
face back.
Are you sure?
It wasn't. It was an acting thing. It was acting, guys.
Mike's skeptical. He's like, I don't know.
I feel like I watched the movie. He got his face back.
Oh, they did. They switched in the end with Howie Long.
What?
Wait, what?
Was Howie Long in that movie?
I think he was. Or was it Swordfish? I think Howie Long was in that movie.
Okay.
I think Football Nuggets.
I don't know.
Wait, you mentioned? Did you say Swordfish?
What do you know Swordfish for?
Oh, come on, man. That's
Halle
only 2
Berry.
words. Thank you.
Everybody knows.
Happy 58th birthday.
It was the
to
first
Halle
time we
Berry
ever got to
yesterday.
see it.
That's Halle. The one and only time you got to see it.
Halle Berry.
Well, there was also
Monsters Ball.
and
Oh, there's also
that didn't make me feel good.
She's insane.
That's a good way to put it,
David
Mike.
Justice?
Oh, yeah.
He was in Broken Arrow. Howie Long was in Broken Arrow.
Close enough.
Nope.
Nope. It's gonna be okay, Kevin. It's gonna be
Okay. No, I was actually laughing that time. I want to ask y'all a question.
I couldn't tell behind the screen. I can't see your face.
That's fair.
That's fair.
If you had to rank the top running back, wide receiver trio in the league, so not quarterback, but running back and then 2 wide receivers, which team do you think has the best combination? 49ers?
Yeah, Ayuk's, Debo, and
McCaffrey.
So I'm going to put it there, pal.
CBS Sports says, good guess, second.
I'm gonna go with even though they haven't played a single down together yet. I'm gonna go with Philadelphia with Saquon Barkley, Devontae Smith, and AJ Brown.
The Philadelphia Eagles are number 1 on the list with Saquon Barkley, Devontae Smith, and AJ Brown.
I still got it.
Is Miami up there at all?
Miami
Even if
is
I knew.
3rd on the list. Man, you guys are really good at this.
Did he say Miami?
He did say Miami.
That was my next guess.
Do you guys want one more guess and see if you can get the top 4?
Ezekiel Elliott, Brandon
Heck
Cooks,
yeah.
and CD Lamb.
Oh, we don't even need CD. We got Jalen Tolbert.
If you're going to be throwing that out there, I got a different website you can go look for. All right.
Wow.
No, the Los Angeles Rams come in at number 4 with Cooper
Kyren
Kupp,
Williams.
Puka Nacua, and Kyren Williams. And then rounding out the top 5, Cincinnati Bengals, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Zach Moss. So it's a pretty stout top 5 right there.
I think so.
I like that Rams pick because Kyren Williams is a baller. I like him.
He is.
Yeah.
He feels like somebody who a lot of people are about to learn his name. Like, I know if you're an NFL fan, you know his name,
Yeah.
but I feel like he's about to get more notoriety.
For sure.
Can you hang around at all, or you got to go?
For sure. My wife is just a couple miles downtown, so she can, relax for a little
Oh,
bit.
Sam around here? That's cool.
Yeah, she is. Her birthday's tomorrow.
That's true.
She wants you to make sure you call her and say happy birthday, okay?
I will do that.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
nice.
She wants to hear from you.
Okay.
Coming up next, Kevin Gray will be hanging out with us some more, and we'll ask the question, which Rangers prediction did you get most wrong this season? 877-881-1053. You have to pick one. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the final day of Reginald Attitula at 105.3 The Fan. And so right now, we have Kevin Gray in studio. We have Chris Arnold joining us. And somebody asked, I don't know, can we just get a condensed version of the gray area and this and that? Make it happen, please. I mean, that's going to be up to them. I didn't give them any warning about that.
I already gave you the special effort of putting together. I went through and found some of my favorite masterpiece of the weeks.
Okay.
In my tenure, so that's the effort you get today.
All right. In the meantime,
and it's a Friday. I mean, on a Friday, we know
he's giving up.
Yeah.
Well, you got to get the get right. You got to get actually it's the get KNC Masterpiece right.
Feels long. Feels like one of my teasers.
That's what it's turned into. You got a combo platter here with KG.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I see what you did there.
We will have
the combo. I see what
the
you did
combo
there.
platter in about 18 minutes. But for now, what Texas Rangers prediction did you get most wrong? Now, I know you might be like, many things, but you have to choose one. This one, I really thought from the 254, Evan Carter would win Rookie of the Year. I stocked up on his cards, too. Boo me.
That's one for sure.
Yeah.
I think, unfortunately, there's just going to be a lot. That's the tough thing about this is when things have gone this wrong, you're going to pick a lot. I thought for sure, and this is kind of, I have to remind myself right now during preseason football, no matter what happens to anybody, whatever Caleb Williams does, whatever Daniels does in Washington, mine's Wyatt Langford. I was sold on spring training.
Me too.
And I thought that he was going to win Rookie of the Year, and I made this stupid prediction. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was way too optimistic. I thought he would finish top 10 in MVP voting. Not that he'd finish, almost win it, but last year, Gunnar Henderson finished top 10 in MVP voting and won Rookie of the Year, and I thought he was going to be Gunnar Henderson-like at the plate, and it just doesn't mean he's not going to be great. It just, he's not working out like I thought he would his rookie year.
My big wrong was Josh Young. Last year, I thought Josh Young was going to get Rookie of the Year, and I thought this year, he didn't get it because of injuries in August and September, but I thought, and he was an all-star, started the third base, I thought this year he's going to be healthy and show everybody why he should have been Rookie of the Year, and he's going to be like the MVP of the team. I really
After
thought,
those first 4 games where you're like, I told you all. And
then he turned into
him.
Josh injured all the time, and I hate that for him because he's a great guy.
Yeah, that's a good one. I also said Wyatt Langford because we had heard the hype. We had seen how quickly he had progressed through the system. And I was one of the people that was like, hey, I know it's 8 months after he got drafted. I don't care. He's ready to go. And I still think he's going to be a really good player. I feel like a lot of people feel that way, but
I've talked to people that are at the ballpark that aren't affiliated with the Rangers, and they still all believe that too. They just say it just shows how hard it is to go straight from college to Major League Baseball.
And I thought he was going to be that guy that was going to be kind of like a David Price-esque.
Yeah.
I know there's a quick turnaround there and just really make an impact really, really fast. So that's probably what it is for me, KG.
I was just wrong about the idea that they were going to win the World Series again.
You were definitely wrong about that.
Definitely wrong. No, I think in all seriousness, I think I was most wrong about the idea that this Rangers offense was going to be like a top 5 offense once again.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be another repeat of the whole Simeon, Seager, Adolis, Garcia show, in the middle of the lineup, but it just hasn't come to fruition in that way this year, unfortunately.
Now,
I just missed Kevin.
Just the whole thing?
No, I just missed their record. I mean, we still got time, but I said they were going to go 162-0, and they haven't quite lived up to that.
So that was opening night for you, huh?
Yes, well,
no, I'm just
joking. No, they won the first
they
one.
Win the first
second.
one.
Yeah, because remember, you can't go 162-0 without winning the first one.
That's true.
So that was
That's
the
true.
big deal.
To be fair,
they
could still go 96-66. Now, they would need to go on an unprecedented 40-game winning streak. But if the White Sox can lose more than 20 in a row, maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, and I was also I was with KG on Bruce Bochy's finally going to get his back-to-back.
Yeah.
That was the one that I was like, no, this is the team that can do it. And because I thought they had the great mix of veterans and the great and young players. Thought it was the perfect combination for a back-to-back.
Unfortunately, prime Buster Posey wasn't walking through that door, unfortunately.
Yeah, I thought they were doing really well second half until somebody said, get Rangers or something like that.
Go get Rangers. Go get Rangers.
Go get Rangers. And they have not been the same since. I just know
get Rangers. I don't know why. I mean, I know why I said it. It's still so dumb. I appreciate the person who came to Fan Bowl and gave me a Go Get Rangers shirt. Thank you very much for that. From the 469, I thought they wouldn't suck. From the 682, my biggest misprediction was that the Rangers would win 94 games. From the 432, I simply thought the Rangers would be good and not piss me off almost every night. And then from the 940, we need to stop this. I made 20 bets at $25 each on the Rangers involving different scenarios, and I'm losing on all 20 of them.
Hey, yo, wow.
There was a lot of belief in this team.
Yeah.
They won the World Series.
Then the injuries came along. And then the bat stops.
Yes. From the 972, season ain't over yet. The Astros will choke. Here's the issue, though. Even if the Astros did choke, you're 7 games behind Seattle. You're behind many, many teams.
Well, you do have 7 games with Seattle in the next 2 months.
Would you like to predict a 7-0 sweep against Seattle?
No.
Okay. If the Rangers played their last 40 games against the White Sox, how many do you think they would win?
38.
Okay.
They go 39-1.
Okay.
Something like that, and it'd be the last game. All they needed was that one.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. They need
Lose
this
it
one
1-0.
game.
Final game of the regular season.
Yeah.
You need to win this one. Oh, no, actually not going to happen.
Do you think for some people, I know we have not been on this track. Do you think it's for some people, they already thought Jacob deGrom was going to be back and pitching, right? The way, we didn't say that, but the way you heard it from some people, they were like, he'll be back at the All-Star break, Malley, and I'm like, ooh, I do not think you're right.
And the
about
Rangers
DeGrom.
didn't ever think that. So if you were thinking that, the Rangers never had that timeline. I mean, unfortunately, Max Scherzer's timeline at the end of spring training was mid-May because they thought he was doing so well. And then that one rehab start, then he gets the stuff in his fingers that didn't feel right. And now I know that they're optimistic that he can pitch again in September, but at this point – it's tough. He's a free agent. He's 40 years old. It'll be up to him, I will say, if he wants to pitch again this year. But, I mean, I didn't have this prediction, but I was excited early on when Jack Leiter went to Detroit that he could help the team this year. And maybe in September he can change that and we can feel better about him. He struck out all 11 outs yesterday that he had in AAA. But I think maybe just Evan Carter was mentioned already, Wyatt Langford, but you didn't have youth help you out too much this year. And so that is also going into the future a little bit of, okay, like we got to really hope that there's a better transformation in the youth helping out the 25 Rangers.
I agree. I'm a little concerned about the veterans on the team as well. Corey Seager's had maybe a down, like compared to last year, and maybe a lower tier Corey Seager season, but I am a little bit worried, is this fair about Marcus Semien going forward? Like, I know he's not going anywhere, but where is he in his career timeline right now? Like, is he
old?
Exit out of the prime?
Wow, Corey, jeez.
Well, I mean, how old is he right now? Is he
32 or 33, I think.
Yeah, 33. That's old for a baseball
So
player.
he's
a young
position?
man. Good gracious.
Not for his position.
So he's exiting his prime, but hopefully it's a slow decline and not like rapid. And I don't think it'll be rapid. The other game, then he played every playoff game. And so I know that they've sat him out. Is it 2 games this year? It might be 3. But I do think now at this point, at his age, and I know the great thing is he wants to play every day. He prepares to play every day. But I do think next year he needs to have 10 games that he's healthy and he does not play.
He's got a weird, like you look at his baseball reference page and there's nothing consistent about it. He'll have this amazing year out of nowhere and then the next year it's like, that's a pretty good year.
Yeah.
That's just kind of what his whole page
You
is
say
like.
is like Bochy managing World Series teams?
Yeah, maybe that's
every other year.
He's one of those every other year.
Fantastic.
Oh, so maybe next year.
I do wonder if not just with the injuries and the inconsistent play, like how much the pressure of trying to win another one got to this team and trying to keep up that level of play every single day the way that they did, especially in the second half of the year.
I know that it did in this. I won't share who it was because I don't know if they want to share specifically, but they were like, every time I took the mound, I felt the extra pressure of I have to be as good or better than last year. So I think there was more disappointment in losing, almost like it's – so I think that in a way, losing's not fun no matter what, but I don't think they really enjoyed a lot of this year because they felt like – we have to defend the title and we have to be this or we have to be better. And so when they weren't reaching those expectations, their dauber got down more than usual. But, that can also be heard as an excuse. It's very tough to defend a title, and the Rangers didn't do a good job of it.
Did they stop playing Creed in the locker room?
I don't know.
No, they kept playing it.
But not that often.
But I wasn't with the team last year like I was lucky enough to be with them some this year.
So it's your fault.
It could be.
No, I'm just joking.
But I think that there definitely, from what I understand, has not been as much joy on this team. But when you start off 40-20, this is the tough thing of like, well, there wasn't it. Well, also starting off
that's fair.
40-20 will add more joy to a season.
That is fair. From the 682, the thing I got most wrong about the season, I thought we'd have two of the top three Rookie of the Year finishers. And odds are, I know one of them can still change it, but odds are you will have none of the top three in Rookie of the Year voting.
I'll tell you one thing that I was super wrong about when we were at spring training in late February, early March. And this will be the one positive that I think I can bring up. I didn't even know if Josh Smith was going to make the team.
Right.
When we started looking, when I was there a little bit later in spring training and talking to people as it was getting closer to the last cuts, there was a question if Josh Smith was really going to be part of the team to start the year. He was like a question mark on like, do we keep him as a 25th, 26th guy or do we start him in AAA? And then he has
Where
a
the
great
hell would
year.
our offense be without him?
That's like the one major positive right now of this season.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush and the expressway with the combo platter. It is National Roller Coaster Day. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what is the best or worst roller coaster you've ever been on? Has your roller coaster ever gotten stuck? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next with Mike Likes It on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the on-time experts.
2-2. There's a swing and there's a line drive, base hit center field. Around third comes Simeon. He's heading home. There's no play at the plate. Another hit for Adolis Garcia, and the Rangers lead 1-0.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. We can just pretend the game ended really well. It is a shout-out Friday.
We lost.
From the 469. Shout out to my wife, who's been in the hospital for the last 5 days with a 5-inch abscess in her pelvis, which left her incapable of walking the last 3 days. She went in the hospital. Positive note, white blood cell count is down. Infection is getting better. We're hoping for a happy, healthy mom to come back to him and the kiddos. So our prayers are with you as well.
You just rub antibiotic on that or something? How's that work?
Relax, Corey.
She said she had to go to the hospital.
Yeah, I just don't know I don't know the medicine thing.
You thought that was the solution?
Yeah, I'm not a medicine man.
That's the first thing you came up with?
Yeah.
We've got Kevin Gray here. We've got Chris Arnold. We bring in Alec Medford. So we could do the combo platter or have a Survivor Series roundtable where we predict what the War Games match will look like. I feel like that will alienate half the room.
Yeah,
but
me and Mike are out.
Okay, I think Corey.
He's a pro wrestler at heart. He just doesn't know it yet.
I think Corey is out too.
No, I'm totally down to talk about
I'll
corn
listen, but
swallow.
I have nothing to offer.
All right, so instead, we will go with the combo platter. It is National Roller Coaster Day, so give us a sports opinion, and then what is the best or worst roller coaster you've ever been on, and has your roller coaster ever gotten stuck? In the meantime, while you ponder, CAA, do you have a story you would like to share with us?
I have a CA story confidential about Reg.
Yes.
Oh, no.
This is actually not that far. This is like last week. This is so fresh. I'm minding my own business, driving down the street, Toloing, and I'm listening to AM on the FM on the KNC Masterpiece. Alec Medford's doing a segment, and all of a sudden they say, can we say it? Can we say it? And then all of a sudden they mention Reg has left us, and he is going to Houston, and he's working at our sister station in Houston. and he's working with our former producer, Parker. And then you guys go on this rant about how Parker was in Colorado first, and he was promising you guys to do something. Instead, he took Reg. And then somebody else would say something about Parker was supposed to take us to the concert at Red Rocks. Instead, he took Reg. I'm listening to this, had no idea that Reg was leaving. I'm driving, so I'm not about to text.
About that, by the way.
I'm not about to text Reg, so I call him because I'm driving. I said, Reg, I heard you're leaving. He goes, yeah. First I said, WTF and congratulations. I heard you're leaving. They're talking about it on the air right now. He goes, really? Reg, am I lying?
Nah, man, you telling the truth.
He said, really? I said, yeah, they're talking about it on the air. They said Parker stole you. And I said, and then Rich says, guess what? I'm down here at the station in Houston. Parker, you want to talk to Chris? And he put Parker on the phone with me to vouch that he stole.
That's a very Reg-like thing to do.
They were cracking up.
with him right now.
It was.
Talk to him yourself.
Was that not crazy? Was that not crazy? What were you thinking when I called you and then all of a sudden I said they're talking about it on the air?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, I was like, okay, so this is really out there like that. Okay, all right, cool. But yeah, no, it was. I'm still processing it all. I'm gonna be completely honest. It's a lot.
So how did Parker talk you into going to your hometown again, saying this? You got this open spot in the middays, and that's all it took. Because you and Parker, everybody's friends with Parker, even though he owes us now.
He is delightful.
I mean, look, it's an opportunity. I don't know that there had to be a lot of sell, but I mean, yeah, it's an opportunity. You put in for a job, and you see the process out, and ultimately it seems like I was the one that was selected.
The also thing was it was perfect timing because y'all, as you all know, the Olympics were going on in Paris. Yep. Reg, for some bizarre reason, did not get selected to the Olympic basketball team, even though he was the MVP of the NBA Finals, the MVP of the Eastern Conference. Wait a minute,
Brown.
that was your doppelganger.
Yeah, I'm not Jaylen Brown.
Yeah,
I just wanted to make
he does not
never
seen y'all in the same.
Chris, I honestly,
he does.
Reggie might have been able to play on our 3-on-3 Olympic team.
You definitely could have subbed in for Jimmer for that. Like, you probably could have got a couple buckets.
Easily.
At least,
I heard Ice Cube was trying to talk to him about being in the Big Three. But as far as the doppelganger stuff with Jaylen Brown, so at the Mavericks game, when Reggie come down to the Mavericks game, I'm doing the pregame stuff, and before I would get started, I would actually say to people, because Reggie would be at the far end.
Oh, wow.
I'd say,
really?
Yeah, I'd say, what's Jaylen Brown doing here? And they go, oh, yeah, I thought he was taller than that.
Oh, my gosh.
When Reggie come on over, and I said, I want y'all to meet Reggie at a Tula, blah, 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 blah.
I've heard that a lot.
Short ass.
Yes. From the 2-5-4.
That's my guy. I love Reg.
I love it. The Cowboys go 12-5, but lose in the first round of the playoffs. And the Texas Giant was amazing, but then they made it slower for safety, and now it just shakes until you give up. So it is both the best and the worst roller
Texas
coaster.
Giant?
I thought they slowed it down because that person died.
No,
yes, I
didn't
guess
bowl them in or
safety.
something.
They were heavy in the.
It didn't. The strap.
It didn't buckle.
It didn't buckle.
They didn't put. You know how they push it down hard enough. The person going didn't make sure it locked in. Like they pushed it and then it unlocked, and she was not locked in. But that was years ago. I've been on the Texas Giant about 3 years ago. Is the last time that I went on roller coasters. I thought it was super smooth and super fun.
That's precisely right there why I will have never and will never get on a roller coaster.
What? You haven't been on one?
Hell no.
Come on, man.
Look at me. I'm not signing my life away to potentially lose it on a roller coaster. There are better ways to go out than losing it on a roller coaster.
It's true. Like strapped with dynamite on riding a shark into a volcano.
Wait, what?
Huh?
What?
Yeah.
Was that the plot of one of the Sharknadoes?
No, it was Despicable Me. That dude jumps out of an airplane on a shark.
Oh, my God.
And he's got dynamite strapped on him, and he dives into a volcano and explodes. And that's the way to go out, man.
All right.
Anybody else going to do that?
What? I will.
Oh,
you're just predicting that for yourself?
Yeah, why not?
Now that he knows,
some real
like,
Final Destination
like
type stuff going on.
Since Kevin has never been on a roller coaster, anybody in this room, get the mic in front of him. When was the last time you've been on a roller coaster, or if you've never been
About 3 years ago was my last time.
5 years for me.
January.
Alec?
About 3 years ago.
Reg?
It's got to be like a decade. I really haven't been on a roller coaster in a long time.
I haven't been on one like 5 years, and only just before the pandemic. Only because I think as you get older, your brain doesn't want that anymore.
Right.
Your body might be able to handle, but your brain is like, I'm dizzy. I can't do this no more.
That's how I am now. I was like, after that day, I was like, hey, to my kids, I was like, I don't mind taking you to Six Flags. I don't think my brain, my equilibrium or whatever doesn't seem to handle
Yeah,
this.
I loved riding them, but my brain was like, nah, I can't.
Well,
do
you
that
don't
one.
fear anything, Chris, so that doesn't surprise me at all.
I started laughing, have fun.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
It was the bobsled. I went on it. Once we hit like a yard one time, my back was like, you don't want to do that again. And I was like, all right, I'm done. But then I watched Lucy and Adrian and Carter go get on the Diablo, and it goes up, in a big circle, upside down, back and forth. And Lucy's just loving it. I'm like, oh my gosh. She's like, let's go find. She wanted to be on all the big rides, and I was like, I'm sorry, you can go be adventurous, little.
Yeah,
girl.
let her do that, and then she'll sleep good at night.
Yes,
She'll
she
be
will.
tired.
Yes, she will. So that is Kevin. My sports opinion.
Yes,
Houston stinks. And then everybody agrees
because of the moisture and humidity.
Yeah,
Because of the lack of zoning.
all the mosquitoes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What were
I
you
thought,
doing?
I thought we were just
No,
naming
he's just saying you go to a daycare.
I thought we were just naming things.
You go to a daycare. The daycare
Why
is
you bring
likely
up third
next
ward
door
like
to
that?
a club of gentlemen's desires.
Oh, Rick's?
Yeah.
Which I would argue is probably convenient for some of the people. They can be like, hey, I'm going to drop my kid off at the daycare if you can just pop him back
I'll be there.
over
I'll be
here.
back.
I turn my head to just do a little podcast real quick. And what do I come back to?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And they want you to pop on when the Texans and the Cowboys play that week.
I will say real
You're
quick,
burning
my
that
favorite
bridge,
part
Kevin, Corey.
about this whole thing with Reg, before I get out of here, was the fact that Reg got scooped on his own news. I texted, I was like, hey, dog, I think it's out there now. He was like, oh, yep, it must be. And Reg got scooped on his own news.
Yeah, right here on 105.3 The Fan, the KNC Masterpiece.
I did text him and ask him if he was okay with us announcing it. And then a few minutes later, our boss came in and was like, son of a I cannot believe they weren't supposed to do that
He
yet.
immediately
were
put out a press release.
Yeah, we were like, well,
I saw it
sorry.
on an article, like was that Barrett Sports?
Yeah,
Barrett Sports Media.
That's where we saw it too.
Odyssey announced. I was like, hey, yo, he didn't get a chance to say it himself.
Yeah, that's where it goes.
Well, KG, thank you very, very much for jumping back
you.
on here. There are so many people on the Twitch and the YouTube and the fan text are like, it just feels right to hear you back in the
Get
station.
right.
Get right.
So,
I appreciate that, man. Like I said, this will always be home for me. And Reg, I'm so proud of you, man. You know I love you like a brother. I told you the other day, there's only a few people I let in for real, who get the chance to hold my child. You are one of those people, and I appreciate everything that you brought to not only the station, but also to my life personally and career-wise. So I'm so excited for you, man. Go crush it down there in Houston. We're going to still talk about them like a dog up here.
I expect nothing less.
But we know you're going to do great things, man. So I'm happy for you, man. Good for you.
Appreciate you, my man.
You got it.
there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Gray right
Love you
here on
Later,
105.
buddy.
We love you too,
Love
KG.
you back. Now,
He doesn't mind being Kev.
are you sure about that?
That's right,
Kevin's
Mike.
in
What about
Oh,
Kevy? What about
goodness.
Kevy? Is that
No.
okay?
No.
That's the one Kevin hates
Okay.
the most.
Yeah.
I don't accept that pet name, Corey.
All right.
I'm not throwing that one out. Trust me.
I'm right
Alec,
behind you, Kevin. I'm right behind you. Walk
do
out
you
the door.
have a sports opinion and or favorite or least favorite roller coaster? And has anyone ever gotten stuck? I don't mean stuck in a roller coaster. I mean stuck like it just stopped.
on the top?
While it was moving.
Oh,
Luckily, no.
Okay, yeah, that would be horrifying for me too.
Yes. Sports opinion. I'm sad. Straight up. Yeah.
Because of the Rangers.
About the Rangers?
Yeah, because to
was
peel the
about
curtain
Reggie
all the
first.
way back, the last 3 or 4 Ranger games that I've been on the production side of here for the Fan, we've lost. And so I feel like I have
drink it off
something
your
to
mind
do.
or something?
Wow.
Yeah, I feel like I have something to do with that in a very
I think
very
you do,
small
yeah.
manner. So
Sure.
not very happy about that. So sports opinions, I'm just sports sad because the Rangers aren't doing too good right now. But roller coasters, favorite one that I've ever been on, honestly, it was at Disney World, the old Aerosmith ride.
What? Okay. I don't know if I remember
I never
that.
saw this.
I forget the full name of it, but it had the entrance was a giant electric guitar, and it was all Aerosmith themed. There was like sort of like a virtual reality aspect to it, where like you're in the studio with them waiting to get on the ride, and they're late to a concert. So you get in like the cars are limos. And you're going super fast in this really dark tunnel, all kinds of turns that you don't see coming because it's pitch black. But they have like real Aerosmith artifacts and like instruments that they've used.
This is
outfits
dumb.
they've
Look at
worn.
a video right
Yeah,
now. This is
it's
awesome.
really, really cool. And I think I went on that for my 20th birthday with my sister. And, we grew up listening to that stuff because of my dad. And It was really, really cool, and it was really smooth, but it was kind of terrifying because it was just pitch black for half of it.
Yeah, R.I.P. Aerosmith.
Oh yeah, that's right, because they're retiring.
Yeah, they're retiring from touring,
right?
So, yeah.
That hit the Medford
George Strait
household
did
pretty
that
hard.
once too, though, and he's still doing concerts.
Yeah.
They're not touring, but
It is kind of jarring sometimes when I see they're like, "Hey, George Strait did the show again." I was like, "Oh, hold on, I thought he retired at AT&T and 100,000 people
everybody
were there."
was there. I think was it Turco that got his hat or somebody like
somebody
that?
from the Stars
Yeah,
got his hat.
Yeah, and George Strait just says, "Here you go." That would be awesome.
I know, Reggie, I know you said it's been a minute. Do you have a sports opinion or do you recall a favorite roller coaster?
I do. Okay, so the sports opinion first. Clearly, my sports opinion is I'm gonna fall for the pump fake again with the Seattle Mariners. I know, Mike, you were talking about this recently about they just seem to not be able to hit no matter what they do. And I know that they went and got Randy Arozarena and have done some things. They're still anemic hitting wise, but I can already tell next season, because I'm starting to think about what does this division look like as the Rangers are in this interesting place. The Astros seem to have like a championship window maybe come to an end, and I'm going to fall. I already know I'm going to fall for the Mariners up for the pump fake again, because that pitching is so good and you just have to hit a little bit. They just have to hit a little bit.
And if they spend money in the offseason, they might be, it might sound weird, but they might be the one team in the American League West to spend somewhat big money to improve their team in the offseason. And then they have, I don't know where those guys are at, the 6 prospects in the top 100 list. They're the only organization.
Some of them are pretty high, yeah.
Yeah, they're the only organization in the AL West that actually looks like they are somewhat stacked a little bit in their farm system.
And this division feels there for the taking, not only now, but next year and possibly beyond and beyond.
I know he's got his roller coaster opinion here in a second, but is Reggie? Didn't he have a heavy influence in this segment? Am I wrong about that? I feel like it was during our COVID time that Reggie was like combo platter. Am I wrong about this?
That sounds about right.
Okay, I'm going to give Reggie credit for it, Kevin.
And I'm going to take that credit.
Okay, good. I think you should.
But you can't take it to Houston, sorry.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll put it in storage.
There you go.
Best or worst roller coaster?
It's funny, it's already been mentioned, but I really enjoyed the Texas Giant.
Okay.
I really enjoyed it, right? Like there was an element of obviously speed and all those things, and it was, I'm not gonna lie, it was a little exhilarating to be on a roller coaster that felt like it was made out of a whole bunch of toothpicks that might fall over. You know?
I like that. From the 806 sports opinion, the Cowboys will lose in the first round of the playoffs again. And then when they were 8, they got stuck on the airplanes at Six Flags at the top for an hour. Had a fear of flying after that.
I would too.
That would mess me up.
Maybe the swings are the best. It's just very simple. You get on a swing and just kind of go out just a little bit and come back in, spin in a circle. I don't need to be on a roller coaster, Kevin.
From the 214 sports opinion, Mavs get the 2 seed and win the championship this year. Bonus opinion, having KG back on the fan is Radio Gold, and their favorite roller coaster, Avatar, Flight of Passage at Disney World. I'm not familiar with that one, but I can guess it's been around the last 10, 15 years.
Who texts that in?
Somebody from the 214.
They kind of took mine.
Oh, no.
But they were more optimistic.
Okay.
I think Oklahoma City and Dallas are going to be the 1-2 seeds in basketball. And I know that we're getting close to football. I should have more football kind of opinions right now, but just thinking about kind of being optimistic about what could happen in our Metroplex in a super positive way, I think this upcoming basketball season, the depth of the Mavericks, Dawson mentioned it yesterday, they are going to have to take the regular season a little bit more seriously.
Yeah.
Like Luka so far, and I get Kyrie where he's at in his career, might not be able to take the regular season as seriously to reserve himself a little bit so he has the energy to hopefully make a deep playoff run again. But they have the depth, I think, on their team that you can win 55 to 60 games. And if you can get close to 60, that should get you, I think, with Oklahoma City, because they have great depth too, that those should be the teams that have the depth to win the 60 possible regular season games to get those top seeds where you have home court advantage for most of the playoffs. But Oklahoma City versus Dallas in the playoffs next year, I hate saying this, and I hope I'm wrong. I was wrong last year. I thought it'd be Oklahoma City in 7, I would lean towards Oklahoma City making the NBA Finals and winning it all.
Yeah. Okay. And you already kind of told us roller coaster. Maybe
I love
out of it.
I'm out of it now.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one that I really enjoyed the first time I went on. One, the Titan, but two, Batman at Six Flags.
Okay. I don't think I ever got to do that one. I like the Shockwave and the Flashback.
Was it the Adam
been
West
gone
bet?
for like 20 years?
I know.
hasn't it?
I said I haven't ridden on a roller coaster.
Is that in San Antonio?
The Flashback was here.
No. What I'm saying is, I think what they did, some of these rides they deconstruct them and they put them in lesser Six Flags
I
or
did not
lesser.
know that.
Interesting. Yeah, I have no clue where it is.
Yeah.
at this
So like,
moment.
if you see a roller coaster, you're like, it doesn't seem like it's not functional anymore.
Yeah.
Other theme parks or lesser Six Flags take those on.
I didn't when I went out there in January, I didn't see that, but I saw the Diablo where it was, I feel like, and then I didn't see the cliffhanger. And that was always one that like we would take like a nickel or something, put it on our knee.
Is that true?
And when you drop, yes, because the nickel would float up and then you could it was always fun.
That's awesome.
What if it hit you in your mouth?
It didn't. It never did.
But what if it did?
I would sue
It's your nickel.
Nickels.
Okay, great. Rachel? From the 469.
Well,
probably not too much of a
problem.
shock, but the Cowboys missed the playoffs this year. And Six Flags Fiesta used to have a roller coaster named the Rattler that was made out of wood that would shift violently. It was the best ride ever. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, we got Alec Medford rocking with us. And right now, it's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right, so I think this is going to be interesting. I wanted to do some research that I failed on.
Okay.
My research was, how much was the Cowboys worth in 1989, like according to, let's say, Forbes or whatever, and then where were the other teams and this and that? Well, I didn't completely fail because I do have a tweet here of most valuable NFL teams in 1990-91, that season. I don't know why it's 90-91. I feel like an NFL season is just the year.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going into the 24-25 season, but I will say this is how they tweeted it. It also has the 3 least valuable franchises in 1990.
Okay.
So I would love for you guys to play a guessing game, and since this is Reggie's last day and his last name starts with an A, in alphabetical order.
Okay.
Reggie, hopefully you can't see my computer screen well. Who would you guess was the most valuable franchise in the NFL in 1990?
I really wish you weren't so good at your job and you'd reset there because I was so ready to do the Mike Bassick bit of like, can you just explain all of that one more time? Okay, most valuable NFL team in 1990. Let us go with the Pittsburgh Steelers?
No.
Dang it. I wanted to get to it before Kevin because I know,
Kevin, you start with
I'm a
an H.
huge Steelers fan. No. My guess was actually going to be the San Francisco 49ers.
All right, I'm going to give you this.
I got to guess. I think I'm right.
Okay.
And
Did you see this tweet? Is that
no,
why? or-
I just went and looked and I was right. So I am right. It's the Dolphins.
The Miami Dolphins.
Really?
Were the most valuable
Don Shula was
franchise
in his
in
prime.
1990.
Oh.
Now, but do you know the value of it too?
Mm-mm.
Would you like to guess the value in 1990 of the most valuable NFL franchise?
189 million.
Okay, I'll say this. Close.
Okay.
I was going to say 200 million.
Very close. Reggie.
I was going to say 300 million.
Not as close, Reggie.
Okay.
You're struggling so far. It's 205 million.
Okay.
Now, you said the 49ers. The 49ers were tied for third at 150 million. Now, Reggie, would you like to try to guess the second most valuable franchise in the NFL in 1990?
Okay. All right. I will also go back to the Niners.
Well, you got that right because they're third.
Oh, sorry. As you might
just like
imagine,
Kevin
things
said.
are happening right now.
Okay.
Giants?
Giants are tied for third. So there's one team in your top 4 because he has top 3, but there are 2 teams that tied. So you want to try to guess over there, Alec?
I'm torn.
No.
I really have no clue.
All right.
Cowboys.
It's the Cowboys.
Okay.
Oh, I was going to say the Raiders.
So
that would have been a dumb
So
one.
the Dolphins at $205 million.
Are you sure it wasn't the Jags?
They did not exist then.
The Cowboys at $180 million, number 2. So pretty much, I can't get back to 89, but pretty much, Jerry was not buying. I get what he's saying, that he invested pretty much everything he had into the Cowboys. I don't think he's lying there.
Yeah.
But he wasn't buying a franchise that maybe evaluation-wise wasn't way up there, even though they had stunk for a while in the 80s and nothing looked very good in 1989 to give you hope about 1990 after 1-15. But the Cowboys were second. Giants and 49ers were tied for third. Now, the least valuable teams in 1990. This is going to be very interesting, and I'm going to tell you, shocking.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to change my.
So I did see this, Mike, and I know the difference in number. That's what's shocking to me is how close they all were back then and how far apart they are now.
Yeah.
Like the difference in number now.
Were the Phoenix Cardinals on
Yeah,
here?
that's who I was gonna say. That's a great guess, unless it's not.
It's not.
Well,
okay. Well, never mind. Is it the Patriots?
The Patriots were the least valuable franchise.
But I was wondering if that area would just do a little bit of something for them.
Yeah,
but,
so in the Boston area, for the most part, that's when we bring it up. Like, I know that it seems like there's zillions of Patriot fans now, and where are they on the list now? They're top 5. I remember you saying the other day they're in the 7 billion range.
I need to double check that, but yeah, they're high up there.
So they were less than $100 million in value in 1990, the worst in all of football, because it was Red Sox, it was Celtics, and it was Bruins in that area. It wasn't the Patriots, and
That's still wild.
So
though.
winning meant everything to the Patriots. They had to win for this to become a top 5 franchise, as it was considered the least valuable. Now,
but $205 million to $99 million, is such a wild. Like considering Kevin, we're at $10.3 billion.
Yeah, but even the least is like $4 billion.
Yeah,
so even then, you see like
it's a huge separation between
our franchise is worth more than twice as much as your franchise.
all right, now here's your hint, Kevin, for second. Or Reggie, here's your hint.
Okay.
This team has already been guessed as a top 3 valued franchise.
Probably one of my terrible guesses.
You're on it.
All right, I'll just go with my first terrible guess. It's Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pittsburgh Steelers were the second least valuable franchise in 1990 at $112.3 million.
But one of the most famous and notable teams around the NFL, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And obviously in the 70s, they were the team of the decade. But I guess Pittsburgh, considering not a very valuable city, as in not much money there in 1990. And so you have the Steelers as one of the least, right next to the Patriots. So I thought that's crazy that the Patriots and Steelers, 1990, the 2 least valuable franchises. Number 3, I'm going to have to give you a hint on it. Some people would consider them dirty.
The Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh,
Dirty Birds.
Dirty Bird.
The Dirty Birds. At $112.8 million. So I just thought this was interesting. This is from Darren Rovell. I found this tweet in August 26, 2022. I couldn't find, he said, source Financial World. And
there
I'm like,
you go.
Can you link something here?
I mean, that makes sense. That sounds
This is
reputable.
where trying to do a little bit of research. You're like, links are better than just putting Financial World.
Isn't
on
that a
there.
magazine?
I think so.
Was it a
but
magazine?
When I went to financialworld.com, when you do searches, it is not giving you NFL stuff. So I'm like, how did you get this? But I'm going to trust Darren Rovell there. And it's probably accurate on the value of teams.
That is
but
not a secure website, by the way.
Oh, no.
Well, I will tell you this.
Oh, I found archives.
I can't believe, I guess I should, but 1990, I guess for me, doesn't seem that long ago. Maybe for you, Alec and Reggie, it seems like forever ago.
Seems like decades
Can I just put this in perspective for you?
Yeah.
It's the same distance back to 1990 as it is to the year 2058.
That's not a real year.
Yeah.
It's not
Doesn't
gonna
exist.
happen.
Not yet.
Not going to happen.
You don't think we're
We're
going to
not
get
making
there?
it there.
All right. Well, since you brought that up,
that's a fair point.
In 2058, what do you think the Cowboys will be valued at?
$100 billion.
All of it.
No, and I'm serious about that
I
because
understand.
the leap
$1,
from
Bob.
100, the leap from 200. Thank you, Reggie.
You're welcome.
The leap from 205 million or whatever 180 to 10 billion in how many years, Kevin?
In 34 years.
So just keep advancing that further. And Jerry and that group, they're not taking a back seat at any
went up
point.
50 times. its
Yeah. So
value.
what's 50 times of 10 billion?
All right, so it would be $500 billion. So it would be $500 billion.
Yeah.
I won't go that high, but I do.
$100 billion.
I could see it being like 25 billion.
It is going to be interesting, I think, for the other sports. In the world of TV is going to be so different for us consuming
That's a
NBA,
good
hockey,
point, too.
And baseball. And so football, it's changing a little bit, but they're lucky in the thing that killed them in the NFL forever was there was so little entertainment that baseball gave you 162 days of entertainment on the radio. You really weren't caring about it TV, and maybe you could go to a game if you lived in one of the kind of the 20 cities that had baseball. But I just look at this and go, now the thing that destroyed them early on when money wasn't as big of a deal in sports now is the greatest deal in the world that they don't have 80-game schedule, or even like a 40-game schedule would hurt the NFL. And like, I don't need to consume 40 games.
Yeah.
For most people.
And this is very fascinating. I would not. I mean, clearly I did not.
Because I
any of
wonder this,
right.
as you say, $100 billion. I think you're overshooting, but maybe you're not. We'll never know.
Well, I mean, hopefully we'll know, but I know where he's going with this.
How viable do you think like the NFL and football as a sport is in 30 years, right?
Yeah,
Because we're already
That's a whole
fighting to make
different
it more
question. That's a
viable
good
now.
question. I don't know.
Can I ask a silly question? Could in 2058, could the Mavericks and Rangers be worth less than they are today?
Oh wow.
Or do you think they will go
Because of
up,
a
or will
just
they
a basic shift
will they keep going just up and up and up, and then a person buying a team would be worth? You have to pay $10 billion at least to have an NBA or MLB team in 2058, or do you think no? It could be just sticking around that kind of $1.5 to $5 billion range.
I wouldn't guess it would be worth less, but I understand why you would say that. I really do.
Yeah, football has this, they're going to grow. I don't think, Reggie brought up a good point that I didn't think about is just the world of football and them wearing inflatable helmets and stuff. I don't know.
Guardian cap, baby.
Guardian caps, yeah.
Sponsor of our training camp.
Anyways, that's it for me. Reggie, it was awesome getting to work with you.
Likewise, brother. Likewise.
I guess I'll see you maybe if I'm doing a Houston Astro game. You want to come to the game?
Absolutely. We'll say what's up.
All right, man. See, I'll get to see Reggie. You guys are going to refuse to see him.
That's true.
We're going to see him in New Orleans at the Super Bowl.
So you think
that's true?
For the KNC masterpiece.
All right.
Right here.
Have a good call, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. That was the most Mike way to go out. I love it.
Yeah.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and a special guest.
We will talk with Kyle Yobins from DallasCowboys.com and get you ready for Saturday night's game against the Raiders, which is at like 9 o'clock. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday, and so many shout-outs have been coming in for Reggie, a.k.a. Little Kitty Big City, on his final day with 105.3 The Fan. He'll be going down to 610 Houston, doing the 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. program there. We're all really excited for him. And stick around for a special, bigger edition of Masterpiece of the Week.
All right.
In about 20 minutes.
He's collected all the his favorites. Is what
I
he
mean,
said.
Or maybe he didn't do any of the work.
Oh, that would be a fun
I can't
surprise.
necessarily say one way or another. In the meantime, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
By the way, did look up Little Kitty Big City. That looks fantastic.
It does look
I'm
like
gonna
a
try
fun
and see
game.
if I can figure that game out at some point. Also, Reggie just informed us moments ago that he has his apartment in Dallas until November. So he has a place down in Houston and a place here, which now begs the question, is he making a lot more than us?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, exactly. When he's with his contract in Houston, because to afford two places is amazing. That also being said, have you ever had two flats before? You have your own like little apartment here, and then like Ray Donovan, I got a place over here for this lady and a place over here for that.
No, I don't think the efficiency part of my brain would allow that, because I'm like, but you could do X, Y, and Z. Although I have thought many times about if I lived in the like houses or apartments right across the street from the studio, how great that would be to be able to just walk right across the street.
Yeah, we'd get a cup of coffee down there. All
That
right.
would be sweet.
All right, let's turn our attention to Oxnard, California, where we have our good friend Kyle Yeomans. Kyle, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing great, guys. How are y'all today?
Are you still in Oxnard? We're good. Are you still in Oxnard, or are you heading to Vegas soon?
So actually, I'm in Dallas right now. I'm back home. I've got a wedding tomorrow to go to.
You are
my
married.
brother-in-law. It's not my wedding, guys. Come on now. Yeah, I'm married. No, my brother-in-law gets married tomorrow, so made the trip in from Oxnard. I actually won't be in attendance in Vegas this weekend, but I'll be back for the Chargers home game on the 24th. So still watching film, still trying to get my Cowboys fix in, but my training camp is over, at least here for 24.
Now, Reggie is leaving us to go to Houston, which I think is a terrible decision.
How about that?
Your thoughts on Reginald Atatula in the time that you've been able to learn him?
Well, I think that the number one thing is what are you guys laughing at?
Did you hear his question, though? He said, in the time that you've been able to learn him.
Seeing that, I was just going to let it slide, but once you guys started giggling, I started giggling too. You guys, you made it work. I mean, here's the thing about Reggie is I've never really gotten to like spend a ton of time in person with Reg, but the amount of times that we've interacted on a social media standpoint, on a phone call or on a text message or on like a podcast, those different elements, he is the utmost professional. And I know you guys would probably say the otherwise because you get to work with him on a daily basis.
Absolutely.
But he's always been incredible to me, and I'm excited. I told him on the phone just on the way over. He said you were floundering while I was giving him his props on the telephone side of things.
Well, actually not, because it's led to my next question.
Oh, wow.
Did you know that Corey still gets nervous about how to say your last name?
Still up to this point?
Every week, Kyle. Every week. I go look. I'm dead serious. I go look up the same Bill Jones video on YouTube just to hear Bill Jones say it so I don't get it wrong.
That's unbelievable. I mean, come on, Corey.
I know.
It's a drop on the morning show now.
I know.
Just listen to Sean and RJ. They'll get you right. Come on now.
But that's how much I respect you, though, is that I put forth the effort. Not enough to remember it, but I put forth the effort to go find out.
You could turn around and just say "you-mans" all day long, and I don't know if anybody else except for Kevin would probably say something about it. So. At least Kevin's got my back on making sure that it's said the right way, right?
I think so.
Yeah, because usually I look at him and I go, Yeomans? And he's like, just go look at the video, Corey.
Just go grab the video.
I've been really interested in this since seeing kind of the Jory piece that she did on Yahoo Sports, which I thought was fantastic. And just kind of what we observed while we were out there, and you've been out there the last couple weeks now. Does Dak seem a little more? I use the word looser. Does he seem loose right now at camp? And just Mickey said comfortable this morning.
Yeah, it's interesting. You bring it up in Jory's piece, like you said. I got the chance to look at it too, and I never really noticed it because Dak is always loose. I mean, especially whenever he's gotten into the leadership qualities and he's gotten to the deeper parts of his career, I think he's always been comfortable as the quarterback, despite some of the pressure, despite some of the criticism that surrounds him. This year is a little different, though. It just has a different feel. And in a year where it could be the utmost expectations. And of course, there's so many that are placed on the board for him and for this team after the way that last year ended. But he is coming off of his best season. He's going into a contract year. There's a lot of pressure for Dak, but at the end of the day, he looks relaxed. He looks decompressed at times. And whether that's a testament to what he did in the offseason, or maybe that's just how comfortable he is, not to steal Mickey's word, but how comfortable he is in the offense with Mike McCarthy. And I mean, even looking at film and watching these practices back and the way that he's orchestrating the offense, it's so effortless for Dak. And it's still head and shoulders above all the other quarterbacks that we've seen, including, I mean, the two guys on the Cowboys roster, but we've seen a lot of the Rams lately. He's been better than all three of the Rams quarterbacks that we've seen with Matthew Stafford, Jimmy Garoppolo, Stetson Bennett. I don't know if that's a high bar to reach, but he's not even close. I mean, he's in his own stratosphere out of the guys there. And then, of course, he was second in MVP voting last year. So I agree with the assessment there from Mickey, from Jory, from you. I do. I think he's relaxed. I think he is confident in what he's bringing to the table this year, and hopefully it translates into some more productivity.
Kyle, I just want to say I'm proud of you for working in at the end of the day and the fact that Dak was second in the MVP race last year. Very well done.
Thanks.
Now, the moves for Jordan Phillips, Carl Lawson, obviously the Cowboys did a couple things. We've been talking with Mickey, and he was like, look, it could just be depth for training camp or just depth in general. Is that kind of the way you view it, or are you like, maybe, but I could also see bigger roles for these guys?
I think it's the latter. I think right now, especially with Jordan Phillips at defensive tackle, I mean, he's got a chance to rotate in with Mozzie Smith, maybe even fight for starter reps if Smith falters and doesn't hold up his end of the bargain as a first-round pick. I mean, they're giving Mozzie Smith every opportunity to be the starting nose tackle at the beginning of the year. And maybe he is that, and maybe he's not. And if he's not, I think Phillips is now your backup plan there. And Jordan Phillips does some things really well. I mean, I went back and watched the way that he played against the Cowboys, and he was definitely significant in that game. I know Broadus tweeted about it too earlier in the week. But even some of the games against some of the better rushing attacks in football, against Philadelphia last year, he had a couple run stops in that game. Whenever he played against Saquon Barkley and the Giants, he made sure that Barkley knew where he was at all times, and they really ran away from him on the Giants side of things. So I'm interested to see how much they get him involved early. But if you're asking about impact and a guy that has a chance to be not only on the 53-man roster, but to rotate in significantly for Mike Zimmer, it'll be Jordan Phillips and what he brings. Lawson has a chance to, but he's in a more crowded room. They've added not only Lawson, but they added Muhammad. They added Shaka Toney. They've got a couple linebackers that they like using as that outside linebacker, that blitzer, like a Marith Leofau and Eric Hendricks. They've got different looks with that front seven. I kind of tie the edge rushers and the linebackers together a little bit more with Mike Zimmer than I did with Dan Quinn. So if he's going to make the roster, he's going to have to show out quicker, I think, more so than what Phillips will be, because I think Phillips is brought in with the expectation he will be on the team, and he's going to now fight to see how much he'll play in his first year as a Cowboy.
Now, since you were talking about Mozzie Smith, I was curious. I really liked some of the things that he said yesterday, and one of them was in response to getting tough coaching. And he said, we play a tough sport. This ain't Candyland. This stuff is real. I appreciate that sort of fire from a player who I know there are people who have questions about his fire for this game.
Yeah, and especially after last year, because it was almost the opposite. It was right around this same time of training camp, and he was saying, I don't even like football. I like hitting people. And that was the quote that I think stuck in the head of Cowboys fans throughout his rookie year. This shows growth in the fact, or in his mindset more so than it is even on the field. We've talked about the way he's seen improvement, and maybe it's not improving at the level or the expectation that you want from a first-round pick, but at least it's improving. At least it's heading in the right direction. And I think tough coaching is helping him with that. That's what he got at Michigan. That's what he had when he was playing with Jim Harbaugh's staff for the Wolverines. Why not bring that in and revamp the defensive line coaching staff? I like what Zagoni has been doing. I like the way that he's attacking Mozzie in terms of trying to get the most out of his practice and his effort day in and day out. And I think it will ultimately play an impact on a player that the Cowboys really need to step up.
All right, Saturday night's game is very late. Kevin just informed me that it was 9 o'clock here, so we got to go through that. But the
which you can start with the pregame 6 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You're damn right you can. That being said, both sides of the ball, which players or position groups are you like? I have to keep an eye on this for what reason?
It starts on the offensive side because I mean, if I'm being completely honest, over the last maybe 2 weeks or so, the offense doesn't look like it's taking the next step at this point. Now, keep in mind, there's no CeeDee Lamb. Brandon Cooks has been battling injuries. Your left tackle position has been a revolving door due to Chuma Edoga getting hurt, and then Tyler Guyton dealing with an illness. I want to see just a better communication, better cohesiveness with the offense, and I want to see Trey Lance command a football game. I tweeted this out last night when going back through and watching practice, but he looks better this week than he has at any other point in camp because he's confident in his throws, he's confident in his decision-making, and he's pushing the ball downfield 10, 15, 20 yards downfield, which is something he wasn't doing effectively in the early parts of camp. And then we saw, of course, what happened in terms of the preseason game. So I want to see more of Trey Lance commanding an offense, and I think he looks more confident now than he has at any other point. And if that's the case, that should translate to the game on Saturday. If it doesn't, then I think we're still having the same conversation we have been about Trey Lance, where Cooper Rush is your clear quarterback 2, and Trey Lance needs more development in order to take that next step forward.
Outside of just football, do you agree that what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas?
Absolutely. All day, every day.
Okay. There you go. Thank you. What a great way to end it. Thank you very much, Kyle.
I'm not even going to elaborate whatsoever. Like I said, guys, I'm married.
There you go.
I'm committed, guys.
Smart man.
Totally
there.
understand. Thank you very much, Kyle. We'll catch up with you again next Friday.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
There you go. I want to try to replicate the drop. Kyle Yeomans.
Yeomans. You just
wait. You didn't know his name?
Wow.
I did that just for you, Corey.
Wow.
I couldn't replicate.
That was Kyle Yeomans, everybody.
You just add an L in
name
there?
that I always know because I go look it up every time. Look, man, if you don't know, look it up.
That's
True.
a good idea.
That's a great philosophy to have on life.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for a special supersized edition of Masterpiece of the Week and maybe another special guest to get involved. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Gonna need some assistance from the YouTubers, the Twitch, and the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053. Should I tell a joke during crosstalk that I think will just really want to send Reggie away on a down note?
I know this joke, so I don't think that I am the proper person to
You
ask.
could see how this would go poorly, right?
No, I think it's going to go perfectly, though, if you want Reggie to not ever talk to you again.
Okay, right now, we're going to have a supersized edition of Masterpiece of the Week, but we also bring to you, via Zoom, the man known as the King of Radio. He runs 610 in Houston, the station that is stealing Reggie. It is Parker Hillis. Howdy, sir.
Hey, fellas, that nickname still makes me uncomfortable every time you use it. So,
well, I almost got in trouble with what I was going to say before I called you the King of Radio, so I had to change it up.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you didn't get yourself in trouble. Appreciate that.
How's Houston, man?
Hot.
So's Dallas.
I mean, yeah, look, it's not Dallas. I love it down here, though. I'm not going to say a bad thing about the spot that I've made home for almost 3 years now. Holy cow, it doesn't feel like it's been that long. But no, guys, look, it's good to be down here, and it's good to be talking to you guys, man. It's like just like old times.
Well, kind of, except for you're part of the corporate structure. You're part of the suits now. So, and we're always trying to run from the suits, as we've always said, Kevin. We're always trying to get away from them. So, that being said, why Reggie? Why? What exactly is the reason Reggie?
Specifically to spite you guys.
Okay.
No, look, you guys know this. I don't have to tell you or your audience, Tolos and Master Peeps. I don't have to tell you guys how great Reggie is. And for us in our role down here, we were looking for somebody who was sharp, somebody who knew how to connect with people, somebody who knew, how to share opinions, how to have passion, how to have personality. And it certainly didn't hurt us that with Reggie, and I hope I'm not scooping him at all. I hope he's told you guys this, but he did grow up here in Houston.
What?
So yeah, so this whole time, I think he's been this whole time I think he's been kind of maybe hiding who he truly is and where his true feelings lie. But no, it's great to have Reggie down here, and I can't say enough good things. He's earned the opportunity, and he's going to step in and be awesome for us.
Also, I believe I have a video of Reggie dancing at a wedding. Is it okay for me to go ahead and tweet that out now?
100%.
Fantastic.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
What is happening right now?
Oh, this is definitely something that Parker and
Well,
I.
hey, if you don't tweet it, I've got that same video, so I'll tweet it. I'll tweet it myself.
I love it. Thank you very much for that.
You're both dead to me.
Oh, man. And with that, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said list this.
What's happening, fellas?
Hey, Reggie.
Your friend Parker is on.
Yeah, he
Hi,
sure
Reggie.
is. What's happening, man? Medford, how you doing, buddy?
What's up?
Are you okay?
The emotions are hitting. Masterpiece of the Week is a segment that we do every week. Before I got here and continuing after I've been here.
I thought you were just tired of us.
It is a segment where we revisit the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this program, and it's been a staple in my life for a lot of years now. And I only just realized how much I'll miss this one in particular. But the way that we're doing it this week, it's not just this week. It is, I guess we're going to call it the masterpiece of the Reggie's tenure. Not really, I'm still workshopping it, still working on that. However, I went through probably a few years. I couldn't go through all of my tenure quite, but I went through probably about a few years of masterpieces of the week, I guess, and just pulled out some of the ones that were funny to me and that I enjoyed. So we're going to rapid fire this because I'm pretty sure I'm looking at least like 30 of these.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I don't think Parker ever had that many.
I definitely didn't have that many. I was lazy.
I mean, I am too.
That's how you become
Although
the
I probably
king of
shouldn't say
radio.
that to my new boss, but hey, it is what it is. You got me already. And we begin not with anybody that's, on the show frequently or consistently necessarily, because this gentleman is on the show relatively frequently during Cowboys season. But I just wanted to start with the air, the feeling that I like to impart when we get to Masterpiece of the Week whenever I can.
Some of my finest hours were tricking my mother and dads and people's neighbors.
Because for about a half second there, you're like, yeah, right.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah, boy.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Can I be honest? I don't know that I ever used a Jerry quote on
Yeah.
Masterpiece.
And you should.
That's really ballsy by you, Reggie, to bring Jerry into the fold.
You didn't get me out of here.
On your last day.
You didn't get me out of here. Jerry knows. Jerry's here for a good time.
Yeah, he is.
True.
And every week when we have Jerry on, there is the risk that could happen, that he could drop the Masterpiece of the Week. There
Always.
absolutely is.
I mean, he's notorious for those types of things. But in the similar vein as to what Jerry was not actually talking about, but what it sounded like he was talking about, Kevin Hagelin. Yeah, you knew it was going to happen.
Maybe these things happen, and they're like, now we'll go down to the gentleman's club. But that's, I meant like,
wow.
I meant
like the cigar club, the cigar and whiskey club. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I meant that type of.
Now you mean a booty club?
That was unfortunate. That is not what I meant. I really was thinking of like older people smoking cigars in their big chairs. But I understand that has multiple connotations, so,
Parker, I do have a question about this. Do you allow this type of shenanigans to take place down in Houston? Does that happen there?
Allow is maybe a strong word.
Gotcha. All right.
I mean, we'll see, right? Like I knew I'm bringing Reggie down here, and he's been spending like the last 3-4 years with you guys.
He knows
5 years with you guys.
Yeah, it's a long time.
I know what I'm getting.
Good.
And one thing I always say is, I'm going to shenan, but I'm also going to shenan again.
Yes.
And then, so we continue with Masterpiece of the Week.
That is so dumb.
He's often said
You
that.
are unhired now. Reggie's going to be staying.
What am I doing?
Parker's like, nope, never mind.
But we got a little Kevin. I'm going to hit everybody, and then we're just going to go around and try and get all of the fun things that I can. So now we go to Corey Majors, where I always found this to be hilarious.
Can you imagine coming home one day and all of a sudden there's just a bunch of old people making love to each other in the hot tub? No. I don't want to see that. Not today.
Not
Not
today. Are you sure?
Not tomorrow.
You left it open. I do appreciate that. You're like, hey, I don't know how I'll feel tomorrow. Maybe.
Yeah,
Another day, perhaps.
Maybe when I get older, I'll be like, you know what, old people, let's do
Because
this
that could be
thing.
you in that hot tub.
I will say, trying to get rid of the hot tub now. I got to figure out how to get rid of the hot
What?
tub. Make it to a little splash pad instead. Because the hot tub's too much to deal with. The pool I like, hot tub I hate. So I'm going to try and get rid of that.
All right. I love a good hot tub.
It doesn't. The heat doesn't work.
Ah, well, yeah, then it's just a tub.
Yeah, it's just a tub.
Weird.
It turns green every once in a while.
Also weird. Many of the things that Mike Bassick says. And we begin with maybe the one that was the weirdest. That's a high bar to clear. But it was a very weird one. It's top 10, I think.
It's kind of awesome to be a freak. There's a dude from Greece that's a freak.
Yeah, he just won a championship in America.
Yeah.
That is true.
The greatest.
It'd be really weird, though, if you're called the Greek pervert.
As soon as he started talking, I thought, this is the Greek pervert
Yes.
line. Yes, I remember this one.
Man.
He makes a good point, though.
Every
Does
day.
he?
Yes, he does. How uncomfortable would you feel coming up next? The Greek pervert dominates again. Like, that, you don't want that.
Hey, Reggie, go ahead and save that one.
Son of a gun.
Man, I don't have to do any prep next Friday.
You guys are.
You actually don't, because I was already preparing to have a regular Masterpiece of the Week, so you're probably good for a week.
Let's go.
All right, I will throw myself at the mercy of the court, because this was one that I said, and I own up to it, and you guys really liked for some reason. I once saw a seagull.
I don't know why. When you said it, I was like, Reggie, I need you to mark that. Because it's hilarious.
That's a great brag. I really
What a
wish
great
Sean and RJ were
proclamation.
here, though, so they could go, wow.
Okay.
Where did you see the seagull? Do you remember?
Boardwalk.
It was about animals. We were having a conversation. I was filling in fact, for Kevin and Mike, and we were having a conversation about just animals at sporting events being in weird places. And I think it was a seagull doing something or other. I don't remember.
Okay.
But I do remember I saw that seagull. I just want you to know that.
Guy, that reminds me of all the CA drops about Fuel City.
Yes. The zebra.
That's Reggie's version of the Fuel City drop.
Fuel City.
I once saw a seagull.
All right. We're going to try and pick up the pace a little bit because there's a lot of these. We return to Kevin Hagelin.
So your shirt was...
My shirt was sweaty. His shirt was off. Well, that's unfortunate. That was at the gym when that guy in the gym bathroom asked me to take a shirtless picture of him. And I was like, no problem. And it was only when I told Jess that story that she was like, what? Was he trying to hit on you? And I was like, oh, man. I didn't even think about that.
Wait, was he?
I don't know.
And you had your shirt on. It was a sweaty shirt.
I did, because I'd just gotten off the bike.
A Corey and Mike collaboration.
Those are the
I don't want to have a conversation through text. I want to have a conversation through mouth.
Okay.
Through words.
Because
through audible things.
Because why is it when you say the word mouth, it sounds dirty?
What?
What? It does. Mouth sounds weird.
It sounds like you'd been smoking at that point.
I want to have a conversation through mouth.
Is it weird that you could say mouth through your mouth? Bro.
Hey, whoever built all these roads, man?
Okay, that is... Look, what he's alluding to is a question that I am very fascinated
We're in
by.
Arizona.
And I know this sounds like such a stoner question, but when you see how long it takes to, like, construct a highway, I'm just like, man, how did we build all these roads to begin with? Like, that's amazing to me.
From the 682, so long, Reggie. Best of luck. Even though you never read my text on the air, I'm still going to miss you. In your face.
On your face.
The landing on this Kevin clip is my favorite part, and I've quoted it back to him many a time.
Have you ever seen a dog mansion?
I feel like there was a cartoon where a dog had a little dog house, but then when you walked inside, it was a mansion. We were like, whoa, what's happening here? But I can't remember what cartoon it was.
877-881-1053. Somebody will be able to figure that
Garfield?
out.
With
Garfield is a cat. I mean, I'm right. I feel like Corey really undercut what we were talking about. Dog mansions.
I think I said Odie right after that.
And I'm just so angry at that moment. Garfield is a cat, you jerk.
As we continue, my favorite masterpiece of the week submissions that I could find earlier today. Mike Bassick sounding like a seal.
Or
Spin off.
What the
To
hell?
see Parker's face right now, I'm enjoying this. This is great.
He has to laugh to not be sad.
Bassick's really good also at pronouncing names, as we know. Actually, he's not at all.
Left tackle, Josh. Yosh. Starts with a Y. Nijman? Nijman? N-I-J? Nijman.
Just let it happen. Yeah.
How would you pronounce N-I-J? Go. Nijman? Nijman.
That was so... He talked about that for so long.
He was just falling downstairs, and he refused to give up. I appreciated that about him. He just kept going.
He said it so confidently, though.
Yeah.
He did. Yosh?
Yeah, Yosh. And then again, you have to be able to recognize what's happening and then say, I'm going to take a step back and just let Mike cook right now.
Yeah.
Nijman?
Great, Mike.
It takes me back to when he forgot my name during crosstalk. You remember that, Reggie? Yeah, that was great.
What about you, Red? That seems like what he would say.
Making fun of Kevin is fun.
Here,
Pores.
Feast on me tonight,
Eat some
Pores.
food, Pores.
Is this about the pizza roll thing?
Because you frequently talked about
Dude,
the
there was a
Pores.
time where you could get like a 60-pack of Totino's pizza rolls for like $1.19 and one of those red box pizzas for 69 cents.
Nice.
That would kill you.
That is nice.
I'll still eat them.
Just a nice deal all the way around. As we continue to pick on Kevin in this edition, because you know what time it is. You remember that one time that Kevin didn't know about, one of America's favorite dips.
Oh, Spanish artichoke dip.
Spanish artichoke
That's
dip.
what it says.
Spinach and artichoke
Oh, yeah.
dip. Spinach artichoke.
Because I'm still fired up over this.
Don't get that French artichoke, Dick. It's not going to go over well.
You know what? That makes more sense. I thought that did seem kind of specialized. I was like, does every country have their own?
really did.
I don't know.
How do you say artichoke?
I swear, I really was like, wow, really? Oh, okay.
Spain.
And I just thought every country had their own like specialized dip.
I did forget that in that one. It did sound like I said something that I did not.
Yeah,
I'm a moron.
Forgot about. Speaking of being a moron, Mike Bassick sometimes gets to that place.
Auctioning off at Pizza Thon. At Pizza.
You did it! You said it! You're an idiot.
Was that like 5:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Too, when he comes in
That
singing
was
Hall & Oates.
Oh my God. But he comes in singing Hall & Oates in like a very different way. He keeps the rhythm but changes up the words just to try to mess with us.
And he makes it sexual.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to play this again. This is myself, but I feel like this also is just an energy I need people to recall and, maybe live by. Just a mess around and find out situation. Look, I mean,
so
if you really want it, if you really want it, you can come and get it. But let me tell you ahead of time, you probably don't want it.
And I have lots of receipts for you.
Doesn't it sound like Corey is like the most studious pimp? He's like, I got all the receipts right here.
Where my bitches at?
I thought you were the receipt guy, Kevin.
That is true.
That's a good point.
Yeah, notorious
But
receipt
we
guy.
found out I was an idiot. So.
Every grandma ever.
Oh my gosh.
You remember that one time that Kevin created a new nickname for one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL?
As it stands right now, Joe Burrow.
Gerbo.
I'm going to start calling him Gerbo.
Dude. That's our buddy.
I know.
Zach Markerberg.
He died.
He's
our friend, not Joe Burrow.
Oh.
Yeah, that would be
God.
breaking news. But also, rest in peace to Zach.
Our friend. Yes, I miss you, Zach.
Miss you too, buddy.
Joe Burrow, sorry, I called you Gerbo.
Called him a baby food.
It's Gerber.
That's Gerber.
Damn it.
Close enough.
All right, I'm going to try. I was going to say I'm going to start trying to move through these quickly, but this is a Mike live read, and there was a lot of them I could choose from. This was one of my favorites.
They have a back-to-school special going on right now. As I like to say, just try to rob our house. Please don't. If you're really good at it, please don't. You'll probably figure out a way. But, hey, you can secure your home or your business. You'll be caught on camera at least, I think. But you get this in the back-to-school special from DFW Security. You'll get the touchscreen smart hub with smart security, 2 outdoor cameras, and a doorbell camera with video analytics, plus a smart door lock. All of those things. Good luck, robbers.
He dared people to rob his house. He challenged them.
And he goes, well, not if you're really good at it.
Please don't.
Is there a robber test that someone can take?
Yes,
to figure out
it's
just
Mike's
how good they
house.
are?
That's the test that you have to figure out.
I mean, it is like 100 years old.
Yeah,
so.
that's true.
It's a very old house.
As you guys know, I'm a big fan of declarative statements in this segment. And so Corey said this.
I can get a lighter whenever I want because I'm an adult.
That's a good point.
That's when my kid was trying to cook steaks
That's
on
right.
his playground.
Quote unquote cook steaks. That man was getting into art.
He was setting fires.
Pyro. And all right, 2 more things real quick because I've already spent a lot of time here. I just wanted y'all to remember that the masterpiece is leaving this show today.
Join Mike and Casey in the masterpiece.
That's
the
an actual
masterpiece.
thing
I'm
that
the
our
masterpiece.
station produced about our show.
Yeah, our sales team was like, yeah, don't forget about Mike Casey and the masterpiece.
Join Mike and Casey in the masterpiece.
The midday show we have here on the station. And Reggie, I remember that morning distinctly now because we played that 140 times in the first segment.
Yeah.
And I've still never laughed so hard in my life. I mean, I've laughed a lot today, but that one crushed.
There's so many of these that I'm not going to get to. Like Mike talking about how PEDs should not be called PEDs because that sounds positive. They should be called really hurt you drugs.
Yeah.
All sorts of things. Talking about what's the appropriate amount of butt crack. But finally, I did want to end with Mike here, as he is a staple on this particular segment, about how Kevin typically ends any given show.
Say the click horsey
Oh my
thing.
God, Mike! What the hell did you just say?
Click horsey.
It didn't sound like
It
click
did
at
not.
first.
Oh, he said click.
Yeah.
So you heard it too. Okay. All right.
Marker was retroactively reaching for the dump button.
So there you go. A little bit of a click horsey on my time here at 105.3 The Fan and on the KNC Masterpiece.
Anything you'd like to say to the people?
I mean, we have another segment.
Oh, okay. You want to say something to Parker?
Yeah.
Parker, I appreciate it. I'll see you soon. I don't know what to say to him.
I'll see you in my office at 9:00 sharp on Monday. The show. What are we talking about, guys?
There you go,
See you
ladies
in
and
my
gentlemen. Parker Hillis, thank you very much for stealing Reggie. Coming up next.
Just thank him for
Oh,
that?
is that not?
Oh, man.
We will talk with the G-Bag Nation live at Globe Life Field, and the votes are in. They want to hear the joke that will definitively send Reggie from the station forever. It's coming up next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today, and where is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. Thank you so much for asking. We are at the Comerica backyard here at Globe Life Field, the home of your World Series champion Texas Rangers.
What do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thank you so much for asking. We, of course, have Brian Broaddus live from Oxnard at the tennis courts. We'll have Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. We'll talk with Nick Harris at 3 o'clock. And then the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel will join us at 5:20, leading into what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
Man, that is a packed show. Now, I hope you guys don't mind that we might cut this short because Reggie is leaving for Houston.
What?
But I have a joke that I want to make sure he leaves and doesn't consider staying. And I believe this joke will send him away for good.
This is awesome. It's National Tell a Joke Day, Hagee. I'm all ears.
It's you.
Would you guys like to stay and listen to this joke?
Yeah, let's do this. So, because I love Reg and I don't want to believe.
Okay. Reggie, are you ready?
No, I never am.
Some of you might know this joke. If you don't, I hope you enjoy. And if you really don't enjoy it, I tried to warn you. Hey, Reggie, a moth goes into a podiatrist's office, and the podiatrist says, "What's the problem?" The moth says, "Where do I begin with my problems? Every day I go to work for Gregory Vasilovich, and all day long I toil. But what is my work? Am I a bureaucrat? And so every day I joylessly move papers from one place to another and then back again? I no longer know what it is that I actually do. And I don't even know if Gregory Vasilovich knows. He only knows that he has power over me. And this seems to bring him much happiness. Where's my happiness? Is it when I awake in the morning and I don't know who I am? In that single moment, I am happy. In that single moment, before the memory of who I am strikes like a cane and I take it to the streets where I walk in a malaise here and there, and here again. Then it's time for work. Others stop asking me what I do for a living long ago, for they know I will have no answer and will fix my empty eyes upon them. And they fear that my melancholia might prove so deep as to be contagious. Sometimes in the deepest and darkest dark of night, I awaken in my bed and I turn to my right. And with horror, I see some old lady lying on my arm. An old lady I once loved, Doc, and whose flesh I once found splendor and now see only decay. My daughter Alexandria fell to the cold last winter. The cold took her, as it did many of us, and so our family mourned. But it was a masquerade. I felt no grief for my dead daughter, only envy. So now I have only one child, a boy whose name is Stefan Milikovich Smoglagovich. And I tell you now, Doc, with great and deep shame, the terrible truth, I no longer love him. When I look into his eyes, all I see is the same cowardice that I see when I catch a glimpse of my own eyes in the mirror. It is this cowardice that keeps me living, Doc. It keeps me moving from place to place, saying hello and goodbye, eating, though the hunger has long since left me, walking without destination, but alas, this cowardice takes no breaks. It is what defines me. It is what frames my life. It is what I am, and yet I cannot resign myself to my own life. Instead, with despair as my constant companion as I walk here and there without dreams, without hope, and without love. The podiatrist looks at the moth and says, your tale has moved me, and it is clear you need help, but it is help I cannot provide. You must see your psychiatrist and tell him of your troubles. The moth says, oh yeah, I know. So the podiatrist says, then why on earth did you come into my office? And the moth says, because the light was on.
That's right. That's right. I'm glad that you decided to tank your ratings for that. Hope it was worthwhile.
The light was on.
Do you get it?
Yes.
Because the light was, he was a moth.
Yeah.
Reggie, I want you to know I practiced that numerous times throughout the week.
You nailed it.
I'm actually happier knowing that you wasted that amount of time.
I did. I wasted a lot of time on that. But, man, Reggie, we loved all of our time with you. If there's anything you want to say to the folks, now's the time.
Man, I love it here, man. And I appreciate all of the love and support that you've shown me. Just dude, happy and content to talk about sports and laugh with his coworkers. And it means a lot, the love, the support, the kind words, the good sentiment. And you won't be forgotten and you will be missed. Thank you so much.
All right, get out of here, man.
All right.
Reggie.
Reggie. Reggie. Reginald.
Don't forget about the moth.
Go kick ass, bro.
Bye, Reggie. Later, fellas.
Bye,
Love
Reggie.
you, DFW. Be easy.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number one of the G-Bag Nation, live from the Comerica backyard here at Globe Life Field, the home of your World Series champion Texas Rangers. And you bet your sweet ass I'm going to say that as much as I can for the next couple of months, okay?
House of Champions, that's where we're at right now.
Damn right.
House
of Champions, yeah. Let's enjoy it while we can. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo. We are joined by the beautiful world of Zoom with the great Brian Broaddus, your Super Bowl winning scout from Oxnard. We've got Lucius Alexander back live at Master Control. Carter Freeman running your video. Ruben's here engineering. And, of course, you are Turn It On and Leave It On listeners. We love you. We thank you wherever you might be tuning in via the Odyssey app, cruising around, Twitch, YouTube, 877-881-1053. What are you hoping to see? Cowboys, Raiders from Vegas, 9 o'clock kick, which is just ridiculous. For
Not
a
bad for me.
Game.
No.
Yeah, well, the rest of us are in the Central Time Zone, Brian, okay? It's always about you.
No,
it's not
good.
always about
it's
you,
It's all
Brian.
good, man. It's a good kickoff time. We'll be off in the post-game show at a good time.
Right around midnight?
So, yeah, right at midnight. Really excited about that.
Yeah, 2 a.m. For us here in the Metroplex. Rangers did lose 3-2. They're struggling to stack up, and it's been that way all year long when it comes to putting back-to-back wins together. And Chris Young, after the game, finally used the word next year. Yeah. And I think that the big conversation we need to have, fellas, when it comes to our Texas Rangers, and we were talking about it kind of towards the end of the show yesterday, but Evan Grant in the Morning News had another piece about it, but Chris Young signing an extension with the Rangers? I mean, is that a foregone conclusion? Evan Grant was asked about it. He said, I put the chance of Young remaining at greater than 50%, but if it slips a little bit more each day as more clubs get closer to making decisions about their own GMs and word spreads of potential openings. So, I mean, this thing, all of a sudden, you're World Series champs. This year you've had players underachieve, but if you aren't able to secure Chris Young coming back next year, I think there's massive question marks then.
Oh my gosh. This is not even something that I was overly aware of until the last couple of weeks. And it's like, okay, so you win a World Series for the first time in your franchise's history, and you are going to lame duck, so to speak, your World Series champion general manager. I mean, what the Rangers are doing or what they have done to Chris Young this year is exactly what the Cowboys are doing to Mike McCarthy, except the last time we saw Mike McCarthy in a meaningful game, his team essed in their helmets for 4 quarters and embarrassed the entire fan base and the entire franchise, the entire country, if you're talking about America's team. Last time we saw Chris Young in a big-time moment, he is hoisting up the World Series championship trophy.
Yep,
This is a completely different situation, and unfortunately, you have Chris Young now, and if you're Chris Young, you feel a little disrespected. Are you kidding me? Why wouldn't you? I mean, human nature would make you feel disrespected. Now, thank God he's a hometown kid, and he loves the Texas Rangers just as much as any fan in the state does. So you have that going for you. But my goodness, man, it is that would be frustrating if you're him. It's frustrating from our perspective because we're like, why wouldn't you lock up what is an incredible general manager and a guy that everybody wants to see stick around here for as long as humanly possible? Ray Davis, get out the checkbook and sign that bad boy. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it is. This is the unfortunate part of business. But there's actually, history of this happening. If you go through general managers, coaches that have put their teams, have won championships. And I remember in college football, Gene Chizik at Auburn, was all of a sudden you win a national and then you're not back the next year, that kind of thing. So, yeah, it's this is the unfortunate side of business here. And this is the side I never really understood. If you have somebody who you've entrusted the leadership to and they've been able to deliver. And I don't know where ownership looks at this unless there's something behind the scenes. Is there friction there that is keeping them from getting this extension? And that's something that Ray Davis and CY know.
Sure.
But this is not one of those things that you want to dance down that road with, but there is a history in sports of of coaches, general managers not coming back after getting a championship, and well, he came back, but getting an extension is what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that is very frustrating for me. I mean, look, I don't understand why Chris Young wasn't already taken care of, but certainly, hopefully, this is something that gets resolved, and it's a non-issue. Obviously, I would assume Chris Young does want to stay here, but he's going to have his pick of the litter, man. He is a very, very well-respected member, and he used to work with Major League Baseball. So, I mean, this is a guy that it doesn't have to be a GM position. You could go back and work in the league office, I suppose, if you wanted to do that.
Man, you've had to bite of that apple, and I know. The thing, and Willie, I really appreciate what you're saying here, but he is a proven now general manager. I mean, you look at he came from the league office. He had an opportunity. People will say, well, hey, Broadus, maybe it was some of the previous regime. Maybe it was some of their players. No, but it took somebody to go out and get this manager. It took somebody to go out and make those moves, to kind of build the team. I just kind of feel like this. You can't let this one get too far. No. This guy to me is, if there was questions about lack of experience and all that, hell, we went through that with Nico. Sure. All of a sudden he was, he's a guy that sells shoes. Oh, he's a shoe guy. No, he's like, now if you talk to people around the league in the NBA, it's a legitimate general manager. That's a guy that's got legitimate skins on the wall. And then you
100%.
You win a championship. You win a championship.
I think it's more a CY quality of life deal there with him, and how he's got to put so much into the emphasis of the day-to-day operations, the competitor that he is. He's still got a couple of kids that are in school. He's going to have options. If he wants to take a less stress job that's still in Major League Baseball, he could do that if he wanted to.
I don't. Why? When you've already won the championship and you're proving you can do this?
Yeah. Why? I mean, look, the Rangers need to lock him up. Don't get me wrong. That's what I want to happen.
He could have just stayed in baseball. I mean, I'm not trying to fight with you here, but he could have just stayed in baseball at the league, at the office, and not. He wanted the challenge of having to run a Major League Baseball team, and he's proven more than capable of doing it. This organization
he accomplished the ultimate goal.
Right. Now, what he has to do is he mentions the word next year. Yeah. Now you have to sit down and make hard decisions. And you know what? He doesn't run away from hard decisions. No. He's going to have to sit there and evaluate. And it's not just like the last month or so. It's the whole entire season. He has to look at, hey, what do we do different in our department when it came to hitting? Was there something that we didn't? Did we lose people? Did we have a different approach? Were we trying something that we probably shouldn't have tried? He's got to evaluate, and he's going to have to make some tough decisions, because there might be some guys on this staff that won a World Series. Mm-hmm. But when you look at big picture, were they the reason why you didn't have success this year? And, the philosophies and all that. The worst thing is to say, okay, we'll run this back one more year, and then something similar happens again. Where I see CY being pretty proactive, that if he believes that it was something to do with their hitting or their approach to hitting, that we might see some changes in that department.
Yeah. I mean, to bring it back to CY and just the status of his contract and everything like that, it kind of feels like, don't you feel like Bochy would say thanks but no thanks?
No, I think it then creates like an entire big question mark on your manager moving forward. Like, I don't think you have Boch without Chris Young. No, right. Bruce Bochy's a guy that also, hey, I've won again. I'm deep into my career. I'm a Hall of Famer. Like, there's so many dominoes that can then fall from that. That's why, to me, I really, really hate that we're even having this conversation. It's stunning. It's honestly a bit sickening that he has not been taken care of already moving forward. But one other element of this, and I know we've talked with Jared about it, Ken Rosenthal had the article on The Athletic. Yeah, what's up?
Can I say something real quick, though?
Yeah.
As the general manager, he has responsibility for this, though. We all for the way the team played.
Sure.
He has responsibility for the way this team played. He also has a big hand in how they won a World Series. I guarantee you, if he was sitting down with you guys right now, he would say that. This is on me. I've got to figure it out. He's been that guy all the way through us. The last 2 years we've talked to him, he's been really consistent about that. The evaluations and stuff. So as much as you want to celebrate the parade, you need to also look at what didn't go well, and that falls on his lap as well.
And when it comes to, maybe you offload some contracts, which we saw the Angels do, that was a topic of conversation. See why I said it's not my decision whether that benefits the game or not. It's within the rules, and I don't make the rules. I think the pieces we have right now, the players we have right now are very important to helping us have a strong finish. He emphasized that last night after the 3-2 loss to Minnesota. He said, I've got an expectation for every game we play that we show up with a mentality that we're going to win that game and find a way to win that game. And I do believe that the momentum created the rest of the season will carry forward into the offseason and into 2025. That's why it is really important that we finish strong. So to me, I'm hoping that's not, hey, we're selling some of our parts here just to maybe help with the tax threshold.
No, and they're going to have to. He and Ray Davis are going to have that discussions, and we'll see, who will win that battle. I think the biggest mistake that CY made this year was probably trusting his guys too much.
Which guys?
His players. Now you could say, well, wait a minute, Broadus, they won a World Series.
Yeah.
We brought a lot of guys back. He's been consistent about his approach with his team. He's like, hey, I have faith. I have faith. I have faith. Players need to look at themselves. They let their general manager down is what they did. The fact that maybe the general manager's job might be in question because of poor play, that right there, those players need to look at themselves and how it affects the status he has right now.
Yeah, we went through the decline on the OPS numbers yesterday with a lot of key pieces. Jonah Heim, Adolis Garcia, Ezekiel Duran, Leody Taveras, and a big dip. He
trusted them all. He did. And then you know what? For last year, they showed, hey, it worked out. But, like I say, he put a lot of faith in these guys, and they let him down. They all, to be honest with you, they let each other down. Yeah. They really did let each other down here.
Good news from a Rangers standpoint last night. My goodness, couple of products dealing in the minor leagues.
Couple of Vandy bros.
Oh my gosh, Jack Leiter and Kamar Rocker looked incredible. Former first-round picks, they dominated in AAA, Round Rockin' and AA Frisco. Leiter pitching for the first time since July 27th. He had 11 Ks. Rocker pitching on 5 days rest for the first time since last year's elbow surgery, allowed just one run on one hit for Frisco. Duo combined to allow 2 hits over 2 runs, 7 2/3 innings, striking out 16 combined, allowing just 2 walks. Leiter, it was incredible to see what he was able to do. The fastball was up over 100 miles per hour, ended up with 21 swings and misses among his 62-pitch night, struck out 7 of his first 8 batters that he faced. He was money. He really, really was. And Kamar Rocker, I think, both of these guys, the hope is they're vying for maybe your 4th and 5th spots in the rotation next year. But that's a Rangers positive right now as we're kind of shifting focus a little bit. You want to finish the season strong, but now you're 10 games back from Houston. You're more likely to end up with the first overall pick than you are to make it to the postseason. I think that's kind of what we're looking at is, how's this thing going to look heading into next year as you try and get back into World Series championship contention.
Yeah, man, and now I think there is some excitement, especially when you consider the nature of the position and the long-standing struggles of developing young dudes. And Kamar Rocker off the injury, he's really just hit the ground running at this point in AA. And maybe you get a chance to see one or both of these guys up with the big boys before season's end. And I know there's a lot of moving parts as it relates to trying to make those decisions, who's going to get the call up. But, man, that is super encouraging.
I'd be super encouraged if they told me they had somebody down there that was hitting like 500 in the minor leagues.
Yeah.
Like we've got 3 guys that are all hitting 500 right now. That would encourage me.
Well, from a pitching standpoint, Cody Bradford was pretty darn good. 6 innings, 2 runs, 6 hits, couple of Ks last night. Did a nice job giving the Rangers a chance to win. Tonight, it'll be Andrew Heaney on the bump, and it is a big giveaway night here at the ballpark. World Series champion short sleeve hoodie is the giveaway to the first 15,000 fans. And these giveaways have been badass this year, man. Yeah.
Hey, this one's no joke tonight, boys.
Did you get one, Eric?
We
get one
got
yet?
some.
We got one. We got one.
You got one, huh?
This is nice. I can't wait to put it on my body. This is the
Did they get Did you get a right size? You get the correct size for
got
it?
Got a little XL action. I think that's probably.
I think that's what they've got. That's all they've got right now.
That's all they've got.
Makes a ton of sense, man. XL is like the perfect happy medium to try and try and clothe as many people as humanly possible.
Yeah, this is going to be, man, the giveaways that they've had this year are simply outstanding.
Great, yeah.
So, hey, if you're coming out to the game tonight, still the ballpark store, just come say what's up to us, the G-Bag Nation Comerica backyard here at Globe Life Field. Coming up next, we've got G-Bag of the Day at 2:30. But, Eric, where are we going?
We got a little sports hodgepodge here. Maybe we were all wrong about this particular rookie player.
What?
And I was just informed about something that I didn't know existed. Tell me what you think about this. Next in the nation.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Knicks at all.
I was not very high on Knicks.
And it's, but you got to understand, Diana Rossini and Sean are best friends too. So there might be some cheerleading going on there. Be careful
okay.
with that. Yeah.
There you go.
Read into that.
There's
one.
the context we need.
The fact that she was speaking well about Zach Wilson kind of tells me anything. But yeah, hey, he's throwing dimes against the Packers. I mean, that's for everybody to see. But this is, and Sean, I always trusted Sean with quarterbacks. I know the first time I ever worked with Sean, that was 1998 in Philadelphia, lowest guy on the totem pole. He got the Manning Leaf one right. He said Manning's going to be a bust, and that makes me Manning's
going to be a bust.
Leaf's going to be a bust. Manning's going to be the really good one. The same draft, he's telling me about Matt Hasselbeck. He's like, listen, Brian, I don't know if we can get, if we're looking at a quarterback, but I really like this guy from Boston College, Matt Hasselbeck. I remember him talking about Drew Henson. He's like, hey, this guy can't play, can't do anything. I don't think he can play. We're in a meeting, and then Jim Garrett says, oh, this is the next Troy Aikman. Sean looked at me and goes, we're effed now. And so, there you go. Sean's had some good evaluations of quarterbacks. How he's used them, the Taysom Hills and stuff, has been kind of crazy in the past. But, I think overall with the quarterback play, the guy I had the most trouble with was Drake May.
Okay, we have all, and Drake May actually may have, certainly looked better last night than he did in the first preseason game. So he's certainly taking baby steps in the right direction. But that's a dude who has plenty of flaws in his game that he's going to have to get cleaned up. Now, have you guys ever? We've heard of baby registries or wedding registries.
Sure.
Have we ever heard of? This was news to me. Apparently, divorce registries are part of the
what
trend.
You can give somebody for getting divorced?
I guess so.
It's divorce
you're
registries?
saying divorce
like
registries?
A bottle of champagne or something like that?
Part of a trend toward breaking the stigma of broken marriages, along with divorce parties and formal divorce announcements akin to wedding and marriage news. So it's like, hey, guys, I just got a divorce, and, wifey took half my stuff. I could use the recliner. I'm missing a blender. She took my favorite blender. Can you believe her? How am I supposed to make my smoothies?
Can I get a new house?
You start just clicking on stuff saying, this is what I need, and then your friends come and support you in the midst of this huge life-changing moment where you are getting a divorce. And it's like, man, if we're doing it for people that are getting married, I don't know. Maybe this makes sense. Maybe this makes sense. These people are clearly in need of things as they get divorced and half their things go by the wayside. Would you pitch in to buy a new sofa for your recently divorced friend who's sitting there in a lawn chair watching television because his wife took the couch? I don't know. Are we doing this? Never heard of this. Broadus, come on. What's your experience with divorce registries?
Yeah, I kind of feel like I would chip in. I feel like I would try and help. I'm really big on the housewarming thing, kind of, and I believe in the gifts and stuff like that. I'm just going to ask you guys, what's the one thing in a divorce that you can't lose? And I know you don't want to lose your kids and stuff. I get that. But what's the one thing? What's the one thing that your wife could take and you would fight like hell not to let it happen?
Oh, that's a great question,
the house,
dude.
I would definitely want to try and keep if possible. But otherwise, you're not taking my sports memorabilia.
Oh, yeah. There's no way you're taking that.
That wave's mine.
That Emmitt Smith fathead that's on the ceiling above Walchuk's bed,
right.
Okay, that's not going anywhere, honey.
That was gifted from the grandparents. You have nothing to do with this. This is not yours.
Yeah.
You keep your dirty paws off it.
Man, I don't know. Would I keep the I think, honestly, it's probably the nasty Nate Eovaldi bobblehead that we got a few weeks ago. That's the untouchable.
It's like, I can see you walking out of the house. Okay, I got my nasty Nate bobblehead. I'll see you down the road.
You can have the car.
Make sure the girls call me.
I'm going back to mom and dad's.
Gosh.
It's probably the nasty Nate Eovaldi.
I kind of feel
for
like
you, it's the Super Bowl ring, Broadus. Of course.
Yeah,
it is.
no, that's mine. She ain't getting that. I think if she took any of my cooking equipment, say she tried to go through and say the kitchen's all mine, and I would say no, it's not. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's not.
That apron stays with me.
Everything in that kitchen is mine because you don't know how to use any of it. That kind of
you let her
thing.
know.
So, yeah.
I like that.
Don't take my crawfish pot. That would be another one that you couldn't do that. Please don't.
You brought us. Would you ever consider
Get married again? I don't know.
Just throwing up a registry, like putting yourself back in your divorce shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you wish that this was a trend that you could have thrown up online and had your friends support you, or would you have been like, no way, I'm doing
my
this?
buddies actually threw a party for me.
They
threw a party, and what we this is
real
sounds so
bachelor party.
bad. We had these cups that were made with my name, her name, and everybody had an X'd out and a Sharpie X'd out.
Oh, I like that, man. That's festive.
Whose side are you on? I got some savage friends. I really, really do. When
Heck
it came
yeah,
to
you
that, they all, I'm like, hey, check out the cups, and like my name, and then X out. My
That's
gosh.
beautiful.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. It's the G-Bag Nation live at Globe Life Field on a Friday. Biggest L, biggest dub in 15 minutes. Right now we go back into the Pim Cup with Lucius Alexander for today's G-Bag of the day.
Check.
Yes, sir.
My mic sound nice?
It sounds sweet.
All right, good. Yeah, that little last conversation you fellas had remind me of the time that wifey, this is years ago, wifey called herself wanting to leave. I came home, and she did it on the, they real secretive about it. Yeah. I get home, and it was empty.
Whoa.
I was like, oh, she took all her stuff. And inside, I wasn't even upset. I was like, hey, well, that's what it's going to be. Until I looked up and see my damn TV going. I said, wait a damn minute now.
Yeah.
You get your stuff.
Yeah.
So that's how she got me looped back in, because I got to keep reaching out to her to get my TV back. And then next, there's a conversation and amends are had. Yeah.
There you go. Good for you.
Years ago. All right, this is day 5 right here for the Redneck Brawls. Redneck Brawls Day 5. They may be champions. We have an Oklahoma man that went undefeated in the Texas prison system. He can fight. But he ran into another good old boy from Texas that can fight too. And that is great, but it's really about the commentary in this situation.
He got speed. Here we go. He got speed freak on his leg. I like that. Oh my God. He's tearing that ass up.
Yeah, he is.
He has whipped a bunch of people's ass. It ain't a doubt about it.
Buddy, if he can do this shit right here for 3 rounds, buddy, he's gonna be tough to beat.
Buddy. Dude, he came in. He came in there with sheer confidence.
The other boy's starting to come back. Oh, he's out! He's out! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh, he's out! He's out! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh my
God!
Oh my damn! Hey, sometimes it don't matter how much you want it, son.
Hey.
Oh my damn!
Look at the replay.
That boy's about to go home.
Replay. Here's the shot right here.
Oh.
Them boys are moving so fast they're glitching. Here it goes.
They're glitching.
Boom! It was that
Boom.
right.
That right ended
Buckled him.
That's still funny to me.
Oh, it's good.
Buckled him. All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. Hey, the divorce registry situation.
Yeah.
If my friends really love me,
Yeah.
I want some tickets to Bali or the Philippines, please.
There you go.
Your boy got to bounce back. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Got to
yeah,
bounce back. Got to bounce back.
I was thinking about getting a humidor for you, Lucius, full of cigars.
Yeah,
though,
okay,
but, you
yeah.
know, I always, maybe take them on your way to Bali, by the way.
I'm going to Bali for sure. I'm bouncing back. I'm going to hang out with the passport bros. Steve Burton. Did you guys see his interview with Pats running back Ramondre Stevenson?
Okay, I saw something about it, but I didn't actually watch it. I heard it was a bit awkward, perhaps.
I didn't see it either. Yeah, it surely was. Listen to this.
I got to ask you about the guy who just left. How much are they going to miss him? And who's going to step up in his place?
Yeah, I miss Bill. That was one of my favorite coaches. But, Mayo, he's a great leader. He knows what he's doing with us. And, yeah, I'm excited for Mayo, and I think we can get it done with him.
I wasn't talking about me. I was talking about your defensive teammate. He's moving on to better places.
Excited.
At least a different place.
Sure, a different place. Excited for him. I still know he has a couple more years in him, so I'm excited for him.
He's moving on to better places.
Better places. This place sucks. Good for him. I'm jealous.
Oh, man. Ooh, let's
Love
see.
the honesty of players nowadays.
Yeah. Who's down over there? Oh, Jared Sandler. This is not one.
Okay.
This is not one.
Let's vote.
But yeah. But he gave a shout out to Section 133 last night during the Rangers game.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to all our friends over in Section 133. They're back and making noise tonight. This is the anniversary, I believe, of the birth of Section 133 last year. 1-1. Castro hits one high and deep to left field. It's kind of like a Nick Castellanos moment as Jankowski goes back, leaps up, and it's out of here.
It's out of here. Very Castellanos-like.
Oh,
that
man.
was good.
Yeah.
That
It's
was
out of
good.
here.
He knew
This
it too.
party really
He
died.
knew it too. As soon as you hear the bat, the crack, you knew that
He
he was
knew it.
gone.
Oh, man. I wish I was in the booth just to watch his reaction.
Darn it.
Paul George does a great impersonation of Charles Barkley.
No.
I haven't heard it.
Yeah, I played it a long time ago, but you know how we do.
That's weed. That's weed.
We might forget.
That's true. I don't know what I had for breakfast.
How about that? But listen here. Paul George does an impersonation for Charles Barkley right there in his face.
Paul, I'm going to see that impersonation me at some point tonight.
What do you think about PG's impersonations?
The thing about it is, Chuck, can I answer this one?
That's good.
Because
It is.
let
It's
me
really
tell
good.
you one thing.
Talk to me.
Right. What he does, I've heard a lot of guys kind of do the impersonation of me, but not all of them are good. Some of them are just terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Hey, man, I love the impersonation.
Hey, man. Hey, man.
That's good.
That's good
That is
stuff.
good.
It
That's
was.
Yeah, Paul George.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, man, one time for Reggie.
Bump.
Yeah.
One time for Reggie. I've seen a lot of fellas being from the military and being in radio. You see a lot of people come and go. You know what I mean? You get orders or you get a new job or job tells you they just don't want you anymore, whatever the case may be. It's always sad to see a fella go.
It is. No question about it. We miss you already, Reg.
Yeah.
But happy for him. The come up is real. That's fantastic. All right, let's go ahead and get to the voting, ladies and gentlemen. Is it the champ looking? What is it? The Rednecks are looking for 4?
This is number 5.
Number 5.
Oh, this is number 5.
Number
This is
5
history.
for Rednecks, yeah.
This is history.
G-Bag immortality.
All right, that's who I'm voting for here. Walchuk, what you got?
I think Paul George was great, but I'm going to go with the champ here as well. I think they deserve this.
Lucius?
Sheer confidence.
Sheer confidence, baby. Broadus, your vote is rendered useless, but we'd love to hear what you have to say.
You know what? Give me one for Paul George because I think he's got a good impression of him.
Oh, my
There we
damn.
go. Congratulations. 5-time
Buckled
status
him.
up for G-Bag of the Year, the Redneck Brawlers. That is absolutely fantastic. All right, we have a vacant G-Bag of the Day champion for Monday. Looking forward to that. Coming up next, Biggest L, Biggest Dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next year in the nation.
Coming up Monday on Sean and RJ with the great Bobby Belt. Boy, the Cowboys had a preseason game. We break it down. The positives, the
And grab a bottle or two and maybe enjoy one of those amazing speck sandwiches. The KNC Masterpiece and Sagamore Spirit Rye from grain to glass. We'll see you there Thursday with 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. G-Bag Nation live from the Comerica backyard here at Globe Life Field. If you're coming out to the game tonight, you go ahead and get yourself a World Series champion short sleeve hoodie for the giveaway to the first 15,000 fans. Come say what is up to us. Did see this report from Calvin Watkins of the Dallas Morning News before we get into Biggest L, Biggest Dub. Quote, before the Cowboys departed for their preseason game against the Raiders, the two sides, CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys, met yesterday over the phone in an attempt to finalize a deal. Cowboys offering the receiver slightly under $33 million per season.
That is true.
Report there. So more to come. We'll monitor that situation. We'll talk with Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. I'm going to sit down with Brian there at the tennis courts in Oxnard, and we'll preview that matchup with the Cowboys and Raiders. But right now it's time for Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Thank you, British Ian, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Shout out to our good buddy Tim in Carthage, a.k.a. Rat, a.k.a. Pappy. He says his biggest L, he still has no water at his home in Carthage.
Damn.
This is
going on months.
This has been a little while.
Yeah.
This has been a little. I think he had a tree fall on top of his house. He's had disasters. Thank God his garage was still in one piece.
I mean, that's the main place.
Because that's where he likes to huddle around his transistor radio and listen to the G-Bag Nation and
Trust Coldies.
All the wonderful shows.
But he's got bourbon, right? He's got bourbon or whiskey. He's got bourbon or whiskey. He's doing well. Don't worry about the water.
He is on record saying he'd rather have the bourbon than the water working in the house.
Yeah.
So at least the bourbon faucet is still turning on for him, but nonetheless, no water. That's going to be an L. He does note, though, he's got his biggest dub himself, and from the heavens, his lovely wife, Belinda, will be watching their son, Christopher, receive his doctor's degree.
That's amazing.
From Baylor University today.
Congratulations, Christopher.
Congrats, Chris. That's amazing, and congratulations to you. Our good buddy Tim in Carthage watching his son get that doctor's degree from Baylor today. That is wonderful, and God is good. All right, 877-881-1053.
Eric,
what up?
You're taking an L right now, aren't you?
I mean, I'm constantly taking L's, Broadus.
Yeah, because let me see if I can do this real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's your chair that you would usually take to Globe Life.
Yeah.
Is here with me in California.
Yeah.
If you're looking on the cam right now.
And he really needs it today because it is an L kind of day. I mean, he's got the bubble guts.
Nick Harris will be in that chair with a headset on in here in a little bit. So Just want to make sure that, you're taking an L right now because I know how bad you are missing that chair.
Yep. I'm just.
Is it the kind of the folding white
it's
chair?
the folding
Are
white
you dealing
one.
with that one right now?
You know exactly what I'm dealing with right now, bro.
And you're standing up a lot, aren't you? Standing up a lot.
Yeah, standing up a lot. Flimsy. Just what are we doing here? Chairs. No respect for whoever sits in this chair. Kind of chair. Yeah, that's the chair I'm sitting in right now.
I say you're taking a big L.
Big L. Yeah. No, you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that.
I'm taking a dub because I'm sitting in my chair.
Yes.
He's got his chair.
Yeah.
I have my chair.
He's ready
Your
to
chair
go.
is about to, our guest is about to sit in your chair.
And you're still sitting in that Pacific Coast weather.
The weather.
Which is pretty
my gosh,
incredible.
guys.
So.
I'm not even going to bring it up.
I am jealous of the time zone thing for tomorrow night when we're doing post game.
Oh, yeah. I'll have on a hoodie tomorrow night here.
817 biggest dub. Got a new Jack Russell Terrier puppy named Luna.
Ooh, shout out to Luna.
Shout out to Luna. 903 big dub this week. Finally got my promotion to superintendent. Wow, 903.
That sounds important.
That's a big time. Like
Superintendent of what?
Yeah, That's a good question. I'm assuming of
golf course,
school district,
school district, golf course.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Mine might always go school district with superintendent.
I guess being a golf course superintendent might be even more badass.
Yeah, you get
Broadus.
You're the guy or the gal in charge of the whole course. You get
a good pull.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good gig.
He just followed up. He says youngest one in the company too. Okay, so he's calling it a company, not a district. This is pretty next level. 903. What are you superintending?
What do you superintend?
Yeah, what do you superintend to do?
Can you give us jobs?
Yeah.
And can you give us jobs?
You throw us some money, we'll take a little bit. If you got miles, we'll take some miles too.
I'm looking to get multiple income streams going.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying?
Need all the help we can get.
580 biggest dub, shot for first round of golf under 100. He shot a 98 on Sunday, and for him that I believe is a personal record.
So that's his first round of golf that he's ever played and shot a 98?
No, the first time he's ever broke 100.
Oh.
So
how long have we been playing? Follow up, please.
Yeah. Please.
Because it's been a while. There's a thing called lessons. Hey, hook up with the superintendent of the golf course. He'll help you with that. Yeah.
Yeah, true that. He also notes his biggest L. He followed up that 98 score with a 114 the next
There
day.
you go.
So.
Hey, we're getting better.
I would
getting
say,
worse. I don't know.
I would say, hey, you know what I would do? I would maybe sell the clubs or take 2 weeks off and just quit is what I would do. My advice, my personal advice to you, just take 2 weeks off and then quit.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a heady play.
Yeah.
Always has been ever since I heard Brett Favre use that joke on NFL films or whatever. Ain't that right, Wolchuk?
Yeah, that's right. Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks and Mama take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
He says the data center management. That's what he's going to be superintending. So
you got all of our data.
This is a little over my head there. 469 L having to drop $1,000, one Jibo on the kids to ride the bus to school. Wow.
What?
Wow.
Dub though for paying off a $27,000 car loan.
Wait, you could get Eric. Just give Eric the $1,000. He'll take your kids to school, right, Eric?
For $1,000. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Lift.
All right, kids, get in the back. Let's go.
That's probably for the whole year, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we're gonna have to figure something else out because for the year, that's a little bit troubling. But I didn't know we were having to pay for school buses like that. I didn't know that was a thing.
Was free transportation.
I think he's talking about Uber and stuff, maybe.
214 biggest dub. Son will be born on Christmas. Look at that.
Congratulations. One of my best friends from high school has his daughter is going to be due right around the same time, too.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's a beating. It's a
Christmas
beating.
miracle, man.
Yeah, you get the thing. They're like, hey, this is your birthday and Christmas gift. Hey. You know, they give
that would add up.
I got that December 12th. It's like, hey, got you your birthday and Christmas gift together. Yeah, okay, thanks. Appreciate the thought.
The old 2-for-1 special, man.
Yeah, 2-for-1er. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Jerks.
Jerks.
940 biggest dub. Got the foul ball in the 9th inning last night.
Oh, hell yeah.
Did you push somebody down to get it? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I always love the guy who comes up with the ball that actually had to work for it a little bit.
I was throwing elbows.
I know Broadus does that.
Yeah, push people down to get the ball. That's what you got to do.
817 Big Dub got the Evo ring last night and got lit in Section 133.
Hell yeah, that is a party place right there.
The 1 year anniversary of Section 133 being born. I mean, that's just amazing. 817 Biggest L. My dog tore her CCL. which is basically the same thing as an ACL in a dog.
Oh, that's not good.
Wow. That's a bummer.
It's $3,500 for the surgery.
Is that a front leg thing or is that a back leg thing? I don't know.
They maybe all four of them have
That dog
Lateral.
might be known as tripod if we have to really be honest here.
How much does it cost to just amputate that thing?
What are we looking at here? $3,500. Oh, hey.
Jeez, man.
Come on, Doc. Let's do something here.
That's tough.
That's a tough deal for sure. 469 says it's because they live within 2 miles from the school. So
if you live a certain distance, you got to pay.
I guess so.
They got to
man.
count. Oh,
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that.
682. Biggest L down big at is that Bossier City?
Bossier City,
Margaritaville?
yeah, that's at Margaritaville there. Yeah, it's a casino there.
Oh, he's down
casino.
big.
Big?
Yeah, he's down big, but he says, thank God Big Dub for the Odyssey app saved him from being able to TOLO while he just takes L after L at the casino. So,
well, I'm hoping a big dub for Dawson. He's going to be entering himself a little poker tournament as well over there.
That's true. Yeah, Wolchuk,
Is that what he's doing today? I didn't know that.
He's got a convention that he's going to in Vegas.
Yeah.
Is it that Star Trek thing he likes?
Yeah, it's Star Trek.
It's the Dr. Spock thing. I think they dress up.
Yeah, he's dressing up. He's
would
got
be
the
a
whole
perfect
long and
dress-up
prosper
guy. Yeah.
Yeah, big dub for him because he really gets to exercise his right to furry this weekend.
I know. I saw him with the pointy ears before he left. It was pretty cool.
Hey, they actually fit him well. Like at first glance, you're like, those are his normal ears.
Yeah.
And then you're like, wait.
He looks like a Star Trek
not.
dude.
He is a little elf-like.
He can. He's going to hang tough out there, man. I hope he comes home with his pockets a little bit fatter. He's going to have that opportunity. 254 Biggest L dropping the wife's car off at the shop to fix the AC. Oh, going to be well over a Jibo. Biggest dub though. Wife is not going to complain about the AC anymore. Yeah, dude.
There you go.
Hey. And once again, shout out to my guy Mike Osmond at Ice Auto.
Dude, Mike
in
Osmond,
Addison.
you are the GOAT, and we love you dearly.
My
I
air
like Connie
conditioning.
Osmond myself.
My guy Mike
Osmond
is the
family.
man.
Yeah.
I haven't had working AC in a little while, and I've been.
Oh, you finally got it?
Got that thing fixed, and it is blowing ice cold. I'm talking about to the point where you're like, do I need to turn that down a notch?
Yeah.
I can't go full blast.
Get out of here.
I can't go full blast. I'm cutting glass in my car right now. Are you kidding me?
That
It's
guy is a
embarrassing.
miracle worker. If
Good
he
thing you got that short
done.
sleeve hoodie. Yeah, he is a miracle worker. He really is.
Yeah.
That's why I can't wear the white tees in the car anymore. The AC is just too strong.
Yeah,
You just pull up to the drive-through in that. Watch what happens.
What do your kids think?
You're getting
now?
a free
Can they actually
shell.
ride with you? Can your kids now ride with you in the car?
They
you don't have to worry about child abuse.
Yeah, no, I keep the car seats in the minivan, so
okay.
They don't really get in Poppy's car that much.
Yep.
All right, there it is. Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Thank you very much. Biggest L, Biggest Dub every Friday right around this time in the G-Bag Nation. Oh, there he is. Nick Harris is in the tent live from Oxnard, California as he gets ready to go ahead and leave with the team to go to Allegiant Stadium in Vegas. Cowboys, Raiders tomorrow. We'll preview with Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com next in the Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation live from the Comerica backyard here at Globe Life Field, as we've got tons of Ranger fans that are already walking by. And if you are coming to the game today, Twins, Rangers, we've got an awesome giveaway. World Series champion short sleeve hoodie tonight, presented by Globe Life. First 15,000 fans will get that. So come by, say what's up. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo. We got Brian Broaddus live in Oxnard. Gavin Dawson out for today. He'll be back on Monday. Lucius Alexander back in master control along with Carter Freeman. And, of course, you, our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners. But we got Dallas Cowboys football that will be on tomorrow here on your home of the Cowboys, 6 o'clock pregame with Eric and Brian. And then Brian and myself will have halftime and postgame until 2 a.m. in the morning, as it's a 9 o'clock kick. I know that's not a factor, as Nick
That'll
Harris
be midnight out here. Yeah, midnight out
joins
here.
us with Brian. Nick, it's a 7 o'clock kick, I guess, for you guys, because you're still going to be in Vegas with the team. But 9 o'clock kick, man, for preseason football, I'm not loving this.
Yeah, if we're talking about energy from if it's going to carry over from the Rams game into this Raiders game, then you might have a lot of sleepy fans come 12 at night whenever they're getting into the third quarter.
Yeah, man. Can we get some touchdowns in this football game?
Just one.
Just one. Just one TD. Okay, out of the offensive players that you expect to see a lot of, who do you think could use that touchdown the most to really help their case to make the roster?
I'm going to go Tyron Billy Johnson and also Deuce Vaughn. Can I use two there?
Okay.
I think Tyron Billy Johnson, he only had 2 series in the game against the Rams. I expected him to get a lot more work. You know, he's looked really good out here in Oxnard, but Jalen Cropper has kind of caught up to him, if not surpassed him. So I think if they want to take 6 receivers, that final spot, man, it's going to be really close between those 2 guys. Ryan Flanoy, Racy McMath is kind of in that mix as well. And then you look at Deuce Vaughn. He's been out for most of training camp with a hamstring issue. He finally returns this week. But, man, he needs to have a big game in one of these final 2 preseason games. You know, the running back room is clearly looking for some juice. He definitely has that juice, but can he put it on the field? That's going to be really big for him to try and prove. If he had a big touchdown in this game against the Raiders, man, that would be awesome for his stock.
Is that where the biggest competitions lie in terms of fighting for roster spots? Is it that wide receiver room, Nick, or is it somewhere else where they're going to have to make some seriously tough decisions?
Yeah, receiver is the one I'm definitely looking at. I think it's a good problem that they have at wide receiver. I think they got a lot of guys that are worthy of being on an NFL roster, but they can only take, I think they're going to end up taking 6. They can only take those 6. And so you look at the 5 from last year with CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, Jalen Tolbert, Jalen Brooks, and Kevontae Turpin. I think those 5 guys are safe. But then you look at that 6th spot. Who's it going to be? I think that's going to be a really interesting battle. And then you also look at the linebacking core. Who are going to be the linebackers that they take? Who's the last one in that room that they take? It's going to be a fascinating argument. And then the corner has definitely had some switching up over the course of the last week. Trade out Nashawn Wright. You get Andrew Booth. Okay, then who's going to be at the depth of that corner room? Does Eric Scott Jr. have a roster spot? He had one last year, but he never played. So there's going to be some interesting decisions made for sure. I think it's going to be a more interesting 53 cut than it was last year for sure.
Hey, Nick, are you looking at this defensive line? Are they done there, or do you feel like that they're going to kind of take a look at maybe further guys, maybe some edges, or are they done with how you see it?
I think they are done for right now, but there's 2 weeks left in the preseason, right? And I think if they get, and camp as well, I think if they get past these 2 weeks and they look, hey, we might need another guy in the interior, I think that's probably where they go. As far as the edge and that situation, you add Carl Lawson, how much will that be able to help? I don't think we'll necessarily see that until the season gets up and going, but I like what Al-Qadim Muhammad has done during his time here at camp. I think if he gets more reps, it's going to look pretty good as far as those rotational bodies there on the edge, and you add Carl Lawson in that mix. But right there in the interior, yes, you trade for Jordan Phillips, but I've mentioned it a couple times on some shows this week. I think you still need another guy that can be reliable and run stopping, and if Mozzie Smith can't take that extra step to be that, they might have to go out for extra help still.
Has there been any position group that you've really kind of changed your mind on? Okay, we were concerned, like the biggest needs, if you've reassessed since training camp, like, okay, this group actually needs some more help here than I anticipated, and this one a little bit stronger than I thought coming in.
Yeah, as far as the one that I anticipated it being fine and it needed more help was that edge group. Now, granted, Sam Williams going down with the torn ACL, it kind of expedited that problem, but seeing that preseason game against the Rams and looking at the lack of pressure that those guys were able to generate off the edge, I was looking at it like, man, the only time anytime Stetson Bennett was being pressured, it was coming from a blitzing linebacker. Jason Johnson was the only one who got a sack on him. So that caught me by surprise coming out of that game, but they've added a couple bodies there like we talked about, and we'll see if that helps going forward. And as far as a position group that has exceeded my expectations, it's the linebacking core. I mean, goodness gracious, we walked out at AT&T Stadium in January with one healthy linebacker, and now we're looking up and you have an experienced veteran who's the kind of bridge between Mike Zimmer and the on-field personnel and Eric Kendricks. You got Damone Clark, you got DeMarvion Overshown back, you draft Maris Luafau, who's looked great out here at camp, and then you have some really fun special teams bodies and guys like Buddy Johnson, Jason Johnson, Willie Harvey. I mean, the linebacking core is really it's taken a huge step forward in my eyes.
It's Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Nick, live in Oxnard. Are you hopping on the bird with the boys coming up here? You're heading to Vegas?
Yeah, hopping on the bird. The bus ride to LAX is going to be longer than the hop on the bird, so it's always a trip out here.
You got to stop by the Star Trek furry event that's going down out there if you get a chance, Nick. Our guy Gavin Dawson's going to be out there representing. So,
noted.
Yeah.
That sounds like more his scene, but I might swing by and say what's up.
Just give him a wave, just to let him know we support him.
Hey, what do you think about this position battle when it comes to the center situation? How much of a battle is it between Hoffman and Beebe, and who do you like starting week 1?
Yeah, it's crazy. You asked me a week ago, and I would have said, Brock Hoffman, I think he's got this in the bag. And then Cooper Beebe, he gets a ton of first-team reps this week. He's looked good. Hoffman has had he didn't have the best game of his life against the Rams, and he hasn't had the best practices this week. I still like Brock Hoffman to be the starting center week 1, but Cooper Beebe's coming.
When you look at this team, though, Nick, and I always like to think about it as where do you have surplus? Do they have safeties that they could actually move for some pieces, you think?
Yeah, whenever I identify surplus, I look at the safeties, and then I also look at interior offensive line. Yeah. Now, granted, I think they need to hold on to that interior offensive line depth 100%.
Because of the tackle situation, having to kick a guy. Okay,
yeah, I think it could alleviate an issue if you have an injury problem in the middle of the season at tackle and you need to move some guys around, then the interior depth really helps you there. But you look at the safety position, you're absolutely right. Now, how valuable are some of those safeties if you wanted to start cooking up trade conversations? That's where I probably have a little bit of pessimism, but I mean, that room is so deep. I mean, they have a lot of guys that are proven. They've been players on special teams, players on the field on defense. That's a really good group in my eyes.
Who do you think are the two best safeties in that room? It seems like Malik Hooker has his spot solidified as the true free safety on the roster. He's super smart, super intelligent, but I know Brian and I have talked about this. Like, it seems like his play can be extremely inconsistent. And last year he kind of faded. He's dealt with injuries as well, but I mean, is he clearly one of the top two safeties, or is Marquise Bell stepping up, Donovan Wilson, somebody else in that room kind of thinking, might take some playing time?
I still like Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson. I think they serve their roles really well. And what they're asked to do in this Zimmer defense, I think, is going to help them quite a bit as well. We saw a lot of single high stuff with Malik Hooker last year, and I think he's going to be alleviated a little bit by some more protection there on the back end. And that'll be able to help his job a little bit better. It's all about just not putting too many hats on one guy. That's kind of what I identify as the biggest differences between the Dan Quinn defense and this Mike Zimmer defense. And it has its pros and its cons, don't get me wrong, but I think one of the pros is you got guys like Damone Clark, you got guys like Malik Hooker who can kind of take a few responsibilities off their plate and really hone in on what they got going on. But yeah, I still like Hooker and Wilson, but man, Marquise Bell had an awesome first half against the Rams. I think Wanye Thomas is a guy that's going to be in the league 10 years. They have a really fun group there. You look at the undrafted free agents that they picked up, Julius Wood out of East Carolina and Amani Johnson out of Nevada. Those are two good players. It's just how are they going to find places on the field for them? That's the biggest question now. But yeah, I really like both of those guys. Wood had an interception on Stetson Bennett last week, one of the million that Bennett threw. So, yeah, a really good group there in the safeties.
When it comes to this running back stuff here, Nick, I mean, they've already made the move on the D-line to get some other bodies in there. Do you have an expectation that they're gonna kick around trying to maybe make a trade or snag a guy who gets cut at the end of training camp from another team? Like, do you think this running back room is finished here? And who has impressed you, if anybody, in this position group so far?
I can give you one guarantee is that this Cowboys front office is going to be watching very closely at every other team's 53 cut. If there's a body out there that they see as juice, don't be surprised. I think, you look at this running back room, and in my perception of it, you have two RB2s in Ezekiel Elliott and Rico Dowdle, and then you have a lot of, just hodgepodge behind that. And which of those guys can show that they have some juice? Because you look at Zeke, you look at Rico, these are some downhill guys, at least in my eyes, with still some receiving knacks, don't get me wrong, but they need the juice in there. And is that Deuce Vaughn? Is that Malik Davis? Malik Davis got a really good opportunity last weekend, 8 carries, 18 yards. He didn't really do much with it. So would love to see what Deuce can do. Would love to see if Royce Freeman can maybe get on the field this weekend and kind of show what he has. I'm not super confident in there just based on his production over the last couple of years, but as of right now, I'm not really sure what that room looks like behind Zeke and Rico without an extra body.
Nick, staying on with the running backs, do you feel like last week we saw Trey Lance throw the ball 40 times?
Yeah.
Does Mike McCarthy come out in this game plan and say, okay, we've got healthy backs. To your point, I need to see them all. Do you feel like that they're going to try and run the ball more in this game than what they did against the Rams?
Absolutely. I think the over-under, whenever you look at Lance's attempts, I'm probably putting it at 27.5 going into this game, just because you have two more healthy bodies now at running back. You can spread the load out a little bit more. I mean, Snoop Connor's not a bad back. I think he's a guy that's going to be getting some really good opportunities tomorrow night. But then you have Deuce Vaughn back in the equation. Does Royce Freeman get some reps? Even though he is a veteran, he still needs to kind of prove his spot as well. I think the running backs are going to be heavily utilized tomorrow.
Yeah, just more of a commitment to it, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, I just didn't feel like that when we sat down and watched the tape after the game, how you're evaluating your backs, but how you're evaluating your offensive line.
Yeah.
Some of those guys.
Yeah, there was so much action in the flat for Trey Lance coming out of that game. If that's the type of gains and type of chunk gains you're trying to get, why not hand the ball off as well? Like, I understand wanting to utilize Trey Lance and get his arm out there, get him comfortable, but I felt like they could have used the running game a little bit more for sure.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Of course, you can check out Nick Tuesday, Thursdays during the football season with Sean and RJ. And then we usually get to chat with Nick on Fridays. Nick's our guy. We go way back with you, brother.
Hey, I do want to say I appreciate you guys, because this time last year, no one knew who my name was, and you were like, hey, Zach, let's get Nick Harris on the show. So I appreciate you guys. I always got love for the G-Bag.
Hey, you know we love you, but I do want to pick your brain on Trey Lance, and I know Brian's been keeping us updated on how he's looked out there since we've left, but overall expectations and what you are hoping to see from him tomorrow in preseason game number 2.
I said this earlier this week on a podcast, and, certain people have a certain take on it. I think the best thing for Trey Lance would be to go out in the first half, and throw an interception early on. just get the mistake out the way. I think he's playing with a little bit too much angst. Like, just go out there, make the bad decision, and then play free and just kind of throw the worries out the window. I think whenever he has his biggest struggles, it's him not trusting it. And he hasn't been good outside the hashes. I would like to see him work a little bit more in the middle of the field. I think that's probably where he has his sweet zone a little bit more. And if he wants to utilize the hashes, get out on the run. Get out and use that athletic ability. I would say 3 of his 5 best throws that he had against the Rams was him scrambling outside and throwing on the run. I mean, he can do that. He can fire a strike. So I just want to see him use his strengths a little bit more, and I want to see him be a little bit more confident. I think if you marry those two things together, he'll have a good performance in a preseason game.
After Jake Ferguson, who's the tight end you like the most?
Oh man, that's a tough one. Luke Schoonmaker. I can't point at one thing that says he's better at this than everyone else in that tight end room.
That's fair.
But I can point at a guy like John Stevens, and I can be like, I think this is the best receiving tight end behind Jake Ferguson. Now, and they utilized him on some lead blocker situations last week, and John Stevens looked good. He looked comfortable in those situations. I still do believe that Luke Schoonmaker is the tight end 2 on this roster, just because he has the all-around skill set. He can catch, he can receive, he can route run, he can block and get after it on the point of attack. But I think there are a couple of guys behind him that are really going to push for his spot. I like John Stevens to make this roster. I also like Brevin Spanford to make this roster.
And if I could put you on the spot for our final question here, I believe that where are we with the CD? I don't expect the Dak Prescott signing anytime soon. Anything you're hearing whisper-wise with CeeDee Lamb?
Yeah, there's more conversations going on, especially coming up on this preseason game. There's more conversations going on. Offers are being exchanged. I still remain really shocked if we get to week 1 and CeeDee Lamb's not already in the building. I think if once the calendar turns to September, 88's in the building. I would bet on that.
Nick, before we let you boogie out of here, I know you're a big high school football guy. We got scrimmages that are starting already. I don't know. I mean, you've got your focus on your day job with the Cowboys and Oxnard, but anything you can tease for us high school football junkies as we get ready for this fall?
Oh, absolutely. If you're a high school football fan trying to get out and see some good teams these Friday nights this season, go catch Duncanville. You got an Alabama commit at quarterback in Keelan Russell, one of the top quarterbacks in the country. And then you have the number 1 wide receiver in the country in DeCorian Moore. He's going to Oregon. That's a really fun team. They got talent on defense as well. And DeSoto, they beat Duncanville last year, and they won a state championship last year. They have an SMU commit at quarterback in Keldon Ryan. That's a guy to definitely take a look at. He's transferred in from Keller Central, so really good talent there. And DeSoto's always going to have the guys. But if you're looking more on the north side, the Frisco schools, they have talent this year. Panther Creek has had a lot of speed transfer into that program. Byron Nelson's one of the top teams in the state. So pretty much anywhere you go in DFW, you're going to find your team. And then always you got to respect the hyphen. Rockwall Heath. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, I saw you mention something about Jason Witten's son.
Yeah.
What do we need to know about him?
Cooper Witten, he's a class of 2027 kid. He's the number 25 recruit in the country. Thinking he's probably going to play safety at the next level, but he has the size, and he could probably add the bulk if he wanted to play tight end or if he wanted to play receiver at the next level. He probably could, but he's already got 6 offers. He's got the LSUs, the Bamas. Obviously, Tennessee is going to be involved there too, but already a top 25 recruit in the country. He plays at Liberty Christian High School in Argyle, where Jason Witten coaches.
Nick, you're an absolute beast, brother. We love you. Safe travels to Vegas. Say what's up to Dawson if you run into him. Hopefully the game is not all field goals, and we'll catch up with you very, very soon.
I appreciate you guys. Y'all have a great one.
There he goes, our guy Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, here on your home of Dallas Cowboys football. Let's keep the NFL conversation rolling. NFL news of the day, Sam Darnold's balls, training camp traditions, and this coach is benching himself. But first, Eric, we got to talk Trajan Wealth. That's TR.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, let's get you that NFL news of the day, courtesy of the Woolly Bully, Zach Walchuk, and we're 15 minutes away from Krusty's Corner. Brian Broaddus live in Oxnard, giving you all the Cowboys things to know. And this segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. That's right, life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at 214-333-3333 or go to frankelfirm.com. And G-Bag Nation is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. We're live at the ballpark. Cannot wait to see you. Have some awesome giveaway tonight. And I learned that it's actually extra large sizes and medium sizes.
Yes,
there we go. Yeah,
XL,
like to hear that. That's good.
And medium for the Belichick cutoff hoodie World Series championship Texas Rangers deal. It's fantastic. I can't wait to rock it. Here's the bully.
Thank you very much, Eric. Brian, you're giving me the pointy fingers.
Yeah, do you think Belichick was the one who invented that? Is he the one that when we think about
the kind of put it on the
now,
on
but
the
he's
map.
the cutoff. He's the cutoff arms, or is he the? I mean,
yeah, it's the arms. It's the arms.
like all the arm, like the whole arm, like a vest.
Yeah, I guess
it's both. He's done both. I think when he's on the sidelines,
I've seen him do the 3/4.
Yeah,
I've seen him like 3/4, and it,
That's his game day, like more professional look. I think like Monday to Saturday in the office, I think you could see him with the full-fledged cutoff. at the top of the arm.
And no T-shirt underneath. It's like he's got dough arms. That
dough arms, no doubt. Pillsbury dough, Belichick there. Now we do have the NFL news when it comes to the Cowboys that's circulating right now as they get ready to leave, go to Vegas. Calvin Watkins of the Morning News did report that things could be heating up with CeeDee Lamb. That's the hope. The two sides did have a phone conversation yesterday prior to the team leaving to go to Vegas, and the report is that the offer is slightly under $33 million per season. A person with knowledge of the talks told the Dallas Morning News, which, in fairness, if it's slightly under $33 million, what was it that Pretty Ricky reported? 32.5?
32.5, yeah.
Kind of adds up a little bit, does it not?
Pretty Ricky seems like he strikes again.
Yeah, I got to give him some credit there. But I don't know that 33 is going to cut it. We'll see how that ends up going. But, again, I think all of us are in agreement right now that CeeDee's going to be there week one. I think contract or no contract, CeeDee Lamb's there week one. But my hope is this thing gets done, Brian.
Yeah, he is not going to miss $1 million game check. I just don't see that happening.
I don't either.
Yeah, and if this thing goes under 33, that still makes him the second highest paid receiver in the league.
Yes,
if
anything
I'm right
over
about
30. That. Yeah, 32, I believe, is what A.J. Brown's making.
Yeah,
Man.
and I'm hearing that I don't know if this is going to happen while we're here, but kind of keep an eye on that potentially when we get back to Frisco.
Okay.
That's kind of, I know that he's down in Miami training and doing
working
out, and they really don't know if there's real intention of him showing up here. So let's see. That's just kind of the buzz I'm hearing. I've heard the last couple of days.
I like that. Yeah, I'll still be shocked if he's not here for week one.
Yeah.
You guys
Oh,
saying
yeah, absolutely.
If the contract is not done, you still think he shows up and plays without it.
Yeah.
I wonder what type of saltiness, energy he's bringing into the locker room at that point. Everybody's temperament's a little bit different.
Yeah.
It might fuel him, chip on his shoulder. You get an even better version of him because he's like, bleep you, watch this.
Yeah.
Or the opposite. I don't know. But I don't think it comes to that. They're going to get the deal done.
Yeah, I'm hopeful of that, too. Now, the Vikings, we've talked about, obviously, they lose J.J. McCarthy, their rookie quarterback this week. Now, they've officially placed J.J. McCarthy on IR. They signed former Panthers quarterback Matt Corral, former Ole Miss great. So they're adding another arm.
Zach, did you think he was going to be okay?
Yeah, as a backup, I thought that he had potential. He had a good arm. He's got some mobility. I didn't think he'd ever really be a starter in the NFL, but I didn't think that he'd be in and out of the league and playing. Well, I think he was just in the XFL.
Yeah, kind of crazy because, when you watch Ole Miss, they were a pretty decent team with him. We had to evaluate all those receivers, and he was the guy, chucking the ball a lot of those times. So I kind of find it, kind of in a way like, man, how did I miss that guy? Because I'm not saying, I see what you're saying about not a starter, but I thought he would at least have a career in this league. There are a lot of bad quarterbacks in this league. I kind of didn't feel like that he was one of them. Maybe going to Carolina was that was the
that could have been the
he got hurt.
He got hurt,
like
and
5 seconds in.
And he was drafted by the Matt Rule regime, which all gets canned halfway through. So probably an unfair start to his career. But it was Up and Adams' show. Kay Adams was out at Vikings camp, and she's talking with Justin Jefferson, and he gives us a scouting report on Sam Darnold's balls.
That surprised you, just like how good Sam Darnold's arm is?
Oh, yes. Very surprising. It is my first time really, being around Sam and having him throw to me. So to see the balls that he throws, especially the go balls, the deep balls that he throws, it was right in the hands, and it feels like a soft pillow. So he's been doing a great job just, trying to learn and try to, build that chemistry with the whole team.
And shout out to Diana Rossini. That was Diana Rossini there, not Kay Adams. But is this kind of just like Justin Jefferson? He's talking up his guy here. He knows now that's QB1.
Yes.
Or is he really throwing pillow balls?
No, he's throwing pillow balls to defenders. Every time I look up, it's another interception. Sam Darnold throwing to the opposing team.
Never get tired of that. They've even got him now where they do him in practice. And he'll throw an interception, and everybody's chasing, and then you see the guys with the Guardian caps on, and they're all waving and jumping up and down. Yeah, nobody. Sam Darnold pick 6 never gets old. Never gets old. Yeah.
Well, we did have the quarterback competition start to heat up there in New England. It kind of seemed like this was a foregone conclusion that it was going to be Jacoby Brissett and they were going to ease in Drake May. But I guess Patriots liked what they saw from Drake May last night against the Eagles. As Gerard Mayo said, this thing is far from over. He has been lighting it up, the reports are, in practice. Went 6 for 11, 47 yards, had a 4-yard rushing touchdown. And he did look good manipulating the pocket. You saw the athleticism that we saw at North Carolina. I mean, the issue with Drake May for me, and I know you weren't a huge fan, it was just the consistency issues.
Yeah.
There were times it's like, holy hell, that's an NFL throw right there. You know he's athletic. He's super tough. Big physical quarterback, but then it's kind of like watching Trey Lance right now.
Yeah,
there were times where the ball just it's just sailing on it.
No telling where it's going to go.
No idea where it's going to go.
I was reading some things just this week about Drake May, where apparently, like at North Carolina, there was not a single ounce of coaching as it pertains to footwork.
And you know what? That's pretty apparent when you watch him.
Yeah, I mean, we know how much
blaming my guy Mac Brown, aren't we now?
I guess. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's an overstatement on the report that I saw. But it was like, man, because everybody in New England's like, yeah, it's the footwork thing.
He's
for
got
Drake
happy
May.
feet.
Like he's got to get the footwork down. And apparently, if there was any footwork coaching for Drake May at North Carolina, it was as minimal as it could possibly be. And brought it, firsthand. Footwork is really most of what dictates the accuracy of a quarterback oftentimes, right?
Yeah,
so
the platform you throw from always seems to affect how the pass is going to look.
So the erratic nature of Drake May, where like naturally he can throw the ball and do all
or
these
he's
things.
just erratic.
Awesome.
That's something could be. Yeah.
Oh, well, for sure. And for your sake and for your grade on him and your analysis of him and your scouting report of him, that's exactly what you want. Now you're going to hate watch Drake May the same way I hate watch Will Levis. It's fine. You can admit it. I admit it. When you have a bad grade on a guy, you don't want him to be good. It's human nature.
I just, hey, you know what? Drake Mays of the world, that's fine. I mean, it's not a bad grade or anything at all. It's just that, I've been wrong about quarterbacks before. I've been right about quarterbacks before too.
Yes, you have.
But the thing with Drake May is that, all of a sudden we're starting to hear about all his faults. And these are things I was talking about, in April, in March, when we were talking. Hey, this guy has some issues. He doesn't always, you talk.
Yeah.
Well, he said not consistent. Footwork, things like that. You could go back. I could show you my report right now. And all of a sudden now it's like, well, North Carolina doesn't coach their players.
Wait, what? Hey, give yourself some credit. Don't say you've been talking about it since March or April. You've been talking about it since December, big boy.
December 1st.
Yeah, the thing about it is, hey, North Carolina, we've had our shares of Mitch Trubisky's and people like that. Come on.
Yep.
I mean, probably not getting coached very well there, but it's amazing how we all get picked in the top 5 when we're at these.
It is. Sam Howell, if he was just a little bit taller, he might have had a chance to go in the first round. Bad news, Bengals have a running back that's going to miss the entire regular season. Torn patella tendon in a joint practice. It's Chris Evans, former 6th-round pick that was expected to have a more prominent role. I know Chase Brown is a running back that's getting a lot of love there. Zach Moss, my dude, who just, when he gets his opportunities, he seems to perform. I'm just putting in the call. That is Zach Moss's backfield there.
Really?
With the Cincinnati Bengals.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not on the Bengals beat like that.
I
but
know.
Chase Brown is getting so much love.
Everybody's loving
so
Chase
much
Brown.
love.
Just steady Eddie, Zach
Go ahead and
Moss.
draft him, Eric, for that fantasy team you're going to finish last place with.
Hey, I ain't taking any fantasy advice from you over there, Broadus.
You know what? If you did, you deserve to finish in last place. I'll sit at the Waffle House with you and pound waffles, if that's the case.
It's a date.
Bill's got an injury settlement with Chase Claypool, so he's now out there. I guess he could sign with another team, but supposedly he's hurt. Or maybe he's not really hurt. Wink, wink.
Maybe he just sucks.
There. That's what's happening this time of year. Get ready. Get ready. You're going to see a lot of veteran guys all of a sudden figure out, hey, I'm not going to make this team. And then it turns into soft tissue injury guy. And then they get waived. And then they get injury settled. And they get 2 game checks. And they move on with their life. That's going to happen a lot here in the next couple of weeks.
Pat Mahomes at Chiefs camp was talking about his favorite training camp traditions. In doing so, did he end up fat-shaming the backup quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, for me, even more than George, we always go to Lazarone a couple times, and we take the guys, we get some pizzas. I usually do it after kind of like the second padded day before the 10-10-10, so we were there yesterday. And so don't remember that for next year and try to storm our party. We go there and you just eat and you just joke around. I think Ian Book had like 9 pieces of pizza yesterday, man. I had to calm him down because the first time we went, the O-line, he only got 1 piece because the O-line ate all his pizza. So he went in this last day. So but the stuff like that is where you build that bond, and then you have those jokes and stuff for the rest of the year. And that's what builds the great culture that we have.
He had 9 pieces of pizza. I had to calm him down.
Yeah.
Now, he explains why. Last year he probably felt like I got to eat. I got to crush this right now, or else I'm not getting the pizza. These linemen are taking it all.
Yeah, right now Eric is so jealous because he sat there at Toppers and did the same damn thing.
Yeah,
like by himself, just like, oh, give me the all-meat lovers pizza.
Man,
just punish that thing.
Shout out to the Meatinator.
Yeah, you channeled your Ian Book on that one, didn't you?
I think that Toppers does it right by calling it the Meatinator, though. Like meat lovers.
Meat lovers.
It ought to be the Greasinator. That thing, man. I'll tell you, there's some serious grease on that, and that's what makes it so good.
It does.
It had a great drip on that thing.
Absolutely. All right, there's your NFL news of the day. We got Krusty's Corner brought to you by Dallas College. Your future begins here. Where are we going, Krusty?
Yeah, let me tell you who you need to be looking at in this game against the Raiders. We'll do that next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. We'll have a Friday news dump coming up at the top of the hour, but right now it's time to head out to Oxnard. We've got Brian Broaddus with his Krusty's Corner. Of course, Brian, also brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey from grain to glass. Brian, what do you got for us?
Yeah, and also Dallas College, too, if you don't mind throwing those fine folk in there
Dallas
as well.
College.
Yeah, appreciate that. They've been great to us and really, really do appreciate everything they've done. Hey, have you guys ever eaten skinny popcorn?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
I've stolen some of Basic's before.
You know what? First time I've ever had it, and I don't know if it's just because I was so hungry, but it's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's good.
You know, it's kind of it doesn't have all the things that you would really kind of how you doll popcorn up. It's kind of plain, but for just being plain popcorn, I'm digging what they're selling here.
If you showed up to my house for a football watch party on a football Sunday, maybe Cowboys have a bye week Broaddus. We're not doing the pre and post game, so we're just doing some Scott Hansen NFL Red Zone, and I got a spread laid out.
Yeah, I
and
have a
skinny
headache.
popcorn.
Yeah.
You're not gonna crap on me for having a little skinny pop hanging out?
I'm just telling you right now that, like, listen, I was so hungry that all I had was a bag of skinny popcorn, and I'm like sitting here like going, okay,
Damn.
but it was good. It was good, and
It's good?
I didn't expect it to be good. I was thinking it's like when Jared hands you a rice cake, you know, and you give it that. Thanks. You're kind of just doing it, but the skinny popcorn was good, so tip of the cap to them as well. All right, I'm going to look at some players here. I'm going to look at all these running backs, boys, the ones that need to play. They're going to, again, I think the way that they've done this scrimmage and then the way that they practiced yesterday, they had their mojo moment where they went, it was first offense, and they went for like 12 plays in a row, 15 plays in a row. And so they kind of got their work with their first offense of moving the football. So I don't think you're going to see any of the starter dudes playing in this game tomorrow night. But all these other backs, we need to figure out this running back room. I know we had Nick Harris on earlier. We need to figure out I just gut Ezekiel Elliott, Rico Dowdle. They're talking about Malik Davis like they used to talk about Brock Hoffman. You know, that kind of that, Malik Davis has had a really good camp where you're like, why have I noticed Nathaniel Pete more than Malik Davis? But anyway, finally got a healthy group of guys. Tomorrow they need to sort this running back thing out. But I still also, though, believe they need to keep an eye on the National Football League.
I'm with you.
At waiver time.
Brian, my fear on this is depending on what they're putting out there, like you gave us what you think the line's going to look like.
Yeah.
Josh Ball at left tackle, I don't think is giving Trey Lance or your running game any chance of success.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a problem, but you're hoping on the other end, what are the Raiders going to do? The Raiders, if the Raiders all of a sudden, if Antonio Pierce is trying to set the tone and be that guy, and all of a sudden he's pulling Andy Reid, and we've got legitimate their first team defense out there rushing the passer, this could be the early series could be pretty ugly until they figure that out. You're absolutely right about that. But they need to do something. They need to kind of get an idea about these running backs. This is the first time they've all been healthy.
Yeah.
So let's see what we got here. Deuce Vaughn, first time he looked good in the scrimmage of the day when it came down to the goal line of his finding that crack, finding that ability to get through that the hole there and get into the end zone.
I heard he was nutmegging dudes, but not with the ball, just with his own body. He was just running between their legs, and they're like, "Oh no!" And he scored.
The helmet, bam!
He is that small. He is that small. Wide receivers, Tyrone Billy Johnson needs to be a part of this. I think Jalen Cropper needs to be a part of this. I think Ryan Flournoy needs to be a part of this. And I feel like that David Durden, there's 4 guys right there. They're battling for the last 2 spots, I think. If they go 6, it's 2 guys. If they're going 5, it's 1 guy. So one of those 4 guys needs to kind of try and take a leg up going and get to that last preseason game where all those guys are going to get work. But somebody needs to put themselves ahead in this group because the numbers might be a little tight at wide receiver. Need to see something from Luke Schoonmaker in this game coming up. And I know I always say that. I feel like that Luke Schoonmaker's the guy I always have to see something, but I do need to see something from him because to me, when I've thrown dirt on Peyton Hendershot, and it might be a situation where, and I don't know if they would get rid of a second-round pick, but man, if one of these guys, if Hendershot shows better than Schoonmaker, I think John Stevens. I think they really like John Stevens a lot, and so I wouldn't be surprised if you look at it right now and say Jake Ferguson, John Stevens, and now who's the third guy here? They probably won't do something with Schoonmaker, but me personally, I need to see him do some things here. The offensive line, it's interesting because I felt like that Awesome Richards could play the left tackle spot. I'm surprised they moved Ball out to left tackle.
Yeah.
I think Awesome Richards doesn't want to play left tackle. I don't think Awesome Richards doesn't want to play tackle. I think Awesome Richards sees himself more as a guard, and he is okay with that. But there might be a situation right now where Awesome Richards really doesn't have a choice. And he needs to think about, hey, okay, maybe I could be the swing guy at tackle and play some guard as well. But playing Josh Ball out there, Josh Ball's been okay at guard. I don't know about him playing tackle. But I think Awesome Richards would be the better of the choice out there. But I wonder now in his mind if he's checked out from that.
I don't know how many times you need to see the guy play. Josh Ball is not an NFL player.
Well,
you're asking yourself to just not be able to move the ball.
Yeah, well, Let's Go has looked worse.
Worse?
Than Ball.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, they are so thin at tackle. That is really disheartening to hear.
They are thin. We could always talk about Mozzie Smith with the defensive line. Albert Huggins is going to continue to get work. He's still on the team. Let me throw you a name right here that I think is battling for a spot maybe as an edge. Tyrus Wheat as a possibility. I don't think that Fehoko is going to be here. I know Nick talked about Muhammad, but I would be interested to see if Tyrus Wheat has the type of game that he's shown in practice. He's shown some reps where he's actually been pretty darn good rushing the passer. So keep an eye on him in that Raider game. He's number 91. I like what I've seen so far with Justin Rogers as well, and hopefully he could continue on that path of maybe being a guy that, if it's not Mozzie, maybe Justin Rogers is your second one technique on this team. The linebackers, Nick mentioned about Willie Harvey. He needs to show up in this thing. They have a guy named Nick Vigil who they signed. And I really like Nick Vigil because I think he plays the run really well. I think he's really good against the pass. He has some awareness. There was some practice out here the other day where he was knocking down the ball, kind of carrying some routes. So keep an eye on number 52, Nick Vigil, as a guy that might sneak onto this group. You maybe thought it was a Damian Wilson kind of a deal or a Darius Harris kind of a thing with some veteran guys. But the veteran guy that's kind of shown up on practice field has been this Nick Vigil, number 52.
And Vigil was with Zim in Minnesota.
He was with Zim, and when you watch him play, you could tell he has a real understanding of what's going on out here. This corner group is with Carson. I don't think Carson's going to play because of the wisdom teeth. He's still dealing with that. So now that gives some opportunity. Keep an eye on Andrew Booth, who they traded for. Andrew Booth was playing some right corner yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a lot of burn. Him and Eric Scott. This Josh DeBerry is another one they're kind of looking at. And then Hall is a corner who they play in the slot as well. Mm-hmm. These guys, all these guys that I mentioned, are kind of maybe fighting for that 6th corner spot, that last cornerback spot. So, but Andrew Booth, talking to some guys at Minnesota, his days at Minnesota sound a lot like Nashawn Wright's days here with the Cowboys. They're like, hey, this was going on, and I'm like, well, damn, that sounds like what Nashawn Wright was going on out here.
Yeah.
So it sounded like, maybe player for player there, but keep an eye on him if he's a guy that actually could make this roster when we get this thing down to 53.
Brian, thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
Krusty's Corner, every day we moved it, 3:40-ish right here in the G-Bag Nation. Up next, Friday News Dump.
That's right. New York unloads on the Hawk Tua girl, and a big money sports owner took an L last night. That's next year in the Nation.
But I would like to...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. About to get into a Friday news dump. Then we've got our top 10 coming up on the other side. We are live at Globe Life Field, the Comerica backyard, as we've already got Ranger fans and Tolos that are lining up to go ahead and get themselves their World Series champion short sleeve hoodie. That is the giveaway tonight for the first 15,000 fans. They'll have them in medium and in extra large. So if you're coming on out to the ballpark, say what is up to us as we hang out here in the Comerica backyard. But right now, let's go ahead and do a little Friday news dump. Here's Eric Chiavallo.
Thank you very much. It's Players Weekend across MLB starting today through Sunday, which is pretty cool. And there's some fun festivities that go along with that, including the opportunity for players to have their own bats and stuff. I just saw Josh Young's going to be using a Captain America bat.
Hell yeah.
I presume he'll be using it all weekend long. I guess he's a big
Marvel guy.
He is. And certainly friend of the program. He was on with us earlier in the week. So hoping he gets the G-Bag bump with his Captain America baseball bat. Brian Broaddus in Oxnard with the index finger raised into the sky. What you got, Broaddus?
Yeah, I just got an update on about Tyler Guyton, whether he was going to play or not. He will play tomorrow. So
nice. That's perfect.
So there's your left tackle situation. Guyton wasn't in with the guys yesterday when they were doing cards, but he will play, and it didn't cite that he was in any pitch count situations here as well. So he will probably start then at left tackle for you. So at least that will give the running game and Trey Lance and those guys an opportunity there. So I wanted to make sure that we got that in before.
That's awesome. That's great news. I love to hear that. I'm excited to see some Tyler Guyton tomorrow.
Yeah, we got to see that stuff, man. We got to see all the Guyton that we can get. That's fantastic. I love it. Absolutely love it. And hopefully he's in dominant form. I felt like in the first game he was more impressive than he was not. And hopefully he continues to build on that. Great to see that he's going to be playing tomorrow night. Yeah. All right, and we'll have the pregame show, Broaddus and myself, at 6 o'clock tomorrow, and then Walchuk and Broaddus will take over after the game well into the morning of Sunday for some postgame action. So looking forward to hopefully some late-night cranky calls, and then Broaddus can perhaps rip on a little somebody if he's in mid-season form. Always love that in the postgame show on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Now, to the dump we go. Yesterday we saw Walchuk. You mentioned that the Hawk Tua girl was doing the first pitch in New York with the Mets.
Yes.
And then I saw a headline that read, New York radio host unloads on the Hawk Tua girl. And I was like, wow, this seems a little bit wild.
Interesting phrasing, too.
Yeah, it was one hell of a headline, and that was from Awful Announcing. And here's Sal Licata of WFAN, who's apparently a Mets fan. He is not happy that the Hawk Tua girl did the first pitch yesterday for the Mets.
The Yankees have Aaron Judge and Juan Soto breaking records. Ruth, Mantle, Gehrig, and the Mets have Grimace, and now Hawk Tua. Come on, bro, I can't take it. I cannot take it anymore. It's ridiculous. And then you wonder why fans get so ticked off and upset. It's embarrassing. Is it the biggest deal in the world? No, absolutely. Does it mean anything on the field? No. But that's the problem. The product on the field isn't good enough, and you're coming up with these silly gimmicks that are laughing stock. It's a joke. Hawk Tua.
Gosh.
You got that New York passion right there.
Oh, yeah.
He's not happy.
Is he wrong? Is he wrong?
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But I do want to bring you the update from the girl herself, Haley Welch. She has taken to Twitter to say, so I guess some of the baseball community wasn't too happy to see me yesterday. She said the main reason I went to the game was to spread awareness and donate to America's Vet Dogs, which pairs dogs with war veterans for a forever home.
That's awesome.
I don't know how Sal Licata feels about his rant now.
But
go
bleep yourself, Sal.
But I don't know that they made that. I mean, I didn't watch it. I didn't see much of it at all. But I don't know how clear they made that upon her first pitch if they were like,
She
hey,
probably had a
she's
Met
here.
jersey on, didn't have a dog out there on the mound with her, I don't think, probably.
No. She
with
saves
a
that
flag
for,
on the dog or something, you know?
That would just be Kirk Herbstreit that would bring his dog
There's
to a first
there's
pitch.
162 of these bad boys. So how many home games do the Mets have every year?
81.
Right?
81,
yeah.
yeah.
So one game they decide to put Hawk 2 out there to throw out the first pitch, and we're losing our minds. Quit bitching to be bitching, Sal. Get the hell over it.
Ooh, I like that
I don't
response
know, man.
there.
Play better baseball, I think. Yeah.
I like that response.
Yeah, she's really doing a lot when it comes to their baseball team, and whoever throws out the
I
first
will say
pitch
this.
matters to that.
I will say this. I learned one thing working at DallasCowboys.com. The minute you, and they're very aware about this, the minute you start losing or playing poorly, the Zeke eating cereal stuff and all those videos and things, no more. We're not doing this. Very, very conscious of, okay, what are we doing here? What are we trying to, nobody has time for laughter when the team's not playing well.
Yeah, you gotta read the room.
How
a little
about some
bit.
awareness?
And Grimace, who was really acknowledged as being a slump buster for them. They went on a nice win streak after Grimace, and he took shots at Grimace too.
2 out of 3
You should educate
against the
yourself,
Rangers.
Sal, before you go on these rants. I like the rant, but come on.
Maybe the Hawk Tua girl will be a bit of a slump buster for them as well. Maybe they go on a bit of a run here.
Or they'll suck more.
Touche, Broadus. All right, here in the dump, we find out that last night it was the first unveiling of Steve Ballmer's baby. Steve Ballmer, Microsoft man. Sweaty Steve, owner of the Clippers, like the wealthiest owner in basketball, I believe. His Intuit Dome, the brand new arena for the Clippers. It was unveiled last night for a Bruno Mars concert. Now, we know this is a very high-tech building that they have constructed here for the Clippers and their fans, and a lot of it is just going to be super awesome. I mean, really revolutionizing the sport of building arenas and stadiums and stuff like that. But it got off to a bit of a rough start last night because they had the Bruno Mars concert that was supposed to get going at 8 o'clock. Of course, the technical difficulties of the arena. It's cashless. It's cardless. Everything is just like through your phone and stuff like that, and whatever app that you had to use, like specific to the arena to get in the building. Yeah, it was not Chime, but whatever app is they have for it, it malfunctioned last night, and so nobody could get into the arena. They only had one spot where people could get into, thousands upon thousands of Bruno Mars fans ready to get in there and sing their hearts out. Concert was supposed to start at 8. I believe it ended up starting closer to 11. Just thousands of people kept waiting outside because of the facial recognition system at the arena that just completely got botched last night. So the first hiccup is out of the way, and hopefully that doesn't continue there. I know the Mavericks are going to be playing. I think they're going to be the first team to play in the preseason against the Clippers in the Intuit Dome. So we'll see our Mavericks up in there. But, yeah, last night, listen, when everything is technological, how do you say that? Technologically based?
Yes, technologically based.
I think almost got there.
I short-circuited, and that happens sometimes because I run on technology too. Sometimes my app doesn't work.
Yes.
You just got your AC back, so what are you talking about here?
Well,
bro?
now it's like it's too cold.
The AC in my car?
Yeah.
I don't want to say it's too cold.
It's too frigid for
but
you.
But if I can't just run it on full
You've
blast.
got sensitive skin.
At some point, you're like, wow, I might need to turn
Did
this down.
Did you put that guy in your will, by the way? That's life-saving right there, what that man did for you.
Yeah.
I think Mike deserves a little bit of love.
Mike Osmond
we love you, Mike.
of Ice Auto is absolutely in my will.
What up, Chris? How you doing, buddy?
That's not going to net him very
Good to
much.
see ya.
Hey, Chris.
He is
Brian
there.
says hello, by the way.
Yeah, our favorite Globe Life security man, Chris Wells, just stopped by, and of course he's just going to have a conversation with us as if we're not on the air and everything like that. So
it's always that's the way it works, bro.
That's what.
How about
makes,
be a little professional and fight through it?
I did. Walchuk's over here having small talk pleasantries exchanged.
I gave him a little hand pound and went on his way. There was
food
zero
being brought over there, by the way?
Lashing
Food?
out on me.
Food?
I'm too busy fighting back with these 469 Twitter troll idiots.
I think it's 469. Let's show them respect. But what's the deal? What are they calling you out for?
Nothing really.
Are they hating your takes?
It's really just one guy, but I'm having fun with him. We're going back and forth. He says
about the Mets thing.
We're half-ass sports hosts. So
Both
I was
of us?
So I said, well, hey, do you know who's even thrown out the first pitch for the Mets or the Rangers? Don't be a half-ass sports fan.
Wow, he called us a half-ass hosts.
Oh,
that's impressive.
He's not wrong, actually.
Nah, he's really not.
I can't be too mad at that. It was pretty spot on.
God, yeah. Yeah,
that's
can't
incredible. Apparently, there is the Florida Gators have a 7'9" Canadian freshman that is
7'9".
Yes, he's a true freshman. He is a basketball playing, extraterrestrial really at 7'9". We'll see what type of coordination he has. I guess enough for Florida to say, you're going to be worth it. But 7'9" is what we got going on.
Is he from here or
so.
is he from another place?
Canada.
He's Canadian.
Oh, you said Canada.
He did
My
say
bad.
Canada.
I wasn't listening. My bad.
It's all right.
Yep.
As a half-ass sports host, I wouldn't expect anything less.
You know what?
Come on.
You know what? You're right about that, Eric. That
We're
was
half-assing it today, boys.
Well said, Eric. Well said.
Hey, how bad would you feel, Broadus, if you were in a cooking competition like the Blue Ribbon baking competition?
Ooh, that's
and
big.
You lost in a pie contest to a 7-year-old Texas boy.
That is incredible.
What pie
that the
did he make?
7-year-old kid won. It looked like a blueberry pie from the picture.
It was a blueberry pie.
Good for him.
7-year-old gentleman wins first place in the battle for the blue ribbons at the state fair.
Man,
My gosh.
It's incredible. Like, you watch those shows, MasterChef Junior, and these kids, that are like 7, 8, 9 years old.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable what they're able to do in the kitchen.
It's pretty amazing, dude. That's a certified phenom at the position, right? If you're able to bake a pie at 7 years old, and there's probably been people that have just been spending 30, 40, 50 years trying to make the perfect
Crust
pie.
is a problem.
In comes the 7-year-old with a blueberry pie that knocks your feet off. That's just incredible. So congratulations to that kid.
I wouldn't feel bad about losing to that. I wouldn't feel bad losing to a kid like that.
You wouldn't? Okay.
No, not really. No.
Would you? But let's make this. Yeah, let's make this apples to apples, Broadus. Let's make this like you are a general manager of a team and you do a draft, and then in your division you have a 7-year-old who's the general manager for his team. Your
that's
rival
different.
team.
No, that's different.
And then he just kicks your ass in the draft.
No. Cooking is different, man. Cooking you do with love. I guess I did love with drafting too. So what am I
Heck
saying?
Yeah, you did.
But the thing about if you get beat by somebody that just cooks a little better than you, that's that. Hey, man, you can learn from that. That drafting stuff, man, that's hard. I will fight you on that.
It is.
I'm sure that's how the people feel who took an L to the 7-year-old in the bake-off.
No, they didn't. They're probably there. Hey, let me have a piece of that pie. Yeah.
Tarrant County Public Health confirms the first reported death from West Nile virus in 2024, so that's pretty discouraging. Yeah. I am freaked out, dude, because every day I come home and every one of my kids has a new mosquito bite to show me. I'm like, dude, what are we doing here? Every time you open the door, these things are flying in, they're flying out. You go outside, they're there. You go inside, they're there. You can't get away from these things. It's West Nile situation. What a freaking disaster. And that's Tarrant County Public Health. That's right here in our backyard. I'm an 817 guy, all right? So this hits close to home.
Feels very
I'm
1970s.
nervous.
West Nile feels like that 1970s thing. That and the killer bees we were dealing with, that were going to get us from South America. They were coming in to swarm and attack us.
Really?
I thought that was
no, we had killer
Big
bees
Ben
one summer.
and Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown.
No. These are like killer bees from South America. Look it up. It was we lived a summer in terror because of the killer bees. Yeah.
Dude, how do you guys feel about this? There is a Sonic in East Texas, Sonic Drive-In. I'm a big fan of Sonic. And it's built 3 pickleball courts right next to their drive-through that you can go on their app and you can reserve the pickleball courts, and then they'll skate out to you your slushies and your cherry limeades and
I like this.
your cheddar poppers and stuff like that. So I don't know if this is going to be a new trend. I know pickleball is taking over the world, and it looks like they are trying to get into the fast food stuff as well. It's like, hey, you can work out a little bit. You can get some exercise in while you gorge on some fast food. So it feels like kind of a win-win there. But I'm sure the folks in East Texas are going to be pretty fired up for that one. I saw as well Hurricane Harbor. Hurricane Harbor is the best water park in the Metroplex, is it not? Or is it NRH2O? It's getting all the Hawaiian
What's
Falls.
that place over Great Wolf? Great Wolf?
Great Wolf, yeah, that's
Lodge.
true. That's
Have
true.
not
indoor.
gone.
Yeah.
Have not gone.
A little in and out situation. But yeah, Hurricane Harbor building.
I did love Hurricane Harbor as a kid.
They're building a 58,000 square foot addition which is expected to open next year. And this looks like some brand new slides. I mean, we're talking about a Shark Attack slide, a Cowabunga situation. We got a Rip Curl slide. I mean, this is like 5 or 6 new slides in the new addition to Hurricane Harbor. So I'm looking forward to getting up in there. I mean, the water park day with the kiddos, that's about as fun as it gets. And if Hurricane Harbor is expanding, I mean, I've never once walked into Hurricane Harbor and thought, man, they need about 6 more slides. But they said, to hell with what you think. We're going to go ahead and give you another about 60,000 square feet worth of water sliding. So that's very exciting for the Metroplex. And there it is, your Friday News Dump.
Thank you very much, Eric Chiafalo, with that Friday News Dump. Expertly delivered. Really, really, really loved everything you brought to the table there. Let's do the top 10 coming up on the other side. It's National Tell a Joke Day. We will not relive whatever Hagee delivered. Shout out to Norm McDonald during Crosstalk, but I will give you the top 10 best stand-up comedians of all time as voted by the public. Who's your favorite stand-up comedian? That's next in the nation.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Wooly Bully Top 10 list of the day. We're live here at the Comerica Backyard inside of Globe Life Field, the House of Champions, and we'd love to see you here. If you're making your way out to the ballpark, make sure you snag one of the giveaways for tonight. It's the Cutoff World Series Championship hoodie T-shirt, XLs and mediums. That's what they're giving away. They're fantastic. You are going to love it. Now, before we get to the Wooly Bully list, I need to let you know that this segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214-333-3333, or go to frankelfirm.com. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It is a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday. 1 hour from right now, we'll dial up the phone lines and we'll hear from you as we lead into LA Live. Of course, we'll have Eric Nadel as well as we get you set for game number 2, Rangers and Twins. But right now, it's time for the Wooly Bully Top 10 List of the Day.
Oh, yeah, National Tele-Joke Day. I've got the top 10 best stand-up comedians, according to Ranker. Now, I got a lot of feedback. Asked this on Twitter, who's your favorite comedian? And a lot of texts are flowing in. If you want to text in, 877-881-1053. As we hang out here at the Comerica Backyard, we did get a note. Rangers probable starting pitchers for the weekend. If you're coming out tomorrow and Sunday, Nathan Eovaldi for tomorrow, going to be back on the bump, and then Tyler Mahle for Sunday, and Max Scherzer threw 25 pitches today in a bullpen session and said he will try for 40 on Sunday. Also said he can still compete at a high level. Sounds like a guy who plans to pitch in 2025, according to Jeff Wilson of the Rangers beat. And the last thing before we slide into the list, man, it's a very sad story, as we've got the Romanian gymnast Ana Barbosu has received her bronze medal after Jordan Childs, the United States gymnast, was stripped of her bronze medal. Now, this all came down to, judging, and there were inquiries with the judges and the raising of the score initially for Childs that bumped her into the bronze position. Then the Romanian Gymnastics Federation filed an appeal to the court. I guess afterwards, the CAC, which is the Court of Arbitration for Sports, said that they believe the fair thing to do would be just to award all 3 of these athletes bronze medals, but they left it up to the International Olympic Committee, and they said, no, we're only giving up 1 bronze medal. So it goes to the Romanian gymnast. Jordan Childs gets stripped. She said, I have no words. This decision feels unjust and comes as a significant blow, not just to me, but to everyone who has championed my journey. I think Lucius was the most plugged in on the Olympics on our show. Do you have anything you can add to this? I mean, I feel for Jordan Childs here.
Yeah, I think that's just real nasty. And I'm also seeing, I don't know how super real this is because you can't believe everything you see on the internet, but it's saying that judge may have ties to the Romanian gymnast situation.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
We got to be unbiased. when it comes to being a judge. I see the same thing happen in boxing, too, sometimes. You know what I mean?
Right. And you think we should do a better job, our due diligence when it comes to, like, the backgrounds, the connections on some of these judges, because I mean, these are people's lives. You get once every 40 years a chance to compete, and especially gymnastics. I mean, it's rare what Simone Biles is doing, competing at what age? 27? How old is she now? I think most of these gymnasts, they're done once they hit their mid-20s. It's wild.
Well, it has to do a lot with the difficulty of the routine, and that's what came into question. That's what they're saying. The child's routine had a level of difficulty that was much greater than, and they give you bonus points, 0.2, 3, whatever. They give you points for how difficult your routine is. So they add that as part of the score. So probably something amiss right there, when it came to adding up all the numbers and things like that. It's unfortunate. It really is.
Nothing like losing sleep over third place, though. You know what I'm saying?
No. Hey, you get that bronze medal, baby.
Can I ask you guys
They all should have got it, by the way.
They all should have. I agree.
Yeah. If that's on the judges. It's not on the girls. Y'all made a mistake. Go ahead and award them.
Damn right.
That's a good point. Hey, can I ask you guys a real quick question before you get to your list?
Yeah.
What school in the SEC do you think is closest to a Waffle House?
Alabama.
Georgia.
That would be second. That would be fourth.
Mississippi.
They are damn near last.
Wow.
Really?
Okay. LSU?
LSU is 3.9 miles away.
Is that number one?
No. There's a
Florida.
school that's 0.4 miles away.
SMU.
Good guess.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about from my distance. My bad. Excuse me.
Is it Oklahoma?
No. See, in this list, they don't have the Texas and Oklahoma.
They don't have Texas
in
and
it
Oklahoma.
yet.
Okay, give me Florida.
Florida, no. Florida's 2.2 miles away.
Damn it, Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt is, let me see what Vanderbilt, 3.5 miles away.
Missouri.
Missouri is 1.7 miles away.
Got to be Arkansas.
1.6 miles away.
There's one closer?
Ole Miss.
Ole Miss is 23.6 away.
Wow. That's enough.
I'll give you the last school. Texas A&M is 69.4 miles away from a Waffle House.
All right, what's the
College
closest?
Station,
What's
better.
the closest one?
Be better,
At
College Station.
At 0.4, South Carolina.
Wow. We should have guessed it. Gamecock Nation. They
South
love their
Carolina
Waffle
at
House.
0.4, Alabama 0.5, Auburn number 3 at 0.9, Georgia at 0.9, and then you mentioned the Arkansas and Missouris. Kentucky is 2 miles away.
Man.
Tennessee is 7.2 miles away, and Mississippi is 23.6. Like I said.
Any university worth their salt should be less than a mile from a Waffle House. And shout out to UNT and the Mean Green for having that thing damn near on campus.
Baby, let's go. We also had an IHOP there too. I think the IHOP though.
The IHOP actually was on campus, but that thing got that thing got
that Waffle House. I know we talked about them earlier. I love me some Waffle House.
It's so good. It really, really is. All right, let's slide into the top 10 best stand-up comedians of all time on National Have a Laugh Day. Have a laugh. Who is your favorite stand-up comedian? Lucius Alexander, let's go back to the Pimp Cup. Who you got?
There's
you
no
got
way.
a list.
There's no
I know
way.
you got a list.
Yeah,
I know you do.
There's no way.
There's no way, bro. I can just name one, dog. Patrice O'Neal's on the top of my list.
Mm-hmm.
Corey Holcomb. Dave Chappelle.
Yeah.
Bill Burr. Sinbad.
Sinbad.
Yes.
Richard Pryor. Red Fox. Robin Harris. And, of course, George Carlin.
George Carlin. Brian, did you have anybody you love?
Yeah, I tell you what, the ones that Lucius mentioned was Richard Pryor and George Carlin. Those were the two. Like, some of George Carlin's routines are hilarious. Richard Pryor he'll break you down with some of his stuff that he came up with. Robin Williams is another one that I felt like when you
Robin
when you
Williams.
looked at how his stand-up
that
stuff.
golf. one that he's got is
incredible.
so funny. It's
Incredible
great.
stuff. Yep.
Dude, how many of you guys are, I mean, I've gotten locked in on this over the last couple of months. The Kill Tony show.
So good.
Is unfreaking believable. And Tony Hinchcliffe, he was a part of the roast of Tom Brady. He made a cameo appearance. He's pretty incredible. And the squad that he's got of those guys, Adam Ray, does incredible work.
He just went and roasted the Steelers rookies.
Yes.
Went to Steelers
Yeah,
camp.
it was
Shane
good.
Gillis has become huge right
Shane
now.
Gillis is unbelievable. No one does a better Donald Trump impersonation than Shane Gillis. It's actually ridiculous how good it is. But my Italian brother, Mike Birbiglia, I don't know when's the last time he did a stand-up special, but my gosh, that dude's hilarious. And Nate Bargatze. He's a legend.
Yeah. Rodney Dangerfield, can I throw him in there too?
Yeah,
Please?
yes,
that's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
And that's been texted in quite a bit. We've got, and some of the ones that you mentioned there as well. Chris Rock got texted in. Ron White or Eddie Murphy getting texted in.
Eddie Murphy, yeah.
Bill Hicks was great. Too many people forget about him from the 972.
Oh, yeah, the dwarf, Brad Williams. Good text there in the 817. Brad Williams he's pretty funny.
Ralphie May from Farmer John.
Oh, man, R.I.P. Big Ralph.
Yeah, Ralphie May.
Hey, Don Rickles, bro.
Don Rickles
just
break
rip
you
him
down.
up. Yes,
he'll
he's
break
rip
you
you
down.
apart, bro.
Yeah. I don't know if Don Rickles could pull that off today, Lucius. Do you think?
Yes.
I don't know.
I think so.
That's the thing, like with comedy.
Yeah, I think he'd be all right.
I think everything, like you're going to a comedy show.
All
everything
fair
is
game?
fair game.
Yeah.
Yes,
All right.
it is.
Dude,
Same
hey,
thing.
have you guys ever heard Anthony Jeselnik? That dude is he's a pretty dark comedian, and his stuff is ridiculously fun. I love the jokes that you think the punchline was there, and then there's actually more, and that's kind of the way he does it. You're like, is there 3 punchlines on this, bro? It's incredible.
We got some love for Cat Williams, George Lopez, Bernie Mac, Gabriel Iglesias, all coming in on the text line. Some of the honorable mentions, we do have Ron White, Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh, yes.
Gets honorable mention.
Is this stand-up?
Honorable mention?
I don't know, man.
Jerry's stand-up is incredible.
No.
His ability to see the most monotonous things in life and turn them into something funny. My goodness, Jerry Seinfeld, outside looking into the top 10, that feels egregious.
Great observational skills by Mr. Jerry there, but the curl don't quite curl when it comes to delivery of the joke.
Yeah,
the observation, you're like, oh, okay, the premise is good, and then when it comes to the punch, you're like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, he can clearly be a little hit or miss for some people.
The kind of New Yorkie there.
Carol Burnett gets an honorable mention.
Wow.
Red
Her
Fox.
show was incredible. Lucius said Red Fox. Yeah, he was good.
Jim Gaffigan.
Dude, Gaffigan, absolutely.
Gaffigan,
Death Pockets.
Mel Brooks. Oh, Mitch
Brooks.
Hedberg. And Mitch Hedberg got texted in quite a bit. Ricky Gervais. Talk about a guy who gives zero bleeps.
Yeah.
And then Don Rickles is the last one, the outside looking in.
How about somebody texting in, and I'm not familiar with her work as being all that funny, but the 903 says y'all are probably too young, but Joan Rivers was raw.
She's great.
Joan
Rivers was funny.
She'll tear you up.
Really?
Yeah. She will tear you up.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to YouTube her, man.
I liked Wanda Sykes for a period as well. I don't know if Wanda
Sykes could be funny.
Still doing stand-up, but Wanda Sykes had some funny bits. Number 10 is Steve Martin.
Classic.
It's been a while since I've seen anything from Steve Martin. Number 9 is an R.I.P. Norm Macdonald.
Oh my gosh! What a complete and total legend. Every time a throwback clip of him pops up on the timeline, I laugh my face off.
Number 8, maybe too high for some people. Others think that he should be higher. Chris Rock comes in at number 8.
Chris Rock, number 8?
At number 8.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is, the more you think about it, like how many incredible comedians there's been
so
to be
many.
anywhere around the top 10, you're still a legend of the highest order.
7 is Rodney Dangerfield.
No
6
respect. Hey.
No respect.
Hey, come on.
That's pretty good, Lucius. That's good.
6, we've got Bill Burr. Man, Bill Burr is outstanding.
I love Bill Burr because he loves sports.
He does.
And he's always angry. He's always mad about something.
Always something.
He doesn't understand. I don't understand how. I like that.
Top 5, we got Eddie Murphy at 5. Robin
What was
Williams
the one he did? Was
at
Raw,
4.
Lucius? Was that the one, Raw? Eddie Murphy,
he
Raw?
did do one called Raw.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the red? Is he like red jumpsuit or whatever?
Yeah, it's a leather suit.
There's a leather suit, and then there's one he had the purple suit on.
Yeah.
And I get those confused. Which one is which?
4, we got Robin Williams. 3 is the great Richard Pryor.
Yeah.
2, we've got George Carlin.
Very smart.
But number 1, voted the best stand-up comedian of all time, Dave Chappelle.
Davey Dave.
And I think well-deserved. I mean, to me, Dave Chappelle always hits. Like, some comedians, you'll watch you stand-up, you're like, yeah, this one not as good. I don't think I've ever left a Dave Chappelle stand-up that I've seen and been like, that wasn't very good. I was entertained the whole time.
Couldn't agree more. I absolutely could not agree more. I did get to see, one guy that I watched and I didn't realize he was that funny, but then my buddy had an extra ticket and I got to see him live a couple years ago. Bert Kreischer actually had me in tears whenever I was watching him in person. It came across even funnier that way. So, all right, there it is. The Wooly Bully Top 10 list of the day. The G-Bag Nation on a Friday. What you drinking, what you thinking Friday, live here in the Comerica backyard of Globe Life Field. If you're coming to the game, we would love to see you. Football's finest, top of the hour, but let's get you a college football super seg going, featuring Connor Stallions, an in-state running back update, and an NIT in college football. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's our 2024 Firehouse Tour all over DFW, where we get to hang with you and say thanks to our firefighters. And on Friday, August 23rd, where are we going to be, Bobby?
That would be Firehouse number 1 in Saxe, 5805 Bryan Street, and they'll go fast, but we'll have one-of-a-kind Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour flasks to give to you. Plus, we're feeding you courtesy of Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp.
Also, thanks to Firehouse Heating and Air, we'll see you in Saxe, Friday, August 23rd in Saxe from 6 to 10 with the fam.
Ooh. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate all the Tolos and, of course, the Twitch and the YouTube, the response, that top 10 list, everybody getting in on the action when it came to their favorite comedian. We will have Eric Nadell coming up at about 5:20, leading into What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Of course, then we got pregame coverage, Rangers, Twins, as we broadcast live from the Comerica backyard here at Globe Life Field. Doors about to get ready to open. First 15,000 fans getting that World Series champion short sleeve hoodie here at the ballpark tonight. But, fellas, before we get into football's finest at the top of the hour, let's talk a little college football, shall we? As we're getting closer and closer to the opening weekend of the college football season. It is just around the corner. And we do have Ohio State finally naming their starting quarterback, as it will indeed be the transfer of Will Howard, who will be the starting quarterback for the Buckeyes this upcoming season. Ohio State, the favorite, maybe to win the national championship, one of the most talented teams, if not the most talented in all of the country. So, Will Howard beating out Devin Brown, who has now lost 2 consecutive quarterback battles. Last year, Kyle McCord won the battle over Devin Brown. He has since transferred, and now will be Will Howard, who will open up the season against Akron on August 31st. Might not be a bad bet if you just want to go ahead and have, somebody down the list of Heisman odds. If Ohio State's is good and will be, and we know that they've got a ton of talent at receiver. Emeka Egbuka went back there. He'll be one of the top receivers drafted in the upcoming class. Will Howard could be a guy that gets some Heisman love if he plays up to his potential.
Why do I kind of feel like Will Howard, Kansas State, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why do I kind of feel like that maybe the reason if Ohio State doesn't win this thing will be because of Will Howard?
Because you're probably right. I think it was the quarterback that held them back last year, too.
Yeah. To me, I just kind of wonder why, Ohio State has done a good job of recruiting quarterbacks over the year. I mean, and they lost Joe Burrow, of course, to LSU, for our sake. Thank God that happened. But I kind of feel like, to me, if Ohio State doesn't get it done, there's quarterbacks that you could transfer in that I would think this guy's a difference maker. I don't know if Will Howard is really a difference maker. And maybe with, even some better talent around him, he'll shine. But I just kind of got a feeling that he might be the guy, and I could be dead balls wrong about this, but he might be the guy that holds them back. He's good, but when this new 12-team playoff thing, having to kind of navigate that more, can he be that guy? That's my question.
Well, Ryan Day certainly on the hot seat. He doesn't get it done this year, especially with as much talent as they've got. Now, I mean, they could also be a team that just lines up and says we're running the football. I mean, they got Judkins, who's a stud, Travion Henderson, who's a stud, and it's worked well for Michigan the last couple of years. So maybe they just say, hey, Will Howard, don't turn the football over.
Yeah, but J.J. McCarthy seems like a better quarterback than Will Howard.
I agree with that. Yeah. Well, we'll see how Will looks. This one flew under the radar to me. E.J. Smith, the son of Emmitt Smith.
He was at Stanford.
He transferred. He transferred from Stanford to Texas A&M. He's now at Texas A&M. Now, Emmitt's daughter played soccer.
Played softball. Yep.
At Texas A&M.
Yep.
So now.
Well, which is it, softball or soccer?
It was soccer. But so now.
Oh, is it soccer?
It was soccer, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was softball. My bad. That's my bad.
Maybe she also played softball in high school.
It's an S sport.
But I know she played soccer there in college. But EJ now, because you had Reuben Owens go down, he suffered a season-ending injury for the Aggies. He was a former 5-star recruit as well. EJ might be your lead tailback there for the Texas A&M Aggies here.
Hey, honestly, that's even more excitement and more reason to want to watch that football team.
Yeah.
I want to see how he plays.
He was so much fun at Jesuit.
Oh, he was
we
great.
got to watch him play.
Great pass catcher.
So good. Well-rounded player.
Yeah.
And I thought he flashed at Stanford as well anytime I watched them play. So hopefully we get a heavy dose of E.J. Smith there at Texas A&M.
Okay. Yeah.
But not a good injury here for Texas at running back is they lost another running back. C.J. Baxter last week suffered a season-ending injury. Earlier this week, freshman runner Christian Clark left practice with an undisclosed injury. Then they found out he tore his Achilles.
Jeez.
So they're down now to just 2 scholarship backs on the depth chart. So this is one where Steve Sarkisian is looking around. It's Jadon Blue, who's a junior, sophomore, Trey Wisner, and then they've got a couple other young backs, Gibson and Clark, that they're going to have to step up and play well for them. But 2 losses in the running back room there for Texas. So A&M and Texas, some running back news there. And then, hey, Connor Stallions, he's got himself a new job. Connor Stallions, who is part of the Michigan
CIA
sign-stealing scheme. Yeah, it's going to be a busy couple of months here because he's also going to have his Netflix doc that gets released. But he's now coaching at a Detroit high school. So he's not in the college ranks anymore, but he got a gig in Detroit to coach high school football.
Shouldn't Jim Harbaugh have given him a job?
With the Chargers?
Yeah. I mean, Harbaugh acts like he didn't know what was going on, but give that kid a job. He helped you win a national championship. Whatever they came up with worked. You know, give him a gig.
Yeah.
You're saying, yeah. You don't,
he probably does owe it to him, though. I mean, like
he does.
He
does. Absolutely does.
He was the scapegoat for the whole thing. They win a championship.
The kid fell on a sword for everybody there at Michigan because he thought so much of the maize and blue. Harbaugh, just kind of give him a job in football operations or something on the side. Hell, this guy might be our guy, our next Ernie Adams. You never know.
He could be.
He could be Ernie Adams. The very creative Ernie Adams. You just never know. But
it's unbelievable.
This kid fell on the sword for that whole program.
He did.
Give him a gig.
It's funny. Eric was lashing out to me earlier for like having a conversation with people who walk by. He has literally taken the headset off.
I know.
Live radio during a segment.
I see him.
He's having a conversation right now.
Yeah. Well, who is he having a conversation with?
Who do you think? It's your buddy.
Oh, is it?
That works with us at AT&T Stadium. He's our elevator guy.
Oh.
Chris.
How's his brother doing?
His brother's good. We saw him at Fan Bowl, actually. He missed talking to you. But, yeah, so we don't have Eric here. I mean, this is live radio right now. Eric just doesn't give a damn.
But if you look on
honestly,
the cam,
disrespectful as hell.
Eric looks really tall on the cam today.
We should try and just tune out as much as possible for this football's finest segment at the top of the hour. Just give
just
as much
lay out.
crap.
Just lay out.
Should we just lay out or just like make fun of him for every story he gives us? All right,
that's not true, Eric. Yeah.
Last thing here, college football super segment. Group of 5 college football commissioners considering a secondary championship that would be similar to the NIT in college basketball. This is according to Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports. Group of 5 commissioner will miss next week in Dallas, and one of the main talking points will be the idea of giving Group of 5 teams something of significance to play for outside of the college football playoff. To me, more college football. If you're worried about that TV revenue you brought up all the time with the bowl games, maybe this is a good way to make that happen.
Why do I not? I don't like this.
I don't really like it either. I was just trying to sell it as like, what are they thinking? To me, this makes 0 sense.
Yeah, I kind of, are we still going to have the bowl games though? We're still going to have like, LSU versus Arizona and
I think so. I think we're still going to be bowling.
Okay,
I think a lot of the playoff, the 12-team playoff, will be featured in some of those bowls, like they've done.
Yeah, if they still let me have some of my bowl games.
Yeah,
with the mix of the playoff systems, I don't need an NIT tournament. I'm sorry, I just don't. I don't need a banner. I don't need a banner to say I wasn't good enough to get in the 12.
The not in the tournament banner?
Not on the tournament banner.
Although I'm a big NIT fan. I mean, shout out to the North Texas Mean Green. Just cutting those nets down a couple of years ago.
Nothing like winning the nitty.
Woo! That nitty title was the best.
Did you guys get T-shirts? I never saw that.
No shirt. Didn't get a nitty shirt.
I got a shirt. The big nitty shirt. It was fantastic.
Yeah. Was it? If it wasn't free, you don't have it. Don't lie.
Yeah. Okay, that's a fair point.
Yeah, they didn't give us a free one. They should have. They shouldn't have sent us a North
Texas. I got you guys
care
free
package.
T-shirts, by the way. I'm bringing T-shirts home for you.
Way.
Oh, really? You got free tees?
Let's go.
Thank you, Broadus.
I'm pumped.
Broadus, honestly, how offended should me and Wolchuk be that how long have we been out of UNT now, Wolchuk?
I graduated 2016.
Okay, so I've been out since 18. Wolchuk's coming up on almost a decade. I'm getting close to that as well. They have not brought us back yet to give any type of guest class.
Oh, like a Ted Emmerich speaker?
Come speak to my radio class. You know what I mean? Like they haven't done that to us.
You guys could be a great example of how not to do it. For sure.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. If you want to be a half-ass radio
host,
can
I be honest?
This is how you do it.
Steps not to take.
I've spoken to a North Texas group before you guys, and I'm not even an alum.
See, look at this. Yeah, now you're rubbing our face in it.
I would be embarrassed. I would be embarrassed.
Thanks a lot, Hank.
And the first thing I did was I told him it was nothing I studied in school. I did. I go, hey, there's nothing I studied in school that got me this gig.
Right.
I got fired as a scout, and that's how I got the gig.
Hey,
There
just
you
fail
go.
upwards. That's what we like to do.
Fail upwards. There you
All right,
go.
football's finest coming up next. What the hell do you want to do?
Well, I want to make fun of this NFC team, and we'll see if anybody disagrees. I think it's the worst offseason move, and it continues to rear its ugly head with the ensuing moves. I think Broadus has some Cowboys nuggets as well that he texted to us that we need to release to the public. And stat of the day that you won't believe next here in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation as the doors are opened here and the Tolos are fist bumping at Comerica Backyard here in Globe Life Field as the giveaway is on. I'm already seeing Ranger fans in the building repping that World Series championship short sleeve hoodie for the first 15,000 fans. They have them in mediums and an extra large. It is Rangers and Twins right here at the ballpark. Catch up with Jared Sandler coming up an hour from now. He's going to join us for an Around the Bases segment, and then we'll do our usual preview of the game with Jared. We'll also have What You Drinking and What You Thinking. The Hall of Famer Eric Nadel coming up on the other side. Gavin Dawson is in Vegas. Send him well wishes on social media. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Giafalo. We got Brian Broaddus out in Oxnard. Cowboys training camp ahead of their matchup tomorrow against the Raiders in the preseason. And then Lucius Alexander back in master control, making sure we are sounding good, clear, and we are live. It is now time to get back into some football conversation. I can't wait for Tolos to walk by so I can take the headset off and talk to them. Here's Eric Giafalo with some football's finest.
I'm taking the headset off too. Get ready.
Are you? Okay. Yeah. I'll just, I'll fly solo on this.
You got this,
mission.
bro. You can do it.
You can do it.
Now, Broaddus, you learned a couple of things about this week's Cowboy acquisitions. The first of which, Carl Lawson.
Yeah.
Why did Carl Lawson join the Cowboys this week and not a couple of weeks ago after Sam Williams went down?
Yeah, I ran into a couple of different people last night and asked that exact question. Why, now with Lawson? And they actually said, hey, we really like the guy and enough to sign him, but his price came down. And so Carl Lawson was trying to, he had an idea where he wanted to be. A couple of weeks ago, he said, hey, I'll take some visits and then here's my price. And the Cowboys said, nah, we won't do that. And so his price has since come down, and that's what allowed them to go out and add him to this mix. So they just kind of waited Carl Lawson out, worked out for him, and here we go.
Okay, and then they also make the trade in the division with the Giants for Jordan Phillips, big, nasty 10-year vet out of Oklahoma, to hopefully shore up the interior of the defensive line, help stop that run a little bit. Now, what do we need to know about Phillips? Did the Giants, they couldn't wait to get rid of him, or what's the deal?
No, this one was really more to do with they've got some young players that they really, really, really like, and there's they actually some of their draft picks too are involved here as well. It was nothing that Phillips. I mean, they were totally okay with Phillips as the person. They were okay with him as a player. There was no problems there. He wasn't malcontent or complaining about things or this, that, and the other, but or no poor play. It was just really more about this draft, this defensive tackle that I think his last name is Riley, that they selected, and they want to get him involved. And there's a couple other young guys that they have that's a little cheaper, and that's what the route they wanted to go. They went a little cheaper. They went with the draft picks, but that's really kind of why they made this deal. There was nothing like he was a bad player or a bum or was doing things that causing problems. Everything from my guys with the Giants was really kind of positive about the type of person he was.
It's good news.
That is good news. That is good news. Not good news for the Texans with their stadium, thanks to Hurricane Beryl that came through just last month.
Got some sunlight going through that thing now.
Yeah. Their NRG stadium, it's like they got a bunch of steel rods that run across the roof, and then they have this sort of fabric that lays over it.
Okay.
And apparently the hurricane did some damage, poked some holes in that fabric there at the top of the dome. And so now you're getting bits of sunlight and then obviously any precipitation or whatever that comes raining down from the heavens. So, and Cal McNair says it's gonna take well into the season, the first few weeks at least of the season, before they will actually get that roof damage repaired. So I don't know, maybe it won't just be Cowboys players at AT&T Stadium that get a weird ray of sunlight in their eyes in a big moment. Maybe it'll happen to the Texans as well.
Yeah, they actually, the Texans put out a picture where, for the game, where the sun would be, and it was like into the crowd. So it was kind of like
okay.
it was
so
down
it won't actually like impact the field.
Yeah, it was more down into the crowd. Hey, what's that roofing company that Choppy knows? Maybe they get that. I hear Choppy talking
K-Post?
Yeah, I hear them talking all the time about K-Post.
Some K-Post roofing.
How about getting them on the job? Maybe they.
Well, those are our
thing.
guys. They do AT&T Stadium. You know what I'm saying? They do DFW stuff.
Yeah, but still, if they're like quality guys, let's go. Roofers are roofers. Let's get it done.
Now that is a bold take.
Roofers are roofers.
Roofers are roofers.
Let's get
That's
it
well
done.
said. That's well said. You know who did not do a job well done? Of course, that was old Kenny Pickett last night.
Oh, Kenny Pickett, you don't say. You telling me he didn't play well on a football field?
Oh,
Did he
my
throw some
goodness.
Pickets?
Oh, Kenny Pickett's.
He dropped back to pass 23 times in the first half, and he threw the ball more than 10 air yards on just 4 of those attempts. And, of course, he went over on those attempts. He's one of those, inch by inch kind of passer.
Yeah.
And he was like, if you were granted 20 downs to get a first down, then he might be one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever live, because he will get you for a half yard. You can't stop it.
Yeah.
And that's what he did last night. He had 11 first half completions. Those averaged 0.7 air yards per completion. 0.7 air yards. He is literally throwing the football inches at a time. And, on those 17 total dropbacks, he only took 4 sacks, Wolchuk.
Only 4, and it is a game of inches. He's just taking that very, very literally.
Perhaps a little bit too seriously, the game of inches cliche.
Yeah.
And that can be the problem of quarterbacks, man. You do the cliche stuff, you do the coach speak, next thing you know, you are literally trying to...
It becomes yourself. He's the
You're
human
swimming in the
embodiment
Pooh
of it.
River. Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're swimming in the Pooh River.
Shout out to Paris.
Amen. Our offensive line expert, Big Duke 50, Duke Manyweather.
He is a stud.
He is.
He just tweeted out randomly yesterday. He says, let's just keep in mind, in regards to Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe.
Yeah.
He says, let's just keep in mind they're rookies. They will have some growing pains and will be tested. Just keep the same energy. They are going to be really good.
Okay.
So no matter what happens through the course of a rookie season, the ups and downs, and there will be some moments where you're going, ooh, that was a tough one. That's the nature of the beast. And offensive line expert Duke Manyweather's like, hey, you got some real studs here.
Yeah.
So hopefully for the next decade, you have your center and your left tackle. We know you got your left guard and Tyler Smith. It's a party. It's an offensive line party, and that's what we're looking for. That's what we need.
I guarantee you that Duke got some word that Guyton got broken down a little bit in that game against the Rams. Not the game with the actual physical game, but the practice. I guarantee he was on the horn talking to his guy.
We're cleaning stuff up.
About cleaning things up. That's the kind of guy Duke is. If he kind of hears some whispers that one of his guys might be struggling just a little bit, he's quick to get on the horn and kind of work things out before things get a little out of hand. You guys are like distracted broadcasters right now.
We just
Not at all, dude.
A lot of distracted
We just got people that are saying hello, they're waving.
It's a lot of distracted broadcasting.
It's a sea of Tolos right here. Okay,
It's
we're
awesome.
getting hand waving and autographs and stuff like that. Wolchuk just signed something that I can't even say on radio for
Thank
FCC
you.
reasons.
I appreciate that. So, I'm not half-assed. Thank you very much. I love you, and that's a hell of a jersey right there.
That guy's lying through his teeth. We're half-assed. Don't let him say that anything.
He's actually pointing and laughing at me now, Brian.
By the way,
look at the half-assed guy.
Trying to hide my face. I'm so embarrassed.
Broadus, we're going to send Blue Nail Roofing out to Houston to go ahead and dial up the
Blue
NRG.
Nail?
The NRG roof. They're going to get the Blue Nail
Blue
treatment.
Nail will figure it out.
That's really all you need, man. If you have a roof problem, it's Blue Nail Roofing that will get the job done for you. How about this for a stat of the day? Now, don't ask me any questions. Broadus likes to ask questions when I only know the surface here, okay?
Well, why don't you do some – don't
I
half-ass
tried.
it.
I
okay?
tried.
Why don't you full-ass one for a
I
change?
only know the surface. I saw a stat today that I tried to confirm, but it's like one of those weird nuanced stats that you can't just look up easily. But ESPN NFL, okay, so I'm hoping that this is not a ball sacking, says for the stat of the day, Texas A&M,
okay,
Aggie,
yep,
Devon Achane,
yep,
had as many 40-yard runs for the Dolphins last year in his rookie season,
okay,
as Reggie Bush had in his entire 11-season career.
That seems hard to believe.
I mean, it did seem like, Achane's basically ripping off a 40-yard run every time he touched the football.
They were all against the Denver Broncos.
I was going to say, just in that Broncos game alone, I think he had like 4 80-yard house calls.
But maybe that's true.
But that's the thing. You can't just look up how many 40-yard runs did Reggie Bush have in his career. Like, they're not giving you that. How many did Devon Achane? I don't know. I'm just taking ESPN NFL at their word, and I'm flabbergasted at the ability of Achane to go have more 40-yard runs in his rookie year than Reggie Bush had in his entire 11-year career.
And so they did not give us the number on the stat.
No, they didn't give you the number on the stat.
That's when it's like, damn it, maybe we should just make up stats, throw it out there.
I think Sam Ponder knew the number, or Robert Griffin knew the number, and they took it with them.
Yeah, that's fair. They're like, hey, we're not giving you this information.
Yeah, we're not giving you the information. We know how many runs he had over 40 yards, but we're taking it with us.
It's proprietary to the Ponder and Griffin family.
Yeah.
How do you guys like this for football advice to the youngsters? Apparently, rapper Kodak Black stopped by a youth football team in Florida. These are like elementary school kids, and he gave them a little quick speech, a little hype-up speech, a little like, hey, let's go ahead and let's
This is what you should do at a Florida Panthers game in the suite?
No, he wasn't doing that. But he did say he's going viral for this because one of the things he said in the midst of his, like, let's provide wisdom to the youth of our, the youthful generation, one of his quotes to the elementary school kids was, say no to drugs, they too good, y'all gon' like them and go crazy. That's the quote. That's the advice to the elementary school football players.
Can we get a T-shirt made like that?
Say no to drugs. They're too good. You're going to like them, and you're going to go crazy.
Wow.
Like, I don't know if that's exactly how you want to set that up.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, this thing is so wonderful. It's so magnificent. You're going to like it so much
that you just
shouldn't even try it.
Just don't put yourself in that position to even do it in the first place.
That's words of wisdom right there. Okay, the team that lacks the most wisdom in the National Football League is the Atlanta Falcons. All they keep doing is win now moves. Here, we'll give you a third-round pick for a guy who played 4 games last year, Matthew Judon. We'll throw $8 million at Justin Simmons. Not sure he can still play anymore, but hey, he used to be pretty dang good. Maybe he's still got something left. We throw all the money in the world at the old, aging, never won an important game in his life, Kirk Cousins, off an Achilles injury.
Wow,
and
going on
we're
here.
big-time win now. We're big-time win now.
As
even
they
though
should be.
We've
They're
got
in a bad division.
We've got a quarterback that's never won anything. We paid him a ton of money.
The South.
We're trying to win now. We're spending third-round picks. We're throwing money at veteran safeties here right before the season starts. And we're drafting a quarterback in the top 10 of the draft that's not going to play a single second for us. Okay.
How do you know? You don't know. He could play.
Okay, I mean, I just don't understand. The Falcons continue to amaze me with their inability. It's like you're simultaneously drafting in the top 10 for the future, but you're also doing the win now move stuff that just makes no sense. Like, pick a lane here. Are you win now or are you building for the future? Because there's no way that Kirk Cousins signing and the Michael Penix drafting in the top 10 can coexist and work. One of those was a bad mistake. Maybe it wasn't drafting Penix. Maybe he ends up being a monster. Maybe Kirk Cousins, gets hurt or whatever or sucks, and Penix comes in and has an amazing rookie year and has an amazing career. Awesome. That means your Kirk Cousins move was ridiculous. Or Kirk Cousins is great for the next 3 years and Penix doesn't see the field, and now you've wasted an opportunity as a quote-unquote win-now team based on the moves that you're making right now, and you didn't bring in a guy in the top 10 of the first round to help you win now. Like, it's the weirdest thing in the world, and I thank God every day I'm not a Falcons fan.
I do think the Kirk Cousins signing might have been a bad move. I'm with you on that one. I didn't mind the Michael Penix Jr. thing. If you have a franchise quarterback that you love the guy, you take him. I don't care if you just signed Kirk Cousins. I don't think Seattle Seahawks fans, half of them even remember they paid Matt Flynn a bunch of money and then drafted Russell Wilson. And then
John
before the
Snyder
season
told
started,
me,
said, we're going to start Russell Wilson, and then they go on and win a Super Bowl and play in another. So I think that's a division that is very winnable. They should be doing what they're doing. I'm with you on the paying of the Kirk Cousins. I wouldn't have done that. I don't have an issue with anything else they're doing. They're not paying Justin Simmons a ton of money. It's like they're resetting the market doing that.
If you're a win-now team, okay, and Kirk Cousins was the wrong move, okay, and Penix is the guy, fine. All the money you just gave to Kirk Cousins, you could have given to other people to help you win now. But you didn't do that. Like, one of those decisions at the quarterback spot there between Penix and Cousins is a bad decision. And it doesn't make sense to me. If you're a team that's trying, if you're like, hey, we're in the worst division in football, we want to win right now, we're going to go trade a third-round pick for a veteran edge rusher, we're going to bring in a veteran safety, then why don't you draft a guy in the top 10 that can help you win right now? Okay? I mean, that's all I'm saying. And we don't have it great here with the Cowboys. I totally understand that. A lot of people texting that in right now. I get that. But we're just talking about the Falcons right now.
Was
okay?
coming. Yeah.
We're just talking about the Falcons right now.
I mean, it could benefit Michael Penix Jr. to sit a couple of years. You know, that used to be the thing in the NFL, and I think some of these guys that sit, it does end up working out pretty well.
That's
the Packers' way of doing it did seem to be good.
But Penix sitting for a couple of years is not helping you win now, as you're apparently trying to do, paying all this money for veterans.
It's a quarterback. You don't pass on the quarterback if you love the quarterback. You always take a swing at the quarterback.
Okay, take one swing. You took two this offseason. Pick one.
So they paid an aging quarterback that's not going to be around probably in 3 years, and then Penix can take over and be the guy.
Okay, I don't know. Pick a lane, Atlanta.
I wouldn't have paid Cousins, so I'm with you there. I wouldn't have given him the damn money, but
I like this argument.
I don't hate what they're doing as much as you do.
Okay, well that's
no problem. You're going to
problem.
draft Bijan Robinson in your fantasy draft?
Absolutely, I will, Broadus. I will do that.
I wonder how many Falcons you're going to have.
You're high on Jahmyr Gibbs. I know you are. I see it in your eyes.
I will also be thankful that I didn't draft Bijan Robinson last year, okay, in that same fantasy draft. All right, what do we got coming up next, Walchuk?
Well, we've got Eric Nadel, and let's do a little bit of what you drinking and what you thinking. That's next in the nation.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial-free all.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Plus security, smart cameras, and a smart lock. All professionally installed and controlled on your phone with DFW Security's award-winning app. Call before it's gone.
DFWsecurity.com.
All right, it's Eric Nadel time, the Hall of Fame voice of your world champion Texas Rangers, ladies and gentlemen, as we broadcast live from the Comerica backyard at Globe Life Field. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation on a Friday. Segment brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's expressway time as well, taking you to the top of the hour, commercial free. What you drinking, what you thinking. In a few minutes, LA Live as well, 877-881-1053. And the expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. And now we welcome in the Hall of Fame voice of the Texas Rangers, Eric Nadel, courtesy of Ty Lock George. Eric, happy Friday, happy game day. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. We had an exciting game last night. Looking forward to another one tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's your mindset at this point in the season with the way the standings look and everything like that? Is it still one-track mind? How do we get this team right now to climb their way back into some postseason opportunities? Or do you start looking ahead to, hey, should we be making decisions right now that can help next year's baseball team?
You know, it's a great question, and my answer is, at this point, what I'm doing is I am taking each game one at a time in a vacuum. I'm doing a game tonight involving the best baseball players in the world, and hopefully it's going to be an exciting game. And who knows, maybe in a few weeks the Rangers will be in a position where you can say they're a contender. But for now, I'm just dealing with the game in front of me.
Well, I mean, speaking of last night, you mentioned it was a close one, and Cody Bradford a big reason for that, and that's a member right now that can help the team, but also for the future. I think Cody Bradford is very, very exciting for Ranger fans. What stands out to you when you're watching Cody Bradford pitch?
Well, you know, we hear all the time Bruce Bochy talking about how well he prepares, and, you know, we don't really see the result of that in terms of being able to understand the pitch sequencing and everything that goes into how you address each hitter. You know, we just know that the guy goes out there, you know, without a fastball that would be considered, you know, average big league caliber, and gets people out, you know, mixing in the changeup and the curve. Last night he had problems with the curveball, got hit early in the ball game, and managed to find a way to do it. Got through 6 innings. The manager showed a lot of faith in him in the 6th inning with people on base, and he worked through that jam. And I thought that was really noteworthy that Bochy had so much faith in him, with him up around 100 pitches already, and he came through. And that had to be, you know, an important turning point for Cody in his career development. The Rangers finally lost a game that he pitched. Last night was the first time they lost a game where he was on the mound.
That is a shame. Hey, Eric, you know me, I always ask you these wacky kind of questions. What do you remember about August 12th, 1990?
Oh, off the top of my head, nothing.
Longest rain delay in Major League Baseball history.
Now I can tell you all kinds of stuff.
7 hours and 23 minutes of a rain delay. And because it happened 4 days ago or 3 days ago, whatever. And it to me, I was sitting there thinking, okay, Eric had to be part of this thing.
Oh, yeah, it was a Sunday afternoon. It was going to be the last game the Rangers ever played at Comiskey Park in Chicago. And the White Sox were coming back to play at our place the following weekend. And they knew that if the game was rained out, they would have to play the game as part of a doubleheader in our ballpark.
Okay.
So Larry Himes, who was their general manager, refused to call the game. He kept saying there's going to be a window, there's going to be a window. The storm system just stalled. It never moved through. Meanwhile, we're at Comiskey Park, a totally outdated ballpark, in a tiny booth. It was tremendously hot and muggy that day on a Sunday afternoon. And Mark Holtz and I are just sweating up there watching TV. And I remember that better than any other day that we had a rain delay because of the length of it, and because for the first time in my life I saw the show The Simpsons. We were killing time on a Sunday, and the rain delay for a 1:30 game went so long that we actually saw The Simpsons. And Mark Holtz had become a big fan of it. It was the first year of the show, and he convinced me to watch it during that rain delay, and I loved it, and I've been a huge Simpsons fan ever since, and I frequently think about that day when I watch an episode of The Simpsons.
It's Eric Nadel, the Hall of Fame voice of the Texas Rangers, with us here in the G-Bag Nation, courtesy of Tylock George. Eric, I learned something about you this week when you were in Boston. Can you share with the folks here what your favorite ballpark concession item is?
Oh, yeah. At Fenway Park, they have Dell's Frozen Lemonade, which is lemonade slush that is made with fresh lemons, and there are even pieces of lemon in the slush. And when I was in college in Rhode Island, there was a Dell's truck that was on campus, and it kept me going. You know, when you needed a sugar fix, that was the way to go for Dell's Frozen Lemonade. And at Fenway Park, they've got a stand there on the main concourse, and they actually give it to you free if you're working the game and you bring your own cup. They give it to you free.
Wow.
So,
what a deal.
Awesome. Yeah, so you can't get better than that. And I love the stuff. It's fantastic.
You must have punished about 5 or 6 of those over the course of the series.
Well, what I did was I got a really large cup in the Ranger clubhouse.
Yeah.
The kind the guys use after the game to put 2 beers in.
Yeah,
and
there you go.
That's what I brought to the Dells guy, and he didn't flinch. He didn't bat an eye. He filled the thing up to the top.
Is Fenway still one of those parks for you every time you go? It's just maybe some chills as a baseball fan growing up. You're like, this is still one of the great stadiums in all of Major League Baseball.
Yeah, to me, it's the best. And, you know, I was lucky enough to go to college in New England where, you know, every radio station has a chance to get a credential to go to Fenway Park. At least back in those days we did. I was the sports director of our college radio station, so I had the press pass to go to Fenway, and I abused the hell out of that thing. I was up there a lot, and the rule was you could sit anywhere that was unoccupied, and that, you know, those particular seasons, 71 and 72, the Red Sox were not that good, and as a result there were a lot of empty seats. I remember sitting down by the visiting dugout and actually having a chat with Harmon Killebrew when he was standing in the on-deck circle for the Twins. So I go way back, you know, at Fenway, and I love the place. I just finished a biography of Ted Williams, you know, which brought a lot of Fenway stories to light that I was unfamiliar with. And the place is magical.
Okay, Eric, I got to ask you the question. You brought up Harmon Killebrew. That's in my wheelhouse right here. Harmon Killebrew, Rod Carew, Tony Oliva, Burt Blyleven, Kirby Puckett, greatest Minnesota Twin.
Well, I'm very partial to Kirby. You know, I named my dog Kirby, largely because I loved his style. He played with a smile on his face. You know, he swung at everything. He played with reckless abandon. As far as who was the best of those guys, that's a different story. You've got Carew obviously was the best hitter for average. Harmon was the best hitter for power. Blyleven was the best pitcher. You know, you might want to throw Jim Cott into the conversation as well. To just pick one of them, I guess you'd have to pick Carew with all those batting titles.
Yep.
All right, Eric, it's quitting time on a Friday. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Well, what I'm thinking, there's a band that I love that hasn't put out a record in, I don't know, maybe 8 years, and they put one out today. They're from Portland, Oregon. They're called Blind Pilot. They're a folk rock band. I haven't had a chance to listen to their new album yet, but they did release one song from it about a month ago, and I love it. So I'm thinking that everybody needs to check this out. It's Blind Pilot, and listen to their new album and see what you think. What I'm drinking green tea today. I've been out in Arlington since 11 o'clock this morning because we had the luncheon to honor Adrian Beltre. And so I've been caffeinating with green tea, which they tell me is better for you than coffee.
Yeah, man, green tea's the bomb, and so are you. Eric Nadel, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the game tonight. Have a great call. We'll be listening, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Eric Nadel, brought to you by Tylock George. All right, it's time for the one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or the process of catching a buzz. Right now, it's what you're drinking and what you're thinking. We're live at Globe Life Field. I just got done finishing my nitro cold brew for the day.
Very nice.
That thing has kept me humming right along, and I appreciate it very much. Got some nice H2O here as well. And I'm thinking about a tweet I saw earlier in the week. I haven't been able to get it out of my head. Kelly on Twitter just asked the question, why do we pronounce the G in longevity twice? And I'll let you ponder that. Walchuk, drinking?
Well, I'm drinking water, and now I'm going to wonder about that probably for the rest of the day.
Longevity, right? You said long. and then you say Jevity, but
You
it's
do,
just
but
one
there's
G.
not two Gs.
That G is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
That is a very heavy lifting G. I am thinking Corey Seager back in the lineup for your Rangers, and I do want to just let everybody know if you're coming out to the game tomorrow, Adrian Beltre, there is a plaque photo opportunity. Fans attending, you've got the opportunity to take photos with Adrian Beltre's plaque. That will be permanently displayed in the gallery of the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. There's going to be an on-field ceremony prior to the game, first pitch at 6:05. So tomorrow, pretty special one to come out for Adrian Beltre if you're a big-time Ranger fan.
I love it. Yeah, I mean, some Gs get away with doing nothing, like in lasagna. That G doesn't have to do anything. It gets to be there, be a part of all the festivities, get all the glory that lasagna gets, but it doesn't have to lift a single finger. And then you get the G in longevity, and they're washing and drying. It can be a bit ridiculous. Life's not fair. Broadus in Oxnard, California, drinking, thinking.
You know, guys, I've got the G2 Gatorade I've been drinking today. And what I'm thinking is, I love this stuff way too much, this football thing. I love practice. I'm missing right now that there's not anything going on behind me, but I just want to say I've really enjoyed my time here, and I love being around football. I love being around practice. I love the fact that I got to cover it for 105.3 The Fan and the work that I'm able to do, and I'm so excited about that, and I'm looking forward to this season, all the work that you and I, all of us are going to do with the pre- and post-game show, but God, I love being at training camp, and it's sad for me. This thing's about to end, so it's that part of it's going to be hard. But we get started with the season, and that I think
starts
will
to
be really,
count for
really
real.
Fun.
Yep.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Well, it's been an honor to watch you in your natural habitat, doing the football thing, providing all the football information that we can that we could ever dream of. So you're the man, Brian Broaddus, and now into the Pim Cup we go. Lucius Alexander, drinking, thinking.
Yes, sir. It's longevity, right? Am I saying this?
Well, according to the text, you would be 100% right here. And I think in reality, yes, that was when that word was sort of birthed. I think that was the intention. But I certainly say longevity. Like, I have to just own that. I do that.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, bro.
Did he just check you with the correct way of saying the word?
I did not. Don't do that, Broadus.
Him and about 15 other Tolos are texting and telling me how much of a dumbass I am.
I'm just curious because when he said it, it sounded correct.
Longevity.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you say it with confidence, you can get away with a lot.
Longevity.
Like the birria tacos, that kind of, you got to say it with confidence when you say it, right?
I'm drinking half a gallon of water I've had so far.
Nice.
Thinking that the heat index here in the DFW was supposed to be like 110 this weekend, so it's going to be inside the house weekend for your boy LA. And I don't know if you guys have seen this, but there is a little image that went viral of the men's Olympic basketball team depicted as like the Greek gods.
Oh,
have y'all seen that?
No, have not.
Oh my gosh, I'll send it to you.
It's fire.
Yes. I've been trying. I think it's AI, but I'm trying to see whether I can get a duplicate or something like that. I need a copy of it. I want to put that up on my wall.
Is that a T-shirt possibility with this thing, with these guys?
A T-shirt possibility probably looks good, but I want this one as like a real life painting, so I can get like
a print.
Yeah, I want it to look like it's official.
Yeah,
like a referee with a whistle. I'll send it to you, cats, man. But yeah, it went viral. It's beautiful.
Nice. Yeah, I definitely want to see that. All right, 877-881-1053. What you drinking? What you thinking? We start in the 210 with the text, drinking cold Lone Star beer. Thinking my girls kept saying, welcome to the nation, and how they got to tell it to the radio guys the whole drive back to South Texas. Yeah. It was great meeting you as well, Josh in San Antonio. You're the man.
Yeah.
We love you, Josh.
Oh, I love you some Lone Star.
All right, Lucius, we got some callers lined up.
Yeah. Up first, my man Kenny from Quinlan. Didn't make it last week, but he's here now. Kenny, what up? Oh, that's on me, Kenny.
Oh, Kenny?
No, that's on me, Kenny. That's not on you. Here you go, Kenny.
Damn.
Okay. Relax.
Hello.
Hey, Kenny.
What up, Ken?
What's up?
What's up?
Today we're drinking a frozen margarita with fresh watermelon and 2 shots of that good old rock and roll tequila. Shout out to my G-Bag brothers on all your families.
Thank you.
Shout out to Landon and Maxon, my hockey-playing grandsons. And I got 5 things I want to go over, and I got a little joke. First of all, what am I thinking? You know, at 70 years old, I look back at all the things we did and experienced growing up in the 1950s, the 1960s, and the 1970s.
Good old
the
days.
first thing, number one, was public service announcements. My favorite was Smokey the Bandit. Only you can prevent forest fires.
Smokey the Bear.
Smokey the Bear?
Smokey the Bear.
Bear?
Smokey the Bear. Are you crossfaded right now, Kenny? Yeah, that's hell.
I just dropped my paper, my notes. Number
all good,
two, using fold-up maps for directions that we bought at the gas stations and the stores. How do we survive without them?
Yep, that's for sure.
Yeah. Number three, TV networks signing off at night and playing the national anthem and the test pattern.
That's true.
Yeah. Number four, the milkman making daily deliveries to your door with fresh milk. And number five, collecting S&H green stamps and top value stamps to get merchandise.
That's true.
And the joke I have for you today is, yesterday I went into an antique shop to do some looking around. Problem was, I'm so old, they tried to keep me.
Oh, no.
Kenny, you're a
They
wild
tried to
animal.
keep me.
You're a
Thank
wild
you, thank
gosh
you.
dang animal, Kenny. Good stuff as always.
Thanks, Kenny.
On a Have a Laugh Friday, right? That's
Yep.
the national
Yeah,
day.
Have a Laugh Day.
All right, Lucius, who's next?
Let's go to Mr. Nasty time. Mr. Nasty, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What are you drinking? What you thinking?
Currently, I'm sipping into some Don Julio pint, chasing it with a Topo Chico. And what I'm thinking is, all Rangers off season, you guys were preaching Profar and speaking about how big his junk is. And here we are now, and that's exactly what we got with Profar. And here goes Cowboys off season, and you guys are trying to sell a Travis Frederick. Wondering, we're going to get Travis Frederick, or who are we going to be flicking off at the end of the season when this guy falls flat on his face?
Wow. So you're saying you're not liking he's not liking BB or any of these guys that we got. So I understand.
It's
We'll
all
see.
right, yeah.
Well,
It's
we'll
all
see.
right.
We'll see how it goes. It's fine. I mean, hey, nobody's trying to sell anybody. You know, we make the evaluations and we have draft shows and commentary that we have about these guys. So it's fine. I mean, hey, it is who we see, and if you don't like the team or don't like the players or don't like our content, that's I mean, there's options there. So I'm not gonna. I'd like to say this kid, this BB kid is. He's an interesting player. You just got to give him some time to be ready to play, and I think he'll be just fine. I really do.
Yeah. No, don't come after my guy Cooper Beebe, Nasty, okay?
Yeah.
Disrespectful.
Nobody's selling anything. I just
disrespectful.
Just saying, you're saying what you're seeing in the kid, so that's fine. That's okay.
All right, Lucius, who's next?
Yeah, let's go to Polo and Garland. Go ahead, talk to him, Polo.
What's going on, people? Hey, I'm doing this beautiful young lady by the name of Kai. You can say hello.
Hey.
Doing her tattoo on this beautiful Friday. I'm about to do her tattoo. I'm doing her tattoo. There's some butterflies on. I bet she got 7 butterflies. And Deshaun Watson, I know what you did now because these masseuse, she's in school now to be a massage person, guys. She's very beautiful now. I see why Deshaun Watson went down that road. But anyway, I just took a shot of Jose Cuervo. I wasn't supposed to. Don't tell my girl because she was going to give me some needles because I'm going to do her homegirl tattoo.
We got you.
Girl tattoo here. But what I'm thinking is, y'all, just like last week, like Serena Williams, you are a beautiful sister. Like these women I'm doing, they're some beautiful women. But why come Serena Williams look like white chicks now, like Marlon Wayans now? It's just sad and messed up. So y'all go watch the movie White Chicks and tell me she don't like Serena Williams now. Giancarlo Broadus, I love you out there with the Cowboys in California. I know you enjoy the 80-degree weather, Lucius. The other girl said you look cute on because she watching you on TV with the yellow hat on. She said you look cute right now. Anyway, I told you got a girl, but hey, represent with that text.
Don't do that.
No, what are you doing? Gab, you need to come back out here. And Kenny and Quinlan, I would love to blow one beezy with you. Because I bet you would be a fool telling some stories on some green. Gotta go, y'all. Bye.
All right, Polo.
Shout out, Polo.
Great call, as always, from Polo. Lucius, who's next?
Black and Gold B. Black and Gold, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking, what you thinking, bro?
Uh-oh. This is breaking news here, Black and Gold. I know what you're about to say.
G-Bag Nation. I'm drinking some water, man. And, actually, I quit drinking cold beer for a few weeks, just until the football season starts. Then I'll be back on it.
Yeah,
but
nice little break.
I'm definitely going to be sparking definitely sparking a fat bowl when I walk inside right now. And I'm thinking, man, it's a few weeks till the season starts, so I'm starting to get pumped now. Like, it's finally hitting me. I'll probably watch about maybe 10 or 15 minutes of this game on Sunday night against the 49ers. But that's about it, because it's preseason, man. I can't get into it, but I'm going to hope there's no injuries, hope for the best.
Yep.
I'm just looking forward to the season. Before I go, man, I'm going to recommend a song for the Cholos. Last time I called in, I said I used to pick out, like, only 3 albums when I was a kid, so I'm going to recommend a song off the second album. And it's World of Fantasy by Triumph. Hey, everybody have a great weekend, fellas.
Cheers. Yeah. Thanks, Black and Gold.
Thank you, Black and Gold B.
It was awesome getting to but see him for the second or third time. Black and Gold
and the
B
whole fam, man.
At Hurtado, meeting his lovely wife, his lovely kiddos. Fantastic time. Fan Bowl 2024 was legendary last weekend. All right, Lucius, it is LA Live time, so.
Let me get one more.
All right.
Dope Sick Dave is in the G-Bag Nation. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Dope Sick?
What up, Dope Sick Dave?
What's going on? I was just drinking a water right now. And 2 things. One, shout out to the Cowboys defense. I was 4 seconds away from cashing a $10,000 parlay.
Wow.
So yeah, shout out to them. The second thing is I'm really pumped. The one thing I'm pumped about like this season is Dak Prescott throwing 3 picks or not running 2 yards to get a first down to win the game. And then Mickey coming on Mondays saying that, well, it's okay, guys. Like, we won. There's positive. It's okay if he threw 3 picks. Like, everything's going to be okay. I'm really looking forward to that. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Dope Sick.
Thank
you.
you.
Your sarcasm bounces off me like ping pong balls, and I got respect for that. All right, that'll do it, I believe, for the phone calls. It is LA Live time in the G-Bag Nation.
Yeah, let's get into it right into the great Rick James.
Well, all right, Squares.
Squares.
How late were you?
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
It's the weekend.
Weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
Take heed to the weekend warning. This is LA Live for August 16th, 2024. It's a Freestyle Friday here in LA Live. Freestyle Friday means I just take what's ever in the folder and try to play it all on a Friday, so I do not have to take it over with me to the next Monday. All right, LA Live is sponsored by Kissable Dental and their no-bill guarantee. Book online at kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey starts today. Yes, avoid the law dogs this weekend. Please, people, avoid the law dogs. Avoid the bookings. Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. Those emotions, those are the ones that get you. I promise you. I do not want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV. I do not want to see you on DFW Scanner. In other words, do not crash out like this gentleman did right here. We got a Florida man drove a semi-truck through a Tampa Bay strip club.
Oh, good Lord.
After he was kicked out for fighting.
Oh, no.
Now, I hear it goes down at the Tampa Bay strip clubs, actually. I hear it's low-key one of the hottest. What?
Was he hauling ass?
Okay. I see what you're doing.
That's a real truck stick right there, Lucius.
Yeah, I see what you're doing. I'm not mad at you. The incident unfolded like about 4:30 in the morning in Tampa Bay's Imperiors Gentlemen Clubs. I guess. Anyway, let's go to Fox 13 Tampa for the report. Don't crash out, folks.
Police describe what they call a chaotic scene early Tuesday morning.
This was a semi-tractor that was intentionally rammed at a group of individuals.
It escalated from an alleged fight inside Emperor's Gentlemen's Club on East Adamo Drive.
After an altercation at the club, a 25-year-old white male subject exited the club, got into a vehicle.
Tampa police say that man lied in wait for that person he got into a fight with to leave the club.
When that person exited the club, he accelerated his vehicle toward a group of people.
And you know what he did after that?
Oh.
Yeah.
So please don't.
Tore those asses up.
Tore those asses up. Don't crash out this weekend,
my
folks.
damn.
Please, don't be like that guy right there. All right,
he went in there with sheer confidence.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. R.I.P. to the great Beat King. You will be missed, bro. Oh, my gosh. This is LA Live 105.3 The Fan on the Freestyle Friday. I have a lot of music selections that I want to clear out of my folder. So please allow me to do so, if you will. But first, it is a payday Friday.
Yes, sir.
And like I always do, let's get the grooves.
See, the hood's been good to me. Ever since I was a lowercase G. But now I'm the big G. The girls see I've got the money. $100 bills, y'all. If you were from where I'm from, then you would know that I gotta get mine in a big black truck.
You can get yours in a 6'4". Don't spend all your money at the same place, people.
That's awesome.
Be smart with it, all right?
Be smart with it.
Be smart with it. I have a Tolo that sent me maybe this is like 2 weeks ago. I'm just not getting to it. Tolo sent an AI G-Bag Nation song.
Oh.
You guys want to hear that?
Yeah.
Love to, yeah.
Let's see here. Hold on. Let me catch that vibe. Hey, 91. Hey. 91. All right, here we go.
Yo, it's the G-Bag Nation. Turn it down, feel the vibration. 105.3, they the fan sensation. Gather Dawson, the devil's advocate with the smooth talk. Girl, down, reppin', he's the king of the block. Brian Broad is crusty, the football professor. Elder statesman with a ball head, nothing lesser. Scouting eye sharp, and he likes to cook. Breaking down plays, man, just take a look. It's the G-Bag Nation, reppin' Dallas to the core. Cowboys and Rangers always bringing more with humor and insight. We keep it alive. G-Bag Nation is the ultimate ride. Zach Wolfchuck, Willie Bully, funny as hell. Biggest Cowboys fans, yeah, you can tell. Like your favorite little brother, always got your back. Bringing energy and laughter, never off track. Follow ADHD in the mix. One-liners, topic hoppers, always getting his fix. Yang to the yang, him and Zach the perfect pair. With Eric's fire, there's never a dull affair. It's the G-Bag Nation, reppin' Dallas to the core. Cowboys and Rangers always bringing more with humor and insight. We keep it alive. G-Bag Nation is the ultimate ride. Lucius Alexander, smooth bass voice supreme. Super producer, keeping the ship on a dream.